Chapter 14. Setting sail. The meal lasted quite late, and as we stepped out of Professor Lin's house, it was already past 10 in the evening. Tofu and I, slightly inebriated, returned to the hotel, sleeping until noon the following day. As Tofu brushed his teeth, he reminisced, saying, "The old professor mentioned embarking tomorrow, but he didn't disclose our destination." After pondering for a moment, I replied, "He did mention going to sea. The nearest body of water to the capital is the Bohai Bay. I suspect we'll set sail toward there." Tofu continued, "Is it possible to conduct archaeology underwater?" "Of course," I affirmed. "Humans have been navigating the seas since ancient times. During voyages, merchant ships have succumbed to storms, leaving their cargo deep beneath the ocean. Thus, the treasures lying beneath the waves are plentiful. In fact, underwater salvage has become quite the trend in recent years, so it's not surprising." Nodding in agreement, Tofu resumed brushing his teeth, suddenly exclaiming through foam, "Wait a minute. You're not thinking straight today. Consider this. If we were merely going to salvage sunken ships, would it necessitate our involvement? Even if it were to prepare us, that would seem rather contrived." His words struck a chord, and I too sensed something was amiss. Was it not a salvage mission? Yet how could one excavate at sea? As Tofu and I conversed while freshening up, we failed to glean any significant insights and could only proceed with cautious anticipation. Since the equipment was prepared by Professor Lin, Tofu and I needed to pack only a few personal items. Once ready, we spent the day leisurely exploring Beijing, particularly wandering through Wangfujing. There, we indulged in an array of culinary delights, returning to the hotel with full bellies. The next day, we gathered at the predetermined location with Professor Lin and others. As I had surmised, our departure point was indeed near Bohai Bay. The drive from Beijing would take over 6 hours. It was early morning when our group convened, and in the parking lot behind the Examination Institute, we spotted an unassuming silver van surrounded by several individuals, including Gu Wanmin and Professor Lin. Though the rest were unfamiliar to me, I harbored reservations about this journey, burdened by unresolved matters lurking in the background. The prospect of being sent out to sea for other affairs left me uneasy. However, upon seeing Gu Wanmin, a sudden calm enveloped me. It wasn't he, just me. Tofu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as well. Perhaps this sense of trust, forged through shared trials, made us feel secure in the presence of reliable companions. In an exuberant moment, Tofu, prone to overstepping when elated, jestingly remarked, "Ah, Gu, the stunning beauty. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. I've missed you dearly." He moved to embrace her, but Gu Wanmin gasped in alarm, exclaiming, "Tofu, we must maintain decorum." Tofu stomped his foot, teasingly retorting, "Oh, come on. She is a sister." I nearly choked in disbelief, swiftly pushing Tofu aside. In addition to Professor Lin and Gu Wanmin, 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, remained closely tethered to the professor, presumably his students. In addition, 2 individuals stood out conspicuously, both entirely bald, appearing robust and vigilant, perhaps embodying what Professor Lin referred to as official thieves. Upon my arrival with Tofu, everyone boarded the vehicle, driven by one of the bald men, and we proceeded along the national highway. At this moment, everyone was quite alert. Unlike the previous night when they were inebriated, Tofu, who is incapable of concealing his thoughts, immediately unleashed a barrage of inquiries. "Professor Lin, where are we headed to sea? Are we to salvage a sunken ship? Just so you know, I have recently developed a fear of water." This statement bore truth. Ever since being submerged multiple times in the Princess Gija's tomb, Tofu had forsaken his once passionate love for swimming, now steering clear of pools. Thus, it is said, treasure hunting carries risks, and one must tread cautiously, for a moment's negligence may leave psychological scars. Professor Lin chuckled, the wrinkles on his face blooming like a flourishing chrysanthemum, and reassured us, "Rest assured, you will not be required to enter the water. Our mission is not one of underwater salvage. If it were, your skills would be unnecessary." He then elucidated the purpose of our expedition, leaving Tofu and me momentarily speechless. Tofu exclaimed, "Professor, are you jesting with us?" According to Professor Lin, our current mission was an official theft, a task shrouded in secrecy due to the official inability to intervene directly, akin to the work of spies and operatives. Our destination was an island located southeast of Japan. Though administratively part of Japan, this desolate, uninhabited isle posed no risk of detection. You may wonder, how does treasure hunting lead us to a Japanese island? Professor Lin addressed this inquiry with a tale that left Tofu and me in disbelief. To trace the origins of this matter, we must begin with Qin Shi Huang. This remarkable figure unified the 6 states, and under his reign, the Qin dynasty flourished. After vanquishing the 6 states and ensuring the populace's peace, what was next? Naturally, it was to secure his throne and relish his wealth and status. However, as life is finite, Qin Shi Huang grew restless, feeling that after a lifetime of warfare, he was now entering his twilight years, unable to fully enjoy the kingdom he had painstakingly built. He resolved to extend his life by years, decades, even centuries, seeking immortality. Thus, in the latter part of his life, Qin Shi Huang became infatuated with alchemists, consuming mercury and pursuing the elixir of life. Among the many alchemists he patronized was Su Fu, who devised a scheme to seek immortality overseas, claiming that the fabled Penglai Island housed deities who could concoct the elixir of eternal life. Eager for immortality, Qin Shi Huang readily acquiesced. Of course, the notion of the elixir was a fabrication. Su Fu employed this ruse to undermine rival alchemists, thus earning Qin Shi Huang's favor. He embarked on 2 maritime journeys, both ending in misfortune and failure. Upon returning from his first unsuccessful voyage, Su Fu reported the existence of merfolk overseas, who ensnared sailors with their enchanting songs. Lacking sufficient manpower to vanquish them, he failed in his endeavor. Consequently, during his second expedition, Qin Shi Huang provided him with a larger contingent. Yet, this venture also culminated in futility, as there were no elixirs of immortality to be found at sea. Su Fu once again concocted an excuse, claiming that although the merfolk were repelled, the celestial beings deemed their intentions insincere, and that such rare potions warranted offerings of treasures and young maidens. In his later years, Qin Shi Huang, consumed by a fear of death and an obsession with the pursuit of immortality, remained oblivious to Su Fu's dubious nature. Clinging to hope as if grasping a lifeline, he permitted Su Fu a third voyage. This time, the expedition was grand in scale, featuring over 20 ships laden with gold, silver, grains, livestock, young boys and girls, and able-bodied laborers. However, they vanished without a trace. It was then that Qin Shi Huang comprehended the deception he had endured. Where, then, did Su Fu lead his treasure-laden entourage? Some historians surmise that his route extended eastward, towards the territory of the infamous Wokou pirates. This has led to speculation that Su Fu and his followers settled in the eastern lands, which would later be known as Japan. Upon hearing this, Dofu stammered, "So, are you suggesting that the ancestors of the Japanese people are Chinese? Goodness, I do not have such descendants." I promptly slapped him on the shoulder and turned to Professor Lin, saying, "Professor, this is merely a hypothesis, lacking concrete evidence. We cannot speak so freely, otherwise our Japanese counterparts may deem us shameless." Professor Lin replied, "Such matters are irrelevant whether or not there is substantial proof. Even if it is false, what of it? And if it is true, what then?" His retort was apt. "Even if it were true, we cannot assert, 'Ah, we are indeed one family. Your people are ours, and your land should belong to us.' Would such claims hold any weight? They are utterly meaningless, regardless of the validity of this hypothesis, whether factual or not. It pertains to events over 2 millennia ago and is of little significance today." I acknowledged, "You are correct. So, what compels us to covertly venture to that small island on the Japanese border? What lies there?" Professor Lin responded, "That territory now belongs to Japan. Our reason for visiting that location is rooted in information we acquired over 20 years ago, the origins of which are complex. In essence, this information provided us with a lead suggesting that Su Fu's tomb resides on that small island." Gu Wunmin nodded slightly and said to me, "What we seek is Su Fu's tomb." Dofu and I exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The tales recounted by Professor Lin could be dismissed as mere stories. However, we were now embarking on a quest to locate Su Fu's tomb in Japan. Setting aside the question of its existence, should we indeed find it? Wouldn't Professor Lin's earlier deductions be validated? Had Su Fu truly journeyed eastward to Japan? What significance would there be in locating his tomb? Surely, it could not solely be to unearth historical truths. Professor Lin, however, chose not to elaborate further, appearing somewhat weary as he closed his eyes to rest. The vehicle we were in was quite bumpy, and it wasn't long before I began to feel drowsy. The conversation among the group dwindled, and we all succumbed to a brief slumber. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, our vehicle came to a halt by the shores of the Bohai Bay. The coastline here was well defined, with the Bohai Bay docks situated to our right, where various vessels were moored. We drove to the left, gradually distancing ourselves from the dock, and soon found ourselves in an uninhabited area where fishing boats were anchored. These seafaring vessels differed significantly from the boats typically seen in rivers. They were over 30 meters long, colossal in stature. Among these behemoths, a petite boat caught my eye, measuring approximately 20 meters from bow to stern. Though small, it appeared remarkably new, with 3 individuals standing at the bow, 2 of whom were bald. Instantly, I surmised that this small vessel was likely the one we were to board next, and the 3 individuals aboard were presumably our companions. Chapter 15. The Island of Time and Space. Upon boarding, we were greeted by a middle-aged man with dark skin, clad in long sleeves and trousers. His skin, glistening with the sheen of oil, suggested he was well acquainted with life by the sea. Gu Wunmin leaned towards me and Dofu, whispering, "This is our captain. The boat belongs to him, and we rely on him for navigation." The captain's name was Liu, and we had rented his boat for this sea voyage, with him serving as our guide. Unlike the vessels of yore, which could be navigated by sheer strength, modern boats employ advanced technology, rendering them operable only by those with proper training. Professor Lin's female student, Duan Fei, was a rather quirky girl who stifled a laugh and remarked, "Liu? That name sounds a bit like carp." Dofu, being the type who loses composure in the presence of women, seized the opportunity to flirt, saying, "Sister, we seem to be on the same wavelength. There's a line of poetry that goes, 'Without colorful phoenix wings, hearts resonate in perfect harmony.'" Duan Fei shot Dofu an incredulous glance, wrinkling her nose and retorting, "Who said we resonate?" Unfazed, Dofu continued his banter, and Captain Li, unperturbed, smiled and led us into the cabin. Perhaps it is in my nature to be suspicious. Upon first hearing the girl's name, my heart skipped a beat. Could she be related to the Duan family, notorious for being one of the 3 great tomb-raiding clans? After a moment's contemplation, I dismissed the thought. The world is vast. It stands to reason that one wouldn't encounter familiar faces everywhere. Moreover, the descendants of the Duan family have largely emigrated abroad, so it was unlikely for one to be present domestically as a student. There are numerous people with the surname Duan. It was probably just my overactive imagination. It seems I must amend my tendency to be suspicious, for if I continue down this path, I shall surely become neurotic. The boat was relatively small, divided into 2 levels. The upper level housed the stern, the command room, and the deck, while the lower level was partitioned into 2 sections. The forward section served as the crew's quarters, and the aft section was a fish hold, where fish caught at sea would be kept. However, since we had chartered the boat, the fish hold was currently empty, containing only the equipment for our journey. Captain Li was an experienced sailor. Since it was not the fishing season, he had rented the boat to us for some extra income. After we boarded, Captain Li provided a brief overview of our upcoming journey, and it was then that I began to perceive some issues. The island we are destined to visit lies at the southeastern frontier of Japan. Due to its modest size and the prevalence of rugged rocks and dense forests devoid of developmental value, it remains uninhabited, known as Qin Shi Island. However, among the seasoned fishermen who frequent these waters, it bears an alternative moniker, Time-Space Island. The peculiar appellation stems from an unusual legend recounted by a carp. In terms of maritime geography, Time-Space Island is situated in the East China Sea, at the westernmost edge of the Pacific Ocean. The underwater currents in the Pacific are notoriously complex, making this region infamous as a graveyard for sunken vessels. This so-called shipwreck cemetery is characterized by treacherous conditions where ships are most susceptible to calamity due to the tumultuous interplay of underwater currents, which frequently give rise to whirlpools, towering waves, undertows, and dense fog. Throughout history, numerous vessels have met their fates in these waters, resulting in a seabed littered with wreckage. Hence its designation as the shipwreck cemetery. The unique natural environment surrounding Time-Space Island is perpetually shrouded in rain. And Japanese folklore recounts a tale of a venerable fisherman known as the white-headed elder. This elderly man, with his snow-white hair, lived a solitary existence, neglected by his offspring. The beginning of this tale evokes the essence of Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea, yet its subsequent development diverges entirely. After several days of fruitless fishing, the elder resolved to venture farther into the ocean. Should he fail again, he would accept his misfortune and perish at sea. Hoisting the sail, he braved the tempestuous waves, steering toward the distant North Pacific. As he navigated, he encountered a fleet of larger vessels, which mocked his rickety boat and urged him to return to shore. Undeterred, the white-headed elder pressed on, while the fleet watched him disappear into the inky darkness, gradually encroaching upon the bounds of Time-Space Island. The chaotic currents in that region perpetually conjured dense fog, transforming the white sea mist into an ominous black shroud. Defiant against the howl of the storm, the elder advanced, his silhouette ultimately engulfed by the encroaching darkness. The crew aboard the large vessel pitied him, declaring, "That old man is doomed. The tempest will shred his boat." Others lamented, "He will starve in the vastness of the sea." One sailor remarked dismissively, "Let him be. We shall tend to our own fishing." The large ship remained nearby. Yet they did not venture close to Time-Space Island, for the tumultuous waters were perilous and devoid of fish. On the third day, a sailor suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the direction of Time-Space Island, "Look, it's the old man's boat from 3 days ago." Indeed, they beheld the ramshackle wooden vessel approaching, with a figure standing upon it. Strangely, the person's hair was black. Where had the white-headed elder gone? As their boats converged, the crew hailed the young man aboard the dilapidated craft. "Greetings. Where is the old man? Who are you, and how did you come to be on his vessel?" The young man appeared anxious, offering no response as he hastened the boat's speed. Observing his departure, the crew muttered their discontent, chastising him for his rudeness. At that moment, a sailor aboard the ship suddenly turned pale and exclaimed, "Look, the clothes he is wearing, are they not the same as those of that old man?" It was only then that the crew realized the gravity of the situation, but the ship had already sailed far away. They exchanged bewildered glances, none able to articulate the inexplicable nature of the event. Could it be that the island possessed some extraordinary magic, or was it capable of reversing time? Otherwise, how could the old man transform into a youth? It was also plausible that pirates had robbed the old man. Who could truly ascertain the truth? Regardless, the name of Time-Space Island gradually spread, rumored to harbor a miraculous power that could restore youth. Adventurers once embarked on expeditions specifically targeting this legend. Some succeeded in reaching the island, only to find nothing transpired, while others met their demise by venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. There were even those who never reached the island, thwarted by treacherous currents, left to yearn for its shores from afar. The carp confidently declared, "Rest assured of my skills. I am certain I can navigate you to the island. Moreover, given the current season, the underwater currents are relatively calm, which will greatly aid our journey." Tofu, with a vivid imagination, speculated, could it be that the old man's youth was restored due to the existence of an elixir of immortality on the island? Perhaps Su Fu did not deceive Emperor Qin, and the legendary Penglai Island is indeed the present-day Time-Space Island? I remarked, imagination serves as the ladder of human advancement. Yet your flights of fancy are rather unreliable. The carp grinned widely, revealing a row of white teeth against his dark complexion, and replied, "Though the island is a desolate, uninhabited land, it has been visited by expeditions. It is said to be filled with stones and trees, teeming with snakes and insects. How could it possibly be a paradise? Your notions are rather peculiar. Enough of that. Reaching our destination will take approximately 5 days. During this time, feel free to engage in your own pursuits. But do not hesitate to approach me or my crew with any questions." "Crew?" Tofu inquired. "Who else is on this ship besides you?" "Surely, I cannot sail for 5 days alone. I require assistance. One of my crew is currently in the control room, and you will have the opportunity to meet her." With that, the carp proceeded to the command center to prepare for departure. Along with the unseen crew member, our party numbered 12, a veritable armada. Seizing the chance, Tofu and I ventured to inspect the fish hold where our equipment was stored. The gear was neatly packed in black bags, accompanied by emergency diving apparatus and life-saving equipment, indicating thorough preparation. However, what captivated my attention was one particularly swollen equipment bag, its contours clearly outlining the shape of a complete assault rifle. In our lives, Tofu and I had only encountered shotguns and handguns. Upon seeing the form, we realized that the weapon contained within the bag was of an entirely different caliber than a mere handgun. A sense of awe washed over us, as I thought to myself, indeed, the arsenal of officials and thieves is unparalleled. In terms of equipment, we are utterly incomparable. Tofu, embodying a typical sour grapes mentality, gazed at the impressive gear for some time, feeling a twinge of discontent, and remarked, "The equipment is impressive, but isn't it rather excessive? Even if each of us were to carry a bag, we could not possibly transport it all. This is precisely the problem with relying on public funds. There is a blatant disregard for frugality. I nudged Tofu in the side and said, enough of that. Tofu waved his hand dismissively and said, what is there to fear? They cannot hear us. What can't they hear? Baldy number 1 is standing right behind you, you know? Baldy no. One's face had turned nearly as dark as the bottom of a pot. Sensing that Tofu was about to continue his shocking remarks, I quickly greeted Baldy no. One to divert his attention. Only then did Tofu realize, and as if reconsidering his words, he said, however, saving is not entirely beneficial. It stifles domestic demand. If the old does not go, the new cannot come. While speaking, he flashed a smile at Baldy number 1 and pulled me towards the ship. Upon reaching the deck, we discovered that the vessel had already departed from the dock without us noticing. Looking out, all we could see of the former coastline was a mere line of yellow sand. Tables and chairs were arranged at the front of the deck, but the 4 bald men were nowhere to be seen. Only Gu Wanmin and Professor Lin's 2 students were engaged in a game of poker. Having often seen the sea in Shenzhen, Tofu and I found it unremarkable. As we stood on the deck, gazing out at the horizon, Tofu remarked, earlier, I thought that weaponry looked quite impressive, but the more I ponder it, the more I feel something is amiss. With so much heavy weaponry, could that place be perilous? Old Shun, I can't shake the feeling that we've boarded a pirate ship. Chapter 16. The Liu Hasil, I replied, so you are only just realizing this now? I sensed it when Professor Lin first mentioned this matter. If there were no danger, would those 4 hulking bald men be on display for show? Have you observed their hands? Thick yellow calluses cover their tiger mouths. That is a sign of years spent wielding firearms. Our journey to Time Island is likely fraught with peril, but you need to remember one thing. What is it? Tofu inquired. When faced with danger, run. That point does not require your reminder, he said, gesturing towards the 3 individuals playing cards nearby. If you don't intervene soon, that lad is going to make a move on the beautiful Gu. I glanced over and recognized Lin Professor's male student, Wu Sidong, who wore black-rimmed glasses and exhibited a shy demeanor. His gaze towards Gu Wanmin was transparent in its intentions, and as he slowly approached her under the guise of playing poker, I felt a surge of annoyance. I promptly walked over, positioned myself between them, and nonchalantly said, I'll join the game. Wu Sidong nearly turned pale with anger, stammering, did you not say you wouldn't play before? We are playing Do Di Zhu, which requires 3 players. Just as I was about to respond, Gu Wanmin smiled, set her cards down, and sat behind me, saying, you all play. I'll watch from the side. The innocent young Wu Sidong, witnessing Gu Wanmin's endearing demeanor towards me, turned a shade of green, his lips trembling and brows furrowing. He dropped his cards and walked away. Gu Wanmin, puzzled by his sudden departure, queried, what happened to him? Duan Fei, the clever girl, stifled a laugh and replied, his heart is shattered. Let us continue playing. We need not concern ourselves with him. The hours on the ship passed in tedium as we engaged in playful banter and card games, and before long, night enveloped us. At this point, we found ourselves entirely surrounded by the sea, with no land in sight. And it was only then that the group began to gather on the deck to enjoy the sea breeze. The sensation of being adrift in the heart of the ocean differs vastly from that of reveling by the shore. Even though our vessel measures a mere 20 meters, it feels inconsequential against the vast expanse of the sea. The boundless ocean calms our restless hearts, rendering the unknown dangers that lie ahead less significant. As dusk approached, a strong wind arose, and the waters churned ominously. Our ship was no longer as stable as before. On a summer night, the caress of the sea breeze is a delight, and as we gathered at the bow, conversing merrily, Dofu suddenly proposed an idea. I noticed some diving gear in the cabin. Since Professor Lin mentioned treasures from sunken ships, why not retrieve some? I thought to myself how transparent Dofu's suggestion was, considering the 3 archaeologists aboard. I interjected, didn't you just say you had aquaphobia? Has it magically disappeared? Just as Dofu was about to respond, someone called us to dinner. Turning around, we saw a tall, sturdy girl with dark skin clad in shorts and a casual top, likely a crew member from Liu. She invited us into the cabin for a meal, which consisted of a stew of large mackerel and potatoes. The mackerel, being quite sizable, required 2 pots to contain it. We formed 2 groups around the pots, which quickly highlighted our divisions. The 4 bald men and the crew members from Liu gathered around one pot, while we, alongside Professor Lin, encircled the other. Each group conversed amongst themselves, with little interaction across the divide. At that moment, I recalled an unfinished discussion from earlier. Professor Lin had mentioned our journey to the time-space island to locate Su Fu's tomb, but had not clarified our intentions regarding the excavation. Seizing the opportunity during the meal, I broached the subject once more. Professor Lin had evidently prepared his thoughts and replied, "I have been contemplating how to present this matter to you. Our expedition to Su Fu's tomb is, in fact, to seek something specific." As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket, producing a small notebook. He flipped it open to reveal a page adorned with a drawing crafted with a fountain pen. The image depicted a square object resembling a seal, inscribed with peculiar characters at its base, characterized by a simplistic design. Professor Lin gestured towards it, stating, "What we seek is this, an imprint." Dofu inquired, "An imprint? Does it signify the Qin King's decree?" Professor Lin, with a gentle demeanor, affirmed, "Indeed, young Dofu. You are quite astute." Dofu puffed up with pride, exclaiming, "Of course, having graduated from a prestigious university ensures quality." I retorted, "In this day and age, is everyone from a prestigious university as lost as you?" Dofu, indignant, shot back, "You are merely envious, you unscrupulous merchant, possessing nothing but wealth. Oh wait, you don't even have that anymore." When it comes to verbal sparring, Dofu could not match me. Just as I was about to counter his remark, Guo Wanmin interjected with an amused exasperation. All right. Why do you two always stir up trouble at the slightest opportunity?" "Qin Xian, I must warn you. You cannot keep bullying Dofu." Professor Lin chuckled softly, remarking, Youth is indeed a time of vigor. I was far more rambunctious in my younger days than you are." With this shift in tone, he began to reminisce about the past, and we felt it inappropriate to interrupt him. As we dined, we listened attentively to his tales of the era of going to the countryside, and it was not until half an hour had passed, prompted subtly by Gu Wanmin, that we returned our focus to the topic at hand, his discourse on the seal. It is said that this seal belonged to Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Legend has it that when the emperor embarked on his campaign to unify the six kingdoms, a divine being visited him in a dream, proclaiming his destined fate to consolidate the realm. Thus, a gift was bestowed upon him to aid in his endeavor, that very gift being the seal. The name itself suggests a connotation of sweeping conquest and unification. Initially, academia paid little heed to this anecdote, as it is a common motif throughout history for accomplished emperors to encounter similar divine omens, merely a means of self-aggrandizement in the annals of time. For instance, it is said that upon the birth of the Hongwu emperor, Zhu Yuanzhong, the heavens shone with resplendent light, auspicious clouds swirled, and a golden dragon appeared in the skies. In truth, it was simply a chick hatching in his household. The legend of the divine bestowing the seal likely served as an excuse crafted by the Qin ruler himself, as ancient beliefs in divine spirits were deeply ingrained, and the concept of divine right to rule held substantial importance. Thus, the Qin monarch could boldly declare, "Behold, it is destined by heaven that I shall conquer the six kingdoms and reign as emperor. Even the gods have presented me with gifts. Surrender, if you value your lives." Scholars can easily discern the veracity of such legends, separating fact from fiction, which is why they have been largely disregarded. These impractical and inconsequential tales seldom find their way into textbooks, remaining obscure and little known. However, the current pursuit of this potentially fabricated artifact is intriguingly linked to the materials Professor Lin acquired 2 decades ago. This matter involved a significant undertaking concerning a colleague in the archaeological field who devoted his life to maritime archaeology. The information in question was obtained during an underwater salvage operation. The intricacies of the situation are manifold and lengthy, which Professor Lin chose not to elaborate upon. The documents revealed that Su Fu, during his seafaring journey, had taken the seal with him out of respect for the immortals residing on the island of Penglai, as it symbolized the presence of Emperor Qin. The historical significance of this seal is immense. Not only does it originate from the hand of Qin Shi Huang, but if it were indeed unearthed from the temporal island, it would unveil numerous historical truths. It could be deemed a national treasure of unparalleled value. The reason Professor Lin sought my humble assistance is rooted in a lingering concern he harbors. He has participated in numerous excavation projects, including the unearthing of a renowned immortal's tomb in Shandong. Such tombs are designated for esteemed ancient alchemists or Taoist practitioners. During the excavation of this particular tomb, they encountered numerous inexplicable phenomena that even modern technology and tomb raiding methods could not elucidate. The endeavor was fraught with danger, resulting in casualties, compelling the project to be halted and the site to be filled in once more. Professor Lin's voice was soft, yet his intentions were unmistakable. Those four bald men, though rigorously trained officials with impeccable skills and intellect, would require traditional methods to confront certain age-old matters. Su Fu himself is a historically renowned alchemist. Should his tomb harbor any sinister artifacts, the mere presence of the four men wielding machine guns and instruments would likely prove inadequate. In critical moments, one must resort to the clandestine techniques of tomb raiding. The current landscape has shifted. Those local roughnecks who have gained prominence have either established familial ties, formed factions, or created their own small groups. Such individuals are no longer amenable to collaborating with archaeological teams, unlike decades prior. Conversely, the easily swayed petty thieves possess little genuine skill. Just as Professor Lin appeared troubled, he chanced upon Gu Wanmin discussing Mayan Tofu's circumstances, which instantly delighted him. First, Tofu and I are independent tomb raiders, lacking any factional affiliations. Secondly, I am a descendant of Qin Shi Huang. Though my experience may be limited, I still possess substantial theoretical knowledge. Furthermore, Gu Wanmin was keen on rehabilitating our reputations. Thus he lavished praise upon us in Professor Lin's presence, employing every flattering term imaginable. Collectively, these factors positioned Tofu and me as the most suitable candidates in Professor Lin's eyes. Upon hearing this, my doubts dissipated. I reflected that the journey to Time Island would take 5 days, with a round trip estimated at half a month, which was not overly burdensome. Having accepted the task, I resolved to commit wholeheartedly. The mackerel inherently possesses a salty flavor. When boiled in water and garnished with dried chili and fish oil, it is undeniably delectable. The ship's crew member, a dark-skinned girl named Aing, even procured some beer for us. The group feasted and reveled, basking in the pleasure of the moment. Tofu, patting his belly, remarked, "There's no need to traverse mountain paths or camp outdoors. We have food and drink. This mushroom foraging is exceedingly effortless. Old Chun, let us abandon hunting for land mushrooms and switch to aquatic mushrooms instead." Chapter 17. Jealousy. I found this amusing and replied, "What aquatic mushrooms? Do not mislabel them. The items retrieved from the seabed are called clams." Duan Fei, somewhat curious, rested her chin in her hand and inquired, "Why are they called clams?" Gu Wenmin also wore a puzzled expression. Noticing my audience, I seized the opportunity to elaborate. In ancient times, fishermen living by the sea regarded the ocean as a source of two riches: the fish, shrimp, and aquatic goods, and the pearls found within ancient clams. Compared to fish and shrimp, pearls were deemed far more precious. Thus, the antiquities and funerary objects retrieved from the sea were subtly referred to as clams. This terminology is prevalent in the South China Sea region. However, I am uncertain if it applies to our current location in the East China Sea. Life aboard the ship was leisurely. The group feasted, conversed, and quickly grew familiar with one another, forming a cohesive camaraderie. Only Wu Sidong harbored some resentment towards Tofu and me, likely viewing me as a rival and underestimating our status. Identity can sometimes be as inconsequential as a fleeting whisper. I have experienced both poverty and wealth, have been revered and pursued, yet also met with disdain and ridicule. I have long since come to terms with these realities, and thus I do not wish to engage in trivialities with the young Wu Sidong, for I am a full 8 years his senior. It is hardly worth my time to waste expressions on him. After dinner, with little entertainment on the vessel and the ocean enveloped in darkness, the others retired early to the crew quarters for rest. As the hour was still early and sleep eluded me, I found myself contemplating various matters in bed. I do not know how much time passed before I began to feel drowsy. Just as I was on the brink of slumber, a peculiar sound emerged, startling me awake. My heart raced, for the sound bore an uncanny resemblance to ghostly wails, soft and mournful, difficult to dismiss. I soon realized I was not the only one disturbed by this strange noise. Tofu awoke as well, and lights flickered on at the door. Gu Wanmin and others hurried out, their expressions alert, inquiring about the source of the sound. Both Tofu and I shook our heads, noticing that the others were likely still awake, their attire still neat. We found ourselves clustered in the narrow entryway, unable to pinpoint the origin of the eerie sound. Just as I was about to suggest checking the bow of the ship, Aing emerged from the lounge, yawning. Upon seeing our wary expressions, she chuckled and waved her hand, saying, "Oh, don't be alarmed. That is merely the ghostly sound of the sea, a product of the wind. On certain nights, the ocean does stir up such winds. There is nothing to fear. Let us return to sleep." I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was just a false alarm. The wind had conjured the ghostly sounds I had heard about, often attributed to the vast and unique oceanic environment. Initially, those who hear it may be startled, but over time one grows accustomed to it. With Aang's explanation, our collective anxiety dissipated. The four bald-headed individuals said little and returned to their quarters, while the rest of us, still shaken, found our sleepiness had vanished. A glance at the watch revealed it was only 9 o'clock in the evening. As we were accustomed to the nightlife, sleep was elusive at such an early hour. The spirited Duan Fei then suggested that we each share a ghost story, for the ominous wind outside set the perfect atmosphere. I, however, had little interest in such frivolities and was about to retreat to my room when Dofu, unable to resist the thrill of storytelling, insisted I stay. Seeing the enthusiasm of the others, I decided not to dampen their spirits and took a seat to listen. Most of the tales shared were from the depths of the internet, and even Aang, with her dark complexion, appeared somewhat pale from the eerie narratives. After a while, Duan Fei turned to me and asked, "Why are you not afraid at all?" Dofu chuckled, saying, "His courage is forged of iron. It is not easy to frighten him. However, he possesses a wealth of stories. You should ask him to share one." Upon hearing this, Duan Fei immediately urged me on, but I had no inclination to tell a story, as I was not a child in kindergarten. Duan Fei, noticing my indifference, pouted and sprang to her feet, rushing to my side to vigorously shake my shoulder. In a playful tone, she implored, "Come on, please tell me more. I can't handle this." I found myself blushing. Reflecting on how remarkably bold the young ladies of today have become, I mused that if this continued, how would men ever cope? Unable to withstand Duan Fei's endearing persistence, I decided to recount a ghost story to the group. I began, once there was a hospital where, for several consecutive nights, the corpses in the morgue had their feet mysteriously severed, leaving only bare shins behind. It was an enigma who could be responsible for such a macabre act. One night, a man passed by the back of the hospital and spotted a beautiful woman in white weeping. He approached her to offer comfort, and after some time, she smiled and inquired, "Why are you out so late? Haven't you heard? This hospital is haunted." The man, boasting of his bravery, dismissed her concerns and asked her how it was haunted. The woman lifted her flowing white dress and pointed to her own feet, saying, "The corpses in this hospital have lost their feet." When the man gazed at her legs, he saw only 2 bare shins. Upon finishing the tale, Duan Fei shuddered and leaned against me, exclaiming, "That is terrifying. I can't take it. Please tell a joke instead. I'm too scared to sleep." Feeling a bit awkward with her proximity, I turned to see Gu Wanmin's expression darken. She shot me a glance and remarked, "I have something to attend to," before turning and striding out of the lounge towards the deck. I sensed trouble brewing. It seemed Gu Wanmin was experiencing a twinge of jealousy. My heart fluttered with an inexplicable joy, yet I worried she might genuinely be upset. Hastily, I pushed Duan Fei aside and said, "If you're too scared to sleep tonight, let Xiaodou keep you company." Dofu nodded vigorously, saying, "I'm more than willing." However, before he could finish, Duan Fei scrunched her nose and retorted, "I don't want that." Dofu felt slighted, mistaking her dismissal for a personal affront, and immediately began to argue with Duan Fei, their exchange escalating into a lively debate. Seizing the opportunity to divert Duan Fei's attention, I quietly ascended the stairs. As I passed through the command room, I greeted the helmsman, Liu, and soon spotted Gu Wanmin's graceful silhouette standing at the bow of the ship, her dark hair billowing in the wind, her figure appearing somewhat solitary. My heart softened, and I approached her, asking, "Are you upset?" Gu Wanmin maintained her composure and replied softly, "What reason do I have to be upset?" As she spoke, she turned her face away, avoiding my gaze. I thought to myself, she claims not to be angry, yet she won't even look at me. Despite her usual poise, it seemed she was just as prone to the subtleties of emotion as any other young woman. I found the situation amusing yet touching, and I said, "All right, if you're not upset, I shall continue regaling Fei with ghost stories." No sooner had I taken a couple of steps than Gu Wanmin's voice, tinged with irritation, called out, "Qin Shi." I promptly turned around, wearing a cheerful smile, and said, "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Gu Wanmin, momentarily caught between amusement and exasperation, stamped her foot and said, "You're impossible. If you keep this up, I won't help you anymore." "Oh," Gu Wanmin replied with an exaggerated slowness, growing impatient as I remained silent. Her lips curled slightly in annoyance, and she snapped, "What do you mean by oh? I remarked, I shall not behave this way again. But what precisely do you mean by this way? Upon hearing my inquiry, she became visibly flustered and retorted, You are doing this on purpose, aren't you? To which I simply acknowledged with a nod. Gu Wenmin, visibly agitated, turned to leave. Realizing I had overstepped, I instinctively pulled her back into my embrace and promised, I will refrain from sharing stories with other women, nor will I lean on them again. Is that acceptable? At that moment, the sea breeze blew a little stronger, and the warmth of her soft body against mine revealed a vulnerability that belied her outward strength. She leaned against me in silence for a brief moment, clasping my hand without turning to face me, and softly urged, After this, please refrain from engaging in any more underground fights with Xiaodo. It is illegal and far too perilous. Though we had not exchanged any declarations of love, the atmosphere between us felt effortlessly intimate. I understood Gu Wanmin's sentiments and tightened my embrace, confessing, I harbor certain unspoken troubles. My involvement in underground fighting is not solely motivated by monetary gain. As I prepared to divulge the reasons behind my actions, she suddenly stiffened and broke free from my grasp, taking a few hurried steps toward the edge of the boat. Seemingly startled by something unknown, turning back with a look of concern, she exclaimed, Qin Shi, look over there. It appears something is floating. Damn it. The ambience was so ripe for a kiss, and yet here was an unforeseen interruption. I glanced at Gu Wenmin's rosy lips, inwardly cursing whatever was disrupting my moment. Approaching her side, I followed her gaze to the distance, where indeed something was adrift on the surface of the darkened sea. It was night, and in an effort to conserve electricity, the ship's lights were not fully illuminated. The object hovered at the boundary between shadow and light, vaguely resembling a human form. Gu Wenmin quickly turned to retrieve binoculars, adjusting the magnification before exclaiming, It's a person, and they appear to be alive, calling for help. Startled, I seized the binoculars from her and confirmed her observation. There was indeed a figure in the water, with neither a speedboat nor driftwood in sight. The individual was struggling against the dark waves, their gaze fixated on us, seemingly attempting to swim closer, yet the currents were pushing them further away. Even in the darkness, the despair etched on their pale face was unmistakable. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Wenmin and I set aside our previous conversation and promptly relayed this development to the others on board. Li Yu immediately maneuvered the vessel toward the stranded individual, and within moments, we were beside them. Baldy number 1 swiftly retrieved the person from the water and laid them on the deck. Chapter 18. The pirate ship. The individual was a middle-aged man, his pallor stark as he lay on the deck, struggling to articulate his words. When I touched his body, it was already stiff from the cold. Aang hurriedly brought a bowl of still-warm fish soup and urged him to drink. After a moment, he managed to speak, uttering urgently, Please, you must help. There are pirates. All aboard gathered around the deck, and Professor Lin expressed his astonishment. How can there be pirates here? This area is still within the patrol zone. The man, breathless and weak, replied, They are a band of marauders, disguised as fishing boats. Our vessel was sunk, and they abducted the people onto their ship, casting all the men into the sea, leaving only the women and children, who might be sold into other countries. From the fragmented account of a man, we learned that he was a relatively affluent merchant. Seizing the opportunity during a lull in his work, he had invited several friends and relatives to rent a small luxury yacht for a vacation. They were leisurely enjoying their time, and on the second day, unexpectedly encountered pirates disguised as fishermen. Not only were their valuables plundered, but the remaining individuals' fates were now uncertain, while the women and children had been taken away by the band of pirates. Piracy, which once thrived during the age of exploration 5 centuries ago, has diminished in recent years due to enhanced maritime defenses. Typically, piracy has become rare in coastal waters of various nations, only flourishing in vast, unregulated expanses of the Pacific Ocean. We never anticipated that we would encounter such a situation so close to home, having barely left the East China Sea. I thought to myself, is this yet another instance of my ill fortune? Oh, the myriad demons, you certainly know how to summon trouble for me. The man, sensing our numbers, struggled to kneel before us, pleading for our assistance in rescuing the captives. He had noted the direction of the pirate ship, insisting that if we pursued immediately, there was still a chance. Otherwise, amidst the vast ocean, even reporting to the authorities later would be futile. Although I do not consider myself particularly virtuous, I felt compelled to act in such dire circumstances. Professor Lin and the others, brimming with a sense of justice, promptly resolved to rescue the captives. To my surprise, the four bald men, who appeared quite menacing, also readily agreed and swiftly initiated action. I could not help but think, officials and pirates are indeed different. Look at their caliber, in stark contrast to those greedy tomb raiders who engage in petty squabbles. My prejudice against them began to dissipate. After confirming the direction of the pirate ship, we powered up the vessel, steering into the darkness toward the designated course. The merchant introduced himself as Tang Jiangzi, a financier. Suddenly, Dofu remarked that the name sounded somewhat familiar. After pondering for a moment, he excitedly pointed at the disheveled middle-aged man, exclaiming, "I remember now. It's you, the one who donated to host a street artist exhibition last year." Dofu's words jogged my memory, and I was astonished. A year prior, Dofu had indeed mentioned a wealthy financier organizing an art exhibition, expressing his incredulity at why that financier did not sponsor him instead. The world is truly small. I never imagined that a year later we would meet that figure from the newspaper in such a manner. The man had changed into clean clothes, yet he continued to tremble. The monetary loss, while significant, paled in comparison to the plight of those aboard, who were either his relatives or friends, bringing their families along. Experiencing such an ordeal was akin to witnessing the annihilation of his household. Even someone like Bill Gates would likely struggle to maintain composure in such a situation. Upon hearing Dofu's remark, the man, perhaps attempting to align himself with us, forced a strained smile and said, once we returned to shore, "I will certainly help you organize that art exhibition." His words faltered, and he began to pace back and forth on the deck, his gaze fixed on the ominous darkness ahead. At that moment, the four bald men abruptly changed into dark, leather-like attire that glimmered under the light, one of them wielding a compact submachine gun. Dofu swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Goodness, it's like the Galactic Legion has arrived." He turned to Tang Jiangzi and inquired, "Do those pirates possess firearms?" Tang Jiangzi, momentarily stunned by the imposing presence of the four bald men, stared blankly before hastily responding, "They have guns. But they are merely outdated handguns. They cannot compare to yours. The disparity is insurmountable, especially since you are clad in bulletproof vests. This is fantastic. We are saved." His excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. Dofu cheerfully remarked, "If that is the case, once these four brothers board the pirate vessel, it will be akin to a wolf entering a sheep's den." Observing the formidable equipment, I felt assured that our venture would proceed without incident. It seemed unnecessary for us to intervene. With just the four bald men, equipped with bulletproof vests and submachine guns, a single sweep would surely dispatch those aboard. However, Gu Wunmin shook his head and cautioned, "What if they take women and children hostage?" Professor Lin, quick to respond, suggested, "We should disguise ourselves as an ordinary fishing boat and wait for the opportune moment to strike." Dofu clapped his hands in approval, saying, "Indeed, Professor Lin is seasoned in such matters. However, Professor, during our confrontation with the thieves, please refrain from taking part, although you are as vigorous as ever. Those men are ruthless. Should you be harmed, it would be a grave loss to our nation." I couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Dofu was clearly concerned about Professor Lin's safety while feigning flattery. Professor Lin, seeing through Dofu's ruse, scowled and said, "Do you truly think I am past my prime? Let me tell you, when I was younger." As Professor Lin's reminiscences filled the air, the darkness seemed to deepen, enveloping us as if we had plunged into a pool of ink. The faint light from the ship appeared fragile against the inky expanse of the sea. Tang Jiangzi, perceptive and aware of the formidable presence of the bald men, recognized that our group was not to be underestimated, yet he feigned ignorance, acting as though he had not noticed. After approximately 4 hours of swift navigation, a glimmer of starlight emerged from the darkness, revealing an old-fashioned fishing boat as we drew nearer. Tang Jiangzi's breath caught in his throat, and a voice laced with malice and intent echoed, "That's the ship. Those brutes are aboard." We signaled for the conspicuous bald men to conceal themselves, approaching the vessel under the guise of an ordinary fishing boat, feigning ignorance. The carp signaled with lights, sending friendly signals. In the vastness of the ocean, vessels communicate through a system of light signals, much like the guiding beacons in a harbor. The carp flashed the signal 3 times, indicating all was well, greeting our fellow travelers. If indeed pirates occupied that ship, they would likely seize the opportunity to eliminate another victim, most likely responding with a friendly signal. Typically, during such encounters, 2 fishing boats would sail alongside one another, allowing the crew to mingle, play cards, share stories, and enjoy a fish stew to alleviate the tedium of life at sea. However, after our friendly signals were dispatched, there was no response from the other party. Wu Sidong remarked, "Why the silence? Are they perhaps uninterested in our vessel?" Through the distance, it was evident that a figure leaned against the railing of the fishing boat, seemingly observing us in return, most likely a pirate. Dofu suddenly had an epiphany and pointed at Tang Jiangzi, exclaiming, "They must have recognized you." Tang Jiangzi shook his head, expressing concern. There were many people on board at that time. We merely exchanged glances before they overpowered us with firearms and tossed us into the sea. With so many individuals present, it is improbable they would remember my face. Besides, I have changed into different attire. We exchanged glances, and finally, Liu said, "Something feels amiss. Let me send a few more signal lights to test the waters. They are armed, so I advise you all to stay away from the bow of the ship." Consequently, everyone retreated to the command room, where Liu commenced signaling with lights. First a long flash, an emergency inquiry into whether the other party was in distress. The pirate ship remained unresponsive. Liu then altered the signal to 3 long flashes followed by 2 short ones, asking if they were lost at sea. Again, there was no reaction. After several attempts with no response, we exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain about the unfolding situation. Eyeing, a simple fisherman's daughter, overwhelmed by fear, voiced her concerns. "Do you think they intend to ignore us? How will we rescue them?" Her thoughts drifted to the potential horrors the women might be facing, her face revealing a mix of anger and compassion as she stifled her panic. Upon hearing Aing's words, Tang Jiangzi could no longer remain seated. He stood and pleaded with the 4 bald men. "This cannot continue. We must act swiftly. I cannot bear to imagine how they might be treated. There are relatives of mine and the wives and children of my friends among them. I implore you, hasten the vessel's approach." The 4 bald men offered no opinions, save for bald man 1, who dryly reassured, "Rest assured, we will resolve this issue for the people." Dofu almost choked with laughter, commenting, "Clearly, they hail from the military. I previously found them rather disagreeable, but now they seem quite earnest." I concurred, just as we deliberated our next steps. A chilling and harrowing scream pierced the air, a woman's voice. All discussions ceased abruptly. Professor Lin, infuriated, turned crimson and commanded the 4 bald men, "Act immediately." As the leader of this mission, Professor Lin's orders were obeyed without question. After a final check of their gear, the 4 men swiftly ascended to the deck, while Liu steered our vessel closer to the pirate ship. Should everything proceed smoothly, we would soon find ourselves in an inevitable gunfight. However, should fortune not favor us, the hostage situation could prevent us from ever firing a shot. Standing in the command room, our ship drew nearer. At that moment, Bald Man 2 gasped sharply and made a sudden hand signal, likely a military gesture that we did not comprehend. Guo Wenmin, a police officer among us, promptly translated, "The situation has changed. Let us head out and assess." Aside from the fish that steered the vessel, we all rushed to the deck, encircling the bald quartet, our gazes following theirs, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 19. The autopsy. Our ship's bow had now met the side of the opposing vessel, and an eerie silence enveloped the pirate ship, illuminated only by a solitary light. Near the edge of the ship stood a figure, his head slumped over the railing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, the duration of his demise unknown. He was the very one who had locked eyes with us in the darkness moments ago. Yet, we had never imagined he was deceased. How could this be? Tofu immediately inquired of Tang Jiangzi, gesturing towards the corpse. "Is this your murdered companion? How could these pirates have left a body without any attempt at concealment?" Tang Jiangzi's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "No, he is one of the pirates. How did he meet his end? A pirate?" Our gazes instinctively turned toward the command room of the fishing vessel, which appeared desolate, the entire ship eerily tranquil, as if devoid of any living souls. Had these pirates turned upon one another? The bald quartet signaled for us to remain still, indicating they would investigate the situation aboard the ship. Trained soldiers, they were undoubtedly more capable than us. Such matters were best left to professionals. It was not our moment to intervene. Thus, we waited on our ship, watching as the 4 of them vaulted over the railing and onto the enemy's vessel. Their movements were swift and agile. Upon boarding, they immediately dispersed, heading towards the bow, stern, and sides of the ship. Shortly thereafter, they reconvened, shaking their heads in unison, signaling they had found nothing, and then proceeded towards the command room. The structure of fishing vessels tends to be quite similar. The command room should connect to the crew's quarters on the lower deck. We remained attentive to their actions until they entered the command room, their figures vanishing from sight. During this interval, Tang Jiangze repeatedly attempted to charge onto the ship, only to be restrained by us. Finally, Tofu delivered a kick to him, scolding, "What are you thinking? You can't wield a gun or a club. Are you merely seeking your own demise? Or do you plan to bludgeon them with your bank card?" Tang Jiangze, chastised, lost his temper, while Tofu continued, but I interjected, reminding him of the art exhibition. Tofu's demeanor stiffened. He cautiously glanced at Tang Jiangze, gingerly touching the spot where he had just been kicked, saying, "Brother Tang, shall I give you a rub?" Tang Jiangze, recognizing the moment, merely smiled wryly. His gaze fixated on the place where the bald quartet had disappeared. We all strained to hear any sounds from the ship. At that moment, the wailing of the sea breeze intertwined with the rhythmic crashing of waves against the vessel, yet the earlier scream had fallen silent. Had that woman already met her fate? Why had the pirates perished here? A mutiny? Or had some unforeseen calamity occurred? After 5 or 6 minutes had elapsed, still no sounds emerged from the ship. This duration might seem trivial to an ordinary person, but for the bald quartet, it had afforded ample time to rush into the crew's quarters and conduct a thorough search. If they had truly encountered pirates, gunfire would have surely erupted by now. However, at that moment, an eerie silence enveloped us, and the vessels alongside appeared as lifeless shells devoid of human presence. A chill ran through me, prompting the thought that something was amiss. Tang Jiangze, his eyes bloodshot, proclaimed his intent to confront them recklessly. I subtly shook my head, signaling him to refrain from impulsive actions. If even the fully armed quartet of bald men could not handle the situation inside, our intervention would surely lead to our demise. Wu Zedong let out a heavy scoff, accusing me of cowardice, perhaps to impress Gu Wanmin. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, he asserted his intention to investigate armed, stating, "There are still firearms below. I shall take a weapon and see." Dofu, ever eager to defend my honor, seized the opportunity to mock Wu Zedong, exclaiming, "Oh, you? Can you even shoot? With those spindly arms resembling mere toothpicks, can you wield a submachine gun? And can your 800-degree myopia even aim properly?" I could not help but chuckle. Indeed, my brother was reliable. Though typically timid, he rose to the occasion, wielding his sharp tongue to provoke Wu Zedong, whose face turned a shade of green with anger. As Tang Jiangze absorbed my analysis, he hesitated to storm onto the ship, pacing anxiously while his gaze fixated on the cabin. At that moment, perhaps in a fit of rage, he seized a corpse from the opposing vessel by the collar and dragged it onto our ship, leaving a trail of crimson blood along the railing. He unleashed his fury with kicks and blows, subjecting the lifeless body to a brutal assault that caused repulsive substances to ooze from its mouth. While it is indeed reprehensible to desecrate the deceased, Tang Jiangze's friends and relatives had suffered greatly, and his violent outburst seemed somewhat justified, albeit the scene was grotesque enough to pale the faces of the young ladies, Duan Fei and Ying, who promptly turned away in disgust. Gu Wanmin furrowed her brow but offered no further remarks. She suddenly turned and entered the cabin, seemingly to retrieve something. Moments later, she emerged, her hands clad in white plastic gloves, holding a metal tray laden with various surgical instruments. Wu Zedong, having regained his composure, immediately endeavored to ingratiate himself, inquiring, "What needs to be done?" "I am here to assist." Gu Wanmin smiled gently, shaking her head as she gestured towards Tang Jiangze, stating, "Let him vent before we proceed." At that moment, as Tang Jiangze continued his violent assault on the corpse, he begrudgingly paused at her words, asking, "What is it?" Gu Wanmin nodded slightly, explaining, "Earlier, some substances emerged from his mouth. I believe his death was suspicious. I wished to conduct a simple autopsy to ascertain the cause and time of death. It became apparent that the man had expelled some viscous matter, remnants of food that had been digested long ago, yet mingled with dark clots of blood. This detail was intriguing, as blood within a corpse quickly thickens due to stagnation. But the transformation from thickened blood to complete black clots typically requires over 8 hours. According to Tang Jiangze, it was roughly at that time that the individual had been robbed by the pirates. Could it be that this man had perished at that very moment? Wu Zedong, a mere 20-year-old student, although he had participated in archaeological excavations of skeletal remains, had only encountered decayed bones. The moment he heard Gu Wanmin mention the examination of a fresh corpse and observed the array of instruments laid out on the tray, likely intended for dissection, he faltered. revealing a palpable fear. Gu Wenmin offered a subtle smile and remarked, "You need not assist." She then turned her gaze towards me. We shared an unspoken understanding and swiftly approached the body to commence the autopsy. As a police officer specialized in the investigation of cultural relic theft, Gu Wenmin was accustomed to handling corpses, making the preliminary examination a manageable task. Before long, she stated, there are numerous livor mortis marks below the chest. With no evident external injuries, no signs of blunt force trauma, and the skeletal structure remains intact, no ligature marks or indications of drowning. The time of death appears to be between 8 to 12 hours ago. Strangely, she looked up, her dark eyes filled with curiosity as she inquired, "Qin Shi Huang, how do you suppose he met his end?" Dofu shivered and interjected, "Could you two refrain from gazing at the corpse with such intensity? We are here to excavate, not to stage a crime scene." Gu Wenmin, if your assessment is correct, then this individual has been deceased for at least 8 hours. Before he could finish, he cast a wary glance at Tang Jiangzi, displaying a quick wit as he exclaimed, "So, you are suggesting that you lied?" Tang Jiangzi, taken aback, wore an expression of profound misunderstanding, his voice rising in pitch. "No." At that moment, all the men were thrown into the sea. "I have no idea how this happened." He cast a suspicious glance at Gu Wenmin, clearly questioning her professional competence. According to Tang Jiangzi, he was cast overboard at the precise moment the pirates were committing their crime. However, the results of Gu Wenmin's autopsy indicated that the individual had already perished prior to that time frame. The situation grew increasingly complex as we exchanged glances. Our initial instinct to assist Tang Jiangzi now gave way to a flicker of doubt. Gu Wenmin appeared perplexed as well, her elongated brows slightly furrowing as she suggested, "Sometimes, varying environments can influence the indicators of a corpse. Perhaps it truly is my oversight. Let us refrain from suspicion towards one another and see what the team at the other end has to say." The Earth Dragon referred to the quartet of bald men. It was a fitting nickname, reminiscent of military camaraderie. After this commotion, over 10 minutes had elapsed since the bald quartet boarded the vessel. Yet there was still no word from them. Tang Jiangzi's anxious expression seemed genuine. Had I not repeatedly intervened, he might have stormed aboard in search of answers. It appeared implausible that he was lying, yet I held unwavering trust in Gu Wenmin's expertise. Thus, what could be the truth behind this corpse before us? Out of the corner of my eye, I cast a glance at the body, now contorted beyond recognition by Tang Jiangzi's handling. It lay twisted on the deck, one eye ruptured, an injury inflicted by Tang Jiangzi's foot, yet there were no other visible wounds. Surely, this could not be a case of poisoning. Committing murder at sea is alarmingly simple. A swift strike followed by a toss into the ocean leaves no trace. Almost as if one could vanish into the vastness of the sea without a whisper of their existence. The likelihood of encountering a vessel and being rescued, much like Tang Jiangzi, is exceedingly slim. One could merely conclude that fortune favored him. To eliminate a person at sea does not necessitate the use of poison. The cause of death becomes an enigma. I calculated the time the 4 bald men had entered and felt an increasing heaviness in my heart. After 20 minutes, the composure of everyone began to falter. I organized the group. "Professor Lin, you shall remain aboard with the others. Xiaodo, Tang Jiangzi will arm himself. Prepare to accompany me onto the ship." Gu Wenmin grasped my hand and whispered, "What about me?" I harbored a selfish thought. The ship clearly exuded an air of mystery. Once the 4 bald men boarded, it was as though they had been swallowed by some monstrous entity, leaving not a trace of sound. I was reluctant to let Gu Wenmin take such risks. "Stay on the ship and watch over Professor Lin and the others." She replied, "I am confident my marksmanship surpasses yours." I countered, "Do me the courtesy of preserving my dignity. There are so many watching, do not expose my shortcomings." My experience lay predominantly with shotguns. I had indeed not wielded handguns or submachine guns extensively. Gu Wenmin retorted, "Precisely because it is your weakness. I cannot allow you to venture alone." Chapter 20. The vanished Dofu interjected, All right, there's a limit to displaying affection. It's not just you alone. There's also me and Boss Tang. Do you regard us as invisible, Gu, the beautiful lady?" Even Gu Wenmin, usually composed, felt a flush of embarrassment at Dofu's teasing and shyly bit her lip. I patted her shoulder and said, "This ship feels amiss. I fear for our safety. Professor Lin and the others require protection. The esteemed officer, with both intellect and beauty, I entrust this honorable task to you. Fear not, I am not Dofu." I shall not easily find myself in peril. Seeing this, Gu Wanmin reluctantly acquiesced. We hurried to the fish hold to gather our equipment. There were only 4 sets of body armor, all taken by the 4 bald men. They had also appropriated the 4 submachine guns. Evidently, these were their exclusive gear. Among the remaining equipment, we discovered 3 handguns, with nary a cold weapon in sight. Since Dofu had first wielded a spade to dispatch the Qin dynasty corpse, he had developed a fondness for it, believing that possessing such a tool allowed for escape and served as a weapon to eliminate adversaries. Eyeing the handgun in his hand, he felt a lack of security. He extracted a spade from another pile of mushroom hunting gear and secured it at his waist, feeling satisfied. The handguns were straightforward. Requiring little instruction, Dofu and I were not novices. Tang Jiangze expressed his fondness for collecting replica weapons, so in terms of accuracy, he might even surpass Dofu and me. Observing the spade at Dofu's waist, he inquired thoughtfully, "Are you perhaps?" He trailed off mid-sentence, shook his head, and said, "Forget I asked." Dofu replied, "Speak plainly. I detest those who are evasive and cunning. Do you not wish to know what we are about? I shall tell you." Just as he began to elaborate, Tang Jiangze abruptly covered his mouth, frowning, "I do not wish to know, do not tell me." With that, he turned and departed. Dofu, puzzled, scratched his head and asked me, "Is something wrong with him?" Curiosity gnawed at me, and in a moment of unwarranted benevolence, I shared my thoughts with him, only to be met with his stubbornness. A grown man behaving in such a petulant manner was perplexing. I cast a glance at Dofu and mused, the more one knows, the swifter one meets their demise. Our motley crew was clearly tainted by dubious origins. Tang Jiangze was undoubtedly astute, appearing wary of us, reluctant to delve too deeply into matters, fearing that knowledge of our hidden truths might provoke us to silence him. Murder on the high seas has never constituted a crime. For who would ever know? Regardless of his status as a financial magnate, there are moments when one must yield to lower one's pride and adopt humility. I must admit, this man named Tang is certainly a figure of significance. I had little inclination to elucidate these thoughts to Dofu, giving him a swift kick to hasten his departure. The 3 of us made our way to the bow of the ship, establishing a clandestine signal. Should danger arise, a gunshot would serve as a warning, and they merely needed to remain on deck to heed the summons. Soon after, Dofu, Tang Jiangze, and I swiftly leapt onto the adjacent vessel, hastening across the wooden deck towards the dimly lit command room. This fishing boat appeared no different from any ordinary trawler. Upon entering the command room, we found a somewhat antiquated control panel to our right, while a bare bulb, suspended from an iron hook above, emitted a wan glow, casting a faint luminescence upon the darkened wooden boards. In the northwest corner of the command room, a square opening indicated a passage to the lower deck's lounge. We stood at the threshold, peering downwards. A portion of the light illuminated the wooden staircase, but beyond that lay an abyss of darkness. Dofu, ever perceptive, remarked that the absence of light below surely signified something amiss. Earlier, we had assumed there were occupants in the lower quarters, which is why the 4 bald men aboard had not brought any flashlights. Now, given the prevailing darkness, the situation appeared increasingly peculiar. If the bald men had indeed descended to the lower deck, they would have certainly activated the light source. What could possibly render the lower area shrouded in such obscurity? Had the power been compromised? I found myself perplexed and turned to Dofu, instructing him to make haste and retrieve 3 flashlights. Without delay, he dashed back to the ship and soon returned with the requested items. We switched on the lights and cautiously descended, uncertain of what awaited us in the depths below. We treaded lightly, holding our breath, proceeding with utmost care. Before long, we reached the bottom, flanked by numerous narrow doorways. These were the crew's resting quarters. 5 of the doors stood resolutely shut. I examined the gaps beneath those doors. They revealed an impenetrable darkness, indicating that none within had turned on the lights. I could not ascertain whether anyone resided within, but the immediate vicinity appeared desolate. The entire lower deck comprised 2 segments, the crew's lounge and the adjoining storeroom, which shared a wall with the fish hold, a design typical of most fishing vessels, lacking any remarkable features. Yet, what we could observe in this moment was an overwhelming emptiness. The entire cabin was enveloped in an eerie silence. The closed door of the lounge, the desolate supply room. There were none of the women and children we had envisioned, nor the pirates we had braced ourselves for. Not a soul was present. Even the quartet of bald men had vanished without a trace. The peculiar situation left us unnerved, Dofu swallowed hard, leaned closer to me, and murmured, "Old Chun. Something feels off. Where has everyone gone?" Setting aside the pirates, what about those bald men? We had witnessed their entry onto the ship, and now they had seemingly disappeared into thin air, an unsettling prospect for anyone. Tang Jiangzi appeared lost in thought, perhaps haunted by unwelcome memories from this familiar place. His complexion paling as he surveyed the surroundings in silence. Our flashlights swept across the space, revealing no anomalies, save for the few tightly shut lounge doors. I exchanged a knowing glance with Dofu. After more than a decade of camaraderie, we shared this unspoken understanding. Targeting the first door, we positioned ourselves. Dofu turning the handle and shaking his head slightly, indicating it was locked. The door had been secured from within, suggesting someone was indeed inside. Typically, crew lounges lack keys due to their simplistic construction. Some fishing vessels even forego doors altogether. The limited space on small fishing boats means each lounge is quite cramped, containing merely 2 bunk beds against the walls, with little of value aboard, especially since fishing trips rarely involve valuable possessions. Hence, a securely locked door is decidedly unusual. Someone was inside, and the lights had been extinguished. To me, it felt as if we were walking into a trap. I raised my fingers to Dofu. 1, 2, 3. On the third count, we both kicked the door with force, and it burst open with surprising ease. As the door swung wide, our flashlight beams illuminated the small lounge, revealing it to be completely empty. Dofu exclaimed, "This defies logic. There's no one here, yet the door was locked from the inside. How is that possible?" He turned to me, and I, equally bewildered, shook my head and replied, "I have no idea. This is beyond strange." Dofu then suggested, "Can we refrain from using that word? I've encountered it far too often lately. I've developed a phobia of it." He rubbed his temples and waved the flashlight around the lounge, investigating every corner. Just as I had imagined, the room was cramped, with 2 bunks against the walls and a narrow aisle barely accommodating a single person. The bedding was disheveled and exuded a foul odor, indicating that several men had occupied this space. I simply could not fathom how the door had been locked from the inside. Was it akin to a riddle from the detective tales Dofu often indulged in, employing some peculiar method to achieve this? But these were pirates aboard, not clever sleuths. Who would engage in such a trivial endeavor? Tofu's temper flared at that moment, and he muttered under his breath, "I truly do not believe this. If I discover who is playing tricks, I shall strip them of their skin. The women shall be violated 100 times, and as for the men, if they do not comply, they shall be cast into the sea to feed the sharks." With that, he approached the second door, which was also tightly shut. After we kicked it open, we found it empty within, the disarray of the furnishings mirroring the previous room. Silence enveloped us as we continued our relentless assault on the doors, soon breaching several lounges, only to find them devoid of life. Every single person aboard this vessel had vanished. Sweat began to bead on Tofu's forehead as he suggested, "Perhaps we should return. The longer I remain on this ship, the more uneasy I feel." I nodded in agreement. Just as I was about to retreat, Tofu unexpectedly tugged gently at my hand, gesturing towards one of the lounges, silently indicating something of significance. Following his gaze, my heart leapt with exhilaration. At the foot of the bed, hidden beneath a heap of suitcases and clutter, a human hand was faintly visible, retreating slowly as if attempting to conceal itself. However, the cramped space beneath the bed rendered its efforts futile. Tofu had spotted it. Cleverly, he feigned fear and expressed a desire to leave, though his countenance betrayed an unmistakable thrill, signaling me to apprehend the individual. It stood to reason that others might also be concealed beneath the beds in the remaining lounges. It struck me as peculiar. These pirates, merciless in their deeds and armed, should not be cowering at the sight of us. Moreover, this dilapidated door could be easily kicked open. Hiding beneath a bed seemed utterly futile. Chapter 21. The woman's grim fate. Puzzled by the unfolding scenario, I motioned for Tofu and Tang Jiangzi to enter the lounge, preparing to confront the hidden occupant while simultaneously voicing our intent to retreat. Upon entering, we swiftly locked the door behind us, safeguarding against any potential ambush from the other lounges. Tofu immediately aimed his firearm beneath the bed, commanding, "You are surrounded by the people's police. Drop your weapon, cease your resistance, and put your hands on your head." Crouching down. Damn, it was no wonder so many aspired to wear a police uniform. Merely uttering that line was exhilarating. As Tofu spoke, he remained vigilant, observing the individual beneath the bed. Tang Jiangzi stood guard by the door, ready to thwart any sudden incursions, while Tofu and I aimed our weapons at the concealed figure, awaiting their surrender. However, despite our proclamations, the figure underneath continued to squeeze further into the bed, their hand becoming increasingly elusive. A sense of dread washed over me, and I thought, could there be a secret passage beneath the bed? Damn it, Tofu, shoot. Tofu had a better angle for shooting, yet the person was wedged amidst the clutter, their body entirely hidden, leaving only a portion of their hand visible. Tofu fired a shot, striking the hand. To our astonishment, there was no reaction whatsoever. Logically, one would expect a person to cry out in agony after being shot, yet there was only silence. Tofu was bewildered and exclaimed, "No, no, something is amiss. Why is there not a single sound? Could it be a corpse?" I replied, "How could a corpse move?" I refused to believe such nonsense. With determination, I gestured for Tofu to maintain his vigilance with the gun while I crouched down to remove the assorted trunks and boxes stashed beneath the boat. After moving just a couple of items, a figure emerged, revealing half of a woman, trembling uncontrollably. Upon seeing her, I immediately deduced that she was likely a woman captured by pirates, hiding for reasons unknown beneath the bed. I assured her, "We are police, here to rescue you. If you had called out earlier, you would not have suffered that gunshot wound. Come out, do not be afraid." The woman appeared disheveled, her hair obscuring her face, her body shaking incessantly. Realizing she was not an enemy, Tofu lowered his weapon and leaned towards the woman beneath the bed, saying, "Do not fear. Tang Jiangzi, quickly look. It's one of your people. She seems traumatized. Coax her out." As he spoke, he glanced towards the doorway where Tang Jiangzi stood, but suddenly, Tofu's expression froze, his throat constricting as though some dreadful entity lurked just behind me. A jolt of anxiety surged through me, and I turned abruptly, gun in hand, only to find the space behind me empty, devoid of anything. Where had Tang Jiangzi vanished? While Tofu and I were crouched down conversing with the woman, Tang Jiangzi had inexplicably disappeared without a sound. Surely, if he had exited the room, the door would have made a noise? What could possibly account for this? I had never anticipated that our first night at sea would unfold into such an extraordinary and bizarre occurrence. Was it a stroke of ill fortune? Or perhaps my fate was simply unfavorable. The door remained firmly shut, and Tang Jiangzi had seemingly evaporated without leaving a trace. A thought struck me. Could the four bald men who had disembarked from the cabin also be ensnared in some similarly strange predicament? How had they vanished? I turned my gaze to the woman curled up silently beneath the bed, trembling in fear, and instructed Tofu, "Do not coddle her. Pull her out and inquire about her situation." The space was cramped, making it cumbersome for the two of us to crouch simultaneously, so Tofu took the initiative. He promptly reached in to grasp the woman, saying, "Come out, little darling." His tone bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a bully teasing a maiden. Tofu's strength was considerable. With a swift tug, there was a sharp tearing sound, and he suddenly fell back, landing on the ground, still gripping something in his hand. As I looked closer, my muscles tensed, and I could feel my expression contort in horror. Tofu was holding a severed hand, with the dismembered appendage in his grasp. He appeared on the verge of tears, saying, I didn't use much force. How could this hand have come off?" I thought to myself, with Tofu's limited strength, how could he have possibly torn off a human hand? Moreover, the woman remained utterly silent, not even uttering a cry of anguish. Could it be that she was not human? Or perhaps it is not a living being, but rather a lifeless corpse? Yet, what could possibly cause a corpse to move? The more I pondered this unsettling notion, the more I felt compelled to disregard the cramped space. I forced myself to lie down and directed the beams of 2 flashlights into the darkness, their lights converging into a blinding glow. There, within the shadows, I beheld a woman trembling incessantly, and the hand that had been severed by the Tofu lay grotesquely, its flesh curling at the jagged edge, dark red and reeking of decay. I was nearly certain that this was not a living person, yet what entity was orchestrating this macabre illusion? Anger surged within me at such deceit, yet I hesitated to reach out recklessly. I unfastened the probe from the waist of the Tofu and cautiously prodded the figure before me. The sensation was immediately disconcerting. Human flesh possesses a certain elasticity, and my lack of force should have rendered the touch distinct. However, as I jabbed the probe into her back, it felt akin to piercing soft dough, forming a crescent-shaped indentation where I had pressed. At that moment, she ceased her movements, her disheveled hair cascading around her as she lay still upon the ground. Suddenly, I discerned a dark, writhing entity partially obscured beneath her abdomen, resembling a serpent, seemingly trapped beneath her weight and attempting to escape. Yet, in this vast ocean, how could a snake possibly exist? Even if it were an ocean serpent, it should not manifest aboard a vessel. I remained vigilant, maintaining my composure, and aimed the probe at the shadowy creature beneath the woman, striking forcefully. The blow was substantial, and the sharp edge of the probe could cleave through flesh with ease. In an instant, the entity was severed in two, yet curiously, no blood emerged. The remaining segment recoiled beneath the woman, while the severed portion lay exposed before us. I swept the probe towards the dismembered piece for a closer examination, revealing a black, tentacle-like appendage, approximately 3 inches long and as thick as an arm, with the broken end displaying white flesh but no traces of blood. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the tentacle of a marine creature. The tofu remarked, "Could it be an octopus?" I deemed it improbable and replied, "An octopus has the thinnest tips, yet this one is as thick as an arm. Just imagine the size of the creature it must belong to." Regardless, my priority was to extricate the woman and uncover the truth. Together, the tofu and I cautiously pulled her from her hiding place, only to discover that she was as pliable as a rag doll. As we drew her out, her head tilted back, and her hair parted to reveal a face that had long been concealed. The original visage was now unrecognizable. The features had contorted to a shocking degree, as if she had succumbed to unimaginable agony in her final moments, a sight that was utterly harrowing. Indeed, she was a corpse. My gaze shifted to the space beneath the bed, which was now vacant after we removed the body, revealing a pool of yellowish liquid mixed with the remnants of her presence. The tofu covered his nose and remarked, "This woman must have encountered something truly horrific, seeking refuge beneath the bed, to the extent that she lost control of her bodily functions." I meticulously scrutinized the area and suddenly discovered a rotund black hole nestled within the crevice of the wall, roughly the width of an adult thigh. The object I had previously severed was now entirely absent. Perhaps it had scurried away through that aperture. When we examined the woman's body, we similarly found no external injuries, and the cause of death was exceedingly perplexing. Tofu suddenly ventured a hypothesis, suggesting, could the wound be beneath? He gestured towards the woman's abdomen, which was clad in jeans, and noted that there were no bloodstains on her abdominal area. Out of respect, neither Tofu nor I examined that region. We had originally hoped to extract her and inquire about the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Tang Jiangze and his bald companions, but it now seemed that hope was futile. Upon hearing Tofu's remark, I replied, "Impossible. There are no bloodstains, and her pants remain intact." As I reached out to touch the woman's lower abdomen, an unsettling sensation washed over me. The texture felt peculiar. Tofu, noticing my repeated probing, slapped my hand lightly and muttered, "You won't even spare the corpse?" Ignoring him, I continued to touch, increasingly aware of the bizarre sensation. It was as if there was a sizable void within her abdomen. To confirm this notion, I reluctantly decided to remove the woman's trousers. As I unfastened them, a foul stench intensified, revealing a grotesque mixture of excrement and urine in her pockets. To my horror, I discovered a gaping hole the size of a fist in her abdomen, devoid of any blood, as if it had been entirely siphoned away. Tofu was rendered speechless, and we both stared at the opening, which appeared hollow, her internal organs conspicuously absent. It dawned on me. Her bodily excretions were not the result of sheer fright, but rather a consequence of profound agony. I could almost envision the scene that had transpired. Something sinister must have emerged aboard the vessel. In a moment of desperation, some individuals likely sought refuge in the lounge, bolted the doors, and hid beneath the beds. Yet they still met a grim fate. That entity ultimately emerged from beneath the bed, claiming this woman's life in an excruciating manner, stripping her of all dignity. What manner of creature could it be? Was it connected to the disappearance of Tang Jiangze and the others? I discarded the corpse and peered into the black void beneath the bed. Directing my light into the chasm, I discovered a pale expanse beyond, reminiscent of a freshly painted wall. What could lie beyond that black hole? A lurking monster? If it were truly formidable, why would it fear Tofu and me? The shape of my probe shovel matched the dimensions of the hole perfectly. An idea sparked in my mind. I grasped the probe shovel and aimed to insert it into the opening, hoping to lure forth whatever was concealed behind. Knowledge of the enemy would ensure our victory. Only by understanding what lay in wait could Tofu and I devise a strategy to confront it. However, just as the probe was about to penetrate the darkness, the white beyond the hole was abruptly obscured, akin to a curtain being drawn to block out the light. I paused, momentarily stunned, my hand faltering in its motion. Almost immediately, the obscured entity revealed itself once more, and the pallid expanse returned, only for me to realize, with a jolt, that behind it lurked a colossal white eyeball. Its gaze fixated upon us. Epilogue. Easter egg. This chapter is free. I am an evil spirit, a blade. I have been involved in many dark dealings over the years. However, I have an inkling that our expedition to the tomb this time will be anything but simple. Who lies buried within, and what treasures or secrets the tomb holds, remains a mystery to me. All I am aware of is that I have been provided with a transport aircraft and a contingent of personnel at my disposal, with the promise of assistance from those within the realm of tomb raiding. I patted the cloth pouch at my back, my old companion, knowing that this time, you would not need to showcase your prowess. I have 2 friends who are Taoist priests, or more accurately, 2 esteemed nuns, one bearing the moniker Bottle, and the other Infatuation. Upon first hearing their names, I could not help but chuckle at the sight of them adorned in their beautiful pink robes. Yet, when they affixed a so-called immobilization talisman upon me, rendering me unable to move, I realized that names hold little significance in the grand scheme of things. Hua Yi and Sister Fist are both military personnel, one a commander and the other a political officer, with one embodying the stern visage and the other the more genial countenance. For many years, they have operated in perfect harmony. Sometimes, I ponder that should these 2 ever retire, performing comedic skits would be a delightful endeavor for them. They need not engage in mutual disparagement. Simply recounting tales of how they outsmarted the special forces under their command would surely amuse the audience, who would exclaim, "Indeed, these 2 are quite the storytellers." Who would believe they trained a band of elite soldiers? The tomb is located in Shaanxi, and it was only as we approached that I learned the identity of its owner. Fan, the vice-general of the infamous Bai Qi, a figure notorious 2 millennia ago, yet now shrouded in obscurity. It is said that he and Bai Qi were neighbors, having grown up together, with Bai Qi devising strategies for victory while Fan executed the grim task of slaughter. During the Battle of Chongping, the infamous death toll of 400,000 was attributed to Bai Qi. However, he himself did not shed a drop of blood, while Fan was drenched in the aftermath. After his death, he was interred with great honor by the Qin emperor, in a location deemed most suitable for the preservation of the body, a place of absolute ease, destined to become a colossal tomb over the millennia. The nuns, with a graceful flick of their fingers, produced a talisman from seemingly nowhere, declaring it a trivial matter. Hua Yi wielded a hefty machine gun, while Sister Fist diligently polished her Desert Eagle. I merely smiled faintly, for I possessed a secret technique that would allow me to compel this ancient tomb to submit without the need to cut my palm. Upon our airplane's descent, we were greeted by a woman named Huang Shui. I had heard of her, one of the most informed individuals in our circle. If the realm of tomb raiding were likened to a martial world, she would be its youthful prodigy. I was quite surprised to see her presence. She first briefed us on the tomb's particulars and surrounding legends before relinquishing us to another woman named Su Ling. Su Ling is a local, having lived in proximity to the tomb her entire life, and is well acquainted with the environment. She is our guide. This expedition is not solely for the 5 of us, nor is it motivated by the pursuit of wealth or the excavation of relics for the nation. Rather, our mission is to save the people. For reasons unknown, the tomb of this notorious figure, Fan, has recently begun to exude malevolent energy, significantly impacting the lives of the inhabitants surrounding the site. The sky is perpetually overcast, the sun obscured, the groundwater emits a foul stench, all livestock exhibit an incessant frenzy. Thus, we have summoned 3,000 soldiers. I am well acquainted with many of these soldiers, capable of naming them: Gu Yiwei, Yu Zhongjia, Lu Jiejia, Yao Zilong, Shui Hongxiu, Li Exeng, Yang An, Huang Hao, Meng Meng, Dan Yi, Zheng Song, Zhang Qin, Huang Fuling, Fan Yuanzhong, Luo Dong, Wu Sidong, Jiang Nan, Zhong Bairan, Xia Yi, Chong Yang, Xia Hao, Qin Fei, Sidu Jin, Hu Gong, Sheng Kai, Ding Shuiqin, Ziyang, Zhu Jiejun, Lu Xinyue, and many more. I am a malevolent spirit wielding a blade. I touched the pouch at my back, preferring silence, yet they reside in my heart. This tomb is indeed fraught with peril, yet we navigated its treacherous path unscathed, arriving at the main burial chamber with ease. Fan Taishin's coffin is a blood-red affair, strikingly vivid even after 2 millennia. One of the bottles sniffed and remarked, "Died with fresh blood." The other followed with, "10,000 lives." Both Hua Yi and the baboon were taken aback, exclaiming, "A coffin stained with the blood of 10,000. Should we kneel before it?" At that moment, the coffin lid suddenly flipped up and began to tremble violently. From within emerged a chilling sound reminiscent of a croaking frog. Though all present had witnessed many horrors, an inexplicable tension and fear enveloped us, myself included. Nevertheless, I remained confident in my ability to vanquish this formidable adversary. At last, he emerged, the great Zongzi, Fan Taisien, shattering the coffin lid as he arose. Clad in military garb, his complexion was a ghastly shade of purple-black. Indeed, he was a zombie. Strangely, unlike other zombies I had encountered, his body bore no colored hair. A thought struck me. He resembled a gamba, a terrifying entity. The gamba, known as the king of zombies, also referred to as the flying corpse, is said to possess the power to slay dragons and swallow clouds, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Where he treads, the earth turns barren. He truly embodies the essence of a zombie king, leaving the onlookers aghast. Yet I stood unfazed. Just as Fan Taisien was about to leap from the coffin to attack us, I shouted, "Today is my birthday. I am the mightiest. My wish is for all terror and evil in the world to vanish, and for good people to transform peril into safety, living lives of peace." Ultimately, my birthday wish came true. Fan Taisien, this gamba, this king of zombies, knelt before me, disintegrating into countless particles, disappearing into the void. I then turned to my companions, those who had faced life and death alongside me, and proclaimed, "I know that good people shall surely enjoy lives of peace, transforming danger into safety. I also understand that we are all impoverished, so lack of crowns is forgivable, and no cake is acceptable. Yet, do not forget to cast your votes and recommendations for me, for it is my birthday." Chapter 22. The Ghostly Octopus by Heavens. Dofu exclaimed in shock, and I too was startled, yet I did not retreat. The notion of striking first was deeply ingrained in my mind, and despite my fear, I thrust the probe in my hand into the depths of the hole. It seemed that the creature felt pain and vanished as if it had hidden away. However, before I could make any further moves, the entire vessel suddenly shook violently, as though gripped by enormous hands. Accompanied by this fierce trembling, a sticky, dark tentacle emerged from the abyss, growing thicker as it extended, causing the wooden planks of the ship to splinter and the opening to widen. The creature surged forth with alarming speed, and since I had previously descended to shovel, I was nearest to the aperture and was promptly ensnared by it. The entity did not engage in any action. Its tentacle darted forth like lightning towards my abdomen. I barely had time to react before a chill enveloped my stomach, and images of the female corpse beside me flashed through my mind. Perhaps it was the body's instinctive response to danger that kicked in. In a state of shock and fury, I reacted swiftly, rolling over from my kneeling position to lie flat on my back. At that moment, my companion, Tofu, shouted and lunged towards me, seizing the tentacle in his arms and pulling it away from me. This was a testament to our years of unspoken understanding. I could only create opportunities for Tofu to rescue me. In this critical moment, he did not disappoint. After grasping the tentacle, he leapt onto the bed, forcefully pinning it down, akin to bending a person's waist against their will. Consequently, the underside of the tentacle was revealed, showcasing countless suckers, unmistakably reminiscent of an octopus's appendage. However, this creature differed from any octopus I had encountered before. The suckers contained numerous needle-like filaments. Suddenly, a term sprang to mind: the ghost octopus. The ghost octopus, also known as the vampire squid, is said to be an ancestor of both squids and octopuses. It migrated from shallow waters to the depths to evade predation by the plesiosaurus millions of years ago, and its form has remained unchanged since, earning it the title of a living fossil in marine biology, only discovered by ocean scientists over a century ago, typically measuring around 30 centimeters. It possesses a form that resembles both a jellyfish and a squid, with the most distinctive feature being the vascular filaments within its suckers. Those needle-like filaments hidden within the suckers are, in fact, siphons. When a victim is targeted, these siphons penetrate the softest areas to extract blood. Ghost octopuses reside in the deep sea, rarely seen by humans, and they are not typically this large. Gazing at the multitude of vascular filaments beneath the suckers sent a shiver down my spine, and I shouted, "Tofu, let go." Alas, it was too late. Just as Tofu had embraced the creature and jumped onto the bed, The filaments within the suckers extended outward, spiraling up Tofu's arm like twisted strands of dough. Tofu quickly attempted to shake off the tentacle, but although he loosened his grip, the entangled filaments clung tightly, advancing towards his neck. I had read about ghost octopuses before. Having once dealt with fishmongers in Shenzhen, I was somewhat familiar with various marine legends and creatures. This ghost octopus is known to be a low-blood marine organism. Apart from the central body, the tentacles contain very little blood, resulting in a significant degeneration of pain receptors. Consequently, it is largely unperturbed by pain, rendering any efforts to subdue it ineffective. Though I am aware of the gravity of the situation in my moment of desperation, I could conceive of no other solution but to wield the horseshoe-shaped shovel once more, preparing to sever the creature's tentacle anew. To my dismay this time, due to the multitude of locations from which the tentacles extended, the thicker portions were remarkably resilient. After 2 attempts, I had only managed to create 2 shallow gashes, which proved ineffectual against the phantom octopus. Meanwhile, Tofu found himself ensnared by those vascular tendrils, akin to a maggot trapped in bone, unable to extricate himself. In a state of urgency, he could only retract his neck, using his unbound hand to tug at the constricting tendrils. I contemplated targeting the relatively weaker tips. However, those vulnerable ends were firmly affixed to Tofu's arm. If I struck, I risked losing control and severing his hand as well, intensifying my anxiety. In a fleeting moment, the creature had advanced to Tofu's neck. He desperately retracted his head as the slender, soft tendrils attempted to burrow into his shrinking neck, eliciting an intensely ticklish sensation on his sensitive skin that made him laugh uncontrollably, albeit unattractively. Haha, it tickles so much. Help. In my own state of panic, I disregarded my reservations and lunged forward to grasp those vascular tendrils. They exhibited remarkable elasticity. When concealed among the suckers, they appeared to measure no more than 10 centimeters. Yet they stretched like rubber bands, resisting all efforts to sever them. An idea struck me. I abruptly inverted the shovel, positioning its sharp tip upwards, and, gripping the tendrils, drew it toward the edge. In an instant, they were all severed, dark blood gushing forth from the cut ends. The tendrils seemed to possess sensory nerves, as the severed sections immediately recoiled, releasing Tofu, while the colossal tentacle flailed wildly. The force was considerable, sweeping Tofu from one side of the bed to the other, causing the resting area to reverberate with loud thuds, as if something were about to burst forth. I realized, with a sense of dread, that the phantom octopus had been provoked. 70% of its body was insensible to pain, and its speed of attack was formidable against such a creature. We stood little chance. If it were to encounter its true form, all of its tentacles would undoubtedly converge. With only Tofu and myself, we would be utterly outmatched. Thus, I hastily pulled the disoriented Tofu to his feet and dashed towards the exit, exclaiming, "That beast may well breach the cabin. We cannot contend with it. We must return to the ship at once." Tofu, who often displayed a sharp tongue and could utter the most caustic remarks, possessed a kind heart. Startled by my words, he asked, "Are we not going to save Tang Jiangza and the others?" I replied, "Just moments ago, you were berating him. Now you express concern for his safety." Gasping for breath, Tofu insisted, "No, we cannot abandon them." As we fled, I retorted, "The bald-headed crew are armed, numerous, and their skills are not inferior to ours. If we manage to escape, they will undoubtedly do the same. If they have perished, staying here would only seal our doom. As for Tang Jiangza, his fate is his own. I am not a superhero destined to save the world. Am I to gamble my life for his?" Tofu, with his altruistic spirit, countered, "But Tang Jiangza is not a villain. To hell with it. What are good people and bad people? Let me tell you, in this world, honest money is hard to earn, while easy money is often tainted with dishonor. Do you think that financial moguls simply fell from the heavens?" As we spoke, we sprinted towards the stairway, and in a flash, we reached the staircase leading to the command room, just above which lay the deck, a sanctuary of safety. However, as we raced up, halfway through, a colossal head suddenly emerged from the upper entrance, half transparent, its surface a grotesque blend of black and red. I recalled the ghostly octopus, which possesses luminous organs at its head, a trait shared with many deep-sea creatures that have evolved bioluminescence in the pitch-black depths of the ocean. Tofu and I halted abruptly, transfixed by the glowing visage. To our horror, there was not just one. Damn it! How did these creatures from the abyss make it aboard? The creature's enormous white eyes, nearly devoid of pupils, indicated a significant degradation of vision, and it blocked the entrance, its tentacles lunging towards us. Tofu, now devoid of concern for Tang Jiangzi, gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What the hell?" and turned to flee. As we dashed back, the ghostly octopus in the lounge had already extended half of its body, its tentacles sprawling on the ground, obstructing our escape. We were ensnared, with nowhere to turn, as if the heavens had closed their doors to us. In desperation, I spotted the empty material room across from us and urged Tofu, "Quick, jump over and hide in the material room. There's more space there. We can maneuver. Unlike this confined corridor where we stand no chance to fight back." Tofu hesitated. "Jump? It's over 5 meters." I replied, "If you can't jump, we're as good as dead. Do you wish to continue living a life of innocence? Jump now, I'll cover you." Realizing the urgency, Tofu, after a moment's hesitation, steeled himself and, with a determined run, leaped forward. Unexpectedly, a tentacle shot towards him midair. Anticipating this, I swung the probe shovel, deflecting the tentacle just in time. Instantly, 3 more tentacles lunged at me, allowing Tofu to cross the corridor and reach the spacious material room. However, upon seeing my predicament, he was ready to turn back in alarm. In that critical moment, I shouted, "Don't worry about me." The tentacles surged aggressively. Firearms would be futile against them. Thankfully, armed with Tofu's probe shovel, I swung it with all my might, creating a barrier against the advancing appendages. The strength of the tentacles was overwhelming, and soon my arms grew weary, unable to withstand their force. They obstructed my view, leaving me oblivious to Tofu's whereabouts. Amidst the chaos, I heard a disturbing slithering sound behind me, as if something viscous was crawling across the floor. I realized with dread that the creature at the entrance had descended and was now approaching me. This is it. What should I do? If I perish, Tofu would not escape alone, and how heartbroken one man would be. In my past solitude, I was never one to fear death. After all, no one would mourn my passing, and there was no one in this world for whom I needed to care. Thus, I approached every endeavor with unwavering resolve, unburdened by the consequences. Yet now, at this critical juncture, a multitude of memories suddenly floods my mind. Chapter 23. The Ghost in Need of Help. I do not wish to die. If I were to perish, when men would become someone else's bride. Having lost my family at a young age, I have never known the comfort of a complete household, and I yearn to create one with her in the future. If I were to die, with Tofu's ineptitude, he would certainly be unable to escape. Even if he managed to flee, I suspect that with his intellect, he would inevitably fall into dire straits. Good souls seldom see long lives, while calamities endure for millennia. In this predatory society, without my ruthless companions to support him, Tofu, like a fragile little rabbit, would face a bleak future. If I were to die, who would care for my grandfather's remains? I do not wish to die, at least not before I have accomplished these tasks. Yet the present circumstances do not allow for my desires to dictate reality. My eyes reddened, my heart a tumult of heat and hatred. I conceived a thought. Regardless of the outcome, I must find someone to take the fall. In the final moments, I resolved to disregard the minor obstacles and charge straight at the head of that ghostly octopus. Just as I was about to act, Tofu suddenly shouted, "Old Chun, I'm coming." I nearly sputtered blood. What nonsense! What are you doing here at a time like this? I am no maiden, nor am I in the mood for tragic romance. My eyes welled up, and a surge of expletives threatened to escape. At that moment, through the flailing tentacles, I caught sight of Tofu, bare-chested and bare-legged, hurling a fireball toward me. My mind jolted. Had he set himself ablaze? In an instant, that flaming projectile, made from his burning clothes, struck the ghostly octopus. Its oily, slimy exterior ignited immediately, causing it to thrash wildly. These creatures, with their diminished eyesight and cold-blooded nature, having dwelled in the deep sea for countless millennia, had likely never encountered fire before. Chaos ensued, and the pursuing ghostly octopus recoiled in fear from the flames. Overjoyed, I seized the opportunity, rolled to the side, and with Tofu, we escaped into the spacious storeroom. As the ghostly octopus flailed in panic, it quickly ignited several adjoining rest areas. Ultimately, the creature, terrified by the flames, began to crawl towards the entrance, seemingly seeking refuge in the sea. In a moment, the ship's hold was ablaze, and Tofu and I gasped for breath, hesitant to confront the ghostly octopus. We decided to wait until it fled the hold before making our escape. For now, the fire was manageable, and besides, one cannot perish from flames at sea. After catching my breath, I patted Tofu on the shoulder and remarked, "Well done, Tofu. That fish head we devoured at noon was not in vain." Tofu, clad only in his shorts, beamed with pride and retorted, "Wisdom is innate. Elegance is a gift from heaven." What was that advertising slogan again? I choked momentarily and replied with a wry smile, "Spare me the nonsense. Elegance has no connection to you. There's not a blade of grass on your ancestral grave. I only know that your underwear seems to have been purchased in a larger size. It's about to slip off, so give it a tug." This fellow is quite vain. When he went to buy underwear, he encountered a young woman at the counter. Initially, he wore a small size, but to avoid embarrassment in front of her, he nonchalantly declared, with an air of pretentiousness, that he required the largest size available. Upon hearing this, Tofu hastily adjusted his underwear and murmured, "Who bought a larger size? This is my size." He quickly changed the subject, eager to divert attention from the embarrassment. At that moment, the fire in the cabin had begun to spread, and even without a flashlight, the cabin was illuminated. The two ghostly octopuses had vanished without a trace. I suddenly recalled Tang Jiangzi and the others. I wondered if they had already met with misfortune. Just as we contemplated leaving, a series of loud thumps erupted from the fish hold behind us. Startled, Tofu and I turned around to see the tightly shut door of the fish hold trembling, as if something were violently colliding against it. Before we could react, the door burst open, revealing a bald man wielding a gun, who coughed violently. Tofu and I stood momentarily dumbfounded, exchanging glances, initially believing that the four had suffered some tragic fate. Little did we know that while we were engaged in battle outside, they had been hiding in the fish hold. The bald man shot us a quick glance, uttering not a word, and immediately signaled towards the fish hold, his voice low and urgent, "Quick, come out." I noticed thick smoke billowing from within the fish hold. The lounge area was empty and connected to the fish hold, suggesting that the smoke had seeped in as the fire raged on, likely suffocating the four individuals inside. After the first bald man gestured, another bald man swiftly emerged, followed by a third, and then a fourth. When the fourth emerged, Tofu and I froze in astonishment, for he was cradling a little girl in his arms. Before we could inquire about the situation, the first bald man quickly instructed, "We need to leave this ship immediately." The four of them moved in unison, leaving Tofu and me behind, which infuriated Tofu, prompting him to curse as he hurried to catch up. The flames were growing fierce, despite our confusion. There was no time for questions, and we dashed towards the exit. As we passed the lounge, the seemingly traumatized little girl suddenly pointed towards one of the rooms, crying out, "Daddy, Daddy." We glanced into the room, but there was no sign of a father. The little girl sobbed, "Daddy is under the bed." Tofu fell silent, and we all understood that her father, hiding beneath the bed, was most likely deceased. The little girl, weeping for her father, softened Tofu's heart. With a firm resolve, he declared, "I'll drag the body out. At least I can leave a few belongings for the child." I could not stop him. He was always quick to find excuses for work, yet when it came to performing good deeds, he was as swift as a rabbit, making me want to curse. Thinking how unnecessary it was to go through so much trouble for a lifeless person, Tofu, fueled by determination, pulled a corpse from beneath the bed, turning it over. It was a male body, contorted in anguish, and as we gazed upon the face, we were instantly struck dumb. It was Tang Jiangzi. His body bore no wounds, yet his face was marred with signs of decay, and dark clots of blood stained the corners of his mouth. Given these symptoms, he had likely been deceased for over 8 hours. How could this be? Had we been coexisting with a corpse all along? No, it was unfathomable. When he changed his clothes, we were right beside him. There had been no injuries on his body. Tofu swallowed hard and suggested, "Could it be that his spirit has come to seek our assistance in rescuing his daughter?" I retorted, "That is impossible. Such notions are absurd." The little girl continued to cry out for her father, and even Baldy One appeared pale, urging, "We must leave. The fire is spreading rapidly." Tofu sighed and addressed Tang Jiangzi, saying, "I know not what you truly are, but we have rescued your daughter. Now you may rest in peace." His contorted face, with eyes bulging in terror, was haunting. We ignored the girl's cries and hastily fled toward the entrance, the oppressive heat of the flames palpable against our skin. As we exited the lounge, I instinctively glanced back at Tang Jiangzi's lifeless form. I could not comprehend the circumstances that led to such a situation, but as I turned, I was struck by the realization that his once fearful eyes had now closed. The complexity of my emotions was overwhelming. I couldn't help but wonder if the Tang Jiangzi we had interacted with had never been alive. Had he lured us onto the ship solely to save his daughter? The absurdity of it all was staggering. With no time for further contemplation, we escaped the vessel. Gu Wenmin and the others waited anxiously outside, pacing in distress. Once aboard our ship, Professor Lin shouted to Liu, "Steer clear of the burning ship. Do not draw the flames upon us." Under Liu's command, our boat began to retreat, swiftly distancing itself from the inferno. The flames grew fiercer, illuminating the sea, and the undulating waves shimmered like a pool of flowing amber beneath the flickering golden flames. We watched the conflagration, breathless, while Duan Fei and Wu Sidong incessantly inquired about what had transpired, yet none of us could articulate the events. At that moment, Gu Wenmin asked, "What of Tang Jiangzi? Has something happened to him?" Dofu's throat constricted as he replied, "Don't even mention it. It's a nightmare." His words were cryptic, leaving Gu Wenmin perplexed. She frowned and continued, "After you and T returned for a long while, we intended to board the ship to search for you when two flaming entities suddenly leapt from the control room into the sea. What on earth did you encounter inside? Why is it only this little girl?" At this point, the girl had fainted and was laid on the ground. Even I was at a loss regarding this matter. So I turned to the four bald men for answers. They recounted that upon descending into the hold, they found it utterly deserted. With heightened vigilance, they planned to kick open doors as Dofu and I had, when they heard faint cries emanating from the fish hold. They exchanged glances and eventually approached the fish hold, only to discover that the door had been locked from the outside. Upon opening it, they cautiously entered, where they found the little girl. As soon as she saw them, she frantically begged them to close the door, her expression filled with terror, compelling them to comply with her plea. In the end, through the tearful narration of the little girl, they discovered that the vessel had encountered a significant upheaval. The individuals aboard were indeed pirates who had abducted the girl's family, intending to hold them for ransom. During their confinement, the pirates amused themselves by fishing, only to unexpectedly catch a ghostly octopus. The sheer size of this spectral creature startled the pirates, prompting them to hastily sever the fishing line. However, the ghostly octopus did not retreat. Instead, it crawled up along the ship's edge. The pirates' firearms proved utterly ineffective, as the octopus wreaked havoc with impunity, plunging the ship into chaos. At that moment, the exit had been obstructed by the ghostly creature, while the fish hold, designed to store live fish, was fortified with iron plating on all sides. Tang Jiangzi concealed his daughter within the fish hold, intending to divert the ghostly octopus away. The events that transpired thereafter are self-evident. This scene unfolded approximately 8 to 12 hours prior. Tofu, with lips turning pale, remarked, "So, what we rescued from the sea was the ghost of Tang Jiangzi." I responded, "Perhaps even the name is a fabrication. There is a folk legend that ghosts are terrified when called by their living names, for upon hearing it, they will be frightened away. Perhaps from the very beginning, this Tang Jiangzi had set his sights on us." Chapter 24. The weight of the bed. Tofu sighed, glancing at the unconscious little girl and then at the still blazing ship, saying, "What shall we do now? Are we expected to carry a little girl on our journey? She is so young, and after such an ordeal, when she awakens, it will undoubtedly be distressing for her. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." I turned to Professor Lin, as he was the leader of this expedition. Considering our current circumstances, we had only been sailing for a day. The best course of action would be to return the little girl to safety before preparing to set off again. After all, this child has likely suffered significant psychological trauma. It would be unthinkable for her to endure 15 more days of our tumultuous journey. Professor Lin sighed and said, "Let us return. We must first take her back." We rushed back from the burning ship, having come into contact with the bodies, and found ourselves quite soiled. The fresh water on board was limited to drinking water, and we could only wash with seawater. Being a few grown men, we had no qualms about rinsing off with seawater at the ship's stern, while Carp recalibrated the course for our return journey, a process that took approximately an hour. In the shower area, it was inevitable that we would discuss the events aboard the ship. As we conversed, we realized that Tofu and I had completely misjudged our impressions of the four bald men. Though they appeared rather stern, they were in fact out of touch with contemporary society. This phenomenon is quite common in the military, where the relatively isolated nature of military life limits exposure to the outside world's novelties. Consequently, many veterans require considerable time to readjust psychologically and acclimate to a world that seems almost foreign to them. The four bald men had clearly been engaged in official thievery for an extended period, rendering them unable to keep pace with our conversational rhythm. As Tofu occasionally interjected with new internet slang, they remained bewildered and unable to contribute, resulting in their continued silence, resembling automatons, each preoccupied with their own tasks. In truth, they are not malevolent beings. Rather, they are competent soldiers who simply struggle to communicate with individuals like us. Tofu, understanding this, decided to bestow upon them new nicknames, Robot 1 through Robot 4. As we engaged in idle chatter, the previously silent 4 robots suddenly initiated a dialogue. Robot 1 remarked, "Those 2 entities have escaped." Robot 2 responded, "It appears they were not burned to death." Robot 3 added, "Just in case." Robot 4 immediately began to dry off, stating, "Conduct a thorough search of the ship. I suspect they may be hiding aboard." Their conversation flowed seamlessly, leaving Tofu and me unable to interject until Robot 4 concluded, prompting Tofu to exclaim in surprise, "Are you suggesting those 2 creatures might have come aboard our vessel?" "Surely not. They must be retreating to the depths to recuperate." Robot 1 replied, "Fresh blood is the finest remedy for healing." Robot 2 interjected, "Especially human blood." Robot 3 noted, "Among invertebrates, they possess a relatively large brain capacity." Robot 4 concluded, "Thus, they are likely to hold a grudge." By this time, the 4 had donned their clothing, while Tofu and I remained bare. And in the blink of an eye, they had departed from the stern of the ship. Tofu asked, "Did you comprehend what they were saying?" I nodded, replying, "They implied that the ghost octopus will seek vengeance upon us." Tofu gasped, "Goodness." We promptly dressed, our spirits heightened with tension, and hurried to reunite with the others at the bow, where the 4 bald men had evidently conveyed the situation. Everyone gathered at the relatively secure front of the ship. If those 2 beings truly managed to stealthily infiltrate our vessel, how could we eliminate them? Should we resort to fire again? Wouldn't that put us at risk as well? The little girl had awakened, though she seemed profoundly affected mentally, her gaze vacant and silent, temporarily under Aang's care. The 4 robots, armed since the incident aboard the pirate ship, immediately took up their weapons and proceeded towards the command room, leading the way to protect us all. Tofu remarked, "They don't engage in empty rhetoric. They are dedicated to action, embodying the essence of a soldier. Should we offer assistance?" I shook my head, thinking to myself, the 4 had not directly encountered the ghost octopus. They had merely hidden in the fish hold due to the little girl's presence. If there was indeed something aboard our ship, these 4, well prepared with their 4 submachine guns, should be capable of handling it. I restrained the impulsive Tofu, urging him to remain calm. Everyone gathered on the deck at the bow, attentively observing their surroundings. Professor Lin remarked, "Deep within this ocean lie countless extraordinary creatures. It is astonishing that we have stumbled upon them. The modern biological definition of the ghost octopus differs from what we have encountered. It may be a larger variety of the ghost octopus, and it is unclear why it has ventured from the depths." Indeed, as a professor, one remains steadfast in theoretical discourse. However, we find ourselves disinterested in such matters at present. Thus, I remarked, "Uncle Lin, there exists an abundance of knowledge beyond human grasp. So do not burden yourself with it." Yet, the plight of that little girl seemed dire. I inquired if there were any immediate measures we could undertake. Professor Lin turned his gaze towards the child cradled in Aang's arms. After a bath, Aang had dressed her in adult clothing, wrapping her small form in a black dress. Her eyes were vacant, resembling a porcelain doll, and her little face appeared withered, evoking pity. With a sigh, Professor Lin lamented, "In the case of physical injuries, we possess some rudimentary first aid techniques. However, this is a matter of psychological trauma, beyond our capabilities. We must return home swiftly. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for her." At that moment, the little girl suddenly spoke, addressing me as Daddy. Tofu was taken aback and exclaimed, "Old Chun, look at this. You've unexpectedly gained a daughter." I retorted, "Get lost. I have no connection with her mother." Though I thought this, I did not refuse her. I figured the child was in distress, and it would be wise to indulge her momentarily. When she called out, I responded, "Good girl. Come here for a hug from Daddy." This elicited laughter from Gu Wanmin and the others, their shoulders shaking with mirth. Tofu was particularly amused, urging Aang to bring me my daughter. Aang handed the child to me, and as I embraced her briefly, I sensed something was amiss. She continued to call me Daddy, yet her gaze was fixed behind me, her pupils focused as if someone stood there. A chill ran down my spine, and upon turning, I discovered Tofu behind me. I chuckled and said, "She is calling for you. Hurry and take your daughter." As a grown man, I was ill at ease with holding a child. Ignoring Dofu's flustered attempts, I passed the girl over, and indeed, she fell silent, remaining still. In due course, the 4 robots emerged onto the deck, their expressions less tense. Robot 1 reported, "All checks have been completed." Robot 2 added, "There are no dangers." Robot 3 stated, "Tonight, we will take turns on watch." Robot 4 chimed in, "Let us eat. I'm hungry." The last remark was rather misplaced, and the sight of Robot 4, expressionless yet clutching its stomach, was amusing. Upon hearing this, everyone aboard relaxed, and Aang busied herself with preparing food. There was little to eat at sea, primarily fish, and dinner consisted of mackerel stew with potatoes. Aang had added some seasoning to the fish, making it delightful and not at all greasy. Meanwhile, the carp had adjusted its course, and everyone enjoyed their meal together before heading to the lounge. As dawn approached, the events of the previous night had left us weary, and it was not long before we succumbed to a deep slumber. However, my sleep was restless, haunted by dreams of ghostly cephalopods, the reasons for which eluded me. In a daze, I suddenly felt hands caressing my neck. Being naturally vigilant, I awoke immediately and sat up, only to find myself alone in bed. I lay down to rest on a tofu mattress, opposite 2 bunk beds occupied by Wu Sidong and Professor Lin. The deep slumber of my companions offered no signs of awakening, while a dim bulb above cast a hazy glow upon the room. Unable to resist, I touched my neck, questioning whether it was merely a figment of my imagination or a dream. Perhaps it was the influence of the ghostly octopus that unsettled me, prompting a sudden urge to peer beneath the bed. To my relief, there was no clutter beneath. I could see clearly, revealing nothing hidden. This lounge, apart from the space under the bed, was entirely visible, and with nothing concealed even beneath, it seemed I had succumbed to baseless fears. My courage had always been steadfast. Could it be that I was infected by Tofu's cowardice? Shaking my head, I wrapped myself in the blanket and attempted to sleep once more. Not long after, in a state of hazy consciousness, that unsettling sensation returned. My bed began to shake violently, and I felt as though someone was pressing down upon me, making it difficult to breathe. I struggled in vain, and in my half-dreaming state, the term sleep paralysis came to mind. Was I truly being held down by a ghost? The sea had claimed countless lives, and tales of encounters with spirits abound. Had we not just met a specter named Tang Jiangzi? How could I be so unfortunate, especially with dawn approaching, to attract such unclean entities? According to folklore, when one's luck wanes, the yang energy diminishes, making one susceptible to fox spirits and demons. I could almost envision the dire future awaiting me if I did not confront this curse. Perhaps there would be no future at all. In my struggle against that force, I finally awoke, sitting up drenched in sweat. My commotion had evidently disturbed Professor Lin and the others, as Tofu peeked down, groggy and bleary-eyed, inquiring, "Old Chun, what are you thrashing about for? If you're going to indulge in such activities, choose a more suitable spot, like the stern, where the fishing nets are stored." Chapter 25. A warning wiping the cold sweat from my brow. I found sleep had evaded me entirely, and I had no desire to engage in banter with Tofu. "You all sleep. I need to get some fresh air," I replied. Those malevolent spirits seemed drawn only to me, a hapless soul with diminished fortune. They likely wouldn't bother Tofu and the others. Having witnessed enough of this, I was more annoyed than terrified, and I left the lounge, making my way down the narrow corridor to seek out the robots for a night watch. It seemed I could only find solace in sleep during daylight hours. Yet, as I exited the lounge, I was taken aback by the sight of a figure squatting at the corridor's end, near the materials room by the fish hold, with their back turned towards us. This individual was certainly not one of the crew. I could see that their hands were marred with signs of decay. As I stared, they turned their face towards me, and upon seeing their countenance, I could not help but exclaim, "Tang Jiangzi, how could he be aboard the ship? Did his ghost follow us? Was he the cause of my sleep paralysis? Was he here to frighten me or deliberately wake me?" I hold no ill will towards this soft dumpling. Although it deceived us, there are reasons behind its actions that warrant forgiveness. However, should it persistently linger, that would indeed present a problem. The moment I uttered the name Tang Jiangzi, he immediately sprang to his feet and dashed to the right, positioned in the aisle. My view was obstructed, and I caught only a fleeting glimpse of him disappearing to the right. By the time I hastily exited the aisle, there was no trace of Tang Jiangzi in the supply room. Folklore suggests that spirits fear being named. Could it be that my calling his name frightened him away? Yet, this should not be the case, for we had called to him when we rescued him aboard the ship. He had been following us, Perhaps he harbored some unfinished business? I thought of the little girl, and my heart stirred. I intended to knock on Ing's door, as the girl shared a room with her, just as I turned. However, I stumbled unexpectedly and fell clumsily. Rising, I noticed there were no obstacles beneath my feet. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within me as I muttered toward the empty supply room. Tang, don't play tricks. Do not take me for an easy target. Speak if you have something to say, and if you have grievances, voice them. Enough of this ghostly bed-pressing and foot-tripping nonsense, or I shall cast your daughter into the sea. After uttering these words, silence enveloped the surroundings. To conserve energy, the bulbs on the fishing boat were of a dim wattage, casting the supply room into deep shadows. After a while, with no further disturbances, I turned to continue my path. This time, I proceeded cautiously, slowing my steps, only to find that instead of being tripped, I felt a cold breath against the back of my neck, as though someone were exhaling closely behind me. I sensed no malice from this entity, yet I could not fathom why it lingered, seemingly wishing to dissuade my departure from the supply room. Could it be trying to convey something to me, or warn me of some peril within this chamber? My heart raced as I recalled its earlier flight to the right, and I instinctively glanced toward that direction. There lay a considerable heap of fishing nets, with a bulging section emitting a dark phosphorescent glow. Was something lurking beneath those nets? The thought of the two ghostly octopuses crossed my mind, prompting me to cautiously approach the pile of tattered nets, eager to uncover the truth. As I drew nearer, a faint, charred odor wafted toward me, and the nets began to tremble subtly. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in my mind. I dashed towards the resting room, shouting, "Everyone, wake up! Ghostly octopuses are aboard the ship. Quickly!" In my urgency, my voice must have sounded terrifying, for the door to the resting room swung open almost immediately. Dofu hurriedly donned his clothes as he rushed outside, exclaiming, "Ghostly octopus? Where? Brothers, arm yourselves." As our movements intensified, the fishing net began to thrash violently, yet curiously. Whatever lay within remained hidden, merely vibrating and causing the entire net to tremble in an eerie manner. Duan Fei's expression was tense as she urged, "Quick, let us retreat to the deck." As she spoke, she drew closer to me, subtly grasping my arm. I felt a tinge of embarrassment and mused to myself about my waning luck. Could it be that my romantic fortune was unexpectedly flourishing? This young lady seemed to harbor some feelings for me. A glance at Gu Wanmin revealed her evident jealousy. Her delicate, oval face was taut, and upon meeting my gaze, she quickly averted her eyes. I inwardly lamented, for I feared not the heavens nor the earth, but the wrath of a woman. When a woman is angered, she does not resort to physical confrontation. Instead, her eyes glisten, her lips pout, and her foot stamps, leaving me utterly helpless. To avoid offending my potential future spouse, I hastily distanced myself from Duan Fei. At that moment, Professor Lin furrowed his brow and remarked, "It seems they have no intention of revealing themselves." What could be the matter? Gu Wanmin, still upset with me, ignored my presence and focused intently on the trembling net. After hearing Professor Lin's words, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "I understand. They are damaging the hull." Dofu stared in disbelief, saying, "Gu, are you jesting? This tactic is too sinister. They are animals, not humans." Just then, the four bald men rushed down the staircase, weapons at the ready, likely having overheard our conversation. Without a moment's hesitation, they moved ahead of us, signaling for us to retreat. In an instant, they formed an arc before us, identical in posture and demeanor, their movements swift and authoritative, instilling a sense of calm within us. The next moment, we heard Robot 1 issue a command, followed by the synchronized firing of 4 submachine guns. The cacophony of gunfire was deafening, and with it, our entire vessel shook violently. Caught off guard, we stumbled in various directions. Duan Fei nearly struck her head against the doorframe, prompting me to instinctively pull her to safety. The tremors did not last long, as the gunfire ceased. So too did the vessel's violent shaking. I then noticed Dofu regarding me with a sympathetic gaze. Lowering my eyes, I observed Duan Fei, whom I had embraced, and then glanced at Gu Wanmin, whose complexion had turned pale. I couldn't help but smile wryly. Before Gu Wanmin could speak, I gently pushed Duan Fei away and leaned in to whisper a few words in her ear. Upon hearing them, Gu Wanmin's expression shifted from pale to flushed, her dark eyes glowering at me with a mixture of anger and intrigue before she turned and pinched my waist. Dofu, taken aback, lowered his voice and inquired, What did you say to her? I never would have guessed you had such a way with women. What had I said? That remained a secret, tied to male dignity. And I was certain that if Dofu discovered it, he would mock me for a lifetime. Thus, I resolutely chose to ignore him. Duan Fei pouted slightly in irritation. But I paid her no mind, opting instead to turn away and feign ignorance. This brief interlude was fleeting, and when I turned back, I found that the four had holstered their weapons, and the once trembling net now lay still. It was as though the four men regarded us as inconsequential. Engrossed in their own conversation, Robot 1 remarked, "It is dead." Robot 2 stated, "A total of 80 bullets were fired." Robot 3 responded, "It's no wonder it died." Robot 4 interjected, "It's now 6 in the morning. After we finish, it's time for breakfast." Upon hearing this, Dofu was momentarily choked by his own saliva and turned to me, declaring, "I have come to the conclusion that Robot 4 is quite the glutton." As the four conversed, they made their way toward a pile of fishing nets, where they used their firearms to pry apart the nets. After a brief moment of clearing, the objects concealed beneath the nets were revealed. We all gasped, chills running down our spines. Hidden below was a ghostly octopus, its massive head riddled with bullet holes, while the wooden planks beneath it were severely damaged. This silent ordeal unfolded without our knowledge. Had we not discovered it in time, we might have been oblivious to the impending doom as our vessel sank. Modern fishing boats typically range from 40 to 50 meters in length, constructed primarily of metal, with minimal wooden components. They are equipped with fishing systems, marine positioning systems, information dissemination tools, navigation aids, and more. However, such vessels are costly, often funded by corporate investments and government subsidies. Private fishing boats tend to be smaller and more economical, often employing a hybrid construction. Our boat followed this hybrid model, predominantly wooden on the inside and clad in metal on the outside. Yet, the section near the power system was somewhat vulnerable. If compromised, the entire vessel could halt or even sink. These two ghostly octopuses silently compromised the outer layer, threatening to invade the power system. In the vast ocean, should they succeed, what hope would we have for survival? A cold sweat broke out among us as we exchanged anxious glances. Gu Wanmin turned to me, his eyes reflecting fear, stating, "Fortunately, you discovered it early. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Professor Lin patted my shoulder, exclaiming, "Just like your grandfather, you did well." Dofu immediately claimed credit, asserting that it was his suggestion to explore the hidden compartment at the stern where the fishing gear was stored that led to my stealthy escape from the lounge and subsequent discovery of the ghostly octopus. I nearly lost my temper, retorting, "This has nothing to do with you. We should thank Tang Jiangzi." Upon hearing the name of the deceased, the group exchanged bewildered glances. I then explained the circumstances, causing Duan Fei's complexion to change as she swallowed hard, saying, "Are you implying he is still aboard our ship? That is terrifying." Dofu interjected, "Humans possess both good and evil, and Zongzi have their merits and flaws. This is a good Zongzi, so what is there to fear?" Although Dofu had always been timid, his previous acquaintance with Tang Jiangzi seemed to have emboldened him. Thanks to the ghostly reminder from Tang Jiangzi, we narrowly avoided disaster. Chapter 26. The Fish Pearl. The matter concerning Tang Jiangzi, after all, was steeped in the supernatural, and the group was reluctant to discuss it further. They promptly transported the two ghostly octopus corpses onto the deck. As Dofu and I were about to discard the bodies into the sea, Liu suddenly intervened, saying, "Wait. Don't throw them away." Dofu paused, asking why not. "Do you intend to eat grilled octopus? That sounds quite challenging. I had no idea you had such a robust appetite." Eyeing, cradling the little girl, followed closely behind, gesturing emphatically, stating, "We cannot simply discard it. There are customs at sea. To kill such an ancient creature and toss it into the ocean is unacceptable." My previous dealings with fishmongers along the coast made me acutely aware of this sentiment. Among the coastal folk, there exists a belief that the venerable fish in the deep sea have transformed into mythical beings. Whether on land or sea, it is said that as certain creatures age, they inevitably develop peculiarities. Here, the term big fish encompasses not only fish, but also a variety of deep-sea organisms. It is said that these beings fall under the jurisdiction of the sea deity, though interpretations of this deity can vary widely. The earliest depictions of the sea god portrayed a figure with a human head and a bird's body, often associated with the legend of Jingwei filling the sea. Over time, the pantheon expanded to include the four sea dragon kings, the fish god, celestial maidens, and various other deities. In Guangdong, For instance, the coastal fishermen revere Mazu, a protector of seamen. The sea deity not only safeguards the fishermen but also the marine life. It is believed that the ancient, transformed fish of the deep are the deity's minions, and to harm them would surely invoke the sea god's wrath and bring calamity. There is a true story related to this, which I have heard secondhand. During my time as a fish trader, a fishing captain recounted an incident involving his cousin, a novice fisherman who, due to his youth and inexperience, had little regard for the rules, relying solely on his family's wealth. He equipped a fishing vessel and hired a crew that was a mix of seasoned sailors and inexperienced youth, some of whom had never even been to sea. On their maiden voyage, they encountered a significant event. As they ventured into the East China Sea, a colossal sea turtle suddenly surfaced. Legends speak of turtles that have lived for 1,000 years, and this one was indeed immense. Reminiscent of the ancient turtle depicted in dramas ferrying the monk Xuanzang and his disciples across the celestial rivers, large enough to accommodate several people. Having never witnessed such a sight, the inexperienced crew gathered at the bow, captivated. A seasoned mariner would have merely observed, as those who depend on the ocean carry an inherent respect for its wonders. However, this inexperienced group lacked an understanding of the sanctity of life and the reverence for the sea. Having never seen a creature of such magnitude, they became eager to capture and play with the turtle, which showed no inclination to dive back underwater. This incident occurred not long ago, around the time smartphones began to proliferate, and the youth were keen on taking selfies. They used fishing nets to hoist the great turtle aboard. The ancient creature, slow in its movements, was turned onto its back, flailing its limbs in a comical struggle. A group of trendy young fishermen, eager to document the moment, brandished their smartphones, posing beside the turtle. Some, wishing to appear audacious, struck poses atop the turtle's shell or brandished a knife near its neck for dramatic effect. Among them, one individual was particularly mischievous. He coated a turtle with linseed oil, known for its adhesive properties, and then proceeded to snatch a female crew member's undergarments from the clothesline, draping them over the turtle. The comedic effect was undoubtedly apparent. They merely engaged in this playful act to alleviate the monotony of life at sea, for after all, the turtle was neither edible nor valuable, and killing it held no significance. The young man who adorned the turtle with lingerie stood aside, tilting his head and forming a peace sign, while holding his smartphone to capture a selfie, envisioning sharing the image online once they returned to land where there was internet access. However, at that very moment, as he tilted his head and pressed the shutter, the writhing turtle suddenly turned, opened its mouth wide, and with a swift snap, engulfed his entire head. The turtle's jaws closed, and blood gushed from his neck. The young man did not even utter a cry before he met his grim fate, with his smartphone documenting the chilling scene. A headless figure stood, blood spurting from the neck, while beside him loomed a massive sea turtle, from whose mouth dangled a tuft of dark hair, a human head. In the next instant, the lifeless body collapsed onto the deck, and the smartphone fell alongside, triggering a cacophony of terrified screams from the crew. Just moments prior, they had been enjoying themselves, completely unprepared for such a sudden and harrowing shock. The ensuing chaos and fear were inevitable. Once calm returned, vengeance was sought. Enraged, they swiftly dispatched the turtle, brutally cleaving its shell with an axe in a fit of rage, and with tears in their eyes, they disposed of the remains, casting the turtle's carcass into the sea. Had there been any seasoned sailors present, they would have undoubtedly prevented such a reckless act. Unfortunately, the ship was filled with inexperienced youths, sheltered by their families, and devoid of wisdom, leading them to discard the creature without a second thought. According to maritime legends, these ancient deep-sea fish, having lived for centuries, are said to possess pearls in their foreheads, formed through millennia of cultivation. In ancient tales, the pearls found within clams are regarded as spiritual gems, cruelly plundered by greedy humans. These gems, referred to as spirit pearls by fishermen, are believed to harbor the souls of deceased fish. Once a fish perishes, its spirit attaches to these pearls, and any corpse bearing such a pearl that enters the water will notify the sea god. The sea god, understanding the circumstances, will avenge grievances and settle scores. You might question whether fish and animals possess souls like humans do. Indeed, they do. In Chinese folklore, there are offerings made to the five immortals, which include animals such as foxes, weasels, hedgehogs, snakes, and mice. Beyond these five, there are the five ghosts. While many are familiar with the five immortals, fewer know of the five ghosts. This term does not refer to the legendary 5 ghosts of wealth, but instead to the nurturing of minor spirits. In ancient times, there were individuals skilled in manipulating spirits for personal gain, with popular lore surrounding wealth-attracting and protective spirits. The 5 ghosts refer to the nurturing of shadowy animals, shadow dogs, shadow cats, shadow cows, shadow fish, and shadow chickens. The specifics of their care remain unclear to me, but the underlying principles are somewhat similar. However, nurturing the 5 ghosts is relatively rare, as it sounds less credible than tending to minor spirits. If this legend holds any truth, then the ancient turtle must undoubtedly harbor a gem-like spirit pearl within its forehead. Once the turtle's carcass is cast into the sea, its soul will seek out the sea deity to lodge a complaint. The young men aboard the vessel, however, were oblivious to such nuances. They discarded the turtle's body, preparing to return it to shore. Little did they know, within 2 short hours, the skies darkened and a tempest erupted, transforming their ship into a mere leaf tossed upon the raging sea, lost amidst the tumultuous waves, ultimately striking a reef and taking on water. Many plunged into the depths, some perishing without a trace, while a fortunate few were rescued by a passing fishing boat. What is most peculiar is that the survivors were notably older individuals, who were unfamiliar with the use of smartphones and thus had not captured any photographs of the event. Whether this was mere coincidence or a genuine case of the turtle's soul seeking justice from the sea god remains shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, the tale of the deep-sea behemoth, said to possess a pearl in its forehead, has been passed down through generations. One might ascribe credence to its existence rather than dismiss it outright. Hence, Ying and Li Yu endeavored to dissuade both me and Tofu from our course of action. The others were perplexed, prompting me to elucidate the matter. Li Yu nodded vigorously, affirming, "It is indeed so." Tofu, skeptical, retorted, "Are you suggesting this little octopus possesses a soul and can file a complaint? If anyone is to file a grievance, it should be us, the victims. Since we cannot simply discard it, what shall we do?" Li Yu proposed, "Let us extract the pearl." Tofu, invigorated by the suggestion, exclaimed, "I refuse to believe that a pearl can be extracted from the forehead of an octopus. Come, let us wager. Those who believe there is no pearl shall stand with me, while those who believe in its existence shall align with Li Yu. The losers will have to perform a belly dance on the deck." Gu Wenmin, caught between amusement and exasperation, remarked, "You truly can turn anything into a spectacle. There are countless mysteries in this world, and since this legend has endured through the ages, it must possess some truth. Every rumor has its roots." "I stand with Li Yu," Wu Sidong promptly declared. "I trust Officer Gu's judgment." The 4 robots abstained from the wager. Professor Lin, witnessing the unfolding scene, chuckled and said, "Then I shall place my bet as well. I am quite eager to witness the unveiling of the spirit pearl." He positioned himself beside Li Yu, followed by Duan Fei, who also joined Li Yu's side. This left me as the sole dissenting voice. Tofu, growing impatient, threatened, "Old Chun, do you wish to perform a belly dance shortly?" I replied, "Truth often resides with a select few. Perhaps your choice is the correct one." With that, I took my place beside Gu Wenmin. Tofu was taken aback, saying, "Did you not claim that truth lies with the few? Why then do you abandon it?" I responded calmly, "Because the majority cannot discern the truth. I am but an ordinary person, following the crowd. In truth, this was merely a light-hearted jest among us, after a night filled with tension and bloodshed. We were in dire need of some playful reprieve, such as indulging Tofu in this game of belly dance bets." I too did not believe there would be a pearl within the ghostly octopus's forehead, and thus awaited Li Yu's attempt. He appeared somewhat anxious as he made several incisions into the creature's forehead, probing the flesh in search of the elusive pearl, releasing a nauseating stench that permeated the air. Duan Fei wrinkled her nose and, covering her mouth, exclaimed, "Oh dear, the stench is unbearable. What pearls are there? We should swiftly discard it." Such bizarre legends abound in folklore. If we were to believe and act upon all of them, would we still be able to live? Chapter 27. The acquisition of pearls. Li Yu, wielding a fish-slicing knife, plunged his bloodied hands into the forehead of the ghostly octopus. Just as the pungent odor became intolerable for all present, his expression shifted. He pressed 2 fingers of his right hand together and made a gesture as if to pry something out. In an instant, a crimson object emerged, rolling onto the floor. It was a spherical entity, enveloped in a layer of blood-red flesh. Having once sold fish and regularly slaughtered seafood, I had never before encountered such a round morsel within the brow of an octopus. Could it truly be a pearl? Duan Fei, covering her mouth, turned pale and remarked, "It seems I shall not be having lunch today." Ying, what was our planned meal? Ying replied, "We initially intended to serve grilled octopus, but given the circumstances, I doubt anyone can stomach it. We shall instead have mackerel stew with potatoes." Dofu grimaced, saying, "Not this again. We've been eating it since we boarded." Ying chuckled. "These are our only two options, or shall we revert to grilled octopus?" I waved my hand dismissively. Let us not discuss food any longer. Let it be the potato stew. I then squatted down to retrieve the fleshy morsel. I was not particularly concerned about the dirt, as I was accustomed to handling seafood. The fleshy lump felt hard in my hand, as if it contained something within. I immediately attempted to tear away the outer flesh, and upon doing so, a dazzling light burst forth. I was momentarily dazzled, and the others on the boat gasped in astonishment. The radiant glow faded after a brief moment, revealing a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, its color a milky white, reminiscent of a pearl, yet possessing a translucence surpassing that of any pearl I had previously encountered. Under the glow of the ship's lantern, it shimmered with a captivating brilliance. Having frequented numerous jewelry stores with Xiao Jing, I had never seen such a mesmerizing treasure. The interplay of its luminescence with the bloody flesh in my hand created a striking contrast. Li Yu, seemingly taken aback, stammered, "There truly are pearls. What a close call. I am fortunate we did not discard it. It appears our ancestors' traditions hold some truth." He hastily proceeded to dissect another ghostly octopus. With the experience from the previous encounter, he accurately located the spirit pearl's position and soon extracted another pearl, even larger than the one I held. At that moment, dawn was approaching. The surroundings were shrouded in a gray haze, with only a sliver of orange visible on the distant horizon. These two pearls glimmered in the early light, their brilliance and ethereal aura leaving one in awe, and it took a while before everyone regained their composure. Li Yu, brimming with excitement, declared, "We've stumbled upon treasures. If these two are sold, I shall be wealthy." Dofu, snapping back to reality at this point, interjected, Hey, what do you mean by wealthy?" He collected the two pearls and handed them to Robot 1, stating, "It was those four who risked their lives to board the pirate ship. And it was they who vanquished the ghostly octopus. You have no claim to this." He spoke with unrestrained candor, and the carp immediately grew anxious. Yet, it was undeniable that Tofu had a point, leaving him at a loss for words, his countenance a mixture of urgency and embarrassment, forcing a laugh. Tofu remained oblivious. But I noticed a twitch at the corner of the carp's mouth, the flesh at his jaw tightening, perhaps harboring some resentment. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just moments ago, the entire crew was harmonious, yet now, with profit as the focal point, discord had begun to sprout. Tofu's argument was not without merit. After all, the matter was acquired through the efforts of several robots, and even if they were to forego it, it should rightfully be attributed to Tofu and me. However, such is the nature of profit, everyone believes they deserve a share. Tofu was not driven by greed, acting according to reason, yet remained blissfully unaware of having offended someone. One need not fear enemies as fierce as wolves, but rather, teammates as foolish as pigs. Fortunately, the four bald men did not place great value on the matter and entrusted it to Professor Lin, indicating an intention to confiscate it. Adjusting his spectacles, Professor Lin solemnly gathered the items, remarking, "I am only familiar with pearl oysters. The occurrence of such pearls is indeed rare, and these two items hold significant research value." In a fleeting moment, the carp clapped his bloodied hands and discarded the corpses of two ghostly octopuses into the sea. That night was nothing short of exhilarating. Now, as dawn approached, we were both famished and fatigued. Aing busied herself preparing a pot of food, and no one had the inclination to engage in conversation. We quickly devoured our meal and then surrendered to sleep, seeking to replenish the energy expended throughout the night. I slumbered for an extended period, awakening to find it was already 1 in the afternoon, having slept for a full 8 hours from the break of dawn at 5 o'clock. My spirit and vitality were restored. Upon reaching the bow of the ship, I found Aing in the control room, operating the vessel from a row of modern equipment, while the others remained asleep, including the carp, who had also relinquished his post. With nothing pressing to attend to, I lit a cigarette and sat beside Aing, observing her maneuver the ship and engaging in casual conversation. Not long after, Aing suddenly remarked, "It seems the weather is about to change." Following her gaze through the transparent glass panel, I noticed the sky had become overcast, ominously hinting at impending rain. I nodded in agreement, saying, "The ocean's environment can shift as swiftly as turning the pages of a book." Eyeing, perhaps weary, stifled a yawn, her eyes glistening. Considering that she was a woman who had not rested for quite some time, I watched her for a while. Most of the navigation was pre-programmed, and I had already grasped a significant portion, so I encouraged her to take a break while I kept watch. Eyeing smiled gratefully, vacating her seat to explain the basic operations of the control panel before retreating to the rest area, yawning all the while. It was now 1 in the afternoon. Typically, this should be the sun's most scorching hour in summer, yet the sky remained overcast, the air thick with humidity. Everyone on board, except for myself, was resting, leaving me with little to occupy my time. I adjusted the ship's course in the control room while contemplating various thoughts. This voyage had been anything but smooth, and I wondered if the ghost of Tang Jiangze still lingered aboard. According to the navigation display, at our current speed, we would reach the coast of the Bohai Sea in 5 hours and 26 minutes. As I pondered this, I glanced at the horizon once more, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. The weather outside is unusually dark, even more so than when I spoke with Eyeing earlier. Although Shenzhen is a coastal city, the coastline is often sealed off when the weather changes at sea, leaving me inexperienced in discerning whether such a sky falls within the realm of normalcy. The thin veil of clouds has thickened, spreading across the sky like a deep ink, obscuring any trace of sunlight. They hang low, pressing down towards the sea, creating an impression that the heavens and the earth have never felt so close, as if they might collapse at any moment. As I pondered the abnormality of this weather, Dofu emerged from the lounge, shuffling in his slippers. He glanced outside and exclaimed, "It looks like rain is coming." No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant purple lightning streaked across the dark clouds, illuminating the world for a fleeting moment before plunging it back into darkness. Accompanied by the lightning, a cacophony of thunder erupted from the clouds, resonating in a series of booms that rattled the very core of my being. My instinctive alertness compelled me to act. I urged Dofu, "Don't just stand there, go summon Liu. With this change in weather, a storm is surely brewing at sea, and it's wise to have a professional at the helm." Dofu nodded and promptly made his way back to the lounge. However, he had barely reached halfway when he retreated down the stairs, revealing that Liu was already rushing out, hastily dressing, likely awakened by the thunder. He shouted, "What's happening? That thunder is deafening." At sea, the weather is of paramount importance. The only reliance humans have lies with their vessels, and the safety of these vessels is intrinsically linked to the weather conditions. Storms are not uncommon over the ocean, and modern ships are equipped with robust power systems to withstand such tempests, allowing for relative peace of mind most of the time. Only in the face of more severe storms does danger arise. Typically, when setting sail, the connected systems provide weather forecasts, and fishermen will cease operations when conditions are deemed unsuitable. Liu, well-versed in maritime affairs, furrowed his brow as he assessed the sky. He swiftly connected to the navigation system, pressed a few buttons, and retrieved weather data, which indicated that the area we were in today was calm, a suitable day for fishing. Dofu scrutinized the data, scoffing. Clearly nonsense. This is why weather forecasts are unreliable. Liu resumed his seat in the command room, stating, "Looking at the weather, this storm appears to be rather severe. I will check the anemometer." In the past, storms were gauged using devices like wind balls, but now, advancements have led to the use of wind turbines that automatically collect data. In a moment, the screen displayed a segment of data, and Liu's complexion paled slightly as he declared, "Wind speed has reached 39 meters per second, indicating a typhoon of level 13. What bad luck." As he spoke, a sunny icon remained displayed in the upper right corner of the nautical chart, a starkly ironic contrast to the raging thunder outside. The thunder continued to rumble, and one by one, the others gathered in the command room. With the doors and windows sealed, we could only observe the rolling clouds and blinding lightning through the glass, listening to the thunder's roar and the crashing waves, while the sea breeze remained imperceptible. According to the data received, if we indeed reach level 13 while currently adrift in the ocean, positioned at the eye of the storm, then the winds outside must be extraordinarily fierce. A petite girl like her would be swept away into the sky the moment she steps outside. Within the command room, we felt relatively secure. Yet the ominous sound and the increasing sway of the vessel conveyed the tremendous force at play, leaving no one daring to venture outside. At this moment, Gu Wunmin suddenly inquired. Where has that little girl gone? Duan Fei replied. She has been sleeping on Ying's bed. Surprised, Ying responded. Mr. Chun was covering for me earlier. I didn't see her when I returned to my bed, and I thought she was with you all. Chapter 28. The storm. Gu Wunmin reacted swiftly, turning and descending from the cabin, declaring, I'll go find her. Moments later, she returned, breathless, shaking her head. No one is there. Professor Lin's expression darkened as he questioned. Could she have run outside? The group exchanged anxious glances before collectively opening the command room door and rushing onto the deck. Only when we personally experienced the force of the winds did we comprehend the true essence of the storm. As we stepped outside, a ferocious gale swept towards us, akin to an immense pressure enveloping us. Not only were our eyes unable to open, but breathing became a challenge. I quickly turned my back, shielding my eyes with my hand, leaving a sliver visible between my fingers. After a few labored breaths, I noticed the others mimicking my actions, covering their foreheads and bracing against the wind. Professor Lin urged, Quick, search for her. The vessel was not large, and within a minute, our group had scoured the entire ship, ultimately discovering her in the rear storage room, seated on the floor, playing with water. A small reservoir there housed a few fish caught earlier in the day, which had been our sustenance. Gu Wunmin sighed in relief, stating, It seems her spirits have lifted considerably. I was startled. I feared the little girl had snuck out to play and was whisked away by the storm. Having found her, we escorted her back to the command room, only to be met with the sight of Li Yu, frantically tugging at her hair, her face contorted in distress. Upon our entrance, she exclaimed, It's over, it's over, it's over. I sensed something amiss and pressed. What do you mean? Over? Be more specific. Li Yu appeared somewhat incoherent, while Ying, her complexion flushed with anxiety, exclaimed, The wind is intensifying. We are likely facing an extraordinarily powerful storm. Our small fishing vessel is utterly incapable of withstanding it. And what? Dofu interjected, exasperated. You aren't suggesting we might all be swept away by the storm? Ying vigorously shook her head, then nodded, adding, Moreover, our ship's propulsion system has failed. Their ramblings were disjointed and unreliable. Frustrated by Li Yu's stammering, I struck the command desk firmly twice and commanded, Stop the chaos. What is happening? My firm gesture, coupled with a fierce expression, seemed to restore their focus, prompting Li Yu and Ying to clarify the situation. The tempest raged fiercely, rendering our vessel's propulsion system inadequate, as we found ourselves in a precarious state of advancing 3 meters only to retreat 2. The storm's winds swirled in a chaotic vortex, causing our ship to deviate from its intended course. In the midst of this turmoil, the automated navigation system incessantly emitted alert tones, urging us to recalibrate our trajectory. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yu rushed back to the command center, only to soon vent his frustration, exclaiming that it was futile to regain our course. At this juncture, we had essentially forfeited control over the ship, and with the storm intensifying, we could only dread how far we might drift from safety. Suddenly, a deluge accompanied by thunder and lightning descended upon us, while the waves grew more tumultuous, transforming our vessels rocking into a perilous dance with the surging sea, threatening our very existence. Dofu cursed the weather forecast once more, lamenting its dire implications. Li Yu shook his head, asserting that maritime weather predictions were generally reliable. Yet he too was perplexed by the current predicament, pondering whether it was linked to the ghostly cephalopod. Dofu dismissed this notion, scoffing at the improbable tales of vengeful spirits, and pointed out that we had already extracted the pearl in question. Li Yu, overwhelmed, lamented, I don't know. If you ask me, I have no answers. At that moment, I managed to regain my composure, wondering if perhaps it was the curse of the ghostly realm that plagued us. Was misfortune destined to follow me wherever I went? As I contemplated this, I urged everyone to cease their wild speculations, for the calamity had already occurred, and such discussions were fruitless. Li Yu, Ying, you are the experts. Think of a solution. As the tempest roared outside, we stood in the command room, swaying with the ship's movements, precariously close to losing our footing. Each of us grasped onto something stable, striving to maintain our balance while deliberating strategies. Li Yu fixed his gaze on the horizon, noting the approaching swell that would soon lift us to greater heights, his complexion paling as he remarked, Unless the winds subside, we shall not reclaim control of the vessel. I replied, If that is the case, let us abandon this line of thought. Besides our deviation in course, what other dangers loom? Liu glanced at the screen on the command desk, revealing that we had strayed from our original northern route and were veering westward, toward an area marked with many ominous black dots. I inquired, "What do these black dots signify?" Liu's face turned ashen, and he replied, "They indicate a rocky region, a perilous obstacle we must navigate around. Yet we are currently heading straight for it." Alarmed, I exclaimed, "Even if we are moving 3 meters forward and 2 meters back, we must keep the ship moving forward to buy us time. Do not advance forward, steer eastward instead." Promptly, we complied, and as the next wave surged upon us, our ship was lifted high, only to be thrust farther away by the receding waters. In such dire circumstances, we were no longer merely retreating by meters, but rather being pushed back by dozens. Soon, a storm signal illuminated the screen, indicating that the weather forecast had belatedly caught up with reality. I inwardly cursed, realizing that such warnings were of little use at this critical juncture. However, upon glancing at the wind speed indicator, I could not help but gasp in horror, feeling a tingling sensation beneath my feet. The display revealed a staggering maximum wind force of level 15, signifying that we had yet to encounter the zenith of the tempest. The situation ahead would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Were we on land, I would have devised a plan regardless of the circumstances, but here, upon the vast ocean, our only reliance was on the vessel itself. Apart from the ship, there was no refuge to be found. What were we to do? At this rate, we would either be capsized by the waves or succumb to a shipwreck upon the reefs. The relentless sea water surged over the ship's edge, and the deck, battered by the torrential rain and waves, offered no dry patch. I lowered my head in contemplation of a strategy, while the expressions of my companions varied greatly. No matter their prowess on land, they now found themselves powerless at sea. Ironically, the military personnel, the professor, and even the likes of Li Yu and A Ying had become the pillars of support. In that moment, I noticed Duan Fei with a peculiar expression, murmuring to herself as if recalling something significant. Intrigued, I approached and inquired, "Is something the matter?" Upon seeing me, Duan Fei's gaze momentarily faltered, and she pouted, whispering, "Don't come near me." Confused, I responded, "What do you mean?" Duan Fei gestured subtly towards Gu Wanmin. Turning my head, I observed that Gu Wanmin seemed oblivious. Her brows furrowed, her lips pressed tightly together, clearly deep in thought about a potential solution. I found it perplexing. Typically, I preferred to remain reticent in the presence of others, and I had little rapport with Duan Fei. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she seemed to harbor a certain fondness for me. Was it merely a stroke of fortune in romantic encounters, or did I possess an innate charm that attracted women? Seeing my silence, Duan Fei's lips curled into a teasing smile as she quipped, "So close to me. Are you not afraid she'll be upset?" I found myself in a state of bemusement, replying, "We hardly share any relationship, do we? Let us just pretend I never asked. While I may have a temper in other respects, I am unwaveringly loyal to those I hold dear." It was evident that this girl had some interest in me, yet I had no desire for any ambiguous entanglements, and I prepared to depart. Just then, Duan Fei suddenly grasped my hand, exclaiming, "I have made a discovery related to this storm. Do you not wish to hear it?" I turned to face her, her beautiful visage adorned with a hint of mischief, her gaze directed at me in clear provocation. "Of course, I wish to know. Speak now, but do not expect me to beg. After all, you are aboard this ship as well." Upon hearing this, Duan Fei's face flushed with indignation, and she stamped her foot, declaring, "You are so ungrateful." Her outburst drew the attention of the others, and it appeared as though I had been bullying her. A Ying's gaze turned reproachful, and Gu Wanmin's was even more so. In that moment, I felt as though I could not wash away the stain of guilt even if I plunged into the Yellow River. Unexpectedly, Tofu suddenly interjected, exclaiming, "Duan, you are quite adept at identifying issues. Indeed, this fellow's greatest flaw is his lack of appreciation." Once, when we were at a bar, a lovely young lady approached him, inviting him to her room for a game. Can you guess his response? He said, "Miss, please have some self-respect. Haha, how amusing." The young lady was so furious that she was brought to tears, cursing him for his lack of appreciation, much like your current demeanor. Upon hearing this, I was nearly overcome with exasperation, pondering whether this fellow was truly aiding my predicament or inadvertently turning the tide against me. How could every word that escaped his lips distort the intended meaning? Duan Fei immediately discerned the underlying implications of Dofu's words, her complexion shifting from pale to flushed. The others, being astute individuals, grasped the situation as well, However, such matters are delicate and best left unspoken, so they feigned ignorance. After a brief moment, Duan Fei's expression settled into tranquility. I felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that the young girl bore no ill will and merely harbored a fondness for me. Yet, I had already given my heart to another, making any further development impossible. Thus, it seemed prudent to clarify matters to prevent any emotional entanglements. At that moment, Dofu seized the opportunity to speak, stating, "I heard everything you both just said. What clues regarding the storm? Speak quickly. If we delay, we may end up discussing this with the King of Hell." Upon hearing this, Professor Lin promptly interjected, Fei, do not sulk. What is truly happening?" With the teacher's prompt, Duan Fei had no choice but to confess. She suddenly pointed at the silent little girl, declaring, "She is the one causing trouble." Her? A child with a troubled mind could conjure no mischief. Even if she could, how could she possibly incite a storm? Duan Fei recalled that in the lounge, she had seen the little girl rise alone and head toward the materials room, where some of our belongings were stored, including Professor Lin's backpack. Just moments ago, Dofu had mentioned the Lingzhu, speculating whether it might be the source of our troubles. Duan Fei couldn't help but wonder if the little girl had tampered with something she shouldn't have. At that point, we were all like flies buzzing around. Upon hearing this, Professor Lin immediately instructed Wu Sidong to retrieve the backpack. When he unzipped it, the old professor gasped, exclaiming, "It is truly missing." He turned to look at the little girl cradled in Aing's arms, his expression shifting as he asked, "Little one, did you take something from inside?" I inwardly cursed, thinking, was this even a question worth asking? The matter was as clear as day. We were all part of the same crew, and none would stoop to petty theft. Which is why Professor Lin had not kept his belongings secured. Yet, despite all precautions, the proverbial wolf had slipped through the door, and this little girl had taken something. Perhaps she was not a thief in the truest sense. She likely took it to play. I set aside my reluctance to confront the young child, seeing her silence. I approached and began to search her. She wore oversized adult clothing, and aside from her 2 pockets, there was little room to conceal anything. After a swift examination, I found nothing. Dofu remarked, "Let us not be too hasty in condemning her." Gu Wenmin, quick to respond, suggested, "When we found her, she was in the fish store at the stern. Could the item be there?" At that moment, the wind had reached nearly force 14. Even with all doors and windows secured, we could feel the faint tremor as the tempest battered against the glass. I feared that if this continued, our vessel might well be torn asunder by the storm. To ascertain the unfolding of events, I promptly assigned tasks to everyone, instructing the carp to continue maneuvering the vessel, thereby buying us some time. Meanwhile, I, accompanied by Tofu and 4 robots, ventured into the tempestuous winds and towering waves, determined to investigate the stern of the ship. As I opened the door, a fierce gust of wind, mingled with rain, surged into the command room, drenching everyone in an instant. The few small stools that had been placed within the room were swept up by the wind and violently hurled against the ship's wall, leaving the crew visibly shaken. The 6 of us felt compelled to shut the door, braving the elements as we staggered towards the rear of the vessel. This endeavor was markedly less smooth than our previous efforts. The turbulent sea tossed the ship about, creating an unpredictable rise and fall that rendered it nearly impossible to maintain one's footing without any handholds. Just as we reached the deck, a colossal wave crashed over the side of the ship, throwing us all off balance. In an instant, we were sent tumbling to the ground. I rolled over, drenched in the icy sea water, and coughed up several mouthfuls of salty brine. Shaking my head to clear the water from my eyes, I prepared to rise. But before I could move, the ship tilted again. The slick, wet deck offered no grip, and unexpectedly, I found myself rolling down the incline towards the edge. The ship's railing, painted a vibrant green, featured substantial gaps between its bars. In my chaotic tumble, I was abruptly propelled through one of these openings. And in that fleeting moment of suspension, a chill gripped my heart. I knew I could not afford to fall into the sea. The monstrous waves below were merciless. And should I be cast into their depths, even divine intervention would struggle to rescue me. In a desperate attempt, I reached out for the railing. But as if scripted in a dramatic film, my hand fell short by mere centimeters, leaving me helpless. This all transpired in an instant, as my hand grasped nothingness. Fear barely had time to register before my body plummeted towards the tumultuous waves. Just as the dark expanse of the ocean loomed closer, I felt a sudden tightening around my waist, halting my descent. Startled, I looked up to find Tofu wedged horizontally between the railing, clutching my pants with all his might. His grip had arrested my fall, tightening my midsection in the process. Influenced by Tofu's typically unreliable demeanor, my first thought was a rather irreverent one. Thank goodness I wasn't wearing loose-fitting trousers, or they might have been yanked off entirely. Tofu, lacking strength and trapped between the railing, struggled to hold on, his expression contorted with effort as he shouted, "Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer." Seizing this moment of reprieve, I quickly reacted. I spread my other leg and hooked my ankle around the iron railing, summoning all my strength to propel my upper body upward. With a deft maneuver, I grasped the railing and executed a somersault back onto the deck. This entire sequence unfolded in mere moments. Had Tofu not intervened in time, I might have been swept away into the raging sea. At this moment, the 4 robots also managed to rise from the deck. Just as the previous wave subsided, another surge crashed upon us. However, this time everyone was prepared. Realizing evasion was futile, we immediately grasped onto nearby fixtures to brace ourselves for the next colossal wave. Tofu exclaimed, "What shall we do? It's a relentless onslaught. If this continues, we shall surely be overwhelmed." The distance from the deck to the stern was a mere 20 meters, typically traversable in under a minute. Yet in the current tumultuous circumstances, our progress was hindered. I pondered for a moment before calling out, "We cannot remain passive. We are amidst a tempest, and the waves will only grow more ferocious. We must not be mere targets. Let us climb forward." At that instant, everyone found themselves along the ship's edge, easily able to grab hold. Upon my urging, the 4 robots also identified stable holds. We pressed closely against the deck, one hand clutching the railing, as we crawled towards the bow amidst the swaying vessel. When a wave approached, we halted our movements, bowing our heads to greet the oncoming surge. The sea roared with wind and rain, accompanied by thunder and lightning, rendering our ears nearly numb. Each conversation had to be shouted at the top of our lungs to be heard over the cacophony. We ducked with each wave and advanced as they receded. After what felt like an arduous 10 minutes, we finally reached the stern. Seizing the opportunity, we rushed into the fish room, swiftly closed the metal door behind us, and secured it with a bolt, finally finding a moment of respite. The fish room was small and dimly lit. We were drenched, water dripping from our hair, with beads of moisture covering our faces. We exchanged glances, panting heavily, momentarily at a loss for words. I had truly come to appreciate the might of the ocean. It is a force that humanity cannot contend with. Before its grandeur, we can only bow, as we did just moments ago, lowering our heads in the face of a giant wave and advancing when it receded. Despite traversing a mere 20 meters, we were utterly exhausted. The heavy breaths echoed in the cramped fish room, devoid of the dangers of towering waves or the threat of being thrown overboard. We seized this opportunity to rest and regulate our breathing. As I gasped, I surveyed our surroundings. To the left, there had originally been some fish barrels and rods, small items to pass the time during dull moments at sea. However, now they lay scattered across the floor due to the ship's tilt. In the center was a trough, where I remembered several large salmon and squids resided, but they were now nowhere to be seen. It was likely that when the door swung open, they were jolted from the water and swept back into the sea. Aside from that, the fish room contained nothing else. Tofu panted, "Have we perhaps misunderstood?" I replied, "It is futile to speculate now. We must search thoroughly for any clues." The space was small, and the 6 of us quickly turned it upside down. Yet we found no trace of the spirit pearl. Perhaps it truly had nothing to do with that little girl? Or perhaps Duan Fei and I were merely too suspicious. Attempting to decipher a child's behavior through adult reasoning was certainly unwise. I shook my head and sighed. "Nothing here. Let us return." Just as we prepared to retrace our steps, Tofu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, seemingly tripping over something, and fell backward, landing squarely into the fish trough behind us. Initially engulfed in a melancholic mood, I found myself in a state of bemusement, exclaiming, "Even a simple walk can lead to a fall. Will you even have a future to live?" Tofu struggled to rise, asserting, No, it was clearly one of you who tripped me." He pointed at Robot 1, adding, "If you dislike the nickname I've given you, just say so." The robots exchanged glances, their bald heads gleaming, each wearing an expression of innocence. Finally, Robot 1 stated, "It has nothing to do with me." Robot 2 added, "I didn't do it either." Robot 3 remarked, "We are not so petty." Robot 4 lamented, "Unfortunately, all the squid in the water have fled." This comment expressed regret over the absence of grilled squid, and we could easily disregard Robot 4, for he rarely spoke of anything other than food. Upon hearing their remarks and observing Tofu's struggle to rise, an idea struck me, and I called out, "Wait, little Tofu, don't come out." Tofu halted, a puzzled look on his face, questioning, "Don't come out?" From an artist's perspective, the image of a handsome man entering the water was quite appealing, but that was a sight only my future spouse should behold. Why would I not emerge? I was disinclined to engage in banter with Tofu, as memories of my earlier encounter with Tang Jiangzi in the lounge resurfaced. He had also tripped me. Could it be that Tofu's fall was yet another of his schemes? Was he attempting to detain us, preventing our departure from this place? What other secrets might remain undiscovered? Observing Tofu sitting foolishly in the water, I suddenly realized and instructed him, "Go underwater and feel if there is anything beneath." Tofu turned pale, replying, "I have aquaphobia." I reassured him, "The water is less than 2 meters deep. It would be quite difficult for you, a nuisance, to drown. I suspect that something might lie at the bottom." Chapter 30. Evidence. Tofu remained skeptical, questioning, "What if there is nothing?" I replied, "If there is nothing, you can forego the belly dance you owe us." Upon hearing this, Tofu dove headfirst into the narrow water tank without hesitation. Due to the limited space of the vessel, the design aimed to maximize every inch, making the tank appear small and square, while in reality, it expanded below to accommodate more fish and shrimp. Those widened areas could only be seen by submerging one's head. Within less than a minute of diving, Tofu resurfaced, clutching 2 objects in his hands, the missing spiritual pearls. Robot 1 remarked, "It seems your belly dance must continue." Robot 2 commented, "Considering the circumstances, I believe you may be excused." Robot 3 asserted, "There is nothing appealing about a man performing a belly dance." Robot 4 inquired, "Are there any other fish that escaped?" Tofu spat out water, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a still-living squid, which he tossed to Robot 4, saying, "I knew it. So I caught the only stray squid for you. We can grill it later. There is no need to thank me excessively. For my only virtue is that I am likable." Tofu executed this maneuver quite adeptly, and the robot's fondness for him grew. I instructed Tofu to stow away the items, and the 6 of us retraced our steps, enduring another round of commotion before finally returning to the command room. The entire command room now lay in disarray. One of the glass panes had shattered, allowing waves to surge in and drench the interior. The shattered pane was perilously close to the command platform, catching everyone off guard as the platform was immediately inundated with seawater, dripping wet. The screen that once displayed nautical charts had succumbed to a complete blue screen. Not only was Tofu taken aback, but I too stared at the command platform, exclaiming, "Do not tell me it is broken." Liu, clutching his hair, replied, "It is not entirely broken. Only the navigation system has failed." I felt a surge of frustration, thinking that amidst the raging sea, the navigation system had malfunctioned. Was that not enough? Did the power system have to fail completely for it to be deemed a crisis? At that moment, the others had managed to find a piece of wood to temporarily seal the broken window, halting any further influx of water. As if the heavens conspired against us. The navigation system was not solely for navigation. It also encompassed signal transmission and network connectivity. With the navigation compromised, our vessel was utterly isolated, adrift in the vast ocean, with no one to know our fate. Gu Wunmin shook her head slightly, sighing, "At this juncture, there is no point in further discussion. What about you? Any insights?" Tofu immediately produced 2 objects, claiming he had discovered them beneath the sink. The situation was clear. The little girl had taken these items, perhaps out of a playful whim or for some other reason, and subsequently discarded the beads into the water. But did the calamity we were currently facing truly relate to the beads in our possession? I turned my gaze toward the spiritual bead in Professor Lin's hand, and suddenly sensed something amiss, stating, "It seems these beads have undergone some change." Gu Wenmin's expression darkened. Her typically melodious voice now somber as she remarked, "The radiant luster they once possessed has vanished. They now appear akin to mere pearls." Indeed, the 2 precious orbs that once sparkled in our hands had lost their sheen, resembling ordinary pearls, albeit slightly larger. Could the transformation of the spiritual beads be linked to this tempest? As this thought crossed my mind, I noticed Liu's complexion turning pale. He suddenly knelt forward, muttering incantations under his breath. Even Ying turned ashen, following suit in kneeling beside him. Both recited words we could not comprehend, their expressions shifting to one of fear and reverence, leaving the rest of us utterly perplexed. Wu Sidong inquired of Professor Lin, "Sir, What are they doing? Professor Lin furrowed his brow and shook his head, replying, I do not know. Dofu interjected, is that even a question? Clearly, they are indulging in superstitious practices. With that, he patted Liyu's shoulder, urging, stop the mumbling and get up. Even when fish are caught, they struggle a bit. Although we teeter on the brink of life and death. Facing the Grim Reaper, you cannot simply give up. Liyu immediately opened his eyes and declared, hurry, everyone kneel and repent to the sea god. Dofu retorted, and if it is indeed the sea god causing this turmoil, so what? We have slain 2 of its minions, acting on behalf of justice. Why should I repent? Liu, agitated, responded, you do not understand. He then glanced at the bead in Professor Lin's hand and began to recount the origins of the matter. The so-called spiritual pearls are, in essence, precious orbs that harbor souls within them. Without the essence of a spirit, these pearls lose their extraordinary nature. The dazzling radiance we previously witnessed emanating from those 2 pearls was attributable to the presence of a soul. Initially, we were misled by the lamentations of the fish spirits and extracted the spiritual pearls, only to have them carelessly thrown into the water by that little girl. Once submerged, the pearls enabled the fish spirits to escape into the depths of the ocean, seeking the sea deity's intervention, which is why their brilliance has now vanished. It is not that the weather forecast was inaccurate. Rather, it failed to anticipate our intrusion upon the sea god's domain. Upon hearing this, Tofu gazed at the now diminished pearls, his legs turning to jelly, his knees wavering as if they might buckle beneath him. He felt compelled to kneel, yet seeing the rest of us standing, he hesitated, his legs fidgeting comically. As I listened to the carp recount this tale, I couldn't help but glance at the little girl. This child, mentally shattered, requiring assistance even to eat. How could she suddenly resort to stealing those 2 pearls? Something about the situation felt amiss. The carp, noticing my gaze, also looked at the girl and remarked, the fish spirits are indeed malevolent. This little girl, clearly traumatized, has lost her soul. Those who are soul-deprived are particularly susceptible to manipulation by malevolent forces. Perhaps at that moment, she was unwittingly compelled by the 2 fish spirits. Folklore suggests that individuals with mental afflictions, be they mad or feeble-minded, are often believed to be incomplete in spirit, rendering their bodies vulnerable to the influence of dark entities. In ancient times, peculiar occurrences were common, such as a family having a foolish son who would be bullied by everyone. Yet one day, he would suddenly exhibit wild behavior, his eyes turning green, saliva dripping, and he would bite anyone in sight. It was said that this was due to his spirit being fractured, allowing his body to be partially overtaken by fox spirits. In such cases, the family would summon a shaman, who would wield a willow branch to beat the afflicted, a practice known as exorcising demons. While this dialogue is steeped in superstition, the unfolding events compel us to consider its validity. In the fishing chamber, Tang Jiangzi tripped Tofu again, prompting us to ponder the true purpose behind these 2 spiritual pearls. Clearly, he is deeply concerned for his daughter, which is why he follows us so closely. Viewed from another perspective, he has taken on the role of a potential guardian. Whether it be the lurking ghostly octopus or the current predicament with the spiritual pearls, he is aiding us. Or more accurately, assisting his daughter. His interference in our quest to retrieve the pearls suggests that perhaps the resolution to this crisis lies within them. Yet, with their brilliance extinguished, what purpose can they serve? According to the carp, it was the fish spirits that first manipulated the mentally disturbed girl, leveraging her to access the water and consequently escape to seek the sea deity's wrath, leading us to this dire situation. While this explanation may seem implausible, the more I ponder it, the more it resonates with logic. Now that we have identified the cause, how shall we proceed to remedy this? I turned to the carp, who, without my prompting, sighed and said, we can only beseech the sea deity to temper his anger. At this moment, it was already 2 in the afternoon, ordinarily a time of bright sunlight, but outside, darkness enveloped the land, ominous clouds blotting out the sun and moon. It appeared that the sea deity's fury was profound, making it improbable for him to relent. At that moment, Gu Wanmin, with her keen eyesight, fixed her gaze on the bow of the ship and exclaimed, look, what is that? As a police officer accustomed to firearms training, her vision was exceptionally sharp, and her meticulous nature often allowed her to discern subtle clues before others. Following her line of sight, we beheld several enormous black shapes intermittently emerging from the tumultuous sea, reminiscent of the sea monsters depicted in American films. What could they be? When Liu, using a telescope, caught sight of them, his expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in horror, "This is bad. We have been pushed into the reef zone by the wind and waves." A chill ran down my spine, rendering me speechless. Liu, abandoning any thoughts of prayer, scrambled to his feet, frantically attempting to turn the ship around, pushing the power system to its limits. Yet, the small water pump beneath our vessel was no match for the might of the ocean, merely delaying the inevitable as our ship continued inexorably toward those monstrous rocks. Suddenly, gazing at the towering waves outside, a thought struck me. If the fish ghost had controlled the little girl, why did it not directly compel her to throw the spirit pearl into the sea? Instead, it was cast into our water tank. A notion began to form in my mind. Could this be a form of location tracking? Was the spirit pearl, akin to a corpse, evidence of our fish-catching exploits? What if we were to destroy or dispose of this evidence? As this thought crystallized, I realized that we had no choice but to attempt every possible means of escape. The crew aboard the ship stared in despair at the approaching, monstrous reef. In that critical moment, Gu Wunmin suddenly grasped my hand. Her typically dark and gentle gaze now clouded as if veiled by mist. She said, "There is something I wish to tell you." Beside us, Dofu interjected, "I have something to say as well." I replied, "Wunmin, I understand your feelings, though I am not one to openly display emotions." I could not resist embracing her in that moment. Turning to Dofu, I asked, "What do you wish to tell me?" Dofu replied, "Your pants were torn on the deck earlier, did you know?" "What?" I was taken aback and felt my backside, discovering a large tear. Enraged, I kicked out, saying, "Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Dofu pulled out his phone, saying, "I wanted to take a picture, but it got waterlogged." I said solemnly, "It's not the phone that's waterlogged, it's your brain that's been soaked." With that, I stopped dwelling on trivial matters and shared my thoughts with Professor Lin and Liu. Upon hearing my proposal, they both expressed their willingness to try it. We promptly decided to cast the troublesome spirit pearl into the sea. Chapter 31. Peril. This was a rather straightforward endeavor. We simply needed to throw it overboard. We opened one of the windows, braving the fierce wind and rain, and directly tossed the two pearls into the tumultuous waters, where they were swiftly engulfed by the waves. From that point onward, there was nothing more we could do but wait. The carp diligently maneuvered the vessel, striving to evade the tumultuous waves that threatened to capsize us. Our only recourse was to buy time. Wu Zedong and Duan Fei, in their youth, bore pallid expressions, their gazes fixated outside, lost in thoughts unknown. Discarding items overboard yielded no respite. The tumult persisted, and the winds grew ever fiercer. Suddenly, the carp exclaimed, "This is bad." Behind us. Behind? What is the matter? The group, having completed their prior actions, felt as heavy as lead. His sudden outcry jolted our hearts back into a state of alarm. His mention of behind evidently referred to the stern of the ship, suggesting some unforeseen peril had arisen. However, we remained enclosed within the cabin. The display screen aglow with a disconcerting blue, rendering visibility of the rear impossible. How could the carp exhibit such alarm? At that moment, Ah-Ing was also intensely gazing ahead, muttering, "It's over. Something's coming from behind." Dofu, unable to contain himself, urged, "What on earth are you two talking about?" The carp swallowed hard and stated, "Prepare to abandon ship." "What?" We were taken aback. Ah-Ing gestured towards the front, exclaiming, "Look, isn't the water ahead receding?" The uneven waves indicated that the more the water in front sank, the larger the swell behind us became. In storms, this was precisely the scenario we dreaded, as it significantly increased the likelihood of capsizing. Those well-versed in maritime matters discerned the gravity of the situation. Professor Lin promptly ordered, "Quick, prepare the lifeboats." I interjected, "There is no time. The safety equipment is located at the stern. Preparing lifeboats now would require a trek to the rear, which is impossible under the current circumstances." Ah-Ing swiftly donned a life jacket and urged us to do the same, his expression a portrait of despair as he uttered, "Our fate lies in the hands of destiny." In the haste, we momentarily forgot the little girl. Just then, a scene unfolded that left us aghast. A life jacket inexplicably floated up, attempting to encircle the girl, but after drifting halfway, it fell abruptly to the ground, seemingly unable to sustain its weight. It is said that spirits cannot manipulate objects. I realized that Tang Jiangze was present and hastily retrieved the fallen life jacket, aiming to secure it around the girl. Amidst our frantic actions, we suddenly felt our center of gravity shift forward, and we instinctively lurched ahead. Glancing back, We saw our vessel lifted by an immense wave surging from behind. The swell grew higher, elevating the ship, while the bow inclined ominously downward. Looking ahead, the sky vanished from view, leaving only the endless expanse of water. I gasped, fastening the life jacket on the little girl, and in that moment, the true nature of everyone was laid bare as they instinctively gravitated towards their most trusted companions. In an instant, Dofu, Gu Wanmin, and I huddled together, gripping the nearest railing, our eyes fixed on the encroaching water. If we could evade the oncoming wave, we would be fortunate. If not, we would surely plunge into the depths below. In the chaos, I recalled Professor Lin, a venerable acquaintance of my grandfather. Though I had no time to cast a glance back at him before the entire ship violently crashed into the sea. As the sea surged forth, it violently burst through the doors, shattering glass and inundating everything in its path, rendering visibility utterly impossible. Everyone had prepared in advance. If the ship were to face calamity and capsize, we were to swim out at the earliest opportunity. Given the weight of the vessel, if one fell into the water upside down, the descent would be rapid, compelling us to escape the ship as swiftly as possible. Yet, despite our meticulous planning, the moment the water rushed in, the overwhelming force scattered us all. The tumultuous currents rendered it impossible to open our eyes. And I soon found that Gu Wanmin and Dofu had vanished, swept away to an unknown fate. At that moment, I could only adhere to our original plan, swimming towards the direction I had memorized. Having held my breath in anticipation, I estimated I could endure underwater for about 3 minutes. This foresight afforded us a brief respite. Once I emerged from the ship, I swiftly ascended to the surface. Upon opening my eyes, I immediately spotted the scattered figures of my companions, the 4 robots, Liu, Aing, Dofu, Gu Wanmin, and Duan Fei, as well as Wu Sidong and Professor Lin. Yet one was missing. A wave of unease washed over me as I scanned the surroundings. Where had that little girl gone? In the chaos of the rushing water, everyone struggled to maintain their footing. Had she already met with misfortune? If so, all of Tang Jiang's efforts would have been in vain. I sighed, but there was no time for contemplation. We were not yet safe. Having lost our ship and all that we could rely on, we were at the mercy of the storm, facing imminent peril. As the sea continued to churn like a scene from apocalyptic visions, I called out urgently, "Everyone, climb onto the rocks for refuge." In such dire circumstances, having something to cling to was far preferable to being at the mercy of the waves. Moreover, the life jackets left much to be desired. If they were to fail or the connecting ropes were to snap, it would spell disaster. Seizing the moment before the next great wave crashed down, we swam with all our might towards the nearest rocky outcrop. Countless times, we were toppled by the surging waves, and by the time we reached the rocks, all of us appeared pale, half of us retching from the combination of anxiety, fear, and exhaustion-induced stomach cramps. The 4 robots, however, appeared relatively composed. There was indeed something commendable about those with military backgrounds. I surveyed the panting group and then looked up along the rocks, saying, "There's a hollowed area up there. Let us take shelter there." Liu glanced up, gasping for breath, and remarked, "Mr. Chun has a keen eye. I estimate this storm will last over an hour. If we can endure this hour, we will be safe." Though utterly fatigued, we had no choice but to shakily ascend. The hollow was situated on the southern side of the rocks, offering shelter both in front and behind, with ample protection on either side, ensuring that we would not be easily dislodged by the waves. Soon, we congregated in this confined space, which was barely large enough to accommodate us, crammed together. We braced ourselves, ready to inhale deeply, cover our ears, and close our eyes in anticipation of the next oncoming wave. This feels more akin to a form of torment. Towering waves crash relentlessly, leaving no room for evasion, forcing us to endure. Those unable to withstand it are left with but one fate, demise. Although Professor Lin appears spirited, he is, after all, advanced in years. We, trapped within the recesses of the rocky outcrop, found ourselves submerged in icy water, which chilled us to the bone. As the monstrous waves surged, they struck with the force of a high-pressure hose. In mere moments, Professor Lin lost consciousness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I understood that his fainting made him particularly vulnerable to drowning with the next incoming wave. His frail body could hardly endure such an ordeal. What should we do? Dofu, ever the provocateur, immediately turned to Wu Sidong beside Professor Lin and said, "This won't do. Your teacher has fainted. When the next wave hits, you must pinch his nose and administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." Be sure to block his ears, otherwise, a careless moment could rupture his eardrums. Wu Zedong looked bewildered. While Dofu may not always be reliable, he spoke the truth. The human eardrum is quite delicate. The likelihood of rupture and subsequent deafness from strong winds or powerful water currents is significantly high. Upon hearing this, Duan Fei offered, "I will cover the teacher's ears." Just then, the informant eyeing announced, "It's coming. Get ready." With no other choice, Wu Zedong inhaled deeply and, as the wave crashed upon us, pinched Professor Lin's nose and began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. I knew Dofu was being deliberately provocative, despite his usual unreliability. He had a knack for concocting elaborate schemes when it came to human matters. Once we endured that wave, Wu Zedong spat repeatedly, and Dofu immediately derided him. "You find your teacher distasteful?" Wu Zedong's verbal sparring skills paled in comparison to Dofu's quick wit, and his complexion was a ghastly shade of pale. Seeing Dofu had perhaps overstepped, I interjected, "Enough of this chatter. Whether we can preserve our lives is still uncertain, yet here you are, finding the energy to bicker." Dofu seized the opportunity to shift the topic, sighing deeply as he remarked, "That little girl is such a pity. I wonder how troubled Brother Tang must feel now that he has departed." I, too, felt a pang of sorrow. I could only view it from a different perspective, saying, with her mental state in disarray and her parents gone, life would be a torment for her. Perhaps it is better this way. They have been reunited as a family. Brother Tang is likely escorting his daughter into another life. As this topic arose, silence enveloped us. Wu Zedong pinched Professor Lin's philtrum, finally rousing him from his stupor. Exhausted, hungry, cold, and parched, we endured the relentless downpour and the unyielding waves. The experience was beyond description. I half embraced Gu Wanmin to shield her, but she, being a woman, was still pale and shivering. As for Duan Fei, her condition was even more dire. Yet, selfishness is inherent in human nature. I could hardly tend to my own beloved, let alone extend my care to her. At that moment, Robot 1 suddenly exclaimed, "The storm seems to have lessened." Robot 2 countered, "Didn't they say it would last over an hour?" Robot 3 chimed in, "It's barely been 10 minutes. Robot 4 added, "I'm so hungry." I looked up, catching a few raindrops to quench my thirst, and indeed noticed that the storm had subsided somewhat. Just as the robots continued their oblivious chatter, I suddenly spotted a colossal shadow rising from the churning sea not far away, resembling some monstrous creature, emerging ominously toward the surface. The shadow was exceedingly peculiar, resembling a colossal shuttle, and its nature was unknown. As the onlookers beheld it, despair filled their hearts. The tempest had yet to pass, and now an oddity emerged. The carp speculated, could it be the sea god? Just as Tofu was about to respond, the entity fully surfaced, and upon recognizing its form, Tofu gulped audibly and exclaimed, "Old Chun, pinch me, I must be dreaming." Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the strange phenomenon rising from the sea, their throats constricted as if choked, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 32. Trapped. What emerged from the ocean was unmistakably our vessel, now floating on the surface, bobbing with the waves. I had witnessed many bizarre occurrences, yet none quite like this. Anyone with a modicum of common sense knows that once a ship capsizes, it cannot resurface. For the hull fills with water, and the balance of buoyancy is irrevocably disrupted, hastening its descent into the abyss. Thus, the sight of the waterlogged ship suddenly appearing, dripping with seawater, left us all momentarily dumbfounded. The storm had indeed lessened considerably, and the waves were no longer as ferocious. After a brief pause, we finally reacted, casting aside thoughts of the miraculous re-emergence of the vessel, and swam hastily towards it. Upon boarding, we discovered that everything inside was utterly ruined. The water had inundated the interior. The sole comfort was that our equipment bags had been stored in the fish hold, which was typically locked, thereby preserving the gear within. Although the ship's interior was flooded, a sense of relief washed over us, and we either sat or lay languidly on the deck. The carp, mustering strength, ventured to the command room for an inspection. Moments later, he returned, shaking his head with a wry smile, declaring, "It's all broken. This ship is now fit only as a shelter, of no further use." He tugged at his hair, lamenting, "This was my livelihood. What shall I do now?" Professor Lin, regaining his composure, reassured, "There will be compensation measures from above." This calmed the carp somewhat, though his expression remained sullen. During this exchange, the torrential rain ceased, and the once tumultuous waves receded just as swiftly. Tofu speculated, Could it be that those two pearls had an effect? I shook my head and replied, "Such supernatural phenomena are unpredictable. My concern lies with how this ship managed to float again." Gu Wenmin, appearing contemplative, remarked, "I noticed a vast shadow beneath the surface. It seemed as though that shadow had pushed the ship upwards." A shadow? Could it be some sea monster capable of lifting a 20-meter fishing vessel? Was it possible that we encountered such a rare occurrence? I found myself at the ship's edge, peering down into the profound depths of the ocean, yet saw nothing amiss. Just then, the heavy clouds in the sky began to disperse, and rays of sunlight streamed through the fissures, initially in slender beams, then blossoming into a radiant expanse, illuminating the once dim sea with newfound brilliance. Everything unfolded with a startling abruptness, both the arrival and departure, all occurring within a mere span of 3 hours. From a Category 15 hurricane to the dissipation of clouds and mist, we traversed the precarious threshold between life and death. Now, gathered on the deck, even the sunlight streaming down could not dispel the chill that had seeped into our very bones from the sea. Moments later, Duan Fei sneezed, her delicate visage pale, as she hugged her arms tightly and trembled, saying, "We should warm ourselves first. It's far too cold." Aing replied, "The fuel is still available. I will go down to fetch some." She too was utterly exhausted, so Tofu and I followed her to assist. The first level of the cabin was also flooded, but it seemed that much of the water had already drained when the ship was afloat. Thus the water level was not high, merely reaching our calves. The bedding in the lounge was completely soaked, and a few socks floated on the surface. We retrieved a heater and fuel from the sealed fish hold, igniting it on the deck. Along the way, we took out clean clothes from the gear bag to change into, gathering around the fire to warm ourselves, finally feeling the blood circulate through our bodies once more. As we warmed ourselves, discussions about our next steps commenced. Firstly, our ship's navigation system had failed 2 hours prior, which meant that in light of this disaster, we were utterly incapable of sending a distress signal. Furthermore, there were issues with the ship's power system, the specifics of which awaited inspection by Liu. We might be able to repair it and then return home. For now, however, our primary concern must be our own safety. Allowing the vessel to drift aimlessly at sea, without any control, was clearly unwise. Tofu, with a spark of inspiration, suggested securing the ship to the nearby reef where we had previously taken refuge. We could wait here temporarily for repairs to the power system. Even if we could not fix it, remaining in the same location while awaiting rescue was preferable to aimlessly wandering the ocean. Various nations had patrol aircraft, and we needed to remain vigilant, observing both the sea and sky to avoid missing any potential rescue. At this juncture, discussing the feasibility of Time Island seemed futile. Our current endeavor had already been doomed by this maritime disaster. Gu Wenmin gently remarked, "Since we cannot send a signal, waiting for rescue will be a protracted ordeal." The longest rescue I know of involved an American fishing vessel that faced a similar situation. They could only await assistance without the ability to signal for help. I inquired, "How long did they wait?" Gu Wenmin pressed her lips together, her tone heavy as she replied, 6 individuals. Ultimately, only 2 survived. They waited at sea for 2 months before encountering another ship. Her words plunged our spirits into despair. At that moment, Tofu, ever unfiltered, interjected, "That's not the longest. The longest I know of is Robinson Crusoe, who survived on a deserted island for 28 years. As the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, Wu Sidong nearly lost his composure upon hearing this, his glasses having gone missing, causing everything to appear blurry as he squinted. Once a refined gentleman, he now seemed somewhat disheveled, vehemently cursing Tofu for his ill-timed remarks. In this instance, he was not mistaken. I declared, if I were to wait for 28 years, I might as well leap from here and end it all. However, let us not lose heart. This area is not far from the sea. Remaining within the bounds of the East China Sea, where the likelihood of encountering vessels or patrol aircraft is considerably higher. Professor Lin deemed the Tofu strategy quite sound, and deemed it imperative to stabilize the boat first. Thus, we took up ropes, securing both the bow and stern of the vessel, fastening 2 robust lines to the rocks. Our only recourse was to await our fate. With no knowledge of how long we would be waiting, we endeavored to restore the ship's facilities. Liu and the robot quartet took charge of the repairs, as they had acquired relevant knowledge during their time in the military, while the rest of us organized whatever useful items we had, wringing out bedding and laying it out to dry. Tofu and a few others busied themselves gathering clams and shellfish clinging to the rocks to serve as our evening meal. After a flurry of activity, nightfall arrived swiftly. Most of the water on the ship had evaporated, and we reclined on the dry deck, surrounded only by the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Occasionally, peculiar fish would leap from the sea, and the sky was a tapestry of stars. The scenery was undeniably beautiful, yet regrettably ill-timed. Otherwise, it could have been mistaken for a vacation. After a grueling day, no one felt inclined to converse as night descended. It was not long before the sound of rhythmic snoring filled the air, and closing my eyes, I succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon waking the next morning, the weather was radiant, and the sea breeze gentle. Liu and the robot quartet commenced repairs on the power equipment early in the day. I took some time to inquire into the situation. Although this area is rather specialized and my layman's perspective yielded little insight, I discovered that 2/3 of our fuel had leaked away. Even a fool could discern that, under such circumstances, repairs would be of minimal benefit. It seemed Liu and the others were merely seeking a semblance of reassurance. Meanwhile, Gu Wanmin and several women had collected some clams, using the clam meat as bait to fish from the rocks in preparation for lunch. I stood at the bow, gazing out and contemplating our strategy. How much longer would we remain trapped here? How long could our fuel sustain us? How long would our fresh water last? Though we were not far from the open sea, it was unlikely we would be stranded for more than a month. Yet a duration of 10 days to half a month was certainly feasible. Based on the most frugal usage, our fuel should last 5 days, after which we would have to resort to consuming raw food. As for fresh water, with over 10 of us, it would last a maximum of 2 days. What then? Drink seawater? Absurd. The more we drank, the quicker we would perish. Just as I was lost in thought, Gu Wanmin, who had been fishing, suddenly stood up and appeared to be speaking to Duan Fei. From my vantage point, I could only see Gu Wenmin's back, and Duan Fei's face was obscured, leaving me unsure of their interaction. After observing for a moment, I noticed Duan Fei abruptly tossed down her fishing rod and marched angrily toward the boat, seemingly having had a disagreement with Gu Wenmin. I was taken aback. Gu Wenmin was not the type to engage in disputes lightly. What could have transpired? Until lunchtime, both Gu Wenmin and Duan Fei wore gloomy expressions. Gu Wenmin was not someone prone to anger. She was generally gentle and composed. It was indeed rare to see her with such a stern demeanor. I contemplated approaching the beautiful Gu Wenmin later, when fewer people were around, to inquire about the situation. Unfortunately, on that day, I sensed that she seemed deliberately evasive, almost as if she were upset with me. Dofu also noticed and asked whether I had done something to provoke her ire. Upon explaining my suspicions, Dofu appeared to understand, remarking, "Old Shun, you truly do not comprehend women." I retorted, "How would you know? You, an eternal novice in romance." Dofu, feeling somewhat stifled, rubbed his nose and said, "I am trying to help you. Please don't rub salt in my wounds." Based on my deductions, it seemed that Gu Wenmin was likely envious, particularly given that Duan Fei harbored ulterior motives towards me. I countered, "Even if her intentions are questionable, I did not reciprocate. Why should she be angry with me? Wenmin is not an unreliable person." Dofu insisted, "Trust me, you are mistaken. When dealing with women, a different approach is required. You must quietly approach from behind, embrace her." And then, he mimicked the gesture of an embrace, pouting to indicate a passionate kiss, before thumping his chest, declaring, "I guarantee it's foolproof." Naturally, I would not resort to such dubious tactics. As evening fell and everyone began to rest to conserve energy, I sought out Gu Wenmin, determined to clarify the matter. Xiao Dao was quite excited, exclaiming that he had amassed a staggering number of votes, filled with love. He was confident that he would surpass 10,000 votes that day. And since morning, he had been tirelessly typing away, promising that with 10,000 votes, he would provide 2 additional chapters, the first of which would be ready soon, while the second would come later that night. "Hey, Xiao Dao is giving it his all. Don't let the votes stop," he proclaimed. Chapter 33, The Warship. At that moment, Gu Wenmin stood by the head of the bed, with the bedding freshly aired in the sun, while everyone else had spread their mats on the deck. I walked over to her. She glanced at me but remained silent, which left me perplexed. "Wenmin, have I done something wrong? Just tell me directly. I am not well versed in the nuances of women's thoughts, so it is a bit challenging for me to guess." Upon hearing this, Gu Wenmin shot me a look and said, "Go ahead and pretend. Xiao Dao has already spilled your secrets." "What?" I was taken aback and exclaimed, "That big mouth. I truly wish I could sew it shut." I vowed that I harbored no other feelings for Xiao Jing and certainly none for Duan Fei. It was merely my charm that drew attention, and their affections were beyond my control. My loyalty to you is unwavering and resolute. At this, she finally smiled and remarked, "You usually act like a dullard, but when it comes to flattery, you certainly have a way with words." Seeing her smile lifted my spirits, and I seized the moment to say, "In that case, let us not dwell on Duan Fei's antics. I promise to avoid her in the future and keep my masculine allure under wraps." Gu Wenmin, amused yet exasperated, responded, "Is that how you perceive me? As someone so petty?" I would certainly not dare to directly insinuate her jealousy. Instead, I tactfully inquired, "If that is the case, why did you argue during the day?" She hesitated momentarily before responding, "It is not for the reason you presume. I am still uncertain, but for now, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from her. She is somewhat troubled." Before she could finish her thought, we were abruptly interrupted by a voice, Wu Sidong, who remarked with a hint of acidity, "What are you discussing at this hour?" I found it somewhat amusing and turned to Gu Wenmin, saying, "See, the air of hormones is not emanating solely from me." Gu Wenmin was rendered speechless, merely shrugging and stating, "I'll observe for a while longer. Perhaps we can discuss it later." Perhaps unable to withstand Wu Sidong's gaze, she withdrew into her blanket, falling into a solitary slumber. Although it was summer, the ocean's damp chill necessitated blankets at night. Aside from the 4 robots taking turns on watch, the rest of us slept soundly until daybreak. By this time, we had been stranded for 3 days. Our fresh water supply had dwindled. However, there exists a species of fish known as the traveling fish, rich in moisture. To replenish our hydration, the remaining able-bodied individuals commenced capturing these fish under Ah Ying's guidance, utilizing nets and other devices. When the fish was cut open, a milky fluid seeped forth, its flavor mild with a slight metallic tang, yet not entirely unpalatable. On the 3rd day of our entrapment, we had exhausted our repertoire of jokes and pastimes. After consuming the fish, we sat in silence, gazing out over the vast expanse of the ocean. The weight of solitude and uncertainty about the future heavy upon our hearts. Hours seemed to slip by unnoticed until, in a moment of boredom while I was tapping clams against the rocks, Robot 1, stationed high above, suddenly announced, "Target acquired." Robot 2 chimed in, "It is a vessel." Robot 3 added, "It appears to be a naval ship." Robot 4 exclaimed, "How wonderful. We may finally enjoy a proper meal." Their unexpected exchange startled us, prompting everyone to rise and climb to the higher parts of the ship to peer in the direction they were observing. Indeed, on the distant horizon, the silhouette of a ship emerged. Due to the great distance, the vessel appeared no larger than the palm of my hand, faintly resembling a white, elongated craft, gliding steadily across the water, seemingly heading south, perhaps towards Shenzhen, or possibly Fujian. In any case, it was a route back to our homeland. I was uncertain how the 4 robots discerned it was a warship, but given their military backgrounds, they may have recognized certain insignia. The excitement among us was palpable. My initial joy soon gave way to anxiety as I cautioned, "We cannot send a signal, and we are situated in a rocky area that ships would typically avoid. If we are not careful, that warship may overlook us. We must fire our weapons to signal." My admonition snapped everyone back to reality from their elation. The 4 robots swiftly and uniformly readied their firearms, discharging 3 shots into the sky. Regrettably, amidst the vastness of the open sea, the sounds of the waves and wind diluted the gunfire, rendering what once was a piercing report somewhat muffled and subdued. A vague sense of unease flickered within me as the gunshot echoed. I fixed my gaze intently on the distant vessel, only to realize moments later that it had no intention of veering towards us. Robot 1 furrowed its brow and remarked, "They did not hear the signal." Robot 2 added, "If they had received the signal, the warship would certainly come to our aid." Robot 3 urged, "If we do not take action soon, the ship will disappear from our sight." Robot 4 remained silent, leaving me momentarily unsettled. Even Tofu, tilting his head, inquired, "Why are you not speaking?" Robot 4, with a vacant expression, lamented weakly, "It appears my hopes for roasted goose and rice have gone to waste." Tofu, taken aback, retorted, "In such a short span of time, what on earth have you conjured in your mind?" As it seemed the two were about to engage in a dispute, I felt a throbbing pain in my forehead and quickly interjected, "Let us not waste time on futile discussions. If we desire roasted goose and rice, we must first board the ship." At this moment, my mind was racing with strategies to send a signal. Firstly, firing a gun here would serve no purpose. as the sound could not carry. Even if it did, it would be lost amidst the cacophony of the sea, where we occasionally heard the deep calls of whales. Thus, awaiting their response was futile. We had to take the initiative. However, the predicament was that this grand ship was now merely a shell, beyond our control, with its power systems damaged. How then could we maneuver it towards the warship? Suddenly, a thought struck me: the lifeboat. Previously, during the capsizing, we had neglected to retrieve it from the stern, which led to our downfall. Now, although that very lifeboat remained at the rear, it bore numerous gashes, rendering it unusable. Yet, even in its absence, we could improvise with other materials. After all, we needed only a brief window to paddle within the warship's range for rescue. With this rapid line of reasoning, I made a decisive proclamation to the group: let us dismantle the ship. We shall remove the 3 bottom panels of the fish hold at the stern and use them to paddle over. The panels, crafted from 2 rectangular planks of solid wood, resembled natural rafts. We could utilize them to navigate towards the warship. From our vantage point, it was evident that the warship was cruising at a leisurely pace, thus affording us a chance if we acted swiftly. Li Yu and Ying, seasoned seafarers, immediately endorsed my plan. The two, accompanied by Robot 4, set to work dismantling the bottom panels while we meticulously organized our equipment. Although our previous endeavor ended in failure, the value of this gear was considerable, and gathering the complete set required significant effort. We could not afford to discard it carelessly. With ample manpower and concerted effort, we swiftly accomplished our task. The group placed the panels upon the sea as makeshift rafts, fashioning paddles from the deck's wooden scraps. 3 wooden rafts, carrying both personnel and equipment, valiantly set forth towards the distant warship. Having descended from the heights, our vantage point diminished, narrowing our field of vision. The warship vanished from our sight. However, having already pinpointed its location, this did not significantly affect us. Fortunately, the sea was calm, and despite the rudimentary nature of our raft, we were not in danger of capsizing. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm, rowing vigorously, eager to reach the vessel. As the saying goes, the mountains appear near, yet climbing them is a distant endeavor. The warship appeared merely palm-sized, yet reaching it required considerable effort. After a lengthy struggle, we finally glimpsed it again, now appearing somewhat larger, indicating our proximity had increased. As we drew nearer, the white warship became clearer, its pristine hull advancing steadily, with indistinct dark figures on board, presumably sailors or naval personnel. At this distance, we were close enough for them to notice us. To attract more attention, the robot immediately fired a volley of signal shots. While we continued to signal, a shocking scene unfolded. The warship maintained its forward course, and then, astonishingly, its bow disappeared, followed by its midsection. It seemed as though a portal to another dimension had opened before it, and the warship plunged into this temporal tunnel, first its bow, then its body, and finally its stern, until, moments later, the colossal vessel vanished without a trace. The hands of those rowing froze in disbelief, gazing at the horizon where the warship had once been, each person rendered speechless. Tofu, in particular, found a lump in his throat, managing to utter a single incredulous phrase. Is this some sort of jest? What on earth just happened? The warship has vanished. I had previously heard tales of maritime time portals that described precisely what we had witnessed. A legend from the last century in Britain recounted a naval vessel that mysteriously disappeared at sea, only to reappear over a century later, with its crew unchanged. When questioned about the century that had elapsed, the sailors were perplexed, claiming they had felt nothing. Time had seemingly passed in an instant. Yet, these crew members ultimately met with untimely deaths on land, succumbing to organ failure shortly after disembarking. Similar accounts exist regarding aerial portals. It is said that an American reconnaissance aircraft experienced a comparable phenomenon, abruptly losing contact with the ground, only to re-emerge 70 years later. The pilot reported no sensation of time passing, while those on the ground struggled to comprehend the event. Regrettably, the pilot also aged rapidly and died shortly thereafter, leaving no opportunity for us to study or decipher the mystery. The scientific community refers to such occurrences as time portals. Although I had read extensively about these bizarre phenomena, I had always dismissed them as mere fabrications. Yet, as this scene unfolded before my very eyes, I was left utterly astonished. Upon regaining my composure, I pondered, when might that warship next reappear, centuries hence? Most among us had heard of time portals, and our thoughts aligned in disbelief. Just then, Professor Lin suddenly interjected. So that is how it is, followed by a heavy sigh. At long last, I have completed my writing. Today has truly been a strenuous endeavor, leaving me utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, I find great pleasure in crafting my words, though I wonder if my esteemed readers share in this delight. For the next installment, I shall set a goal of 13,000 votes. Upon reaching this milestone, I shall provide 3 updates on that very day. A promise is a promise, unyielding for a century. Heist of recommendations. Chapter 34. The cannibalistic spiral. The assembly was in a state of astonishment when Professor Lin suddenly spoke, prompting Wu Zedong to inquire, "Professor, what is the meaning of this?" Professor Lin elucidated, explaining that this was not some temporal anomaly, but rather a common maritime phenomenon known as a mirage. This phenomenon, also referred to as a shunsheng, arises from the refraction and total internal reflection of light. Such occurrences are frequently observed in desert landscapes and coastal regions, as noted in folklore and strange tales. While once considered mystical, this phenomenon has been demystified. It merely reflects distant objects. The warship we had glimpsed was likely situated far away, its image conjured by the total internal reflection of moisture in the sunlight. As the sun blazed ever more fiercely, the vessel faded from view, vanishing with the diminishing activity of the water molecules. In essence, we had been deceived by an illusion, rendering our efforts to reach the fish hold futile. Following Professor Lin's explanation, the group exchanged incredulous glances, turning to behold the rocky outcrops and vessels, which had long since disappeared. It appeared that our efforts were in vain, and we would need to paddle back. As the group prepared to return, Gu Wanmin suddenly remarked, "How peculiar. Look below." She pointed toward the water beneath us. I glanced down, observing the crystalline clarity of the sea, devoid of any anomalies, prompting the others to fix their gaze upon her. Duan Fei, at odds with Gu Wanmin, retorted dismissively, "What are you talking about? You're being overly dramatic." Gu Wanmin frowned slightly, disregarding Duan Fei's comment, and continued, "Have you not noticed that our raft is moving forward on its own? Without any reference points in the vast ocean, it was indeed challenging to discern the raft's motion. Even if it were moving, it would not be surprising, as ocean currents could easily carry us along." I was momentarily taken aback by Gu Wanmin's observation, as she was not one to draw attention over trivial matters. Seeing no reaction from the group, she shook her head and said, "You'll understand once we conduct an experiment." She reached into her pocket and after a moment retrieved a small notebook, her work journal, which I had previously wished to peruse but had been playfully rebuffed. Women often harbor their little secrets. After sunning for 2 days, the notebook was mostly illegible. But Gu Wanmin tore out a blank page, crumpled it, and tossed it into the water. Swiftly, the paper ball was carried away by the current, drifting towards the rear of the raft. Dofu asked, "What can we glean from this?" Gu Wanmin replied, "Now, observe the oars." She was not one to indulge in theatrics, and her reliability in conducting experiments led the group to examine the oars partially submerged in the water. Upon closer inspection, we noticed a disconcerting discrepancy. The ripples around the oars moved in the opposite direction of the drifting paper ball. The paper ball was carried away by the ocean currents. If our vessel was also being moved by these currents, then the direction of the water ripples should align with the drifting path of the paper ball. Initially, we had no reference point, which rendered us oblivious to the anomaly. However, Gu Wanmin connected the paper ball to the wood pulp, creating a reference that rendered our current situation crystal clear. It turned out we were not drifting with the ocean currents, but rather advancing against them. While it is quite normal to row against the current, everyone had already ceased paddling due to the incident with the warship. How, then, could the raft be moving upstream? The only plausible explanation is that some strange force is propelling us. Dofu, with his rich imagination, immediately proposed various hypotheses, suggesting, could there be fish hiding beneath the raft? I've heard that dolphins particularly enjoy pushing floating objects on the sea surface. Perhaps there are dolphins beneath our raft. With that, he took a deep breath and plunged his head into the water. Moments later, he resurfaced, water dripping from his face, stammering and nearly biting his own tongue. There really is something," Duan Fei exclaimed. "There are indeed dolphins." I was taken aback, pondering that if dolphins were indeed present, who knows where we would drift. It would be prudent to drive them away. Just as I was about to dive down to assess the situation, Dofu suddenly grasped my arm, shaking his head with an odd expression, trembling slightly. He said, "It's not a dolphin. It's a person. It's that little girl." A gasp escaped from Yang, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped us, an eerie atmosphere settling among the group. I even questioned whether Dofu was jesting, yet I understood him. Despite his usual unreliability, he was acutely aware of when to joke and when not to. Coupled with his pale complexion at that moment, my heart sank. The little girl should have perished. How could she be beneath our raft? This was no mere coincidence. Was it the work of malevolent spirits or a scheme orchestrated by Tang Jiangzi? What could be the purpose of this? I steadied myself and patted Dofu's hand resting on my shoulder, saying, "I will take a look." Besides me, the four robots were clearly not inclined to remain idle. We five collectively inhaled deeply and plunged our heads into the sea, opening our eyes to discover, indeed, a person clinging beneath our raft, as if glued to it. The individual was small in stature, clad in an oversized garment that billowed in the water's flow like a jellyfish, yet their features remained obscured. However, based on the attire and figure, it was undoubtedly the little girl. Why was this happening? Could it be that the girl, or perhaps she and her father, were up to some mischief? Where did she intend to guide our vessel? Just as I pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted outside, and I felt the raft shudder violently. As if someone atop it had abruptly stood up. What was happening? I had initially intended to retrieve the little girl, but as the raft swayed, I instinctively withdrew my head from the water, shaking off the droplets and glancing back, only to find the others standing up. Tofu immediately exclaimed, "There is a patch of grass ahead." "Grass?" I retorted. "Have you lost your senses?" The expressions on everyone's faces varied, and it was unclear what they had discovered. Unable to resist, I stood up to gaze into the distance, and to my astonishment, there indeed lay a verdant expanse. At the horizon, the vast blue sea had vanished, replaced by a swath of green stretching where the sea met the sky, reminiscent of an extensive pasture. How could this be? I turned to Carp and inquired, could it be a large island ahead? The greenery there seemed quite impressive. Carp quickly replied, "We deviated from our course due to the storm, and I am uncertain of our current location." As he spoke, he spread his palm, raising his index finger to point westward, attempting to determine our position through primitive navigation methods. After a moment, he remarked, "The deviation is significant. I have never been in this area. But there shouldn't be such a large island here." Suddenly, as if recalling something, he gasped and said, "Could it be the carnivorous spiral? We must retreat quickly. We cannot approach that place." The mention of the carnivorous spiral startled me, for I had heard fishermen speak of it during my days selling fish. It is a type of spirulina that floats on the surface of the sea, a newly discovered organism from 30 years ago, believed to have mutated due to marine pollution. When it appears, it blankets the ocean like an endless field of grass. Occasionally, these spirals can emerge unexpectedly during navigation, and by the time the crew realizes it, they may already be ensnared within the mass. The front of these seaweeds appears identical to ordinary spirulina, yet the reverse is red, with a zipper-like opening filled with barbs that ensnare any marine life, including humans. Once satiated, they flip over, turning the sea into a blood-red expanse. After basking in the sun and conducting photosynthesis, they will submerge to rest, becoming elusive, like a sea ogre, instilling fear in all who behold them. Upon hearing Carp's words, I too realized the truth. There could not possibly be grass on the sea. The vast green at the horizon was undoubtedly the carnivorous spiral, and more terrifying yet, we were heading directly towards it. Was this what Tang Jiangzi and the little girl intended? What were their motives? Revenge? Damn it. We did not abandon the little girl intentionally. In that moment, we were utterly incapable of saving her. Could it be that we were to be condemned for that? Upon hearing the description of the carnivorous spiral, Duan Fei grew anxious, repeatedly asking, "What should we do?" The more I pondered, the angrier I became. My heart darkening as I declared, "Retrieve the body and expose it to the sun." I could not believe that under the scorching sun, she and her father could still pose a threat. The robots swiftly comprehended my intent. Number 1 and Number 2 plunged into the water, effortlessly retrieving the lifeless form of the little girl. A mere glance at the sight filled me with revulsion. After 3 days submerged in the ocean, the corpse had grotesquely swollen, resembling a putrid balloon, its skin a ghastly shade of blue and purple. The once dull, yet beautiful visage of the girl was utterly unrecognizable. Although I had resolved to confront the gruesome reality, witnessing it firsthand stirred an ache within my heart. I lamented the tragic fate of Tang Jiangzi's daughter, whom he entrusted to us with such desperate hope, It was unbearable to think she had met a similarly tragic end. Nonetheless, as I pondered further, I recognized that had we not sought to rescue Tang Jiangzi, we would not have encountered the spectral octopus nor summoned the tempest that led us to this disastrous outcome. It was unreasonable for him to cast blame upon us. This realization eased my inner turmoil. Sometimes, when one engages in nefarious deeds, one must find justification to proceed with a clear conscience. Once the body was retrieved, it emanated a foul stench, a nauseating blend of decay and brine that was nearly intolerable. We huddled together, placing her upon a wooden raft, adhering to the local belief that exposing a corpse to the sun would ward off malevolent spirits. True to that belief, the turbulent current ceased upon the retrieval of the body, and a collective sigh of relief escaped our lips. Gu Wanmin sighed, remarking, "Indeed, we should hasten our return." The group turned, paddling towards the reef, preparing to return to our original position to await rescue. Just as we pivoted, an unexpected surge from the sea erupted violently, nearly tossing us into the depths. Thankfully, we reacted quickly, averting a plunge into the abyss. Once the tumult subsided and we lifted our heads, we discovered that the raft had been overturned, the corpse cast back into the ocean. Dofu exclaimed, "This is dire. It must be that little spirit causing mischief." Without needing Dofu's warning, we understood that the recent surge was undoubtedly an attempt to reclaim the girl, suggesting that the father and daughter were intent on confronting us. This time, I resolved not to extend any courtesy. I dove into the water, and indeed, I spotted the girl clinging beneath the raft. An insidious thought crossed my mind. I would dismember her body, believing that such a deed would instill fear. As I reached out to seize her, the little girl suddenly turned, her head facing me, her disheveled hair cascading as she lunged forward with alarming force. The impact was staggering, and I felt a sharp pain in my chest as I was pushed downwards into the depths. Realizing the peril, I understood that I could not contend with the girl in the water. I needed to ascend to the raft. However, before I could act, she surged upwards, flipping our raft completely over, and in an instant, we were all thrown into the water, her figure blending into the chaos of the crowd. As I surfaced, I beheld the raft still drifting towards the carnivorous spiral, while the others scrambled to salvage our gear. Fortunately, the equipment was made of waterproof material, sparing us from concerns of damage. Our primary dread lay in the possibility of it sinking into the abyss. Thus, our immediate instinct was to prioritize the rescue of our belongings, neglecting the little girl in the process. By the time we had retrieved all our gear, we found ourselves laboriously floating on the water, the child having vanished without a trace. Ahead lay the raft we were struggling against the current to reach, while behind us stretched a considerable distance. Dragging our equipment, swimming back seemed a formidable challenge. Professor Lin, after enduring relentless trials these past few days, had miraculously not met his fate with Yama. Dofu was visibly agitated, exclaiming, "That little girl has strayed too far. We saved her, and now where is she? Or rather, where is her body?" Gu Wanmin submerged her head in the water for a brief moment, stating, "I didn't see her. I don't know where she went. Could she be hiding beneath the raft?" Dofu stroked his chin in contemplation, suggesting, if her intention was to harm us, why would she push the raft towards the carnivorous spiral now that we are no longer aboard? Perhaps we have misjudged her motives. Maybe she had other intentions altogether. His words resonated with the group. After all, she was once a living child, and her tragic fate weighed heavily upon our hearts. We were reluctant to cast her in a negative light, and Dofu's reasoning had merit. Aang proposed, "Why don't we go check it out?" Being a woman, she was more tender-hearted than us men, her expression wavering. "Have you lost your mind?" Liu interjected sharply. "Look at what lies ahead. Why venture there? To become fertilizer?" Amid their dispute, I pondered the girl's true intentions. It appeared she did not wish us harm. So why then push us towards the carnivorous spiral? What was her message? After much debate, Gu Wanmin suddenly remarked, "Look, it's turning red." Her keen observation drew everyone's gaze towards the carnivorous spiral, and indeed, the expanse of green grass began to transform, as if stained, into vibrant red patches, an astonishing spectacle akin to a cinematic marvel. As we stood mesmerized, Dofu suddenly tapped my shoulder, saying, "Old Chun, something's off. I recall you mentioned that these carnivorous spirals only flip over to reveal their red undersides once they are satiated." "Indeed," I replied. Dofu continued, "If they are now exposing their bellies, it indicates they have all fed. Just how much sustenance must such an extensive patch of carnivorous spirals consume?" An epiphany struck me. Dofu's true inquiry was not about the feeding habits of the spirals, but rather the sheer quantity of sustenance required to satisfy such a vast expanse. Duan Fei speculated. Perhaps they have devoured an entire school of fish? Upon the gentle reminder from Dofu, a sense of unease settled within me. Previously, the carnivorous spirulina had shown no signs of disturbance, so how could it have suddenly turned? The only plausible explanation is that they feasted simultaneously in a brief interval, which would account for such a rare occurrence. Historical photographs of the spirulina had depicted a sea of varying shades of crimson. Yet this simultaneous transformation into red is indeed an uncommon phenomenon. What could they have consumed? At that moment, Aang spoke up, mentioning that she had heard the carnivorous spirulina does not attack once satiated. We should investigate, she suggested. I can't shake the feeling that the child is seeking our assistance. Silence enveloped us as we exchanged glances, uncertain whether to acquiesce to this request. Ultimately, it was Dofu who made the decision, stating that since Tang Jiangze entrusted his daughter to us, we ought to assist, whether in life or death. Given that the spirulina had apparently feasted and posed no immediate threat, it would be prudent to take a look. His reasoning swiftly garnered the agreement of the three women. Many women possess an innate vulnerability to the plight of children, especially considering this was a child we had seemingly rescued, only to meet a tragic fate. The image of Tang Jiangze's unblinking eyes flashed through my mind, quickly followed by the memory of his last closed gaze. Resolving my internal conflict, I declared, I consent to investigate. After all, this was not solely my decision. A vote was taken and unanimously approved. We then donned our equipment and energetically pursued the wooden raft ahead. The little girl seemed to sense our resolve, as the raft came to a standstill. Moments later, we climbed aboard, breathless, and began to paddle with renewed vigor toward the blood-red spirulina. Although the spirulina appeared close at hand, the journey proved laborious. By the time we arrived at 2 in the afternoon, the sun blazed overhead, leaving us parched and without water. Under such circumstances, catching traveling fish was impossible. Thus we endured the discomfort. After a grueling 20 minutes of paddling, we finally approached the spirulina, but even before entering, we were overwhelmed by the pungent odor unique to the algae. It was distinct from the ordinary scent of the sea, reminiscent of decaying fish, causing our throats to itch and our stomachs to churn. As we drew nearer, the features of the spirulina came into focus. Their vibrant blood-red surfaces were marred by a gaping, zipper-like opening, lined with barbs and dark red flesh, resembling the maw of some creature. Surprisingly, the spirulina exhibited no reaction to our presence, behaving as though they were mere plants. Due to the dense mass of spirulina, our raft could not penetrate, rendering our initial plan futile. Wu Zedong remarked, "We cannot be blamed. Our intentions are noble, yet we lack the means." I remained uncertain what the little girl truly wished for us to accomplish. Regrettably, it was daylight. Had it been night, perhaps she could have manifested directly to guide us. This was merely a conjecture in my mind. Now that we had reached the periphery of the spirulina, and given their tight clustering, our only recourse was to retrace our steps. As we, filled with a sense of regret, prepared to embark on our return journey, I suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of my eye. Not far off, within the depths of the carnivorous spirulina, there appeared to be a faint white object, resembling some form of metal. Given the distance, I could not discern its true nature. My mind raced with numerous speculations. How could there be metal in the ocean? What could it possibly be? The remnants of a ship? The wreckage of an aircraft? Regardless of the answer, it implied that someone had perished. A chill ran through me, and I pondered. Could this be the reason the little girl had led us here? Did she wish for us to rescue someone? Yet, observing the current state of affairs, the spirulina seemed sated, basking in the sun, and even if there were indeed someone in peril, it was too late. Noticing my silence as I focused on that particular spot, Gu Wanmin inquired about my thoughts. I pointed towards the indistinct metallic object and shared my conjectures with the group, casting a somber mood over us all. Dofu expressed his indignation, exclaiming that these grotesque plants ought to be incinerated. Gu Wanmin offered a wry smile, remarking that these aberrant plants were, in fact, a product of human creation, a mutation born from the pollution of our oceans. Professor Lin gazed gravely at that area, pondering the possibility of survivors. No one responded, as the likelihood seemed slim. Had they not observed how the spirulina lay contentedly basking in the sun? In a fit of frustration, Dofu unexpectedly engaged in a rather absurd act. He shouted, "Ladies, avert your eyes. then stepped forward, unfastened his trousers, and urinated towards the basking spirulina. A stream of yellow liquid flowed down the open mouths of the spirulina, leaving our previously somber group in a state of awkward laughter and tears. Once he had finished, Dofu's anger had somewhat subsided, and he asked me, "Old Shun, do you have any left?" "Just a little." I, unable to match his audacity, waved my hand dismissively and said, "Enough of that. Let us head back. This place holds no purpose for us, and soon enough, these things will sink." As we paddled our makeshift raft back, we suddenly realized, why isn't the raft moving? Dofu hissed in frustration, addressing the void. "Little sister, please don't be mischievous. You see we are powerless. Are you a little rice dumpling, or the king of tomb raiders?" Yesterday, the votes reached over 10,000. Little Knife, despite my exhaustion from writing 4 updates, still laments, "I wish I could default on my debts." However, Little Knife dared not, for I believe everyone would be reluctant to harm me, yet I feared their backlash. In truth, I, too, possess a fragile heart. Let me share something amusing. Recently, the group has introduced a new feature that assigns titles based on the members' activity levels, with a total of 6 tiers. Here's a little secret. While my writings may appear imaginative and boundless, in reality, I lead a rather lazy life, to the point where some might find me a bit dull. Initially, I paid little heed, but my fellow administrators insisted that I, as the group leader, should adjust the group settings. I have long promised to undertake this task, yet my laziness has hindered my progress, particularly in contemplating suitable titles. Eventually, my patience wore thin, prompting the management of my several groups to engage their minds independently. It is often said that human beings possess 2 invaluable treasures, their hands and their intellect. The wisdom of the crowd is boundless, and indeed, they devised several commendable titles for our ranks. From the lowest to the highest, these titles are Apprentice, Tomb Raider, Mountain Mover, Grave Robber, Treasure Seeker, and Gold Digger. Consequently, our group transformed as depicted in the first image. I find the arrangement quite appealing, as it is both orderly and aesthetically pleasing, while also reflecting the unique character of our community. Wouldn't you agree? Subsequently, I contemplated further modifications. Since the ranks within the group were altered, I resolved to revise my designation in the MOTI fan list. This list serves as a ranking of fans, where each MOTI coin equates to 1 point, with rewards and subscriptions contributing to the total. Originally comprising 10 tiers, I conferred with a few fellow administrators and decided to expand this list from 6 to 10 levels, arranged from lowest to highest as follows: Little Sticky Rice Dumpling, Tomb Raider Apprentice, Tomb Raider Thief, Tomb Raider Master, Tomb Raider Overseer, Mountain Mover, Grave Keeper, Treasure Guardian, Gold Digger, and King of Tomb Raiders. Ha ha ha. What do you think of these 10 titles? They are rather impressive, aren't they? Upon reviewing the fan list, I noticed that the top position is held by an individual named Fantai Swan. Who is Fantai Swan, you might ask? He is none other than the pseudonymous editor who once knelt before me in a previous side story. You may wonder how my editor could possibly bestow such generous rewards upon me, but that is a tale for another time. One day, I was plagued by discomfort in my eyes, causing me to tear up persistently. I thought it prudent to request a day off to rest. However, Fantai Swan, in a fit of inexplicable fervor, vehemently opposed my request. As you know, writing on MOTI requires daily dedication, and consistent effort is rewarded with a modest attendance fee. Should one fail to update for even a single day, a penalty of 100 or so yuan is imposed. My esteemed editor initially threatened to withhold my attendance payment, to which I calmly responded, embracing a life of simplicity. Then, my editor unleashed his uniquely acerbic wit upon me. Here, I must advise everyone, when engaging in banter, do not spar with editors. At least in my case, my editor, Fantai Xian, wields a tongue that seems coated in poison. His words can pierce deeply without a single curse. His critiques can leave one feeling utterly worthless, as if one's essence is reduced to mere characters, symbolizing mediocrity. For instance, should he perceive a decline in my update frequency, our conversation might commence with a series of dismissive hums. Encountering such dialogue, one would undoubtedly feel perplexed and respond with a question mark, only to be met with astonishment. You cannot comprehend? I learned this language specifically for you, the language of swine. Don't you understand? To which I would retort, why should I understand the language of pigs? He would respond, with your sluggish updates. How can you claim not to be a lazy pig? Then, Little Knife fell into a silence akin to that of a blade rendered speechless. On that particular day, Little Knife sought to take a leave of absence, but Fan Tai Xian, perhaps influenced by her monthly visitor, mercilessly targeted Little Knife, launching an assault that began with her hair and extended all the way down to her toes. Little Knife, already feeling unwell, could not suppress her tears any longer and began to cry. My editor, known for her sharp tongue, immediately recognized my emotional turmoil through my words and called me. Upon hearing my sobs, she was taken aback. Sometimes, I must concede, tears hold a remarkable power. Under the influence of my emotional display, Fan Tai Xuan Tian Ku La Xian delivered me a crown and a few diamonds, promptly elevating me to the top of the fan leaderboard. Of course, despite my tears that day, I adhered to my editor's earnest request and dutifully updated my work. Though I received a crown, I still chose to ignore my editor for several days. Presently, as I witness a steady increase in recommendations, my spirits remain buoyant. Despite enduring various ailments from prolonged writing, life continues to be quite delightful overall. Now that the recommendation count has reached 10,000 and the book has amassed 450,000 words, I sense this marks a new beginning. I shall strive to persist and hope for continued support from all. For instance, in the fan leaderboard, is there anyone aspiring to surpass Fan Tai Xuan Tian Ku La Xian? She is currently basking in her position as the top fan, and her arrogance is quite palpable. She is merely at level 4, just a tomb raider. A mere mountain-moving warrior could easily vanquish her. Vanquish her, vanquish her, vanquish her, vanquish her. Chapter 36. The argument. The raft was clearly floating on the water's surface, yet our efforts to paddle with the oars proved futile. It was evident that Tang Jiangze and his daughter were at play. These two soft dumplings seemed harmless, yet we were unable to move the vessel. We could only plead with them, but despite our lengthy discourse, no progress was made. Dofu, incensed, declared, "Children must heed the words of adults. Your behavior is far too mischievous. Release us quickly. We have yet to eat our lunch." Despite this earnest counsel, it was all in vain. The raft remained utterly still. Wu Sidong shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "I never imagined there were indeed ghosts in this world, and that I would be in such close proximity to them. It's simply inconceivable." Dofu retorted, "Is this truly the time for such reflections? When I first encountered that Qing dynasty ghost, I had no opportunity for such musings." He then resumed addressing the empty space, attempting to reason with the little girl, yet the raft remained motionless. Dofu, known for his short temper, became enraged and proclaimed, "Disobedient children deserve a spanking. Just watch as I pull you up and give you a whack." Our clothes were already drenched, rendering us indifferent to the prospect of getting wet. Dofu plunged his upper body into the sea, intent on retrieving the little girl's body. After our previous plunge into the ocean, the girl's corpse had vanished without a trace. Though we could not discern her exact whereabouts, she was likely beneath our raft. Drawing from our past experience, we felt no fear. Rather, we found ourselves pitying the father and daughter, whose lingering spirits were truly a sad sight. Tofu plunged his head downwards, only to resurface after a mere 2 seconds, his mouth twitching slightly. His voice taking on a peculiar tone as he addressed the 4 robots. "It is time for you to showcase your remarkable abilities." Beneath our raft lies a mass of carnivorous spirulina, and the body of the little girl is ensnared within it. "What?" The group gasped in astonishment, hastily leaning over the water. As I opened my eyes beneath the sea, a chill gripped my heart. Below the surface, a dense tangle of carnivorous spirulina was coiled, with a small portion having crawled beneath our raft, entangling it. Through the intertwining blue and red spirulina beneath the raft, I could faintly discern some dark, floating fabric. Indeed, it was the clothing we had once dressed the little girl in. It was painfully evident that her lifeless form had become ensnared by the spirulina. While we could not clearly see the condition of her body, it was not difficult to surmise that she had inevitably become sustenance for the spirulina, being devoured with relish. Despite the trouble the girl had caused us, witnessing her body so desecrated was a source of distress for us all. Furthermore, with our raft immobilized by the spirulina, we were compelled to devise a plan to remove the encumbering tendrils. The 4 robots took the initiative, brandishing firearms and shooting into the water. Bullets pierced through the sea, causing a splash, yet they had no effect on the spirulina. Being plants, they lacked the capacity for pain, rendering the bullets utterly ineffective. Tofu, distressed, remarked, "If only Lu Su were here, a single strike from his blade could sever these wretched things." "Lu Su?" Robot 1 muttered, "You know him." His tone suggested familiarity, prompting my curiosity to deepen as I glanced toward Tofu, who responded, "Of course we know him. We were once partners." "What? Do you also recognize this figure?" Despite Lu Su's notoriety, his fame was largely confined to the underworld, and the four bald figures, though they operated in a gray area, were still bound by their official affiliations and would likely have no connection to someone like Lu Su. After Tofu's inquiry, Robot 1 offered no reply but instead sheathed his firearm, asserting, "We need not his blade. I possess another means." He drew a long dagger from his waist. One side sharpened, the other thicker, with a blood groove running along its center, reminiscent of the bayonets used by American forces during the Korean War. The group, equipped in unison, unsheathed their daggers and began slicing through the carnivorous spirulina. In this endeavor, we could not assist. Although we had daggers, they were mere short weapons, incomparable to those wielded by the robots. The spirulina offered no resistance. With a swift cut, they were severed. And soon we managed to drag the little girl's body to the surface. She was enveloped in a dense mass of severed spirulina, revealing only the dark edges of her clothing. The group exchanged glances, fixated on the blood-red cocoon before us, momentarily rendered speechless. Professor Lin proposed, "Once we return to the reef, let us cremate the body. Even if we cannot lay her to rest, it is better than leaving her to drift." Before he could finish, a strange sound suddenly emanated from the depths of the spirulina. The sound was faint and difficult to describe, reminiscent of someone shouting. Initially, we had planned to return, but in an instant, we were drawn towards that sound, gazing at a patch of blood-red carnivorous algae. Duan Fei listened intently for a moment and asked, "Can you discern what that sound is?" Dofu replied, "It sounds like a calf bellowing." "Are there cows at sea?" "That's absurd," Gu Wenmin remarked. "I believe it resembles a person shouting." Wu Sidong immediately chimed in, flattering Gu. Professor Lin adjusted his expression and said, "If it truly is a person, we cannot stand idly by. I propose we take advantage of the fact that these creatures are still resting and investigate." "Xiao Chun, what is your opinion?" Perhaps due to my considerable efforts throughout the journey, Professor Lin seemed particularly interested in my thoughts. With everyone's gaze upon me, I replied, "My opinion may not be pleasant to hear. While we should indeed rescue if possible, considering our current situation, a raft made merely of boards would be capsized by a single wave. Charging into a patch of carnivorous algae with such equipment borders on folly. My suggestion is to pretend we did not hear it." Gu Wenmin's expression shifted, and she said, "Chen Xian, I did not expect you to say this." Dofu waved his hand and remarked, "That indicates you do not know old Chen well enough." This time, Dofu surprisingly did not oppose me. Shedding his usual foolish demeanor and stating seriously, "But old Chen, could you articulate your thoughts more clearly?" Aware that I would once again assume the role of the villain, I slowly elaborated, "Impulsiveness is a devil. In moments of indecision, one must discern the pros and cons. We must not act on emotion, for we lack the capacity to save." I believe my words were sufficiently clear. A silence followed, until Duan Fei finally expressed her agreement, hesitating briefly before saying, "I believe what Brother Chen said is correct." Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glanced at me, and she added, "If we charge in like this and fail to rescue the person, wouldn't we be endangering our own lives?" Gu Wenmin, known for her strong sense of justice, pursed her lips and asked, "If it were you trapped, how would you feel?" I replied, "I have encountered such predicaments before, but if I were currently trapped inside, I would not wish for you to rush in to save me." Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Dofu prepared to mediate, but before he could speak, Duan Fei approached me, wrapping her arm around mine and saying, "Brother Chun, regardless of the outcome, I stand by your side." Upon witnessing this, Gu Wenmin's face turned ashen. She was usually gentle and rarely displayed such anger. A pang of discomfort surged within me, compelling me to push Duan Fei's arm away, but the girl clung tightly. When I exerted more force, she looked up at me with her eyes glistening with moisture. I felt overwhelmed, as Dofu gaped in jealousy, muttering, "This isn't fair. I'm more handsome than you, and I'm an artist. Why don't any girls like me? Why isn't anyone jealous of me?" I nearly choked. And if not for Duan Fei's grip, I would have been tempted to toss him into the sea. Was this truly the time to dwell on such matters? Initially, I intended to distance myself from Duan Fei, yet her pair of pleading eyes held me captive, and I found it difficult to act upon my resolve. It was this moment of hesitation that allowed Gu Wenmin to leap onto another raft, where she was accompanied by Li Yu and Wu Sidong. "Wu Sidong, who had long harbored feelings for the stunning Gu Wanmin, seized the opportunity and, despite his severe nearsightedness, declared, "I will accompany you inside." The four robots, with their military backgrounds and an ingrained sense of duty to protect the populace, promptly joined Gu Wanmin's side. A wave of anger and frustration surged within me, leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. Was it indeed a transgression to refrain from impulsiveness? I believed I had made the most prudent choice. Yet now I found myself portrayed as a cold-hearted exemplar. Even Ian's gaze towards me carried an unsettling shift. A sense of discomfort gnawed at me. Was it their impulsiveness or my own perceived lack of empathy? I felt no fault in my decision. Had I been influenced by the ominous presence of the ghostly figure, rendering me increasingly indifferent? Unsure, I observed Gu Wanmin's slight disappointment and turned to Doufu, striving to maintain an outward calm while my inner turmoil simmered. I asked him, "What are your thoughts?" Doufu patted my shoulder and replied, "You are in the right, yet we must consider the sentiments of the public. In summary, it is not your fault. If our comrades were individuals like Feng Guisho, El Su, or Ren Ling, your words would have evoked no sense of wrongdoing. They would swiftly turn away, focusing solely on their own affairs. But our allies are police officers, soldiers, and scholars, individuals imbued with an overwhelming sense of justice. Thus, appearing somewhat unscrupulous in their presence hardly matters." His words jolted me from my discontent, alleviating my discomfort slightly. I nudged Duan Fei's hand, signaling her to release her grip. This time, she refrained from clinging to me, as it must have been quite a feat for a young lady to reach this point. Although I felt no particular affection for Duan Fei, I could not withstand her fervor and those direct, ardent eyes. This seems to be a common affliction among men. Even without affection, it is challenging to inflict harm upon a young girl. I could only hope that once this endeavor concluded, we would part ways swiftly, avoiding any lingering entanglements. In Chapter 37, titled Whale, Gu Wanmin was genuinely angered, yet her demeanor had settled, masking her earlier ire. Her subtle yet formidable presence made me uneasy, as I pondered how the seemingly gentle and understanding Gu Wanmin could transform into a tempestuous force. I decided to align with her sentiments. After all, one must not provoke a future spouse. The traditional image of a Chinese man kneeling on a washboard is now obsolete. We now kneel on the main board. For the sake of my future, I must appease her. Now, both she and the four robots were determined to embark on a rescue mission, and I could not remain an onlooker. I immediately pledged my allegiance, stating, "I did not mean to imply that I would not assist. I merely offered a suggestion. It is indeed the police and military who possess the awareness, while we common folk can only aspire to follow in their footsteps. Since you have made a decision, we must not lag behind. Together, we shall face the challenge and strive to save lives. Even if misfortune befalls us, we shall consider it an honorable sacrifice for our country, shall we not?" Gu Wanmin cast a fleeting glance at me with her dark, inscrutable eyes, her expression rigid. However, her lack of training allowed me to catch the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth, which brought me a sense of relief. I mused to myself that this wife was not one to hold grudges. Yet, appeasing her once might demand a life's worth of effort, and the days ahead promised to be arduous. Doufu, upon seeing me, immediately surrendered, his demeanor shifting as he lowered his voice. "Hey, you pervert. You usually wear a cold face as if I owe you money, yet when a woman appears, you become so eloquent. What truly matters to you, brotherhood or romance?" I replied, "Brothers are like limbs, while women are akin to garments." Doufu retorted, "If brotherhood is so paramount, then why, when eating instant noodles, do you always snatch my complimentary sausage?" I countered, "Who said brotherhood is more important? Clearly, women take precedence. Can the severance of limbs compare to the lack of clothing? One can walk the streets without brothers, but would you dare venture out unclothed?" Doufu was instantly rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. I chose not to engage further with him, having lost interest in conversing with someone who would harbor resentment over a mere sausage. The group unanimously resolved to rescue the person in distress and deliberated on a strategy to infiltrate the realm of the carnivorous algae. Due to the dense growth of the algae, our wooden rafts could not navigate directly through, but Professor Lin, ever the sage, had devised a plan while we had been bickering. We possessed 3 rafts. Although large in surface area, they were relatively lightweight. Thus, we could progress by employing a bridging method. This involved standing on a raft, dragging the one behind it forward, and then shifting onto the newly positioned raft, alternating our movements. With the buoyancy of the water aiding us, maneuvering the rafts proved manageable, albeit slightly slower than rowing, yet not significantly delayed. The peculiar sound, reminiscent of a human call, intermittently echoed, reminding us that the individual was still alive. Despite my previous reservations, having resolved to undertake the rescue, I knew I must commit wholeheartedly. Years of entrepreneurial experience had taught me that those who waver or hesitate in their endeavors are ultimately destined for failure. With my determination solidified, I could only proceed with the resolve of risking everything. Before long, our rafts, propelled by our manual efforts, had entered the dense thicket of the carnivorous algae. Glancing back, I could see the azure ocean not far behind, yet ahead lay a scene drenched in crimson. The group listened intently for the source of the sound, which appeared to emanate from the northwest. As we advanced, the metallic object we had previously spotted drew closer. Professor Lin, curious about the nature of the object, paused momentarily and used a metal hook, typically employed for mushroom gathering, to retrieve it. This iron hook, designed for dealing with mechanisms sealed within subterranean chambers, featured a convenient shape for grasping objects. Soon, the item was drawn near, and upon closer inspection, we were all taken aback. It was not a piece of metal at all, but a stark white skull. This object, obstructed by the carnivorous algae, had not sunk, devoid of any flesh or blood, and glimmered in the sunlight, reflecting rays akin to a metallic fragment. Upon the sight of the human remains, an air of tension enveloped the group, for it appeared that this individual had been devoured by the carnivorous spirulina. Who could this person be? A crew member? A tourist? A pilot? These questions remained shrouded in mystery as we found ourselves amidst these man-eating plants, necessitating heightened caution. Just as a somber atmosphere settled over us, I suddenly noticed something scattered above the spirulina to our left, reminiscent of a fly perched upon crimson flesh, capturing my attention. It seemed to be either floating garments or a package. I instructed the robotic navigators of our raft, proceed in that direction. There appears to be something of interest. Time was of the essence, and they acted swiftly, soon bringing us alongside the object. It turned out to be a pair of trousers, submerged in the sea, resting atop the spirulina. The trousers felt heavy, as if they concealed something within. Gu Wunmin crouched down to peer inside, exclaiming in astonishment, "It's a mobile phone." Following that, she retrieved the phone, along with a small address book. Most individuals today store their contacts in their mobile devices, yet some businesspersons prefer using address books. For the security of their information is compromised once a phone is lost, leading to potentially immeasurable losses. I too had once relied on an address book, harboring certain unsavory numbers that I never recorded in my phone. The mobile device, drenched, displayed no signs of life upon being pressed. Gu Wunmin shook the water off the address book, suggesting, "Perhaps we can ascertain the identities of the victims through this communication." As she spoke, she opened the book, but the pages had become waterlogged and tattered, requiring careful handling. Apart from a few names that could be vaguely discerned, the phone numbers were illegible. At that moment, Gu, the stunning beauty, raised her eyebrows in realization, seemingly having made a discovery. She then handed the address book to Professor Lin, pointing out a specific entry, saying, "Look here." Typically, she would share such findings with me first. Perhaps she was still upset with me. Dofu, filled with curiosity, leaned in for a closer look. And upon glancing at the page, his expression shifted dramatically, inhaling sharply as he exclaimed, "So that's how it is." I found myself perplexed, asking, "What are you discussing?" Professor Lin then spread the address book for all to see. One glance was enough to leave me stunned, for among the blurred inscriptions lay the unmistakable name of Tang Jiangze, accompanied by a series of illegible phone numbers. The implications were clear. After Tang Jiangze and his party had been seized by pirates and taken aboard their vessel, some individuals may have been deemed of little use or lacking ransom value, resulting in their being cast overboard. Of course, other reasons might have contributed, but those remained unknown to us. The castaways, adrift with the currents, struggled to survive, ultimately meeting their fate at the hands of the spirulina. Dofu remarked, "It seems that Tang Jiangze and his daughter intended to lead us here to rescue their relatives." I recalled the earlier sound, reminiscent of both human and beast, and felt a lingering sense of unease. Only a handful of individuals were cast into the sea. Even if they all washed up here, it would be impossible to satiate the entire expanse of carnivorous seaweed. These voracious plants must have consumed something else. If there are survivors, why have they not been devoured? These questions eluded my understanding for the moment, compelling us to set them aside and proceed toward our predetermined destination. As we drew nearer, the sound became increasingly distinct, and upon reaching proximity, we sensed something was amiss. Initially, the noise, muffled by distance, seemed ambiguous, resembling both human and beast. We had hastily concluded it was a cry of distress, but now, having approached the source, it was clear that the tone remained unchanged, unmistakably not of human origin. Professor Lin, with keen ears, discerned and speculated. It is definitely not human. We were mistaken. This sound resembles the call of some kind of whale. I had never heard a whale's vocalization, but it was said that they rarely made sounds. Long ago, some biologists even considered whales to be mute creatures. However, with subsequent research and dissections, it was revealed that whales possess vocal cords and are indeed capable of producing sounds. It is said that while whale calls are not particularly loud, they can travel vast distances and bear a resemblance to dolphin sounds. Professor Lin's remark resonated with me. I too found the sound somewhat akin to that of a dolphin, yet it was deeper and more subdued, though it penetrated the air with clarity. Suddenly enlightened, I exclaimed, "No wonder these carnivorous plants appear bloodied. They must have ensnared a whale." A shiver ran through eyeing as she remarked, "This is terrifying." Liu interjected, "I suspect they have trapped more than one. Otherwise, we wouldn't be hearing this sound." I gazed ahead, where the carnivorous seaweed quivered violently, seemingly concealing something struggling within. And the noise we had heard emanated precisely from that location. Professor Lin declared, "Whales are a precious species of marine mammal. Since we've encountered one, we cannot stand idly by. It appears to be trapped, and we must devise a means to liberate it." I was not surprised by Professor Lin's decision. Whales are creatures that have existed since the age of dinosaurs, having evolved from land-dwelling ancestors. Although they inhabit the ocean, they do not belong to the fish family. In recent years, due to environmental degradation and human hunting, the numbers of these ancient marine relics have dwindled to a precarious level. Given Professor Lin's character, he would never allow a whale to perish in captivity. I suspected he would rather sacrifice himself than let the whale meet its demise. Chapter 38. The Humpback Whale. After much deliberation, we made our way toward the quaking area in the distance. Upon approaching, we confirmed that within the tightly entangled mass of carnivorous seaweed lay a colossal, dark entity, thrashing about, revealing a single eye amidst its struggles. That eye, glossy and bright, met our gaze, and the sound akin to that of a dolphin grew louder. Professor Lin exclaimed in astonishment, "It is indeed a humpback whale." I am indeed familiar with the humpback whale, a creature of medium size, typically measuring between 12 and 13 meters upon reaching adulthood. The one before us appears to be a juvenile, seemingly around 7 or 8 meters in length, adorned with a light black dorsal side and a snow-white jaw, exuding an exquisite beauty. Upon our appearance, it vocalizes with fervor, as if it possesses an understanding of our presence. It is said that whales have substantial brain capacities, rendering them remarkably intelligent beings. Dolphins, their close relatives, showcase undeniable wisdom. The group fell silent as the 4 robots swiftly drew their daggers, and along with Tofu, Koi, and myself, we plunged into the water, armed. Below the surface, we encountered a tangle of carnivorous seaweed, ensnaring the whale and leaving it with no escape. We wielded our daggers to sever these lurking tendrils, a laborious task given their abundance, requiring us to ascend and descend repeatedly before carving a path. The whale, displaying its intelligence, seemed to sense the loosening of the seaweed and soon became still, cooperating with us and alleviating our burdens. Once the underwater passage was cleared, it immediately dove downward, submerging into the depths and vanishing without a trace. After this exertion, we, the several men, were left breathless. I remarked, "The whale has been rescued. All is well now, and we should return." This time, Professor Lin and the others raised no objections, and we made our way back on the wooden raft. The ordeal at sea had proven quite taxing, leaving us with numerous troubles despite accomplishing nothing of significance. Fortunately, the carnivorous seaweed was well fed. Had they been hungry, encountering them would have been like a mouse facing a cat, an immediate flight. Upon departing the region of the carnivorous seaweed, the raft indeed encountered no further disturbances. As we maneuvered it, we were suddenly startled by a dark silhouette rising swiftly from beneath the surface. It was the very humpback whale we had just saved. Measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, it surfaced at the same level as our raft, its size dwarfing 3 rafts combined. Its sudden emergence startled us. Although we had rescued it, We were aware that it remained an animal, likely devoid of any sense of gratitude. With such a massive frame, a mere nudge could easily send us tumbling into the sea. Tofu exclaimed, "Goodness, does this creature eat humans?" I replied, "You lack knowledge. Humpback whales primarily feed on fish and shrimp and show no interest in humans. Besides, with your meager physique, would it not be a waste to consume you?" As we conversed, the humpback whale lingered beside us, not departing as our raft drifted forward. It swam alongside slowly, akin to a magnificent bodyguard. Its large, dark eyes and mouth, reminiscent of a dolphin's with an upward curve at the corners, seemed to express a smile. This endearing demeanor captivated the three women, including Duan Fei, who could not resist the urge to cautiously reach out and touch it. The whale, remarkably cooperative, rolled over, exposing its snow-white belly. This unexpected display astonished not only me, but even Professor Lin, who adjusted his glasses, now reduced to a single lens, and remarked, "When a mammal reveals its belly, it signifies trust and goodwill. This humpback whale is astute, aware that we are its saviors." I too found it quite extraordinary, so I stood by to observe the spectacle. Tofu immediately dashed forward, reaching out to touch the belly of the humpback whale. After a while, the whale rolled over and swam a short distance ahead, leaping suddenly into the air. Its striking black and white streamlined body traced an arc against the sky before plunging back into the sea, sending countless droplets of water into the air. Ayn clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh, how beautiful!" The group, having endured a series of setbacks at sea and currently trapped in a predicament, could hardly feel at ease. Yet, witnessing this scene, even I felt a considerable lift in my spirits. The humpback whale seemed to be playing, not venturing far, swimming back and forth around our wooden raft. Occasionally lifting its head out of the water, its snout pointed skyward, gazing at us on the raft. It was an undeniably charming sight, and the group found themselves enchanted by this creature, allowing it to linger without driving it away. After about an hour, we finally spotted the reef in the distance. But to our astonishment, our secured vessel was nowhere to be seen. Although the boat had lost its sailing capabilities, it remained our refuge, a place where we could shield ourselves from the elements and enjoy a peaceful rest. This round trip had taken barely an hour. How could the boat have vanished? Alarmed, we hastened back to the rocks, eager to uncover the reason. We discovered that the two ropes securing the boat were only partially still attached to the rocks, having evidently snapped. These ropes, a professional grade interwoven with steel wire, could not have simply broken without cause, especially both at once. It was indeed peculiar. I immediately examined the break in the rope closely, and my heart sank with an ominous realization. No matter how vigilant we are against external threats, treachery from within can be far more insidious. How could a calamity have emerged from our own ranks? The break in the rope was particularly strange. The majority was cleanly severed, clearly cut by some sharp instrument, while a small portion had frayed. The situation was evident. During our dismantling of the bottom board in preparation for rescue, someone had deliberately severed the rope. They hadn't completely cut through it, leaving just enough to escape notice as we departed. After our departure, the shifting waves exerted a pulling force, the remaining fragment proving insufficient to hold, leading to the current predicament. Who could have done this? My mind was flooded with questions. This person must be one of our own. But what motive could they possibly have? By cutting the rope, what benefit would they gain? Would they not also be left to endure the harshness of sleeping on the rocks? Even if someone in our group harbored ulterior motives, it was unfathomable that they would resort to such self-sabotaging actions. I racked my brain to recall the scene, but regrettably, everyone had been preoccupied with their own tasks, moving back and forth between the boat and the rocks, and no one had paid attention to anyone else. Each person could potentially be a suspect, and I could not conjure any leads. I recalled the unfinished words of Gu Wanmin from that evening. She had hinted that Duan Fei was suspicious, and it seemed I must find an opportunity to inquire further. I instinctively glanced at Duan Fei, but her demeanor revealed no signs of irregularity. Tofu plopped down on the rocks, lamenting, "Well, this is just splendid. With the boat gone, we're left with nothing but bitter hardship." He then turned to me and said, "Old Chun, have you discerned any movement after gazing at the ropes for so long? The enemy lurks in the shadows while we remain visible. We must not stir the grass and alert the snake." I feigned ignorance, merely suggesting that perhaps the ropes were of subpar quality and had snapped on their own, thus refraining from elaborating further. The majestic sperm whale frolicked around the reef, seemingly regarding our group as companions. After a considerable amount of commotion, Our stomachs were empty, and thirst was overwhelming. We had no choice but to seek sustenance. In this moment, we had fire but lacked fuel. All we could consume were raw provisions. Fortunately, Liu and Aang were seasoned sailors, adept at foraging for food and drink. However, the experience of eating raw fish and drinking fish blood and juice was not one to reminisce fondly about. Once consumed, one would rather forget, as the memory would induce nausea. By the time we addressed our hunger, night had fallen. We could only find a high outcrop of rocks to sleep upon. The jagged, sharp stones were quite uncomfortable, and sleep eluded us. In the middle of the night, Tofu, unaccustomed to raw food, experienced stomach troubles and ran to relieve himself on the other side of the rocks. I was in a drowsy state when I suddenly heard Tofu calling me, "Old Chun, Old Chun." Before he could finish, I interjected, "Don't ask me for toilet paper. Just use seawater to clean yourself. We're men, after all. Let's not be so finicky. I need to sleep." In an instant, Tofu approached and shook my shoulder, saying, "Wake up." This lad usually had nothing of significance to discuss. Had there been an urgent matter, he would not have remained so quiet, creating a commotion instead. I was exhausted from the day's labor, reluctant to open my eyes, when Tofu propped my eyelids open with his finger, staring intently into my eyes as he said, "Something is approaching us. It seems to be a boat." "A boat?" I gestured for Tofu to lower his hand, internally skeptical of his assertion. Modern vessels produce a considerable noise when sailing. If a boat were indeed drawing near, we would have heard it by now. Seeing my disbelief, Tofu pulled me up and pointed towards the north, saying, "Look over there." Following his, I couldn't help but rub my eyes vigorously. There, on the surface of the sea, was indeed a ship, making its way from the north towards the south, expected to pass by our rocky outcrop. Elated, I quickly roused the others. Having awakened from our slumber to such a splendid surprise, we were momentarily beside ourselves, shouting and waving at the vessel. It was nighttime, so there would be no mirage. The ship was undeniably real, its top adorned with a dim yellow bulb, casting a faint glow upon its hull as it advanced towards us from the darkness. To attract its attention, we turned on our flashlights and waved them enthusiastically, and the ship indeed altered its course towards us. In our excitement, we failed to notice the peculiarities of the vessel. As it approached and anchored beside the rocks, we began to sense something amiss. The entire ship was constructed of wood, a rarity in modern times, where such vessels had nearly been rendered obsolete. Who could be navigating such an antiquated ship in these waters? Apart from the softly glowing bulb at the bow, the entire vessel was eerily silent, devoid of any sounds of footsteps. Having encountered numerous bizarre occurrences previously, we could not help but be wary, pondering whether this ship might be a pirate vessel. The audacity of these pirates is truly remarkable, daring to commit acts of violence aboard such a decrepit vessel. Chapter 39. The ship was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if it were devoid of any crew, prompting thoughts of ghost ships. I mused, could it be that we had encountered a spectral vessel upon the sea? Most are familiar with the term unidentified flying objects. Yet few realize that it also pertains to the enigmatic entities of the ocean, what we commonly refer to as ghost ships. Typically, these are vessels long lost or sunk, which suddenly reappear upon the waters, abandoned yet adrift, as if an invisible spirit were at the helm. Such occurrences are rare, yet in recent years, literary works have drawn much attention to them, thus increasing public awareness of ghost ships. Stranded upon the rocks, our spirits soared at the sight of a ship. But as it drew nearer, a sense of unease began to permeate the air. The construction and material of the vessel were unlike any modern craft, and a solitary lantern flickered aboard, casting an eerie glow upon the dark sea, reminiscent of will-o'-the-wisps. The ship approached us silently, devoid of any sounds of life, inevitably conjuring strange and unsettling tales in my mind. Just as I was lost in these thoughts, a rope ladder was suddenly cast down from the ship's railing, swaying precariously, revealing that there were indeed people aboard, waiting for us to ascend. Tofu, filled with excitement, rolled up his sleeves, eager to climb, but I quickly interposed, advising caution. I then called out to the ship, inquiring about its origins. A figure emerged, a foreigner with pale skin, who spoke in an oddly accented Chinese, urging us to come aboard. His appearance dispelled my prior musings of ghostly presences, allowing me to exhale in relief. Tofu jested about my previous apprehensions, and without hesitation, he shouldered a pack of supplies and began his ascent, followed by the others, while the nearby whale seemed to swim joyfully around the ship, leaping from the water intermittently. Upon boarding, however, we discovered that the individual who had spoken to us had vanished, stirring unsettling thoughts within me and reminding me of the events that transpired in Inyang Lubu village. It was evident that Tofu and Gu Wanmin, having experienced that incident, were similarly stirred by this uncanny situation. Tofu, who had mocked my fears earlier, now bore a changed expression, shouting for the crew to reveal themselves and cease any pretense. In response, only the sounds of the waves and the wind filled the air. Gu Wanmin, fundamentally a materialist, noticed our discomfort and forced a smile, attempting to reassure us, saying, "Do not overthink it. We cannot always encounter unclean entities. Perhaps we are simply being overly cautious." Her words struck a chord of guilt within me. Indeed, normal individuals do not frequently encounter such phenomena. Yet, I was no ordinary person, having become a magnet for misfortune under the curse of the ghostly realm. Where there are corpses, one is bound to encounter malevolent spirits. Where there are none, one is destined to encounter the benign. Gu Wanmin and Tofu continued to comfort themselves, while the others began to sense the disquieting atmosphere. The four robots were exceedingly vigilant, brandishing their weapons without uttering a word, communicating through a series of gestures and glances before swiftly dispersing. Clearly, they intended to thoroughly investigate this peculiar vessel. This ship was significantly larger than our previous fishing boats, featuring a lower deck and two upper levels, with a mast at the rear adorned with a sail, which was currently furled. Due to the ship's considerable size, the search conducted by the four robots required considerable effort. In the meantime, I noticed that our vessel was still in motion, albeit at a sluggish pace. The rocky outcrop we had previously occupied was gradually receding, and this ship was moving from north to south, diverging from our intended route and aligning more closely with our prior heading. If the ship were devoid of crew, how could it possibly be moving? Was it truly a ghost ship? As these thoughts raced through my mind, my composure returned. After over a month of grappling with such bizarre occurrences, my adaptability had sharpened considerably. Even if it were indeed supernatural, I felt undaunted. While pondering various possibilities and strategies, Professor Lin clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Alas, we were momentarily blinded by joy. This ship is decidedly suspicious. We should not have boarded." Wu Zedong added, "I too sensed a certain eerie presence aboard. I had no intention of coming on board, but that foreigner's sudden lowering of the gangway dispelled my doubts." I exchanged glances with Tofu. In truth, it was not just Wu Zedong who felt this way. When the ship loomed before us, any reasonable person would have sensed something was amiss. Had it not been for that foreigner's abrupt appearance, we would not have so readily embarked. Now, all we could do was wait for news from the four robots. If this vessel truly posed a threat, we would have to leap into the sea without hesitation and return to the rocky refuge. Approximately 10 minutes later, the four robots regrouped at the bow. Their typically stoic expressions betrayed an unusual tension. Robot 4 spoke first. "There is not a soul aboard," he added, "not even a corpse. There is no food or water on the ship." Robot 1 remarked, "It is evident that we have encountered a problem." Robot 2 commented, "Clearly, we did not consult the almanac before setting out." Robot 3 declared, "Among us, someone has undoubtedly encountered misfortune." I coughed slightly, thinking to myself, he has indeed struck the mark. Upon hearing this, Professor Lin furrowed his brow, decisively gesturing with his hand and sighing, "Abandon ship." The others had been mentally prepared for this. Taking advantage of the ship's stillness before any unforeseen calamity could unfold, it was prudent to make a hasty exit. Everyone quickly approached the ship's edge, inhaled deeply, and leapt into the abyss of the dark sea. The vessel had not traveled far. Swimming for about 20 minutes would bring us back to the rocky outcrop. To my astonishment, as I leapt, I was met not by the frigid embrace of the ocean, but by a resounding thud, my body landing upon something solid, causing me to wince in pain. Before I could utter a sound, a series of thumps echoed around me, followed by a chorus of groans. Upon opening my eyes, I found my companions sprawled awkwardly on the deck. I distinctly remembered jumping into the sea. My body had indeed soared above the surface. How could I possibly have landed back on the ship? My heart sank in an instant, and I hastily scrambled to my feet, disregarding Professor Lin and the others. Without uttering a word, I flipped over, bracing my arms against the edge of the boat, and leapt into the air toward the sea. This time, I made a conscious effort to keep my eyes wide open. As I descended toward the water, just before the moment of impact, the ocean below suddenly transformed into a wooden deck, and there appeared Professor Lin and his companions, haphazardly covering their backsides and cradling their heads. They were evidently captivated by my swift reaction, their gazes fixed on the direction of my leap. In the next moment, I landed on the deck, reappearing before Professor Lin and the others. They stood there, dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, their expressions a tapestry of confusion and astonishment. I noticed beads of cold sweat forming on nearly everyone's forehead. The situation was undeniably apparent. We were aboard a vessel, and one from which escape seemed impossible. I recalled the pale-faced man who had previously set up the soft ladder for us, and I couldn't help but curse inwardly. In retrospect, his ashen complexion had been distinctly unsettling, far from that of a normal person. We, who were typically cautious and vigilant, had acted impulsively in boarding the ship. Perhaps the days we spent trapped on the reef had instilled a deep-seated fear in us. Aang, particularly frightened, curled her legs and shrank her neck, anxiously surveying our surroundings. "Brother Chun," she implored, "you're the most resourceful among us. What do you think we should do? Do you think that ghostly figure is lurking somewhere, waiting to harm us? The thought is terrifying." Gu Wenmin, who happened to be beside Aang, gently patted her shoulder in an attempt to reassure her. As a police officer accustomed to environments beyond the ken of ordinary people, she possessed a certain level of courage. While comforting Aang, she remarked, "We acted rashly before. It's pointless to regret now. What do you all suggest we do now that we VE boarded?" Dofu, perhaps due to the accumulated frustrations of recent times, erupted with anger, exclaiming, "What is there to be afraid of? Old Do is practically kissing corpses in the burial pit. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Today, I refuse to be intimidated." He then turned to me and said, "Old Chun, let us prepare some incense." I had never been one to shy away from challenges, and Dofu's outburst spurred me into action, dismissing any lingering doubts. I thought to myself, regardless of what we were facing, if it were a tangible threat, I'd confront it head-on. If it were something more elusive, I would find a way to peel back its layers. With that resolve, I immediately began rummaging through our equipment bag for incense. Although our gear had been procured by Professor Lin, it primarily consisted of standard exploration tools, lacking some of the more esoteric items such as incense and glutinous rice. The lore surrounding treasure hunting is replete with peculiar artifacts. For instance, glutinous rice is said to dispel corpse poison and ward off spirits. During our previous forays, we had scoffed at such notions and thus had not prepared these unconventional items. However, after our misadventures in the Ghost King's Dragon Tomb, we had taken Professor Lin's request to heart and brought along a few unconventional artifacts. Dofu's call to action galvanized me. Sensing our newfound determination, the others grew curious. Liu inquired, "What exactly does invoking incense entail?" Tofu, under the curious gazes of so many, felt a surge of satisfaction, and his anger dissipated. With a sense of pride, he began to expound upon the mystical functions of the incense. As they conversed, I quietly retrieved a candle and ignited it. The crowd, captivated by Tofu's account of the ghostly breath, fixated their attention on the flickering flame. Moments passed, yet the candle's flame remained steadfast, neither turning blue nor diminishing in size. Duan Fei, filled with skepticism, remarked, "Are you not pulling our leg? What ghostly breath could there possibly be?" Professor Lin furrowed his brow and replied, "No. The phenomenon of ghostly breath is indeed real. I once witnessed it while accompanying Teacher Chun. Could it be that we are not in an ancient tomb? Hence no change occurs?" Tofu, scratching his head in confusion, pondered aloud. Is it possible that only the Zongzi within a tomb can exhibit breath? How peculiar. Chapter 40. Glutinous rice. I too was uncertain of the situation, so I extinguished the candle with a puff and suggested, "Let us forego this process and proceed directly to the incense." I promptly lit a stick of incense. The fragrance was delightful, invigorating my senses and awakening my mind. The group's eyes were fixed intently on the white smoke ascending, yet after a moment, they detected nothing unusual. Was the ghostly breath a failure, rendering even the incense ineffective? A Ing, huddled in her seat, remarked, "I recall the appearance of that individual before. He seemed foreign. Might it be that foreign ghosts have no affinity for incense?" Tofu retorted, "What do they eat instead? Excrement. I cannot produce such things at this moment." Liu interjected, "We should maintain respect for the spirits. We wouldn't want to provoke their ire." Tofu countered, "What are you afraid of? They are clearly hindering our descent, indicating ill intent. Are we to grovel and flatter them? Am I one to bow for mere grains of rice?" At that moment, I refrained from exposing the fact that he had once bent low for a mere cup of instant noodles, instead pondering the underlying cause. Just as we reached a critical point in our discussion, Aang suddenly pointed at the incense in my hand, exclaiming, "Look, the smoke has straightened." I lifted my gaze in surprise, my heart skipping a beat, as I observed the swiftly dissipating smoke had now coalesced into a distinct line, drifting towards my left. I froze momentarily, for my left side was precisely the edge of the boat, where Liu sat. Instinctively, everyone's gaze converged upon him. He grew anxious, shifting uncomfortably, swallowing hard, and quickly repositioned himself. Yet, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. As Liu moved, the line of smoke followed suit, almost as if it were tethered to him. Tofu gasped audibly and whispered, "That thing is definitely attached to Liu." I nodded slightly, remaining silent, my eyes fixed on Liu, discreetly extracting a handful of glutinous rice from my pack. The notion of being attached is a colloquial belief, suggesting that spirits prefer to lurk behind individuals, as the front is associated with the light and the rear with shadows. Thus, entities such as ghosts find security in concealing themselves behind a person. Liu, equally terrified, dared not turn his head. Although we could not see what loomed behind him, its presence was irrefutable. In that fleeting moment, I abruptly hurled a handful of glutinous rice into the air, an unprecedented act for me. The efficacy of glutinous rice in dispelling malevolent spirits and warding off the supernatural remains uncertain. At this juncture, I could only resort to desperate measures. As the rice scattered, the carp instinctively closed its eyes. In that instant, a pale visage of a foreigner abruptly manifested behind it. The rice pierced through that ghastly countenance like a knife, causing its pallid features to contort grotesquely. Before the onlookers could fully register their terror, the visage vanished, revealing itself for scarcely a second. Simultaneously, the red glow of the incense in my hand extinguished, as if the very air had been severed. A chill coursed down my spine, and I sensed an icy breath against my neck, reminiscent of someone whispering directly upon my skin, sending shivers down my spine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I instinctively rolled forward. Upon turning back, I heard Aang scream, pointing at me, while the expressions of those behind me mirrored sheer horror. Damn it! Had that foreign specter latched onto me? Tofu reacted swiftly, producing a black cloth bag filled with glutinous rice, and began hurling handfuls at me, oblivious to the chaos behind. I could only infer from the expressions around me that something dire was unfolding. After a brief moment of scattering the rice, Tofu suddenly exclaimed, "Damn it, we're out of rice. You were so eager to stuff your pockets with condoms, but now we're short on the essentials." I retorted, "Who could have foreseen this predicament? Had I known, I would have brought an entire sack." No sooner had I spoken than I felt a chilling sensation against my back. As if a frigid hand had made contact with my skin, the cold penetrating deep into my core, leaving me breathless. In a fit of desperation, Tofu, perhaps momentarily deranged, shouted, "Only ghosts can breathe, right? I can too." He rallied a group of men to exhale toward my back. The breath of the living is imbued with yang energy. It is said that while ghosts fear the living also hold a measure of dread for the spectral. Tofu's unexpected stratagem, though bizarre, proved effective, as 6 or 7 robust men simultaneously expelled their breaths toward me, nearly overwhelming me with the stench. Miraculously, as I was engulfed in the acrid air, the spectral hand that had gripped me withdrew, and warmth surged through me like a torrential flood, vanquishing the pervasive chill within. Tofu released a sigh of relief, his expression betraying a sense of triumph, though he feigned a solemn demeanor, stating, "Don't thank me. It was a collective effort." I, too, felt a wave of gratitude, not for the discomfort of Tofu's method, but for his ingenuity. Though the tactic was rather distasteful, its effectiveness was undeniable. The crowd huddled closely together, hoping to leverage their numbers against the unseen foe, for in many regions of China, it is a common phenomenon that schools are built upon graveyards. Due to the current population explosion, there has been a surge in the construction of schools and housing, which inevitably leads to the encroachment upon the lands of the deceased. However, these lands, once developed, are generally shunned by potential residents. Some deem them inauspicious, while others are wary of the peculiar occurrences that often transpire there. Typically, such sites ultimately transform into educational institutions, as the vitality of children is believed to counteract the negative energy of graveyards. It is also said that students, as disciples of Confucius, are under the protection of the sage, deterring wandering spirits from intruding. A cursory inquiry into the history of older schools often reveals that their original sites were indeed burial grounds. As we huddled together for comfort, it became evident that we could not remain idle. Suddenly, we noticed the vessel we were on, illuminated by a ghostly lantern, swaying gently on the dark sea, heading in a direction contrary to our original plan. Our ship had vanished, incurring significant losses. Thus, our subsequent strategy was to return to the Bohai Bay and start anew. However, to our surprise, the ship veered southward, seemingly taking us further from our intended course. Ying, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Do you think we shall remain trapped on this vessel indefinitely?" Dofu reassured her, "Nay, trust me." A flicker of hope ignited within Ying as she implored, "Do brother, do you possess a solution? Please share your thoughts so we may devise a plan." Dofu replied, "I have no plan, but I assure you we shall not be confined for long. Firstly, this ship lacks provisions, and soon hunger will claim us. Secondly, I have heard tales that this phenomenon only manifests at night and vanishes with the dawn. Those aboard shall also disappear, and perhaps when the sun rises, we shall discover their fate." Ying, a capable sailor usually bold, was now reduced to tears, frightened by Dofu's unsettling words, unable to utter a single response. Though I chastised Dofu internally for frightening the young girl, I could not deny the truth in his words. The scarcity of food and water was an evident concern, and I too had heard whispers of the impending disappearance at dawn. Thus his warnings were not mere fabrications. Professor Lin interjected, "We must devise an escape before dawn breaks." Gu Wanmin expressed her distress, stating, "Jumping into the sea is not an option. What shall we do?" Just as despair enveloped us, a familiar sound pierced the air. It was the call of a whale. Dofu instinctively leaned over the edge of the ship to gaze below, exclaiming, "Little Black is still with us." I had grown weary of his tendency to treat the whale as a personal pet and name it, yet when I looked down, I indeed saw the humpback whale trailing behind us. Initially, when we boarded the ship, we observed it circling around, believing it was expressing joy. In retrospect, it was clearly a warning. Whales seldom vocalize, and our first encounter with its song occurred when it was ensnared by a voracious predator. Now, it was calling out again, attempting to ram the ship with its body. Dofu, moved to the brink of tears, remarked, "It must be trying to capsize the vessel to rescue us." Gu Wenmin's eyes glistened with emotion as she responded, "If it continues to strike like this, it will be injured." Professor Lin exclaimed, "We must swiftly devise a solution." He murmured to himself, while the crew exchanged anxious glances, listening to the haunting sounds of the humpback whale and the ominous thuds against the vessel. Their hearts weighed down like lead. My mind raced with thoughts, questioning if our predicament was somehow linked to that foreign entity. Yet, we were not exorcists. How could we subdue such a force? Suddenly, a dark ritual came to mind, the human face sacrifice. This nefarious practice had caught my attention while researching shamanistic lore. It involved a woman who would endure a cut from the center of her face down to her chin, the blood thus shed known as human face blood. As a manifestation of the feminine essence, this blood was highly coveted by restless spirits, drawing them in from the vicinity to attach themselves to it. Once a spirit adhered, the blood would take on a hue of red tinged with black. At that moment, one could simply pour boiling water over the wound or trace a burning stick along it to vanquish the malevolent entity. This method was once prevalent in the western regions of Hunan. Whenever strange occurrences transpired, it was believed to be the work of a ghost, prompting the summoning of a skilled practitioner. If the spirit could not be dispelled, such dark arts were employed. The woman subjected to this ritual would not only be disfigured, but the process itself was excruciating. I was perplexed as to why this notion suddenly surfaced. Perhaps it was the darker aspects of my nature surfacing. The longer the curse of the ghostly realm lingered, the more the latent flaws in human character would be provoked. As I contemplated the human face sacrifice, I recalled the words of Dofu when he had consoled me. It struck me like a bolt of enlightenment, chilling me to the bone. I vigorously shook my head, determined to cast aside these chaotic thoughts. Chapter 41. The fire of escape. We huddled together in a pitch-black night, the sea breeze chilling our bones. Aside from the roaring waves, the distinctive call of the humpback whale filled the air, unsettling everyone's spirits. I instinctively glanced at my watch, which, being waterproof, still functioned normally. It was now 2 in the morning. In 3 hours, dawn would break. The ship drifted southward, aimlessly, and we remained oblivious to our destination. The crew pondered strategies but found themselves utterly perplexed. Time slipped away, and after countless glances at my watch, when it finally read 4:50, a jolt of realization struck me. The sun rises early over the sea. By 5:30 at the latest, light would pierce the horizon. Would we escape this vessel, or would we vanish as folklore suggested? Sinking into oblivion? The expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly grim. At that moment, Dofu remarked, "They say those who disappear are dragged to the depths of the sea to drown." I replied, glancing at Robot 1, "If that happens, make sure to shoot me in the head quickly. Let me die with some semblance of ease." His words sent eyeing into a panic, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed, "I don't want to die." None of us wished for death, yet Dofu's words ignited a crucial realization within me. I addressed the group, "Time is running short. If we continue like this, we are all doomed. I have conceived a daring idea, though I am uncertain if anyone is willing to embrace the risk." Professor Lin, invigorated, inquired about my notion. I proceeded to share the sudden inspiration that had struck me. It is said that ghosts fear the sun's fire. The human body possesses this fire, and even ordinary flames can be considered a form of it. A robust flame can ward off evil, whereas a feeble one may fail to do so. In some rural areas, when traversing the night, individuals often carry a flashlight while also crafting a makeshift torch, primarily for this very reason. I pondered that rather than languishing on this vessel awaiting our demise, it would be better to take a chance and ignite the ship entirely. With the wind aiding the flames, it would surely blaze fiercely, potentially intimidating any malevolent spirits that beset us. Of course, should this plan prove ineffective and the fire spread uncontrollably, we might find ourselves succumbing to the flames. Upon hearing this, Robot 1 did not object, but rather proclaimed, "I shall provide each of you with a glorious explosive." This notion was undeniably audacious, and for a moment, no one responded. Meanwhile, the clock struck 5 in the morning. The darkness had begun to lift, transforming into a dim gray, and daylight was imminent. I also observed a curious phenomenon. As time passed, the vessel's speed increased dramatically, akin to an arrow released from its bow, exuding an eerie quality. As dawn approached, the group, steeling themselves, resolved to take the perilous plunge and descended into the cabin. Since flames rise, we opted to ignite the fire within the confines of the ship. Lacking solid fuel, we rummaged through our bags for dry clothing to serve as kindling, and soon, flames licked through the wooden planks, engulfing the arid hull in a fierce blaze. Once the fire was sufficiently kindled, we hurried back to the deck. A dark thought crossed my mind. By the heavens, let us see how you will wreak havoc now. Before long, the fire surged from the depths of the cabin, and thick smoke billowed, causing great discomfort to the crew. I signaled to Tofu, suggesting he leap into the sea once more. Perhaps the entity would be deterred by the flames. Tofu, ever sprightly, promptly tumbled overboard. However, he soon plummeted back before us, yelping in pain. "Chun, next time you handle such matters yourself." I retorted, "I have acted alone. Would that not render you utterly ineffectual?" Duan Fei sidled up beside me, her usually vibrant visage pale, betraying her fear as she cowered behind me while the smoke enveloped us, stinging our eyes to tears. Fortunately, the strong winds at sea mitigated the smoke's oppressive grasp. In short order, a significant portion of the ship was ablaze, and at that moment, the rigging snapped, causing the previously furled sails to unfurl with a rustling sound. Instantly, we collectively gasped, feeling a chill run down our spines, our scalps prickling with dread. The sails, once white, were now marred with bloodstains that appeared to have been splattered, forming grotesque visages amidst the crimson. At a glance, it seemed as though countless bloodied faces were fixated upon us from the sails, evoking an unsettling thrill that sent a shiver through my heart. Gu Wenmin, startled, covered her mouth, her eyes trembling with fear, and after a long pause, she remarked, "The design of this ship bears a resemblance to those from centuries past in Europe. Perhaps those aboard once endured a massacre long ago." Dofu swallowed hard, exclaiming, "What do we do now? The flames are raging. If we don't jump out, it's all over." Robot 1, with a somber expression, gazed at Dofu and said, "Shall I assist you on your final journey?" Dofu, on the verge of tears, replied, "I can't bear the thought of you being struck in the head by a bullet, dying instantly, rather than suffering for a while before the end." Robot 2 interjected, "We have only ever shot at others' heads, never experienced it ourselves, hence we are uncertain." Dofu shrank back, fearfully staring down the barrel of the gun, clearly reconsidering whether drowning, burning, or being shot would be the better fate. The flames intensified, and we sought refuge on the deck as the fire crept closer, waves of heat enveloping us, making our eyes feel as though they were on fire. I could not help but tighten my embrace around Gu Wenmin, choosing silence in that moment. At such a critical juncture, all I desired was to hold her close. Her soft hand gripped my wrist tightly as she said, "I am still angry." Looking into her gentle eyes, I replied, "You are not capable of deceit." Dofu, wiping away the tears that had been drawn out by the smoke, lamented loudly, "Showing affection is shameful." He then fervently implored every deity, promising that if we could escape this predicament, he would adopt a vegetarian lifestyle from that day forth. I was taken aback. For Dofu, abstaining from meat was a matter more serious than life itself, and his willingness to make such a solemn vow revealed the depths of his despair. Thus, I said to Dofu, "Dying is not painful. Being struck in the brain by a bullet is a matter of mere seconds. Little Do, be strong." Dofu, with a woeful expression, replied, "I cannot be strong." I sighed and said, "I know. You have never been tough in your life." Gu Wenmin pinched me and retorted, "At a time like this, how can you still be so flippant?" Meanwhile, the fire was drawing ever closer, forcing everyone to press against the ship's edge, their faces glistening with a layer of oily sweat mixed with soot, rendering them all as black and white figures. Just as despair loomed over us, and we began to seriously contemplate the dire situation, I suddenly heard a sharp crack, seemingly emanating from the vessel's underside. The sound resembled that of a wooden beam snapping, and before we knew it, the bow of our ship began to tilt downward. Professor Lin exclaimed with delight, "It sounds like the keel has fractured." The keel refers to the central beam of old-fashioned ships. Once it breaks, the vessel will inevitably split in two. With that fracture, our ship's bow instantly plunged into the water, and before we could fully comprehend the situation, our bodies had already hit the icy sea. Upon contact with the frigid waters, rather than terror, we exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, with Dofu splashing the sea and exclaiming, "Lo and behold, Grandfather Do has returned." The carp, needless to say, wore an expression of sheer exhilaration, exclaiming, "Thanks to Brother Qin's brilliant strategy." This tactic of placing oneself in a seemingly fatal position only to turn the tables was simply exquisite. The others, immersed in the water, watched as the mysterious vessel, once afloat, swiftly sank beneath the waves. We floated on the surface, reveling in the joy of having survived a catastrophe. Moments later, the crowd managed to suppress their excitement, as a faint glow began to appear on the horizon, indicating that the sun would soon rise in approximately 10 minutes. At this moment, we found ourselves surrounded by an expanse of ocean, the rocky outcrop we had previously sheltered upon lost to the vastness of the sea. Our elation was short-lived. The situation had worsened, for we were devoid of even a raft. Were we to simply swim in the ocean? How long would that take? As I pondered this, I suddenly noticed Dofu motionless in the sea, as if he had made a discovery. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, "What is the matter?" "I need to relieve myself," he replied. I quickly urged everyone to distance themselves, but before I could chastise him, Dofu shrugged and said, "Don't give me that disgusted look. We have no idea how long we will be adrift at sea. If nature calls, can you really hold it in?" He continued, "The ocean is filled with waste. Fish excrete their droppings into the water. You know about ambergris, right? It's formed from the feces of sperm whales." I promptly interrupted him, declaring, "From this moment on, you are forbidden to utter another word." Initially, I was oblivious to the unpleasantness of being submerged in seawater, but Dofu's vivid description suddenly made me feel quite uneasy. And the three women's faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Speaking of whales, I suddenly recalled, the humpback whale has vanished. Gu Wenmin suggested, "Perhaps it has already departed." Dofu gestured animatedly, seemingly eager to say something, but upon meeting my icy gaze, he fell silent. Just then, a jet of water erupted from among us, and before I could comprehend what was happening, a solid object beneath us lifted us up. Looking down, I realized it was none other than the humpback whale. As it surfaced for air, we found ourselves perched upon its back. Dofu disregarded the previous admonition, exuberantly exclaiming, "Little Black, I knew you hadn't left. Where have you been?" The whale's gaze lingered on Dofu for a brief moment before it ignored the foolish remarks and leisurely glided across the water, showing no intention of casting us off. Chapter 42. The enveloped entity riding atop the whale was an exhilarating experience. It was sufficiently large to carry us with ease. I had only ever heard that dolphins might rescue humans. For dolphins, being mammals rather than fish, are known to assist their young when they are at risk of drowning. This protective instinct has led them to often carry floating objects on their backs. This explanation, while rooted in biology, is indeed curious, as numerous accounts exist of individuals being rescued by dolphins during maritime disasters. Many survivors have shared their remarkable experiences. During our drift at sea, we were fortuitously discovered by a dolphin, which, through its calls, summoned its companions. Remarkably, they would either carry or nudge us along, and quite peculiarly, they would push us toward the shore, typically guiding us to the nearest island. If this behavior were merely an instinct to protect their young, how could these dolphins possess the understanding to deliver us to safety? This has long remained a mystery. Although we were not rescued by dolphins, we found ourselves saved by a humpback whale. Professor Lin, with a smile, affectionately stroked the whale, remarking that it was expressing gratitude. At that moment, the sun finally broke free from the horizon, casting a radiant glow where the sea met the sky. We found ourselves disoriented, relying solely on the sun's position to deduce that we were heading southward. Given the tumultuous events, time had become somewhat disordered. Professor Lin and the carp made a rough estimate of our travel time. If we wished to return to the Bohai Sea, we would need at least a day and a night, as we had been swept off course by the storm and subsequently carried southward through the night. While we were currently being supported by the humpback whale, it was still an animal, incapable of altering its course to suit our desires, and it continued toward the southwest. Professor Lin noted that the direction we were heading approached the North Pacific, a region conducive to the whale's existence, so it would naturally proceed in that direction. Convincing it to change course would likely prove difficult. Furthermore, while it could carry us for a day, it could not sustain this for 2 days. Eventually, it would depart, and we would need to devise a comprehensive plan. I remarked that, at sea, we had no reliance beyond the vessels. Dofu chimed in, expressing his aversion to the very mention of ships, suggesting instead that we ought to ride on Little Black to the time-space island. I replied that he should first inquire whether Little Black would consent and whether a fee would be required. Dofu sheepishly touched his nose. I was exasperated by his fanciful imagination, which was becoming increasingly unreliable. Just as I was about to educate him, Professor Lin interjected, suggesting that Dofu's idea was worth exploring. Not only I, but the others were taken aback as well. Professor Lin then smiled, explaining that the direction of the humpback whale coincided closely with that of the time-space island. Perfectly fortuitous. Since we could not return, we might as well move forward. Moreover, the likelihood of rescue near the time-space island was greater, as vessels frequented that area. With Professor Lin's endorsement, Dofu became quite pleased, exclaiming that great minds think alike. But he added a note of concern about Japan's penchant for whaling. Professor Lin nodded, acknowledging that not only Japan but some European and American countries also engage in whaling, a practice less common in our own nation. He mentioned that many areas beneath the sea near Japan are equipped with whaling nets. With that, Professor Lin fell silent, realizing that further discussion was futile. After all, we were currently riding on the whale's back, and its journey was its own to dictate, unless we were to tumble off. Since yesterday afternoon, we had been deprived of fresh water, subsisting on raw fish and the meager juice from travel fish, which was already scant. Our hunger was bearable, but thirst was a torment, leaving our mouths feeling as though we had been chewing sand. Dofu even entertained the thought of drinking seawater. The sea is saline, only leading to increased thirst, and the human constitution is fundamentally unsuitable for consuming seawater. We close our mouths and refrain from excessive chatter. The more we speak, the quicker our thirst intensifies. In silence, we allow the humpback whale to carry us, which occasionally dives, presumably in search of sustenance, but will soon resurface to bear us once more, leaving our clothes perpetually damp. Having lost all fishing gear along with the sunken vessel, we find ourselves adrift in the vast ocean with no means to catch fish, merely gazing at the occasional fish that leaps from the surface. Tofu, consumed by thoughts of food, quickly devised a plan. He produced an iron rod, tying 4 knots in his clothing to fashion a rudimentary fishing net. After a long afternoon of labor, relying solely on luck, he managed to catch a fish about 20 centimeters long. With 12 of us in the group, this single fish provided a mere morsel for each, just enough to stave off hunger. As night fell, the humpback whale suddenly ceased its swimming and descended into the depths, remaining submerged for over half an hour. The night sea was frigid, and Tofu, shivering, remarked, "Surely Little Black hasn't gone to sleep, has he?" Aang responded, "I doubt it. I've heard that whales sleep in 3 positions: vertically in the water, horizontally on the surface, or in a state of alternating hemispheric sleep. Half awake with one eye open and the other closed, even swimming while asleep. Tofu speculated, perhaps it has adopted the first sleeping position. I interjected, let us not think the worst. After all, it is still an animal. We are a dozen living souls. Can we really expect a whale to ensure our survival? We must swim ourselves, hoping there is a reef or small island nearby for refuge. Upon hearing this, Carp seemed to ponder and said, in this expanse of sea, I recall there are no islands or reefs, but there is a place where we might temporarily rest for the night. Gu Wenmin inquired, what place? Why did you not mention this sooner? Aang appeared to recall something, covering her mouth and exclaiming, ah, that place. It is far too ominous. We cannot go there. Ominous? I queried. What do you mean by ominous? Speak clearly. It is not sustainable for us to remain adrift in the sea. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Carp finally explained, actually, if our ship had not been damaged and had continued on its original course, we would have passed that place on the 4th day, which is not far from our current location. Through his explanation, we began to understand the nature of this so-called ominous place. To discuss this, one must delve into the topographical features of the ocean. Many might assume that the closer one gets to the center of the sea, the deeper the water becomes. But this is a misconception. The depth of the sea is related to the conditions of the ocean floor. As noted in Yang Feng's treatise on divination, water dragons have mountains originating from Kunlun. This implies that not only does the land possess mountainous ranges, but the ocean floor also features peaks and valleys, with the source of water dragons said to be from Kunlun Mountain. How ancient people discerned the seabed topography without diving equipment is a question worthy of exploration. However, modern underwater exploration has indeed confirmed that the underwater environment is akin to that on land, complete with mountains and canyons, albeit submerged. Thus, it is not necessarily true that the deeper one ventures towards the heart of the sea, for if the central area happens to be situated atop a submerged elevation, it may instead transform into a shallow region. Vessels typically navigate around such areas, as the ebb and flow of the tides can lead to unfortunate grounding, resulting in a plethora of derelict ships accumulating over time, layered and crowded, until they gradually rise above the water's surface, giving rise to a rather peculiar locale. Of course, while seafarers have encountered this place to some extent, they refrain from approaching due to an eerie reputation. It is said that those who have ventured there out of curiosity often return afflicted by illness. Consequently, many believe this site to be tainted, while others speculate the presence of some virulent agent. In the expansive ocean, the most susceptible ailments generally include intestinal diseases and parasitic infections, along with septicemia, as other viruses find it challenging to propagate in saline waters. Currently, we find ourselves adrift upon the sea, utterly isolated, our legs tirelessly treading water. The longer we remain submerged, the more our strength wanes. As we converse about this ominous place, we gaze for the elusive humpback whale, which has yet to resurface, perhaps indeed having succumbed to slumber as posited by Tofu. Faced with no alternative, we recognize that prolonged immersion may soon deplete our stamina to the point of immobility. After deliberation, we conclude that with our gas masks at hand, donning them along with gloves upon arrival should mitigate any potential hazards. Having reached a consensus, we promptly follow Li Yu into the obscurity ahead, our mouths clutching flashlights for scant illumination. After swimming for a full 20 minutes, Li Yu points out a dark mass ahead, indicating our destination. We halt, treading water while lowering our flashlights toward the fore. As beams converge, the shadowy mass is abruptly illuminated, revealing an array of vessels, some toppled or standing askew, clustered together amidst a chaotic heap of rotting timber, forming a natural wooden bridge. Fallen masts extend in all directions, some emerging from the depths, while tattered rags flutter in the sea breeze. A mere glance evokes discomfort. Yet, there is no room for hesitation. We pause at a distance from the wreckage, retrieving our gas masks from our gear, originally intended for modern mushroom foraging, now repurposed for this endeavor, along with plastic gloves, presenting a semblance of protection. Once prepared, we ascend onto the wooden planks and catch our breath. After a brief respite, Tofu, restless as ever, clambers about, amidst the scattered debris of decaying wood, navigating through what resembles a labyrinth, with passages that lead in and out with ease, concealing potential surprises. Before long, Tofu uncovers various remnants, likely left behind by previous adventurers fueled by curiosity. Among the findings are vacuum-sealed, expired sausages, a pocket watch, moldy cigarettes, and an intriguingly peculiar object. This item, approximately the size of a pen, is wrapped in cloth. Upon unwrapping, we discover yet another layer of plastic encasing it, which upon further inspection reveals additional layers, suggesting an enigmatic purpose concealed within. Tofu exclaimed, "What on earth is this, a prank?" Chapter 43, The Capture Operation. Aang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Could it possibly contain some treasure?" Tofu scoffed, "So small, what treasure could it hold? I shall see what this is about." With that, he continued to unwrap it, peeling away the layers. Indeed, after removing 4 layers of plastic, the contents were finally revealed. To be precise, as soon as the contents emerged, they vanished instantly. At the center of the plastic was a small amount of coffee-colored powder, which, upon exposure, swiftly dissipated into the sea breeze. The rest of us felt little, but Aang and Liu squinted uncomfortably. As crew members, they had not planned to enter the fray, thus lacking their gas masks. At present, Aang and Liu were only gloves, covering their mouths and noses with fabric, yet their faces remained exposed. The powder momentarily blinded them, causing tears to well in their eyes. Aang gasped, "What is this? Could it be toxic?" I replied, "Stop talking. Immerse your heads in the seawater and open your eyes to let it wash away. The composition of seawater is unique and can eliminate many bacteria." I was uncertain about the nature of the powder, but given its meticulous packaging, it surely was not benign. Everyone was taken aback by this turn of events, their gazes fixed anxiously on Liu and Aang. Moments later, the two surfaced, gasping for breath. Professor Lin inquired, "Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Their eyes were slightly bloodshot, likely due to the irritation from the powder and seawater, but they otherwise felt fine, shaking their heads in response, suggesting that the powder was not particularly hazardous. Tofu promptly removed his gas mask and handed it to Aang, stating, "Sister, you wear this. I am a man. Even if there is a virus here, my resistance is stronger." Aang was taken aback, a hint of emotion surfacing on her otherwise stoic face as she pushed the mask back, saying, "No need. You should wear it. We are often at sea. We should be all right." Before Tofu could retort, I interjected, "Since Aang has said so, just wear it and stop dawdling." Human nature often leans towards selfishness. According to Liu, this place was rather ominous. If there truly was a virus, it would be unwise for Tofu to relinquish his mask and risk exposure. As the ancients said, one should not only care for their own kin. Although this sentiment is noble, few manage to embody it in practice. Tofu is my comrade, with whom I have shared life and death for over a decade. While Aang is indeed a good girl, I am aware of where my priorities lie. Tofu, ever the naive and kind-hearted soul, insisted once more, pressing the gas mask towards Aang, who, with tears glistening in her eyes, finally accepted it, saying, "Brother Tofu, you are truly kind to me." Liu, observing the exchange, remarked, "Women are indeed wonderful. Why has no one ever offered me a mask?" His words were half serious, half joking. I remained silent, removing my own gas mask, much to Liu's astonishment. He then joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Chun, you are truly benevolent. I, Liu, admire you." With that, he reached out, preparing to accept the mask. I cast a glance at him, pressing the mask firmly against the tofu-like face, and said, "Put it on." Tofu, visibly moved, responded, "Old Chun, my good brother, I truly do not wish to accept this mask. However, when I underwent a health check at the age of 3, the doctor informed me that my immune system was weak, making me prone to illness. Therefore, in order not to burden you in the future, I shall humbly don it." I gave him a kick, chiding him not to take advantage of the situation while pretending to be virtuous, remembering events from 3 years prior and fabricating tales with his eyes wide open. In our entire group, only I and the carp remained unmasked. This location, formed by shipwrecks, was privately referred to by seafaring individuals as the ship burial ground. Now, under the cover of night, this name heightened our sense of unease, prompting Tofu to compromise by calling it simply the shipyard. We intended to rest for just one night, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, we cautiously surveyed our surroundings, ensuring that no spectral octopuses or similar creatures lurked before gathering together to prepare for sleep. Little did we know, we had scarcely settled into our sleeping positions when a sudden sound like that of a whale emerged from the sea. In recent days, we had become particularly sensitive to the sounds of whales, likely due to the presence of Little Black, and upon hearing this sound, Everyone sat upright, simultaneously activating several flashlights directed toward the sea. The sight that greeted us was astonishing. It was Little Black, the humpback whale. Rather than seeking repose, it seemed to be howling into the night. Upon closer inspection, we noticed an even larger creature looming in front of Little Black. Its skin darker than that of Little Black, which was a shade lighter. This creature was round-headed and substantial, unmistakably a killer whale, also known as the orca. Killer whales are social animals that primarily prey on medium to small whales or sharks. Their large mouths are lined with sharp teeth, earning them the title of the true monarchs of the sea, with humpback whales being among their favored meals. Aesthetically speaking, this creature, with its striking appearance and deep black hue, surpassed Little Black in beauty. However, humans are creatures of emotion, and beauty alone holds little value in dire circumstances. It soon became apparent to us that Little Black might not have been retreating to rest at all. It is said that whales can utilize sound waves to sense their enemies and food. Little Black likely detected the approach of the killer whales, prompting its sudden disappearance. We observed that Little Black was being besieged by 3 killer whales, a smaller pod. Having long regarded the humpback whale as a companion, we now felt compelled to assist it in its time of peril, drawing forth our weapons. The 4 robots immediately raised their submachine guns, poised to intervene. When Professor Lin suddenly furrowed his brow, suggesting, "Let us wait a moment. If it can escape on its own, we must not harm the killer whales." I assessed the situation in the sea. Those 3 killer whales appeared to be old comrades, encircling Little Black in a triangular formation, swimming neither too close nor too far, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Professor Lin's words irked the outspoken Tofu, who exclaimed, "Oh, Professor, at such a time, let go of your thoughts on protecting endangered species. Our companion is about to be turned into a midnight snack." Gu Wanmin spoke softly, "Do not rush, little doe. Since the professor has suggested this, he surely has his reasons." As she spoke, she turned her face toward Professor Lin, clearly inquiring about his intentions. Professor Lin remarked, "The natural law of existence dictates that the weak are devoured by the strong. The 3 orcas are merely engaging in their instinctual hunt, seeking sustenance for their survival. We have no justification to intervene. Humanity must not impose its subjective beliefs upon their realm." Dofu, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean by subjective beliefs? All I know is that it has accompanied us for 2 days, aiding us significantly. Had it not borne us during the blaze, we could very well be adrift somewhere." Professor Lin shook his head, stating, "If you relish chicken, but Xiao Chun, in an effort to protect the chickens, were to slay you, would you not feel wronged?" I understood Professor Lin's intent, yet found his analogy somewhat unpalatable. What did he mean by my fondness for chicken? Dofu, grasping the implication, found himself momentarily bereft of counterarguments. Professor Lin continued, "The palm and the back of the hand are both flesh. If we were to kill the 3 orcas to save the humpback whale, it would reveal a flaw in our subjective reasoning. Of course, Xiao He is our companion, and we must endeavor to rescue him. But I urge patience. Let us observe a while longer. If he cannot extricate himself, I shall have nothing further to say." The group exchanged glances. Though unable to discern each other's expressions, it was likely that their sentiments were similar. Being a figure of academic stature, Professor Lin's perspective penetrated to the essence of the matter, leaving us with no grounds for rebuttal. Though we harbored some discontent towards his obstinacy, we could not help but admire the depth of his insight. I rubbed my nose and suggested, "Then let us wait a bit longer." Once more, the group turned their gaze towards the ocean's expanse. Orcas are the natural adversaries of humpback whales, despite their comparable size. The orcas' collective assaults and sharp teeth pose a formidable challenge to both sharks and humpbacks. Could Xiao He truly escape? Confrontation was impossible, the only recourse for the humpback. Xiao He lay in flight. Suddenly, the massive form of the humpback emitted a sound as it gradually moved through the water, while the 3 orcas exhibited no haste in their approach, as if anticipating something. At that moment, Xiao He's body abruptly sank, vanishing beneath the surface, and almost simultaneously, the 3 orcas plunged downward. We heard the elongated calls of the whales below, and all we could see were immense shadows, seemingly in pursuit, receding until they were no longer visible. Moments later, their figures re-emerged, as though Xiao He's escape had faltered. He surfaced once more, emitting sounds reminiscent of those when he had fallen into the spiral of predation. Guo Wanmin voiced her concern. "It seems he is calling for help. Should we not take action?" Hardly had her words left her lips when one of the humpbacks leapt suddenly, lunging towards Xiaohei. The leap and lunge technique is a distinctive skill of orcas, attributed to their well-proportioned bodies and powerful musculature. Sensing imminent danger, Xiaohei swiftly descended, despite his large size. He remained agile in the water, diving down and quickly veering to the right, evading the jaws of the orcas. The collective breath we had been holding relaxed momentarily. Yet before we could fully exhale, the next turn of events left us utterly astonished. The misguided strike of the orca fell short, yet upon entering the water, it unexpectedly thrust its formidable head forcefully against the midsection of the humpback whale, propelling the latter a considerable distance away, in the very direction of its launch. 2 more orcas lay in wait. This was a premeditated act of predation. I surmised that this tactic was not a novel one for these orcas. At times, the intelligence of these creatures, often scorned by humanity, is truly remarkable. We have judged animals as foolish based on our subjective perceptions, while perhaps these creatures ponder, foolish humans. Why do they persist in their gradual destruction of their own habitat? However, this is not the moment for a discourse on humanity and nature. Witnessing the plight of the young humpback, the onlookers could no longer remain composed. The 4 robots immediately opened fire, but mindful of Professor Lin's earlier counsel, they refrained from directly targeting the orcas. Instead, they discharged their rounds at the sides of the orcas to startle them. This tactic indeed captured the orcas' attention. Having likely never heard gunfire before, they swiftly evaded, re-establishing their triangular formation, thus sparing the young humpback from immediate danger. Chapter 44. The Japanese upon witnessing this, Dofu bellowed. "Hey orcas, go feast on the great white shark. I'll protect this humpback whale." Drawn by the sound of gunfire and commotion, the orcas momentarily glanced our way. But it was evident that we, mere insignificant beings in their eyes, held little interest for them. They merely cast a fleeting glance before refocusing their efforts on the young humpback. Our options were limited. We could only resort to intimidation. The robots took aim and fired at the orcas. Their thick layers of blubber rendered the bullets ineffective, only resulting in a few minor punctures, akin to red spots on a massive orca. Nevertheless, the pain incited their fury, and 3 orcas, abandoning the young humpback, charged towards us, colliding violently with the edge of the vessel yard. This area was already a chaotic heap of decaying wood and broken ships, and upon impact, a half-submerged wreck toppled, crashing down upon the 3 orcas. Everyone felt the ground tremble beneath them and hurriedly scrambled to higher ground. The 3 orcas, caught off guard by the falling debris, appeared dazed for a moment before regaining their composure and resuming their assault. Professor Lin remarked, "We have certainly provoked these 3 orcas." Meanwhile, the young humpback had cleverly made its escape, vanishing without a trace. I surveyed our surroundings and noted, this place is spacious. It would not be an easy task for them to collapse it. Moreover, I recall you mentioning that the waters here are quite shallow. Currently, it is high tide, which is why they dare to appear here. When the tide recedes later tonight, these creatures will undoubtedly depart. Professor Lin nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, orcas have no natural enemies, standing at the pinnacle of the marine food chain. However, the natural environment is the ultimate adversary for all creatures. We simply need to wait it out." To prevent the orcas from pursuing the young humpback further, the 4 robots intermittently fired into the water to divert their attention. Having been injured by gunfire, these creatures had become exceedingly sensitive to the sound of shots. 4 robots were tasked with the strategic diversion, while the rest of us, succumbing to the allure of slumber, lay down wherever we could. Occasionally, we could feel the tremors of the wooden boards beneath us. Time slipped away unmeasured until the cacophony of gunfire and collisions ceased, and the robots made no attempt to rouse us. We remained enveloped in our dreams until the first light of dawn broke. Upon awakening, my first sensation was thirst, followed closely by hunger. Each of us felt parched and devoid of the vigor one would expect after a brief respite. Tofu glanced at the sea and then up at the sky, remarking, "I wager those reconnaissance aircraft have been slacking. It's been days without a single sighting." Gu Wunmin replied, "The expanse of sea and sky is vast, and reconnaissance planes are already scarce. Moreover, we are now situated closer to Japanese waters, which means even fewer Chinese aircraft." Japan? Tofu mused. "No wonder we've encountered such misfortune. The land of the little devils is indeed ill-fated." However, Gu, the stunning beauty, prompted a thought in me. Now that we are near Japanese waters, we must be close to Timespace Island, right? "It should be within reach," said Carp. An idea struck Tofu. "We are adrift at sea. devoid of food and water, and we cannot predict how long we might wait for rescue from the reconnaissance planes. Instead, let us head to Timespace Island, where we can surely find fresh water and sustenance. Carp, suddenly animated, exclaimed, Brother Doe, your suggestion is most timely. We've been solely focused on returning home, neglecting this option. Indeed, waiting here without food or drink is futile. Let us venture to Timespace Island, where we shall certainly not starve. As Carp spoke, his excitement was palpable. He muttered to himself, glancing at the sun and retrieving paper and pen to sketch and calculate. Clearly, he was employing primitive maritime navigation methods to estimate our position and distance. About half an hour later, Carp announced, I've calculated it. If we depart from here and head southeast, constructing a raft, we should reach the island by tomorrow morning, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He looked at the sky, declaring, The weather is fair, and it seems we have not angered the sea god. We are unlikely to face storms in the near future, so we can set sail with confidence. This proposal was indeed sound, eliciting joy among the group as we began to discuss sourcing suitable planks for our raft. We immediately set to work, scouring the shipyard for usable timber, venturing deeper than before. The further we went, the narrower and more confined the space became, with the planks exuding a musty odor of decayed wood, clearly aged and dilapidated. I couldn't help but think that this plan might be doomed, as these materials had long been exposed to moisture, making it difficult to find anything viable. Lost in thought, a sudden gasp shattered the silence, unmistakably belonging to Duan Fei. The voice seemed close, separated from me by layers of rotting planks, likely just to my left. Had something gone awry? I listened intently, my body weaving through the gaps towards the source of the sound. As I turned around a tilted board, a figure lunged towards me and plunged into my embrace. The softness and warmth of the body startled me, and upon looking down, I realized it was none other than Duan Fei. I mused to myself, pondering the audacity of the young lady before me, who so boldly offered her embrace. I found myself at a loss as to how to respond. While lost in thought, Duan Fei tightened her grip around my waist, pouted, and exclaimed, Brother Chun, there's someone down below. She gestured towards a dark, dilapidated entrance. I could scarcely discern my surroundings. Perhaps I stood on a fragment of a ship, with the entrance's surrounding planks in a state of disrepair, unveiling an irregular, indescribable abyss. The area was shrouded in darkness, with the slanted wreckage overhead obscuring any view of what lay within. It seemed that Duan Fei had ventured into the hole moments ago. Who could be down there? Was there someone else hiding, aside from us? No. If it were a living person, they would have emerged by now, given the commotion. Could it be a corpse? Although I refrained from asking Duan Fei, the situation led me to a swift conclusion. There must be a dead body beneath, which explained her fright. Lost in these thoughts, I momentarily forgot to push her away, when suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me, followed by a startled exclamation from Dofu. I turned to see Dofu with a ghostly expression, exclaiming, Was that little Fei calling out? Old Qin, what are you doing? You can't force yourself on a young girl. I was at once amused and bewildered, realizing he had misunderstood the situation. Just as I intended to release my hold on Duan Fei, I caught sight of Gu Wanmin, who had been silently observing me with keen scrutiny. Alarmed, I quickly pushed Duan Fei away and said, Wanmin, it's not as you think. However, before I could elaborate, Duan Fei, still shaken, remarked, Brother Chun, I owe you one for that fright. But your grip is quite strong. Look, my arm is all red. She glanced down at her exposed forearm, revealing 5 distinct red marks, likely from my earlier grip. At that moment, I felt as though I were inescapably ensnared in a predicament. I believed this mischievous girl had done this purposefully. What merit did I possess that warranted such antics from her? After Duan Fei spoke, she observed Gu Wanmin's expression and waved her hand, saying, Sister Gu, please don't be angry. There's nothing between Brother Chun and me. Nothing? While it was true there was indeed nothing, her expression of bashfulness belied her words, as if she were inadvertently revealing the truth. Dofu regarded me with the eyes of a predator, and the others were no less judgmental, for teasing gazes from the robots, Wu Sidong's disdainful glance, Professor Lin's resigned demeanor, and Liu's envious gaze, all of which set my nerves alight. I now understood that Duan Fei was a daring performer, and it seemed I had inherited my father's penchant for attracting attention wherever I went. I could only divert the topic temporarily, planning to placate Gu Wanmin later. Thus, I recounted the events leading up to this moment, preparing to explore the depths below. Duan Fei, now less fearful, patted her chest and said, "I was terrified. As soon as I went down, I saw a dead body lying there." Dofu retorted, "Aren't you archaeologists supposed to be unafraid of seeing dead bodies?" Duan Fei wrinkled her nose and remarked, "We usually encounter only bones. Where have we seen a corpse still bearing flesh? The sight of pale, lifeless skin is quite terrifying." Gu Wanmin, maintaining her usual demeanor, appeared calm, revealing no signs of anger as she suggested, "Let us descend and investigate. It may be the remains of someone who perished previously." The group, armed with flashlights, began to descend, though a few, including Liu, remained outside. Indeed, upon entering, they discovered a body. The corpse was that of a male, seated upright against a wooden board, legs extended, eyes wide open as if he had just recently succumbed. As I had not brought a gas mask, I chose to keep my distance for safety's sake, but I observed Professor Lin reach out and touch the body. Suddenly expressing doubt, "The corpse is rigid." Dofu interjected, "It is natural for the living to be soft and the dead to be hard." Professor Lin shook his head, stating, "His flesh is also rigid, akin to stone." Intrigued by his words, I could not resist touching it as well, and indeed, the sensation felt akin to that of a human-shaped stone sculpture. Upon closer inspection, I noticed something peculiar. The clothing bore Japanese markings. Dofu, with a grave expression, remarked, "So, this is a Japanese individual. How tragic is his demise." "I pity him." He laughed heartily, his earlier sympathy evaporating. Dofu had always harbored animosity towards Japan during anti-Japanese films. He would become fervent, spewing vitriol at the Japanese for even the slightest transgression against the elderly. Chapter 45. Virus. We were all taken aback, not expecting the corpse to belong to a Japanese man, which unexpectedly calmed our hearts. The Chinese and Japanese have been adversaries for generations, enmity dating back a millennium. Often referred to as the Eastern Pirates during the Ming Dynasty. The root cause of this animosity is straightforward: land. Japan, located in the southeast, is a land-scarce island nation, frequently beset by earthquakes and natural disasters, thus naturally seeking to relocate. To the north lies Korea, to the west is China, and to the east is America. Yearning for territory, the Japanese would not contend with the white settlers. They neither had the means nor the cultural affinity to thrive in a new land. Conversely, Japan's cultural origins are deeply intertwined with China, sharing many similarities. Moreover, due to China's vast expanse and rich cultural heritage, alongside its geographical proximity to Japan, it has become the most desirable option for Japanese territorial expansion, aside from Korea. This historical context explains the ongoing conflicts over centuries. Geographically, we are undeniably the coveted prize for the Japanese. If we were to consider the situation from the Japanese perspective, one might understand their inclination to seek relocation. However, reflecting upon our own borders, we see numerous nations with harsh environments that coexist peacefully. Why, then, must Japan persist in rivalry with us? This inquiry becomes complex upon further analysis, yet the enmity is undeniable. In my previous business dealings, I had a client from Nanjing who recounted that Japanese individuals dared not linger there, as the Nanjing populace is particularly warm and hospitable towards foreign guests, embodying the graciousness of a great nation. Yet, whenever encountering a Japanese individual, all decorum seems to dissipate. The Japanese dare not utter a word in such circumstances. The scars from the Nanjing massacre deepen the animosity felt by the people of Nanjing. Among our group, although the majority are well-educated, a lingering resentment persists. Liu is particularly blunt, exclaiming, "What a nuisance! I detest those little devils. Encountering them is never a good omen." I, too, possess little interest in examining the corpse of this Japanese individual, stating, "Let them perish as they will. I have no time to squander on frivolities. Let us focus on the task at hand." I acknowledge my own crudeness. I understand the principles of global integration, yet my disdain for the Japanese remains unwavering. Were this a case involving individuals from other nations, I might have been inclined to investigate the circumstances of their demise. But with this particular case, I am disinclined to waste any time. Professor Lin exhibits no overt animosity. However, Dofu and Liu appear particularly agitated. Upon hearing my remarks, Dofu asserts, "Old Chun is right. There is no point in wasting time here." Wu Sidong furrows his brow, responding, "Your perspectives are rather narrow. We live in a modern society where nations and cultures ought to engage in mutual exchange. Do you not utilize Japanese products? Dofu nods in agreement, stating, I only watch Japanese adult films. I have no use for anything else. They excel in that domain. Wu Zedong, visibly irritated, adopts an air of indifference toward us. In truth, Dofu's comments unjustly malign the Japanese. They indeed excel in certain areas, and it would be unfair to dismiss them entirely. Nevertheless, enmity breeds contempt, and such long-standing grievances cloud one's judgment. After deliberating, we resolved to disregard the corpse, deeming its past events irrelevant to our purpose. We merely sought to expedite our departure with the necessary materials. Just then, Wu Zedong, who had been intently examining the body, suddenly remarked, There is something pressing against the corpse's posterior. He proceeded to extract the object, revealing it to be the same peculiar item previously discovered by Dofu. Could it contain some extraordinary powder? Wu Zedong, looking down upon our fixation on historical grievances, chose to ignore us and continued to meticulously unwrap layer after layer of plastic. In this windless environment, the powder remained intact, resembling ash from a recent fire. Judging by the attire of the deceased, it appeared he had not been dead for more than 3 years. However, curiously, the body had hardened to a stone-like state, showing no signs of decay. Dofu suddenly speculated, could this be related to the powder? Ah Ying gasped in alarm, exclaiming, what if we have come into contact with this powder? What shall we do? I urged them to refrain from reckless speculation. Such unfounded fears would only incite panic. This powder, meticulously wrapped, may either be toxic or of significant importance. If it were toxic, then both Li Yu and Ah Ying would not still be alive and active. Thus, I believe the latter possibility to be more plausible. Perhaps, this powder possesses an extraordinarily unique function. Due to this incident, the public's interest in the corpse was rekindled. Professor Lin meticulously searched the body and uncovered a notebook. Upon opening it, he discovered it was filled with densely written Japanese, which he clearly understood. Adjusting his glasses, he began to read through the pages, his expression gradually growing more serious. Observing the situation, it was evident that he had made a significant discovery, so I refrained from interrupting. The crowd waited patiently for over half an hour until Professor Lin had finished perusing the entire notebook. After organizing its contents, he shared his findings with us. It turns out that this Japanese individual was a medical scientist focused on virology. Somehow, he had learned of a rumor that beneath this ship burial site lay a military vessel that had secretly retreated during the Sino-Japanese War. This ship was reportedly carrying members of the infamous Unit 731. Unit 731 was a Japanese unit dedicated to developing biological weapons, and during that period, they conducted inhumane experiments on numerous Chinese civilians in their quest to harness viruses for the conquest of China. Their actions were horrifyingly cruel, often involving dissections as a routine practice. They had even released viruses transmitted by rats, leading to widespread casualties and introducing terrifying diseases, resulting in significant loss of life among the Chinese populace. Even now, descendants of those who experienced these atrocities cannot help but weep in anguish, marking it as a profound national tragedy. After Japan's surrender, the withdrawal was hasty, and many members of Unit 731, along with a wealth of experimental data, remained unaccounted for, leaving behind a portion of their findings. This ship was a remnant of Unit 731. Given that biological warfare is expressly prohibited by international law, the Japanese were compelled to retreat discreetly. One of the small teams retreating by sea lost contact. This individual, whose source of information remains unknown, believed that the vessel had met with misfortune at this burial site. He gathered like-minded friends in the hope of salvaging some of Unit 731's final research achievements. We mistakenly assumed that his intentions for retrieving these materials were ulterior. The individual who left the notes, named Ichiro Shinmaku, was an expert in virology. He posited that the advancement of medicine inevitably requires sacrifices, particularly in research. However, contemporary studies are predominantly predicated on harmless research, significantly impeding the progress of medical science. Conversely, Unit 731 had conducted numerous experiments and developed corresponding solutions for each virus. Ichiro Shinmaku argued that many of Unit 731's research archives and samples contain insights that modern medicine has yet to uncover. Locating these materials could potentially propel medical advancements significantly forward. In his notes, he also highlighted 2 points. Firstly, he speculated that many contemporary ailments are, in fact, variants of various viruses. He believed that Unit 731's wartime experiments, which employed Chinese individuals, yielded substantial research in viral mutations. These findings could potentially eradicate many modern viral variants, such as cancer and AIDS. The second point highlights a rational Japanese individual who possesses the capacity to confront his own errors. In his notes, he frequently expresses profound hatred and helplessness regarding the atrocities committed by his ancestors during the invasion of China. He believes that the souls lost to war cannot be resurrected. While the research conducted by Unit 731 is undeniably infuriating, he contends that rather than dwell in anger, it would be more virtuous to transform the data, born from bloodshed and enmity, into contributions that benefit humanity, thus serving as a form of atonement. Consequently, a group of like-minded researchers ventured to this site to commence salvage operations. This burial ground at sea was extensive, and it was not until 2 weeks later that they finally located the legendary vessel. Initially approaching the task with a sense of skepticism, they were taken aback by their eventual success, which filled them with exhilaration. The notebook meticulously documented the vessel's coordinates. Upon their descent into the water, they swiftly discovered a safe that contained preserved samples and data. However, due to the passage of time, the safe unexpectedly opened, revealing that most of the samples, stored in test tubes, had deteriorated or had been lost within the ship's many crevices. This incident left the researchers in a state of deep frustration, and for the few remaining samples, they could only collect them carefully using plastic. Nonetheless, this event inflicted irreparable damage. Among the viral samples, some were transmitted through contact, while others spread via airborne respiratory routes, rendering thorough decontamination impossible. Soon, the remaining team members began to exhibit various symptoms, each unique in presentation. Some suffered from intense itching and lesions. Others incessantly drank seawater, while some developed grotesque, mutated worms within their abdomens, meeting horrifying fates. The deceased, Shinki Ichiro, felt his body stiffening progressively, rendering walking increasingly difficult. As his companions perished around him, he found himself unable to escape the site. In the final days of his life, he meticulously chronicled the entire sequence of events, hoping that someone would discover his account and incinerate his remains. This virus researcher feared that he and his companions' corpses could become a source of viral transmission. On a lighter note, I wish to express my gratitude for a fellow student's crown. This marks the second crown bestowed upon me. Oh, affluent one, please humor me and bestow another crown. Just a jest, of course. Amusing, isn't it? Early this morning, upon awakening, I was thrilled to see a crown. My initial excitement soon transformed into the realization that I must write more, which is quite the burden. Then I remembered that Fan Taizuan has been vanquished. Haha. He is no longer at the pinnacle of my fan leaderboard. Hooray. I shall seek him out to revel in this news, letting him use it to tease me throughout the day. Thank you all for your unwavering support. It is because of you that I can bravely confront the nefarious editor. After my playful banter with the editor, I shall promptly return to my writing. The additional chapter will likely be available around 5 in the afternoon. Today, I shall post updates at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 5 p.m. Stay tuned for more. Chapter 46. Arrival on the island upon hearing Professor Lin's account. The group exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. After a moment, Wu Sidong glanced at us, the adversaries, with a sense of self-satisfaction and remarked, "Thus, it is evident that there are no inferior nations. Every ethnicity and country has its virtuous and its vile. We must not generalize." Dofu interjected, All right. You think highly of yourself. What now? Shall we incinerate the corpse?" Aang appeared to recall previous events, nearly in tears, and said, "Both Li and I have come into contact with that thing. What should we do now? Will we end up like him?" The decision to burn the corpse seemed trivial compared to the concerns I shared with Aang. According to the notes, these events transpired 3 years ago. Each virus possesses distinct characteristics. Some may survive only hours or days in specific environments, while others can endure for millennia. The samples retained by Unit 731 have persisted for over 60 years, and yet these Japanese individuals still contracted the infection, indicating that some viruses can indeed survive for extended durations, perhaps even existing to this day. Not only Aang and Liu but also I, unmasked, and Dofu, who had briefly removed his mask, were at risk. If those viruses were as formidable as speculated, we might all fall prey to them. Contemplating this, I could not help but exclaim, "This place is exceedingly perilous. Let us disregard the corpse and hastily depart. The group, feeling the weight of trepidation, voiced no objections and proceeded to seek suitable timber. After a prolonged search, we found only decayed ship planks, much to our frustration. Our meticulously crafted plan was thwarted by a single misstep. Were we truly destined to linger in this realm rife with unknown viruses? Reflecting on the symptoms described in the notebook, a wave of dread washed over me, and I thought, if it were truly that dire, it might be better to end my suffering with a single shot. Just then, I heard a familiar sound, reminiscent of a whale's call, which invigorated the group. Duan Fei smiled and joyfully exclaimed, "It seems Little Black has returned. Let us go and see. If need be, it can carry us once more." We approached the edge of the shipyard, and indeed, there was Little Black, who appeared to regard us as companions. After escaping the pursuit of the orca, it had returned, swimming gracefully upon our sight. This humpback whale was naturally heading toward the North Pacific, coincidentally on the same path as us. Since we had failed to find planks for a raft, we resolved to continue riding the whale, heading to Temporal Island to resolve our sustenance issues. From yesterday until now, we had not consumed a drop of water, our stomachs growling with hunger, parched and exhausted. Time was of the essence, and after reaching a decision, we shouldered our burdens and swam to the whale, climbing onto its massive form. The creature, displaying remarkable intelligence, flicked its tail and gradually departed from the ship graveyard. After a short distance, Dofu suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "We forgot something. We neglected to burn that Japanese corpse." A sense of unease crept into my mind. I was apprehensive about potential infection from the viruses. I had no desire to attend to the cremation of the Japanese individual. Good deeds should be performed. Yet timing is crucial. I was not noble enough to sacrifice myself for the sake of another. Robot 1 remarked, "Now that we have departed, there's no need to dwell on the past. Let us find a way to catch a couple of fish to at least sustain ourselves." Robot 2, shedding its outer garment, fashioned a rudimentary fishing net using the previous tofu technique. However, fortune was not on our side this time, for as we rode upon the whale, the surrounding fish were frightened and swam away to distant depths, leaving us empty-handed after a long effort. The atmosphere grew heavy with despondency, and the occasional rumble of hunger echoed from our bellies. We were at the mercy of the humpback whale, with no immediate plan in sight, and a somber silence enveloped us. Observing this, Dofu cleared his throat and said, "Let us not lose heart. We have drifted on the sea for many days, facing storms and man-eating weeds, yet we have emerged unscathed. This indicates that we are under the protection of fortune, and we shall surely turn adversity into triumph. Let us not wear faces of despair. It weighs heavily on my heart." Gu Wonmin, buoyed by his words, managed a faint smile. Her once melodious voice had turned hoarse from lack of water, yet she encouraged, "Dofu makes a valid point. We must not be overly pessimistic. As long as we encounter no unforeseen events, we will reach the island of time and space tomorrow, and the current crisis shall be resolved." She suggested that, instead of sitting idly, we should take turns keeping watch to conserve our strength. Thus, we divided into two groups. While one group rested, the other remained vigilant. This arrangement continued through the night and into the following morning. Hunger and thirst drained our energy, and even after sleeping, we awoke feeling weary. As dawn broke, the Carp weakly announced, "To the southeast, let us remain alert. Once we spot the island of time and space, we shall dive into the sea and swim towards it." I pinched my thigh, using the sharp sting to rouse my spirits. As we stood atop the humpback whale, our clothes clung uncomfortably to our bodies due to the whale's occasional dives, and the sunlight reflecting off the sea made our skin itch. With a dozen pairs of eyes scanning the horizon, we soon caught sight of an island where the sea met the sky. From our vantage point, the island's coastline appeared crescent-shaped, while its rear remained obscured. The isle was lush with greenery, featuring 3 prominent hillocks, the central one towering above the 2 flanking it, resembling the character for mountain in its unique form. The Carp exclaimed with delight, "At last, fortune seems to favor us." Wu Sidong, visibly excited yet puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" The Carp elaborated, "The island of time and space lies at the confluence of the North Pacific and the East China Sea, where underwater currents are tumultuous. For 6 or 7 days out of 10, the area is shrouded in fog, with whirlpools and undercurrents making it nearly impossible for vessels to approach, especially when the fog thickens. Yet now, the island of time and space stands clearly before us, it is evident we have encountered a fortuitous moment. Despite the intelligence of the humpback whale, it would not navigate us directly to the island. As it began to veer away from our destination, we had already donned our gear and promptly plunged into the water. The whale, seemingly perplexed by our sudden descent after 2 days of carrying us, paused in its forward motion. Tofu patted the humpback whale and said, "Little Black, my good companion, go wherever you wish. Thank you for accompanying us thus far." The whale, unable to comprehend human speech, followed us as we swam towards the time-space island. Tofu clicked his tongue and remarked, "Oh no, it has fallen for me. What should I do?" I retorted, "What a time to joke. It's not blind. How could it possibly fancy you?" With the whale trailing behind us, we found ourselves at a loss, having to simply accept its presence. Everyone exerted their utmost strength, and Tofu, incessantly muttering about various delicacies, grew hungrier with each mention, longing for the island. After a brief while, we finally set foot on the pristine white sands. Having spent days either aboard a vessel or submerged in water, the sensation of solid ground beneath our feet was invigorating, akin to receiving a shot of adrenaline. Everyone's spirits soared anew. Tofu joyfully bounced on the beach, exclaiming in excitement. I turned to survey the island's scenery. Beneath us lay a fine white beach, with snow-white waves lapping at the shore. Because this place was seldom visited by humans, crabs, sea turtles, and sand clams occasionally made their appearance on the sands. Unlike the coastline in Shenzhen, where even the shells had been scavenged, here the marine life thrived. Tofu fixated on a large crab washed ashore by the waves, gulped eagerly, and lunged forward. In his impatience, he was pinched by the crab's formidable claws, causing him to yelp in pain. What should I do? I found his distress both amusing and exasperating, and said, "Why are you in such a rush? Don't struggle. Just immerse your hand in the seawater, and it will naturally release you." Tofu promptly followed my advice, and the crab swiftly scuttled away upon contact with the water. Tofu, nursing his finger, gazed mournfully at the spot where the crab had vanished, lamenting, "I wish I could eat you." Li Yu, being more pragmatic, suggested, "Before we think about eating, it is far more important that we quench our thirst." At that moment, it was the season for ripe coconuts, and he quickly spotted a grove not far off. Once ashore, we felt like fish returned to water, casting aside all reservations. We immediately split into 3 groups, one to gather firewood, another to catch crabs and clams, and the last to harvest coconuts. Having gone 2 full days without food, our eyes gleamed with hunger as we gritted our teeth, swallowing saliva as we worked. Within half an hour, we had a fire going, roasting crabs and clams, and cracking open coconuts. Once the food was ready, no one bothered to exchange words. The ensuing feast was nothing short of a ravenous delight. Though I had experienced hunger before, nothing compared to this intensity. The crab and clams, devoid of seasoning, boasted tender meat that, when roasted, exuded a natural aroma, compelling one to savor every morsel. After satisfying our hunger and quenching our thirst, I sighed in relief and sprawled out on the beach. After enduring hunger and finally filling our bellies, it was unwise to move about. We remained reclined on the sand to digest, while simultaneously planning our next actions. Now that we had arrived at the time-space island, it was imperative to continue our endeavors, for here we had no worries about food and drink, and we were equipped for the tasks ahead, save for the labor itself. I inquired of Professor Lin about the precise location of Su Fu's tomb, wondering if he had any leads. He shook his head and replied, "I'm uncertain. This island, while moderate in size, presents quite the challenge when it comes to locating a tomb. This is precisely why I seek your assistance." I still vividly recall teacher Qin's remarkable abilities in divining tombs, and I trust you have inherited his true teachings. The task of locating the tomb ultimately falls upon you. Chapter 47. Who is more venomous? I found myself at a loss, as the contents of Yang Fang's secret tome were often profound and obscure, leaving me with only a superficial understanding. I hesitated to make any bold claims regarding my ability to find the tomb, so I merely stated that I would do my utmost. At that moment, Duan Fei suddenly pointed towards the shoreline, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, look, Little Black has vanished." I preferred to limit my interaction with Duan Fei and replied nonchalantly, "He has likely departed." As I spoke, my gaze wandered over the island's topography. From the perspective of traditional Chinese burial customs, having water surrounding a tomb is considered extremely inauspicious. The burial texts stipulate that there should be 3 mountains encircling, a jade belt holding pearls, meaning that only one source of water is permissible among the four cardinal directions, serving as a source of mist. If the surroundings are entirely water, would that not mean submerging the deceased? Even if Su Fu were indeed an ancestor of the Japanese, as a practitioner of the mystical arts, he should not have made such an error in selecting a burial site. Furthermore, the island's shape resembles a spear, with its trident-like form exuding an aura of menace. Thus, interring a body within would surely disturb the peace of the departed. Hence, it hardly seemed an appropriate place for a burial. However, I refrained from expressing my reservations at that moment, as we had only just arrived on the island. It would be premature to inform Professor Lin that this location was unsuitable for interment, despite his somewhat excessive sense of justice. The old professor was generally reliable in other matters, since he was convinced that this island was the site of Su Fu's tomb. There must be sound reasoning behind his belief. Perhaps my own understanding of the Earth's energy here was lacking. With this thought in mind, I suggested, from this vantage point, we cannot discern much. We must ascend to a higher elevation to gain a clearer understanding of the situation, and then we can devise our plans accordingly. Professor Lin nodded in agreement, indicating that he would follow my lead from there on. It was midday, and the sun blazed fiercely. After a satisfying meal and a brief respite, our previously fatigued bodies had regained some strength, yet the prospect of climbing to the highest peak seemed daunting. We discussed the possibility of spending the night beneath the coconut palms to recuperate and stock up on provisions before making plans for the following day. The group dispersed to find places to bathe and change into dry clothing, hanging their damp garments on tree trunks. As night descended upon the island, the temperature would drop, and given the isolation of the location, we were bound to encounter snakes and insects. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a continuous campfire throughout the night. Everyone set out to gather firewood and forage for food, while also familiarizing themselves with the island's environment. Seizing the opportunity, I found a moment to be alone with Gu Wenmin. We gradually distanced ourselves from the beach, our feet sinking into the soft, fine sand as we ventured deeper into the coconut grove. I was not particularly adept at charming women. My previous method with Xiao Jing involved shopping for designer clothes and bags. However, this approach proved ineffective with Gu Wenmin, as she was not one to pursue material possessions. Even if she were, there were no shopping malls on this desolate island to entertain her. As I pondered how to articulate my thoughts, Gu Wenmin unexpectedly spoke first, saying, "I know what you wish to convey." She then gently shook her head and added, "I have my own eyes and can see for myself, so there is no need for you to explain. There are a few things I wish to express to you." My heart stirred as I recalled the unfinished words she had spoken that night. I inquired, "Is it about Duan Fei?" Gu Wenmin nodded, her brow furrowing slightly, and said, "While bathing, I noticed something she was wearing." From her description, that evening, they were preparing food, grilling fish and clams, and after working up a sweat, they agreed to wash up behind another rock. Gu Wenmin, with her keen observational skills, caught a glimpse while undressing and noticed that Duan Fei had something tightly secured around her waist. It was something she cherished and seemed fearful of being seen, so she hastily covered it as she undressed. While others might not have discerned anything, Gu Wenmin recognized it instantly. It was a hollowed-out cow horn, inscribed with characters. She had seen such an object before in the possession of Feng Guizhou, as it is commonly carried by mushroom foragers as a protective talisman, the saying southern horns. Northern rice refers to this, though nowadays, both regions have their own charms and are no longer divided. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback and asked, "Gu Wenmin, are you certain?" She replied with unwavering confidence, "Absolutely. And without keen eyesight, how could one master marksmanship? I am well aware of any covert actions occurring under my very nose." Her words carried a teasing tone, and her gaze sparkled with mirth, her beautiful visage stirring my heart. Unable to resist, I stepped closer and declared, "That last remark was directed at me, wasn't it? By heaven! Although we have known each other for a brief time, we have shared both joy and adversity. If I were to dare act covertly, may I never find treasure again." In a fit of mock anger, Gu Wenmin pinched my arm and retorted, "Oh, so you still expect a future, do you? You plan to forage for mushrooms long term, I presume?" Amidst her playful banter, her words were laced with innuendo, and I could not help but feel a thrill. Her pinch was quite painful, yet the fiery glint in her eyes sent a shiver through me. Unable to contain myself, I impulsively wrapped my arms around her waist, pulling her close, feeling her figure, soft and perfectly proportioned, igniting an irresistible desire within me. Gu Wenmin paused, her expression turning slightly bashful as her gaze flitted about, tantalizing me further. Just as I leaned down, intent on pressing my lips to hers, a sudden scream pierced the air. Oh my goodness, a snake. Immediately, I felt a jolt against my back, and though I missed my kiss, I collided headfirst into a tree. The voice belonged to none other than Dofu. The pain brought tears to my eyes as I glanced at Gu Wonmin, relieved to see her safe in my embrace, unharmed. My frustration mounted. That night on the boat had already thwarted my intentions, and just as I was about to succeed, this interruption occurred. What had I done to deserve this? Seething with anger, I released Gu Wonmin and turned to face Dofu, who clearly knew he had erred. He chuckled nervously, covering his eyes, and said, I saw nothing. You may continue. I coldly commanded, come here. Tofu remarked, someone's watching. This isn't good for my dignity. I replied, I have no intention of repeating myself. Tofu, looking somewhat disheartened, shuffled over slowly, saying, can you go easy on me? After all, we once shared the same pair of underpants. Gu Wonmin chuckled, playfully patting my arm. Come on, look how frightened you've made him. I stated, he has ruined our good fortune. Gu Wonmin blushed and retorted, who has good fortune with you? If you say that again, I shall ignore you from now on. Her mixture of embarrassment and anger significantly quelled my irritation, prompting me to say to Tofu, consider yourself spared today. However, as my gaze shifted, I suddenly felt dazed and exclaimed, little Tofu, why are you crying? I haven't even hit you yet. When will you ever display some semblance of a man's pride? Tofu replied, I wish I could, but look at this. He lifted his shirt, revealing a deep bite mark, clearly the result of a snake's venomous attack, and it was still bleeding. Gu Wonmin gasped, quick, we must extract the venom. At that moment, her composure faltered. They had already wasted precious time. I promptly declared, I recall having anti-venom in my supplies. We must hurry back for an injection. In haste, I disregarded the scattered firewood, hoisting Tofu onto my back, and sprinted alongside Gu Wonmin. The potency of snake venom accelerates with physical exertion. Just a few steps into our return, I was startled to find a large, pitch-black snake blocking our path. Tofu furiously declared, that's the one that bit me. Gu Wonmin instinctively stepped back, reaching for her firearm, only to realize it was not at her side. I too retreated, wary not to provoke the creature. Just then, Gu Wonmin observed, wait, this snake seems to be dead. She cautiously approached, seemingly intent on confirming her suspicion. Tofu, anxious, cautioned, Gu, don't go near it. I've heard that some animals feign death. It was quite vigorous when it bit me. I shared his concern and prepared to call her back, but before I could utter a word, Gu Wonmin sprang forward, seizing the snake in her hands, exclaiming, it really is dead. I turned to Tofu, asking, are you certain this is the snake? Are you questioning my eyesight? It's the one. I was gathering firewood when it lunged at my waist without a hint of courtesy. I replied, if it were polite, it wouldn't be a black snake. Then what would it be? A white snake? We gathered around, examining the creature, which bore no external wounds, yet remnants of Tofu's blood lingered on its lips. How could it have died? Turning my attention back to Tofu, I noted he exhibited no signs of poisoning. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably healthy, his complexion vibrant. I couldn't help but ask, you've been bitten by a venomous snake. Don't you feel any other symptoms? Tofu pondered for a moment and replied, the wound is quite painful. Does that count? Not at all. It appeared that the snake's venom had little effect on him, while the very creature that had bitten him lay lifeless. Gu Wonmin, with her quick wit, suddenly inquired, could it be that Xiao Dou's blood is tainted? Almost simultaneously, the three of us recalled the Japanese individual from the boat burial site. At that time, Dofu had lent his gas mask to Ying. Could it be during that period he contracted some virus? Was the demise of that venomous serpent somehow linked to Dofu? And what of the rest of us, myself, Liu, and the previously exposed Ying? Were we to be affected as well? Contemplating these possibilities sent a chill through me, and I solemnly declared, we must return to the camp. The situation appears dire. Dofu promptly dismounted from my back and urged, quickly, let us consult Professor Lin. He took the lead, moving with the agility of a rabbit, hardly resembling a person afflicted by snake venom. Chapter 48. Capturing the intruder, our trio hurried back to the camp, where we found the others returning one by one, each burdened with collected firewood and provisions. Among this gathering was Professor Lin, who possessed a modicum of knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine. Upon hearing our account, he examined Dofu's pulse and concluded that Dofu was in robust health, even stronger than an ox. As for the snake's death after biting Dofu, the cause remained elusive. Upon learning of his well-being, Dofu waved his hand dismissively, asserting that as long as he was not poisoned, the reasons were inconsequential. He promptly retrieved disinfectant and gauze to tend to his wound. At that moment, Duan Fei stood nearby, and upon catching sight of her lovely visage, I was reminded of Gu Wanmin's earlier remarks. My gaze flickered to her waist, searching for any signs of concealed items. If she indeed possessed a cow horn, it would suggest that this young lady was likely a mushroom forager. Yet, how could a mushroom gatherer also be an archaeology student? Could she be responsible for severing the ropes on our previous boat? But what purpose would such an act serve? Initially, I perceived her merely as a young lady with a fondness for me. However, the more I pondered, the more I felt something was amiss. Typically, I maintain a stern demeanor, which renders me less approachable. Thus, younger girls rarely engage with me, while Dofu's jovial nature tends to attract them rapidly. Yet, once they come to understand his true character, their affections dissipate swiftly. Reflecting on this, it seemed improbable that Duan Fei would be interested in me, even if she had feelings for Dofu. Why, then, had she sought proximity to me? Following Gu Wenmin's comments, I began to scrutinize her more closely. As I assessed her, Duan Fei seemed to sense my gaze and looked up, offering me a smile that revealed dimples on her cheeks, rendering her exceedingly charming. She appeared entirely harmless. Either I was unjustly overthinking her intentions, or she was an adept actress. I averted my gaze, scanning the group, only to suddenly realize one individual was missing. Aang was nowhere to be found. I inquired, "What has Aang gone to do? This place is rife with snakes and insects. It would be prudent for her not to wander alone." Liu smacked his forehead, evidently having forgotten about Aang. She was rather shy, often speaking little, and in a group, she could easily be overlooked. The carp remarked, "Just now she mentioned wanting to enter the forest to catch a few resting seabirds for roasting, but she hasn't returned yet. I shall go and search for her." Robot 4 immediately stood up and said, "Seabirds for roasting? Let us gather a few more. I shall accompany you." Concerned for Aang's safety, I followed Carp and Robot 4, while the others remained at the campsite to process the sand clams, preparing them for a meal on our ascent tomorrow. According to Carp's account, Aang had seen a flock of seabirds descend into a grove to the west, prompting her to venture forth with a dagger. Those who navigate the seas possess considerable experience in such matters, thus Carp harbored no worries. The direction Aang had taken lay to the left of the crescent-shaped coast, where a tree species resembling the banyan flourished, absent from the mainland. In an instant, I could not recall its name. These trees, much like the banyan, had roots that descended and burrowed into the earth, growing thicker with the passage of time. As I gazed out, the sight was filled with hanging roots, some as thick as a human leg, the age of which was indeterminate. The surface of the soil here was interspersed with marine sand, carried by the winds, blanketing the entire island, leaving clear footprints with each step. Soon, we discovered Aang's trail. As we walked, Carp suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Chun, I have realized that you are quite fortunate in matters of romance." I surmised he was referring to Duan Fei, and just as I was about to respond, Carp continued, "You are unaware that Aang harbors feelings for you as well. She often steals glances at you." Oh, the old adage rings true. The early bird catches the worm. I have been her shipmate for 3 years, yet she has never cast her eyes upon me in such a manner. I was taken aback, finding it absurd, and retorted, "Do not jest." I prided myself on my vigilance. Surely, such a thing could not occur. Seeing my disbelief, Carp shrugged and said, "That girl is merely shy. Besides, with 2 enchanting beauties by your side, her confidence must surely wane." I recalled Aang's often bashful demeanor and couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that this year I truly encountered a stroke of romantic fortune? Perhaps the curse that sought to destroy me had altered its strategy, now intending to crush me with blossoms of romance. Most individuals, upon encountering such matters, might feel a sense of pride. However, I was acutely aware that in my wealthier days, I indeed attracted the attention of women. Yet now, devoid of riches and with a disposition characterized by bitterness and a chilling temperament, what merit did I possess to attract such affection? The more I contemplated, the more perplexed I became, and I recalled my grandmother. Although I had never met her as she passed away early, I had heard tales of her drastic change in character due to the curse of the ghostly realm, ultimately leading to her tragic demise beside my grandfather. Just the thought sent a chill through my being. A vague sense of foreboding began to stir within me, prompting me to quicken my pace. Carp, trailing behind, teased, "Oh, I merely mentioned it, and you are already impatient. Friends are friends, but I must warn you. If you are indecisive and hold no interest in my sister, do not provoke her. While I may lack other strengths, I considered myself a loyal individual, having already laid my cards on the table with one man. I had no intention of pursuing anyone else. My current concern was whether Aang had fallen victim to some fate, akin to my grandmother. Were those close to my grandfather ultimately faced misfortune? These thoughts whirled in my mind, ultimately returning to Gu Wanmin. I mused that, given the closeness of our relationship, it would be more prudent to worry about the beautiful Gu rather than Ayan. An idea suddenly struck me. Until the curse at the ghostly altar is resolved, my progress with her must not advance too swiftly. I cannot put her in harm's way. As I pondered these matters, Robot Force suddenly grasped my arm. Although he was merely a gluttonous figure, his professional instincts remained intact, and his observational acuity was remarkable. I had been lost in thought and had failed to notice. But now, as he tugged at my arm and I followed his gaze, I was taken aback. There, trailing Ayan's footsteps, was a line of footprints that appeared to belong to 2 or 3 individuals. Clearly, Ayan had encountered them, and the surface of the sand bore signs of a significant scuffle, suggesting that there had even been a rolling struggle on the ground. Gazing at the chaotic marks, a vivid image sprang to my mind. Ayan had likely come upon 2 or 3 individuals at this spot, leading to a confrontation, after which she had been subdued and taken away. Were there others on this island aside from us? It seemed evident that these individuals were not ordinary adventurers, for there was no reason for a skirmish to arise during an encounter with an exploration team. Liu remarked that the island was home to numerous rare bird species, and occasionally poachers would seize the opportunity to land on the island. This was troubling. Ayan had undoubtedly encountered poachers. I was somewhat skeptical, for this was a small island, devoid of human presence. If I were a poacher and did happen upon outsiders, I would refrain from taking action. Once one departs the island, everyone scatters in different directions, posing no risk of alerting authorities. Those individuals were certainly not poachers. Who could they possibly be? Robot Force urged us to hurry. We 3 swiftly followed the trail of footprints, moving with urgency. Before long, we heard voices ahead, although the dense tangle of roots obscured our view of the surroundings, and they remained unaware of our presence. The voices belonged to several men, loud and unabashed, and upon closer listening, I discerned they were speaking Japanese. Liu whispered in astonishment, "Japanese." I gestured for everyone to proceed cautiously, and we carefully maneuvered forward. Soon, we peered through the narrow gaps between the roots and discerned the scene before us. There were 3 Japanese men clad in yellow outdoor attire, surrounding a figure who, to my horror, was Ayan, her hands and feet bound. The Japanese men were engaged in conversation, but their lecherous expressions made their intentions painfully clear. Moments later, one of them placed a hand on Ayan's shoulder, seemingly intent on removing her clothing. In an instant, our blood boiled. Without a moment's hesitation, we charged forth with a loud shout. The assailants were taken by surprise, quickly subdued by us, one by one, their expressions filled with shock, their mouths agape in incoherent cries. I was the first to strike, delivering a punch that sent the nearest assailant reeling, his teeth flying from the force of the blow. The carp, robust and vigorous, ventures into the sea year-round. In the throes of a brawl, I find that even facing 5 opponents is no daunting task. As for robot number 4, it is a different story altogether. In a matter of moments, 3 assailants charged forth, swiftly subduing their adversaries and unbinding Aang, only to bind the 3 aggressors together in an instant. Their expressions were a tumultuous blend of anger and trepidation, their voices a cacophony of unintelligible utterances, yet I discerned one phrase amidst their clamor. "Baga Yuru." I retorted, "It is premature to hurl insults at us. Save your strength for later." Upon hearing my words, the 3 Japanese men were momentarily taken aback, their countenances transforming into a mask of hostility as they spat Chinese. Meanwhile, the carp, comforting the startled Aang, remarked, "Ah, so you understand Chinese. Excellent. When you beg for mercy, remember to do so in Mandarin. I cannot comprehend Japanese." One of the Japanese men, with clumsy Mandarin, declared, "A gentleman may be killed but cannot be humiliated." To which the carp replied, "Since you have stated so, I shall certainly take the opportunity to insult you thoroughly. For daring to bully my sister, you shall experience the infamous 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty." We led the Japanese men out of the woods and back to our campsite, whereupon informing Tofu of the situation, he immediately rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, "How dare they bullying? I shall castrate these three right now." With that, he brandished a dagger, dancing it ominously between one Japanese man's legs, causing the man to instinctively clamp his thighs together, stammering, "We can talk this out." The carp then delivered a swift kick that brought the man to his knees, chiding, "Weren't you just boasting about not being humiliated? Look at you now. Tell me, what brings you here?" This morning, upon awakening and opening my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of yet another crown. Initially, I felt a surge of excitement, only to be struck by the realization that I was compelled to write more, a painful task, especially since this crown was bestowed by Fan Taizuan. Nevertheless, the tradition dictates that a new chapter is warranted upon the appearance of a crown, a rule I, Little Knife, shall adhere to. It is not that this chapter or any particular author's work merits a crown. Rather, the crown symbolizes the support and affection from readers. The author's additional chapter serves to honor this appreciation, and for that, I sincerely thank everyone. Today, there will be 3 updates. The first is expected around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, followed by updates at 7 and midnight. I hope everyone is looking forward to it. Alas, I checked the recommendation votes, and we are nearing 3,000. The pressure to provide additional content is quite heavy. Chapter 49. The Ghostly Woman, the Japanese Man. Slender of limb and sharp of feature, with cunning eyes glimmering beneath a canvas cap, fell to his knees in the sandy beach when kicked by the carp. The trio was likely unprepared for the extent of our numbers, and upon seeing Tofu draw his weapon without a word, their earlier bravado evaporated, leaving them wide-eyed and fearful. Tofu addressed them, "From the moment I laid eyes on you, it was evident that you are trouble. Gentlemen, we demand answers. What is your purpose on this island?" The 3 men, realizing they could not face us with bravado, feigned a lack of understanding in Mandarin. The one who spoke Mandarin, a rotund man with a slick complexion, replied, "What are you saying? We don't understand. Let us go." Professor Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you not see any bags with them?" "Bags?" I was unsure of the implication behind his words and retorted, "What difference does it make whether they had bags or not?" Professor Lin explained that the distinction was significant. If it were just the 3 of them, they would undoubtedly need to carry equipment to such an island. The absence of bags could only imply one thing. They had accomplices, and most of the gear was with them. His words resonated with everyone. I could no longer bear the sight of the 3 feigning ignorance to buy time. Noticing that the stout one was still pretending to be oblivious, I stepped on the back of his neck, forcing him onto the ground. A slight application of pressure made him wail, and I gestured to Dofu to silence him. Dofu complied, glancing around before removing his socks and stuffing them haphazardly into the man's mouth. I couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how fitting it was that he was my brother. This tactic was indeed ruthless, and the culprit still wore a serious demeanor. Consequently, the stout fellow's body arched. His face pressed against the sand, with my foot planted firmly on his neck, rendering him immobile. Any effort on his part caused sharp pain at the back of his neck, yet he could not utter a sound, leaving the 2 Japanese men aghast, their foreheads beaded with sweat. I remarked, "Whenever you feel inclined to speak, we can remove the socks." Upon hearing this, the stout man's eyes widened as he fervently shook his head, indicating his willingness to confess. Dofu then pulled the socks away, urging him to cooperate. The stout man claimed that his group was merely a regular expedition team, akin to a leisure trip, and that they had stumbled upon eyeing, which ignited their lustful intentions to bind her. I recognized this as a lie. Who in their right mind would bind someone and act lewdly without provocation? Seeing him evade the truth, I kicked him several times, eliciting cries of despair, yet no matter how much I pressed, he remained obstinate in his silence as the sun began to set. Liu voiced his concerns, stating, "It appears these individuals are quite tight-lipped. Could it be that we truly have to resort to the most severe forms of torture? They might not mind the pain, but I found it troublesome." Wu Sidong added, "What if their accomplices arrive?" I located 3 nearby coconut trees and bound the 3 men to them, asserting, "We have firearms. There's no need to fear." In truth, they had already received sufficient punishment, their faces bruised and battered. Were it not for their dubious origins and suspicious behavior, I would have set them free. However, given the current circumstances, releasing them would likely incite retaliation from both them and their accomplices. Initially, we had thought the island was deserted, allowing us to operate freely. But now, with the presence of several Japanese men, we needed to be cautious to avoid jeopardizing our plans. I resolved to keep them tied up for the night, knowing that come morning, we would depart. and their accomplices would inevitably come searching for them. The island was neither overly large nor small, making it unlikely that the two groups would cross paths easily. Even if they did encounter us, as long as they did not provoke us, it would be fine. But should they harbor ill intentions, our firearms would not be idle. Upon sharing my plan, everyone agreed, and we proceeded without further ado. We gathered provisions, prepared a hearty dinner, and after satisfying our hunger, laid down some banana leaves on the ground to sleep. Due to the inevitable presence of insects and snakes on the island, we arranged for a night watch, which was assigned to 4 robots, each taking turns for 2 hours, a task that proved to be quite manageable. The soothing sounds of the crashing waves and the gentle sea breeze lulled me into a deep slumber. Before long, I was lost in dreams when suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, startling the seabirds into flight and rousing me from my sleep. The campfire continued to blaze brightly, and the horizon was already tinged with the light of dawn. Startled by the commotion, I quickly turned over and sprang up, alertly asking, "What has happened?" The source of the outcry was Robot 4, who was on the last shift and was staring in the direction of the coconut grove, looking utterly horrified. The rest of the group had also been awakened by his shout, and following his gaze, I felt a chilling tension ripple through me. There, bound together, were 3 Japanese individuals, their necks grotesquely tilted to one side, their bodies soaked in blood. From their necks flowed a steady stream of crimson, staining the sand beneath them. How could this be? A shiver ran down my spine. I had found their behavior suspicious, but I never contemplated harming them. Professor Lin, quick to react, urgently called out, "Quick! Help them!" We all scrambled to retrieve medical supplies to staunch their bleeding. Upon closer inspection of the wounds, my heart felt as if it had been violently gripped by a hand. The gaping lacerations on their necks revealed they had been bitten through the arteries, and the marks were unmistakably human. "Wake up, hold on." Despite having reprimanded Tofu severely the previous day, I momentarily set aside our enmity, calling out in panic. Alas, our medical supplies were limited, and even as we attempted to apply first aid, all 3 succumbed. In the chaos, everyone was splattered with blood, and as we gazed upon the gruesome sight of the 3 lifeless bodies, the bite marks on their necks sent chills coursing down our spines. Who could possibly have used such a method to kill them? As this question loomed in everyone's mind, our gazes converged on Robot 4. While Robot 4 often became unreliable when food was mentioned, he was usually calm and vigilant. He quickly regained his composure and recounted the events of that fateful moment. Having been the last watch as dawn approached, he had allowed his guard to drop slightly. Feeling an urgent need, he had ventured to a more secluded spot to relieve himself, mindful of not being too close, lest he disturb others. From the time he left to the moment he returned, approximately 10 to 15 minutes had passed, and upon his return, he was met with the horrifying scene. This meant that the 3 individuals had been brutally bitten to death within that brief span. The gruesome wounds and the viscous blood painted a harrowing picture in our minds. While Robot 4 was away, someone had managed to murder these 3. Could such a monstrous act be committed by a normal person? A shiver coursed through eyeing as she whispered, "Who could have done this?" The carp furrowed its brow and remarked, "Regardless of whether we misjudge, those who do not belong to our community would not resort to such revolting methods, even if murder were their intent." Previously, amidst the chaos, we had no leisure to ponder, but now, in this moment of tranquility, I immediately discerned a conspicuous clue that had eluded our attention. The sandy shore bore the footprints of the perpetrator, clear and distinct, leading back and forth towards the sea, made by a barefooted individual. Tofu gasped. The person must have emerged from the sea. They came ashore to kill, and then returned to the water. Could it be a sea ghost? I responded. A ghost is an incorporeal entity. How could it slay a human? Surely, there is some peculiar reason behind this. Come, let us investigate. After exchanging greetings, the group, still groggy from sleep, had neglected to put on their shoes in the earlier frenzy of rescue. As I slipped my shoes on, a thought suddenly struck me, albeit one that seemed rather far-fetched and required verification by the seaside. Hastily following the footprints, we arrived at the water's edge, only to find that the trail of prints led straight into the ocean. This revelation caught everyone off guard. How could one ascend from the depths of the sea? After coming ashore, they did nothing but kill 3 Japanese individuals before retreating back into the water? Even if it were a sea ghost, it would be quite idle. Furthermore, why would it only target Japanese people and not us? Logically speaking, this territory belongs to Japan, if indeed a sea ghost existed. Any ethnic animosity should compel it to attack us as well. I gazed at the series of footprints on the beach, and the previously vague suspicion crystallized into clarity, sending chills down my spine. Gu Wenmin, bold yet perceptive, quickly sensed something amiss and quietly inquired, "What troubles you? Your expression is quite grim." Upon hearing this, the group's attention shifted to me. Duan Fei said, "Brother Chun, you are usually the most decisive among us. What do you think is happening? Is it possible that someone resides in the sea and comes ashore to harm others?" The carp suggested, "Could it be an old sea witch?" The term old sea witch refers to what is commonly known as a water ghost. Folklore describes water ghosts as souls transformed after death. Some are incorporeal, while others possess physical forms, though the reasons for this distinction remain obscure. Those with substance are said to resemble hairy black orbs, with some appearing as white orbs. Allegedly, there have been instances of water ghosts being captured. Those retrieved from the water are grotesque, foul-smelling, and covered with hair longer than a woman's tresses, capable of only being destroyed by fire. The sea's old witch, akin to water ghosts found in rivers and lakes, is said to differ in appearance. According to coastal lore, these beings possess human-like forms, indistinguishable from our own, except for a black tail protruding from their backs, devoid of noses and eyes, with only a mouth to speak of. They are said to crawl ashore to siphon human blood. Hence, at nightfall, adults by the sea would prevent children from playing near the water, fearing they might fall victim to the sea witch. As the carp recounted tales of the sea witch, coupled with the scene before us, the group could not help but speculate. Might the legendary sea witch, spoken of through the ages, indeed be real? I find it hard to believe. Even if it were the specter of a vengeful spirit, why would it only target those 3 Japanese individuals and spare us? This reveals a peculiar mystery, clearly not as overt as it appears on the surface. Gu Wenmin, noticing my silence, inquired, "Do you also think it was the specter?" I replied, "I believe that perhaps such entities exist in this world, yet I do not think this incident can be attributed to them." Liu was taken aback, realizing the implication, and remarked, "Do you suggest it was a human act? But who among us would commit such a deed? Moreover, the assailant evidently returned to the water afterward. Our numbers are precisely accounted for." Previously, I shared Liu's line of thought, but as I observed the bare footprints leading back and forth, another possibility struck me. We had assumed the assailant emerged from the sea, ascended the shore, and attacked the 3 Japanese individuals before retreating back to the water. But what if the assailant was among us, first killing the 3 Japanese, then cleansing the blood at the water's edge, and finally returning? Feigning nonchalance as if nothing had occurred, I shared my thoughts with the group, and they were momentarily rendered speechless. Duan Fei interjected, "But there were only 15 minutes. Is it feasible to kill, wash away the blood, and return in such a brief span?" Liu added, "Moreover, we have been together day and night these past few days. Surely, there is no one among us so deranged. Even if one harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Japanese and wished to eliminate them, one could easily use a dagger or another weapon. Resorting to biting is utterly repulsive. Only a psychologically disturbed individual would act in such a manner." Upon hearing the term disturbed, Dofu suddenly slapped his forehead and looked at me, saying, "Old Chun, was it you? You can confess. After all, those 3 were not upstanding individuals, and we won't breathe a word of it." As I pondered the implications of this, Dofu's comment nearly infuriated me, and I could not help but kick him, cursing him for his insensitivity. My suggestion was met with skepticism from Duan Fei and Liu, and their question struck at the heart of the matter. If the assailant were from our midst, what motive would drive them? How could they accomplish so much in just 15 minutes? Gu Wenmin then said, "If your theory holds water, then the assailant, while washing away the blood at the shore, would have inevitably gotten their clothing wet with seawater. A mere inspection of their garments would suffice." We stood by the shoreline, the frothy waves crashing onto the shore, splattering us with countless droplets, our pant legs already damp, rendering any distinction impossible. At that moment, we found ourselves at a loss, filled with unease, partly for the tragic fate of the 3, and partly at the thought that a potential psychopath lurked within our ranks, sending shivers down our spines. I could not help but speculate if it was that very person who severed the boat's ropes. Just then, the whimsical Duan Fei exclaimed, "I have an idea. Let us remove our shoes and compare footprints. Whoever's prints match will be the assailant, given that the murderer might be one of our companions." The young girl chose her words cautiously, referring to them as the assailant rather than directly labeling them a murderer. This idea received unanimous consent, and everyone removed their shoes and socks to compare footprints. It was evident that they belonged to a man, as the three women's prints appeared diminutive beside them. Upon examining the impressions, it was clear that some were either too large or too small, with some being wide at the front and narrow at the back. In the end, I was the only one left to compare my foot. To my surprise, it fit perfectly, neither too big nor too small. All eyes turned to my feet, and for a moment, the only sounds were the waves and the wind, leaving everyone speechless. Tofu was the first to react. Previously, he had urged me to confess, but now, at this critical juncture, he was the first to speak up, exclaiming, "It cannot be old Chun. This is merely coincidence." The others displayed various expressions, perhaps due to my generally commendable behavior, as there was no sense of terror, only confusion, clearly unable to comprehend how my footprint could match so closely. At that moment, Wu Zedong, who had always been at odds with me, interjected. "What reason do you have for killing them?" Tofu retorted angrily. "I've said it before, he didn't do it." Wu Zedong looked at Tofu with disdain, scoffing. "Do you have any evidence to prove that?" Tofu was momentarily at a loss for words, eventually resorting to bravado, stating, "Firstly, I don't believe old Chun is capable of this. Secondly, even if he were, what then? Are you suggesting we kill someone to repay a life? You'll have to face me first." Ai Ying, looking anxious, urged us to refrain from escalating tensions and to communicate calmly. It was then that Gu Wanmin presented a compelling piece of evidence. Had she not spoken up, I would have found it impossible to clear my name. She crouched down to inspect the row of footprints, then shook her head and said, "No, look at the surrounding impressions. One side is higher while the other is lower," indicating that the individual walked unsteadily, swaying and leaning to the right, which resulted in a larger footprint. The actual assailant's footprint should be slightly smaller. Upon closer inspection, the others agreed. Tofu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, while Wu Zedong's expression darkened. If we follow Gu Wenmin's reasoning and combine it with the previous comparisons, there are 4 individuals whose footprints are slightly smaller than this one. Professor Lin, Robot Number 2, Tofu, and Liu. With 8 men in our group, that meant half of them were now suspects. But how could these 4 possibly be the assailants? Had I been overly suspicious? Perhaps the truth was, as Liu had stated, merely a vengeful spirit from the sea seeking retribution. Although we had potential suspects, everything remained vague. We couldn't simply bind these for based on mere suspicion. However, my true concern lay not with the deaths of those 3 individuals, but rather with the methods employed by the assailant. They appeared disturbingly abnormal. If the perpetrator harbored any latent psychological issues, there was no guarantee they wouldn't turn against their own next time. With no solutions at hand, we could only set this matter aside for the moment. The sun had fully risen above the horizon, and Time-Space Island was now bathed in daylight. The sea breeze was gentle today, yet the fog lay thick upon the water, enveloping the entire island in a shroud of mist. As I turned to gaze back, I beheld 3 mountains of varying heights shrouded in mist, enveloped by clouds, with white seabirds appearing and disappearing, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Could this be the mythical isle that Su Fu sought in his maritime quests? After observing for a moment, Robot 1 remarked, "Those 3 individuals are still there. It would be unfortunate if their companions spotted us. We should first dispose of the bodies." We returned to our campsite and dug 3 large graves nearby, placing the lifeless forms of the 3 Japanese men into the pits before covering them with sand. Once everything was in order, we began to gather our gear, preparing to ascend the mountain. Though we should have indulged in the breakfast we had prepared the night before, the recent events and the grim task of handling the corpses had left us all with little appetite. The vegetation on Time-Space all flourished, with coconut trees, banana plants, large jujube trees, casuarinas, and various shrubs and wild flora thriving amidst the landscape. The scorching sunlight from the sea was obscured, creating a cooler atmosphere within the woods, with the ground covered in sandy soil, rendering it relatively soft. As we advanced, the terrain gradually rose, extending towards the mountain peaks. It took us most of the day to reach the highest point of the island, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings. According to the sayings of Qin Tomb Ridge and Han Tomb Slope, Su Fu's tomb would not be situated at the summit, but rather on the slopes. Standing at this elevation, I scanned the area, recalling some passages from the Yangfang's secret text. The ravines on either side were expansive, with no wind shielding in front and no water blocking behind. It certainly did not appear to be a burial ground. If Su Fu had indeed constructed a mausoleum here, Where would he have chosen to do so? At that time, Su Fu's capabilities were likely limited, suggesting that his tomb would not be overly grand. Before us lay a crescent-shaped coastline, with a corresponding crescent back behind it, forming an expanse of lush, primordial forest. After a considerable pause, noticing my silence, Wu Zedong inquired, "Are you capable of this?" To be candid, I felt quite inadequate. My scant knowledge offered no discernible insights. Yet, to admit my shortcomings would be an affront to my pride. Thus, I disregarded Wu Zedong's comment, maintaining a stoic expression while slowly observing the surroundings. To an outsider, I might have appeared composed, but internally, I was fervently recalling the text's contents. Qin Tomb Ridge. Han Tomb Slope. Su Fu's tomb must surely lie at the center of the three mountains. These peaks, sharp as daggers and steeped in an aura of menace, were ill-suited for burials. According to the principles of observation, known as the Huang technique, this area was also referred to as Tiger Blade Mountain. Encountering either a tiger or a person wielding a knife naturally portends disaster. After much contemplation, I remained at a loss, concealing my distress while inwardly lamenting my predicament. Could I truly abandon this pursuit? Would I allow Wu Zedong to revel in my failure? In a moment of inspiration, I recalled an important principle. To observe the winds and waters requires an acute understanding of one's surroundings. Although I stood high above, affording a clear view of the lower landscape, I struggled to perceive the main peak from my vantage point. Given that Su Fu was a renowned sorcerer of the Qin dynasty, if he were indeed buried here, he would not have chosen such a seemingly unsuitable location haphazardly. There must be a compelling reason for selecting this inhospitable site, perhaps stemming from unforeseen circumstances at the time. However, within the Huang technique, the text speaks of the extraordinary art of altering winds and waters. Could it be that Su Fu made modifications to the geomantic energies of this place? Transforming this tiger blade territory into a site of auspicious burial would likely prove challenging. In this land of the tiger blade, there exists a pressing need for a rear mountain, which could rise majestically and create a protective formation of three mountains. The main peak, where we find ourselves, resembles a dragon throne, facing the vast sea and absorbing the essence of the ocean. Remarkably, this peak is the highest among the three mountains. It is said that great mountains gather spiritual energy, while smaller ones give rise to mystical creatures. Thus, this mountain would transform from Tiger Blade Mountain to sea-viewing Dragon Mountain. Yet, regrettably, it is precisely this location that lacks a rear mountain. Chapter 51. The millennial fire. Should Su Fu indeed be buried here, he would undoubtedly alter the circumstances through human endeavor, initiating a transformation of wind and water, with the first step being the construction of a rear mountain. However, how can one construct a mountain through mere human effort? In traditional yin-yang feng shui, mountains are associated with the element of earth, which supports fire and is considered yang. If Su Fu were to change the wind and water and build a rear mountain, there must be a fire that has burned for 1,000 years to fortify the mountain's essence. I shared this insight with the group, but Wu Zedong expressed skepticism, saying, "A fire that burns for 1,000 years? How is that possible?" Professor Lin pondered thoughtfully and nodded, responding, "That is not entirely implausible. The ancients were capable of creating a special type of eternal lamp using fish oil, which, once lit, could withstand storms and burn for centuries." Xiaochun, do you believe there exists a site behind this mountain that could assist the fire? I merely posited a hypothesis. Its validity would require on-site investigation. It is also conceivable that Su Fu may not adhere to conventional logic, and we might find ourselves at a dead end. If there truly exists such a site, Su Fu's tomb would undoubtedly be situated atop the main peak, and this site would likely feature a fire conduit leading directly to the tomb, facilitating the flow of energy from the earth, thereby allowing us to forego the need for a tunnel. Seizing upon this slender thread of insight, the group felt invigorated and promptly descended the mountain. As the sun set, we arrived at the primal forest behind. Night was swiftly approaching, and the sea darkened rapidly. Observing the late hour, Professor Lin inquired whether we should camp for the night and continue our search the following day. I replied, "If we are to conduct a thorough search, it would take no less than 3 or 4 days. However, since this rear mountain is man-made, there must be traces to follow. This area is an island, relying on the sea's energy, which is akin to a water dragon. The river diagram records that the distance of water is measured as 6, with the main peak as a reference, 600 meters away. There is bound to be something of significance." Dofu, feeling bewildered, remarked. What is this water dragon and river diagram you speak of? Have you gone bankrupt and turned into a charlatan instead of running a business? I chose to disregard Dofu's comment and address the group, stating that 600 meters is not an insurmountable distance. As it was still light, we could reach our destination in time, allowing us to formulate our plans for action promptly. Our party, brimming with energy, traversed the terrain under the glow of the setting sun, and before long, I felt a surge of joy, exclaiming, "It seems my predictions were correct. We are nearly there, and there indeed exists a site that assists the fire." Duan Fei, curious, looked around and wiped the sweat from his brow, asking, "Where is this fire?" "I see none." In a cheerful mood, I responded, "The fire, of course, would not be visible on the surface. Typically, a dedicated fire chamber would be constructed, somewhat resembling a pyramid above ground. However, the tombs of the Qin dynasty were all square and shaped like an inverted bowl. Thus, I surmised that the artificial mountain built by Su Fu lies underground, with the true fire burning beneath." Gu Wanmin, filled with curiosity, inquired how I could ascertain that this place held secrets, as if I possessed the gift of clairvoyance. I gestured towards the surrounding trees and remarked, "Have you not noticed anything amiss? In a primordial forest, the closer one approaches the central region, the taller and more luxuriant the trees become. Yet, observe this area. The trees here are noticeably thinner than those on the periphery. This suggests that these trees are younger than their outer counterparts." A collective realization dawned upon the group, and they quickly comprehended the implication. The reason for this discrepancy undoubtedly stemmed from extensive earthworks once undertaken in this vicinity. Estimating the distance, I ventured forward another 40 to 50 meters, where we found ourselves amidst a sparse stand of trees. The surface of the soil beneath our feet was covered with a layer of beach sand, appearing unremarkable at first glance. By this time, darkness had enveloped the landscape, and the group, armed with flashlights, found their beams dim and ineffective for far-reaching illumination. I trod upon the ground, surmising that beneath lay the object of our search. This item surely could not be buried too deeply, for excessive depth would disrupt the water vapor beneath the sea. A depth of no more than 10 meters should suffice. Although everyone had endured a tiring day of climbing, the prospect of uncovering a clue invigorated their spirits. They proposed taking turns to rest, determined to excavate the fire chamber that very night. The subterranean constructions from the Qin dynasty typically exhibited a vaulted structure, square-shaped, wider at the top and narrower below, resembling an inverted Mayan pyramid. Furthermore, it was likely that there were no dedicated entrances or exits, as these would be sealed once the construction was completed, with the fire passage leading directly to the tomb. This meant we would still need to dig. Upon hearing this, Duan Fei expressed admiration, stating, "You truly are remarkable, articulating everything so eloquently, as if you were the architect of this place." I smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. In truth, the burial culture of China is a significant facet of historical development, encompassing various disciplines, including mechanisms, divination, the 5 elements, feng shui, architecture, and biology. It constitutes a profound field of study. Yet it ultimately revolves around the esoteric theories of yin and yang, and the harmony between heaven and humanity. Identifying the correct approach simplifies the learning process. Although I had never witnessed the construction of Su Fu's tomb, I could deduce a reasonable estimate based on the current circumstances. With renewed vigor, the group, having discerned the right path, promptly set to work. In the square structure of the central area was notably weaker. We pinpointed a specific location and extracted our pre-prepared tools to commence digging. Except for Gu Wanmin, Li Yu, and A Ying, the rest of the team were professionals in this domain, adept at excavation. The 2 groups took turns, and before 10 o'clock that evening, we had unearthed nearly 10 meters. At that moment, a sound echoed, a clang, and Robot 1, engaged in the digging, announced, "I found it." The group stamped their feet around the excavation site, and upon tracing the imprint, we were astonished to discover we had struck a stone. Clearing away the surface debris revealed a yellow stone, which bore a crescent-shaped white mark from contact with the probing tool. I turned the probe shovel upside down and struck the stone, producing a profoundly muffled sound. It is likely that the ceiling of this fire assistance chamber is constructed from hefty boulders. This architectural form, though seemingly simplistic, is exceedingly intricate and must have demanded an immense amount of manpower. It appears that Su Fu, despite not being an emperor, enjoyed the privileges typically reserved for royalty after embarking on his maritime journey. Merely altering the course of the river is already beyond standard expectations. The grand scale of this fire assistance chamber suggests, as Professor Lin posits, that he arrived at the Japanese islands with a retinue and treasures, positioning himself as an emperor. Listening intently to the sound, I remarked, "The stones are quite thick. I fear we won't be able to break through tonight. It is late, so we shall continue tomorrow." Robot 1 remained indifferent and stated, "We brought explosives. I have only foraged for mushrooms a couple of times, and those were done clandestinely." The manner in which these officials conduct themselves is entirely different, directly mentioning explosives. I remained silent, thinking, explosives? I have no objections. But perhaps you should consult Professor Lin to see if he permits such action. Upon exiting the pit, I relayed the situation to Professor Lin, who categorically refused, asserting, "This is a structure from the Qin dynasty, and it must be preserved as much as possible. We cannot resort to explosives unless absolutely necessary." In truth, I too oppose the use of explosives, for there exists a peculiar phenomenon in the subterranean architecture of the Qin dynasty where stone columns are not utilized. Typically, only surrounding pillars are employed. My understanding of this architectural structure is limited, and I worried about the potential collapse if explosives were used. Given these circumstances, we resolved to widen the opening the following day, carefully prying open the stones at the edges. This task could not be rushed, and that evening, everyone gathered around a bonfire to rest. Following the morning's unsettling events, the group's vigilance heightened significantly. Anyone aware of a potentially disturbed individual among us would likely find it hard to sleep soundly. We organized shifts for the night watch, with Robot 1, 3, 4, and myself taking turns, while the 4 individuals under suspicion were discreetly relieved of their watch duties. I was on the final watch, and my slumber was relatively undisturbed. I do not know how long I had been asleep when 4 roused me, pointing to his watch and saying, "It's 4 o'clock, your turn." The forest remained shrouded in darkness. I rose, rubbed my face to awaken my senses, and settled by the fire, adding more wood while contemplating various thoughts. The surroundings were enveloped in pitch blackness. Given our descent into the cave the following day, no one bothered to erect tents, opting instead to spread banana leaves on the ground and sleep clothed. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of the sea breeze rustling through the trees could be heard. Just as I awoke, still groggy and feeling hunger pangs, I retrieved the prepared clams, which we had spent the entire afternoon gathering, filling a large bag sufficient for everyone for 3 days. As I savored the chewy clam meat, an unexpected hissing sound pierced the night, reminiscent of a snake flicking its tongue. A snake? Generally, with the bonfire lit, snakes tend to avoid the vicinity. Could there be a fire-resistant serpent? I quickly secured my bag, wiped the clam oil from my hands, and grasped the nearby probe shovel, approaching the source of the sound. If it truly was a snake, I would strike it down with a swift blow. Snakes are inherently wary of humans. Typically, they retreat before being noticed. In most instances, they do not initiate attacks unless their territory is encroached upon. I harbor no fear of snakes, as my previous encounters while dealing with black treasures from the mountains have rendered me accustomed to them. As long as their numbers are few, they pose little danger. If I happen upon 1 or 2 snakes that choose to flee, then so be it. However, should one dare to provoke me, it would certainly meet a swift end. As I followed the sound, wielding a flashlight to scrutinize my surroundings, I was unable to spot any snakes, yet the noise persisted, seemingly emanating from just beside my legs. I pondered, could it have slithered beneath a person? At that moment, I recalled that both Dofu and Professor Lin were asleep nearby. With this thought, I crouched down to investigate. The instant I did, an unsettling chill ran down my spine, for I realized that the hissing sound was unmistakably emanating from Dofu's mouth. In that moment, Dofu lay on his side, eyes tightly shut, fully immersed in slumber, yet the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he occasionally flicked out a small portion of his tongue, reminiscent of a serpent. Chapter 52. The failed product. A wave of alarm washed over me as I stumbled back, questioning, how could this be? Was I perhaps dreaming? While others might mutter in their sleep, what could this fellow be dreaming of to mimic a snake? Just as I was contemplating this, Dofu's body stirred suddenly, and he sluggishly awoke. I intended to inform him of his serpentine mimicry, but I was struck by how odd he appeared. Upon awakening, he did not regard me at all. His eyes seemed unfocused as he rose laboriously and ambled towards Wusidong. I stood frozen, a sudden sense of foreboding gripping me. Following Dofu, I noticed saliva trickling from the corners of his mouth. his gaze fixated with an eerie intensity upon Wu Zedong's neck, as if he were poised to strike. This revelation startled me greatly, yet I understood the necessity of restraint. Doufu's condition was peculiar, and disturbing others could spell disaster for him. In a moment of desperation, I discreetly slipped my arm around Doufu's neck, pulling him back to his original position. He thrashed and struggled, creating quite a commotion that roused the ever-vigilant Robot 1, who inquired, "What is happening?" Startled, I quickly shielded Doufu, stifling his movements, and calmly replied, "It's nothing. This rascal was misbehaving and urinated nearby. It stinks." And I was merely reprimanding him. Robot 1 chuckled awkwardly, likely fearing the odor of Doufu would waft towards him, and turned away to resume his slumber. Doufu's strength was escalating, and to avoid alarming the others further, I decisively struck the back of his neck. There exists a significant acupoint in that region. A forceful strike could induce unconsciousness or even death, while a gentler touch might invigorate. It is said that this point connects to the Bai Wei, also known as the Gate of the Gods, a place where the spirit converges. Striking this acupoint can awaken those in a stupor. The moment I delivered the blow, Doufu's head jerked, and he fell still. His unfocused gaze gradually sharpened upon me, revealing a look of perplexity. He glanced at himself, then back at me, and asked, "Old Shun, could you explain why we find ourselves in such an embrace?" "Ah, I see now. No wonder I have always sensed something amiss in the way you look at me. It turns out you are quite the glassy-eyed one, having just endured an exhilarating experience." I was nearly rendered breathless by Tofu's sudden remark, momentarily at a loss for words. Did he truly believe my gaze was peculiar? What could possibly be amiss? I reserved that particular look exclusively for imbeciles. I had long since given up hope of hearing anything worthwhile from Tofu, so I released my grip and sat in silence. After a brief pause, Tofu, evidently puzzled by my unusual demeanor and reluctance to engage in banter, leaned in closer and said, "Old Shun, I was merely joking. What has transpired? You needn't wear such a serious expression. When you do, it unsettles me." I remained silent, and it was clear that Tofu had already forgotten the earlier incident, meaning that his readiness to bite Wu Zedong had occurred in a state of unawareness. Having known Tofu for over a decade, I was certain he harbored no psychological or mental issues. Yet, why had he suddenly transformed after our arrival on the island? I recalled the venomous snake that had bitten him yesterday. Could he have been affected by its poison? This seemed implausible, as Professor Lin had examined Tofu and found no signs of poisoning. Moreover, that snake was a common species found throughout Asia, colloquially known as the black grass snake. If bitten, immediate treatment is required. Otherwise, paralysis and muscle rigidity will ensue within 6 hours. There exists a folk remedy for this snake's venom, involving the crushing of earthworms, leaf hemp, and hairy winter melon, half of which is ingested while the other half is applied to the wound for healing. The venom primarily damages muscle tissue and does not induce any neurological trauma that would lead to a loss of rationality. Hence, Tofu's aberrant behavior must be unrelated to the snake's venom. This peculiar behavior undoubtedly began after we set sail, but what could have triggered it? I knew I could not confide in Professor Lin and the others. Although we had shared perilous experiences, the situation was now abundantly clear. The 3 Japanese men were unquestionably killed by Tofu. For someone who cannot control their actions and exhibits such ruthless tendencies, my conservative approach would be to restrain him thoroughly. A more drastic measure might even involve putting an end to him altogether. Professor Lin and his companions are cultured individuals, incapable of committing murder. But what of the 4 robots? They hail from military backgrounds and are affiliated with the authorities. What if they decide to take action against Tofu for the collective good? This matter must remain concealed for the time being, but clarity with Tofu is imperative. Thus, I patted Tofu on the shoulder and signaled for him to follow. Although he wore a perplexed expression, he complied, and after a moment, we distanced ourselves from the campsite. From this vantage point, only the flickering flames were visible. Once I was certain we were safe, I explained the earlier events to Tofu. Upon hearing my account, his immediate reaction was, "Are you jesting?" I remained silent, gazing intently at him. Time passed for a few fleeting minutes, and the color drained from Tofu's face, leaving him pale, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Trembling, he stammered, "It truly is me." His throat quivered, likely recalling the gruesome sight of the 3 Japanese men with their ravaged necks, the flesh grotesquely torn away, prompting him to abruptly turn and heave. His retching seemed endless. So I had no choice but to interrupt him, saying, "Stop vomiting. This matter must remain confidential. If it leaks, you're finished. Let us first examine how you ended up in this state. Reflect upon any peculiar occurrences recently. Tofu wiped his mouth, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Barely able to stand against the tree, his complexion a ghastly shade of gray. He shook his head and replied, I've been with everyone. How could there be anything unusual? Well, there is one thing, but I'm not sure if it counts. I cast him a glance, urging him to elaborate. Tofu continued. I have felt particularly spirited lately. Remember our time at sea? We went 2 days without food or water, yet aside from thirst and hunger, I maintained my strength remarkably well. I believe this is the crux of the matter. Tofu is an introvert. Just over a month ago, he spent his days cooped up in his room teaching children to draw. He hadn't exercised much, so his stamina was below average. It was only this past month that he began to exert himself, but one's physical endurance cannot develop so swiftly. I inquired, reflect on it. When did this condition begin? Tofu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Then suddenly his gaze sharpened as he looked at me and said, after we left the ship graveyard. Indeed, it was after we mounted Little Black and departed from the burial site. Not only Tofu, but I too was momentarily taken aback, feeling my legs weaken as I recalled the infamous Unit 731 and its viral experiments. There exists a substantial amount of historical documentation regarding Unit 731's viral research. They investigated lethal viruses, such as plague and mutated malaria, and allegedly studied a so-called undying army. This undying army was conceived through the research of a virus designed to awaken latent human potential, resulting in individuals infected by the virus becoming exceedingly agitated, their physical abilities amplified. In combat, they would be exhilarated by blood, capable of sustaining multiple gunshot wounds while continuing to fight until they were riddled with bullets. The Japanese aimed to utilize this virus within their military to combat resistance forces, but fortunately, the virus was never successfully developed, although numerous failed experiments occurred during this process. I had heard of one such failed virus that induced animalistic behavior, meaning that those infected would exhibit animal traits. These viruses would affect the nervous system, leading individuals to unconsciously mimic various animals over time, ultimately believing themselves to be a specific creature. Imagining Tofu losing his sanity entirely, crawling on the ground like a snake, sent chills down my spine. Those infected by this virus remained blissfully unaware of their condition. Tofu had merely removed his mask momentarily to assist Aying. Could it be that in such a brief instance, he became infected? And what of myself and Carp? We had never donned gas masks. Moreover, Aying had also been without a mask initially. Have we, the three of us, ever acted like Tofu, engaging in actions of which we remain oblivious? Or is it possible that the ones who fatally harmed those 3 Japanese individuals were not merely Tofu, but perhaps one among the 4 of us? The most alarming aspect is that this animalistic virus is a failed product of the Undead Army's research, signifying that no effective means of combating the virus has been developed. As these thoughts traversed my mind, a fine sheen of perspiration broke out upon my forehead. Moments later, Tofu, noticing my silence, urged in a state of agitation, Old Chun, come up with a plan. He was evidently shaken by the reality of the situation, completely losing his composure. I retorted, do you think I am Baidu? That I can simply search for answers? In response, Tofu squatted down and extended his tongue. Momentarily perplexed, I inquired, what are you doing? Does this animalistic transformation endow you with canine traits? With a woeful expression, Tofu weakly replied, what dog? I'm merely flicking my tongue. I wish to adapt to life as a serpent. I found myself torn between laughter and exasperation. His antics managed to subdue my own fears, prompting me to pull him upright. Initially, I was concerned that they would discover the truth and it might pose a threat to you. However, the law does not punish the crowd. Apart from you, it is possible that I, along with Liu and Ian, have also been infected. We must find a solution to this predicament. Professor Lin, after reviewing Shinmu Ichiro's comprehensive notes, may hold some answers. We need to be candid with him. What about the others? Tofu queried. Let us keep this under wraps for now. Professor Lin is trustworthy, but the temperaments of the 4 robots are unpredictable. It's hard to say. After all, they are officials turned thieves, and they want to be overly lenient in their actions. After concluding our discussion, we returned to the camp, where the others were still asleep. I resolved to wait until dawn, when everyone would be engaged in their tasks, to seek an opportunity for a private conversation with Professor Lin. After the fright we had experienced, Tofu could hardly find rest. behaving like an ant on a hot skillet, energetic and restless. Ultimately, he consumed some food and picked up the probe shovel, commencing to work on clearing the surrounding loose soil. When Professor Lin and the others awoke, they immediately commended his industriousness, though I understood that Tofu was merely channeling his abundant energy. Chapter 53. The Fire Assistance Chamber. We had maneuvered our way to the vicinity of the Fire Assistance Chamber, clearly observing that its ceiling was constructed from large, elongated stones meticulously joined together. Given the confined space, it was impractical for too many individuals to enter. Thus, the task of prying the stone blocks was delegated to the 4 robots, while the rest of us remained outside, with Qin and a few others preparing lunch. Seizing the moment, Tofu and I pulled Professor Lin aside and relayed the situation to him. His expression shifted dramatically as he responded, "I have read that entire notebook from cover to cover. It contains no mention of any means to treat the virus. How could this happen? This is dire." He began to pace anxiously, causing dizziness in those who watched. I implored, "Uncle Lin, please refrain from pacing. We sought you out to devise a plan, not to share in your distress." Professor Lin shot me a glance, exclaiming, "How can I not be anxious? There are 12 individuals in our group, 4 of whom may have been infected with the remnants of the Unit 731 virus. Is this situation not grave enough?" After much contemplation, Professor Lin could only shake his head and sigh, saying, "We are currently on the island, and I truly have no means at my disposal. However, times have changed. Medical research today is not what it was over 60 years ago. Perhaps there exists a solution. It seems we must hasten our actions and return to the mainland as soon as possible to seek a thorough examination at a hospital." Tofu exchanged glances with me and remarked, "I hope I am still human by then and not transformed into a snake." "Old Chun, if I were to become a snake, would you abandon me on the island?" I replied calmly, "In consideration of the happiness of the mother snake on the island, I would undoubtedly take you with me." Initially, Tofu did not grasp the implication, but upon realization, he leaped 3 feet high, intending to settle the score with me. However, my thoughts were entirely focused on the fiery chamber below. At this juncture, the method Professor Lin mentioned appeared to be our sole path forward. We must act swiftly and not squander any more time. Presently, we heard the voice of Robot 1 from below the cave entrance. "It's open. Damn, it stinks." Moments later, the 4 of them climbed up, stating that they had pried open a stone, revealing a rectangular entrance large enough for us to enter. However, a pungent odor of tar wafted from below, making one feel dizzy upon inhalation. Although we possessed gas masks, their filtration capabilities were limited. We would need to allow for some ventilation. Shortly after their ascent, the foul tar smell they described began to permeate from the cave entrance. The external space was comparatively vast, thus the dizziness was not overwhelming, yet the stench was indeed unbearable. Qin said, "If there truly is an eternal fire below, there must be ventilation holes. Otherwise, how could the fire burn without air?" Inhaling the heavy tar odor, I replied, "There should have been ventilation holes originally, but those holes might have been blocked or destroyed over the past 2 millennia for some reason, leading to the accumulation of gases within this fiery chamber. Now that the stone has been pried open, such a potent odor is released." Upon hearing this, Duan Fei's eyes lit up, and with a grin, he inquired, "Brother Chun, you mentioned yesterday about using firepower to assist the mountain stability. Now that there is no fire, will Sufu's rear mountain not collapse? Could this have any repercussions?" I shook my head, admitting that I had never encountered such a situation and did not wish to conjecture recklessly. We then prepared our gear, partook in a meal, and waited for the intense tar odor to dissipate before gearing up to descend into the fiery chamber. Since there were still outsiders on the island, we left Li Yu and A Ying on lookout duty to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The rest of us readied ourselves, one by one, to enter the cave. Arriving at the pried open rectangular entrance, our equipment was indeed comprehensive. Everyone wore gas masks and gloves, ensuring that not a single patch of skin was exposed. The 4 robots donned bulletproof vests, making them impervious to any potential traps or hidden crossbows within the tomb. Bulletproof vests are not easily accessible even to ordinary mushroom gatherers. However, my grandfather once recounted tales of the old tomb raiders, who possessed an array of specialized tools used for mushroom hunting. Many of these instruments have been lost to the passage of time, leaving only scattered traces. For instance, bulletproof vests did exist in the past. Albeit not worn on the body, they were more accurately referred to as life-collecting umbrellas. What is a life-collecting umbrella? It is a large umbrella that, when opened, would capture any concealed traps or hidden crossbows in its vicinity, a marvel of ingenuity. It is said that a large magnet was installed at the center of the umbrella, allowing it to attract iron-tipped projectiles when unfurled. However, this remains mere speculation, and the true method of its creation is shrouded in mystery. I switched on my flashlight and directed it down the rectangular opening, revealing a pitch-black abyss below. The visible area displayed massive stone steps descending layer upon layer, resembling an inverted Egyptian pyramid. The descent was not steep, merely about 2 meters. One by one, we leaped down, finally entering the interior of this stone edifice dating back over 2,000 years. Dofu shone his flashlight downward and remarked, "I wonder how deep it is." "I cannot see any light," I replied. "The fire should be at the very bottom, though it has likely extinguished by now." This place was originally designed to create an imposing structure, forming a protective arrangement of 3 mountains. Therefore, there must be a passageway extending towards the 3 peaks, one of which leads directly to Su Fu's underground palace. Our objective is not the fire, but rather that tunnel. To save time, I said little more and continued downwards. The stone platform was a good half-meter high, requiring us to stoop as we descended the steps. This subterranean structure, silent for over 2 millennia, bore the hallmark simplicity and grandeur of the Qin dynasty. The rough stone steps bore no decorations, yet their layered descent imparted an impression of boundlessness, making us feel like a few insignificant ants within its depths. As we continued our descent, I estimated the depth to be approximately 20 meters before we finally reached the bottom. At the base of this inverted pyramid, the floor was square with no extraneous objects. In the center stood a colossal cauldron, towering at 3 meters, entirely black, with 3 legs and dual handles, adorned with swirling clouds and a dragon motif. This dragon differed from the modern 5-clawed golden dragon. It was an earlier form, devoid of horns, whiskers, claws, or scales. We could not discern the design of the cauldron's lid, but it was evident that it was intended for kindling fire, and the cover must have been perforated to allow flames to rise. Professor Lin took but a glance and remarked, "This is indeed characteristic of the Qin style, though something seems amiss." Wu Zedong, a professional in the field, noted, "Creating such a large cauldron is no simple task. One must remember that this is Japanese territory, which was still uncivilized over 2 millennia ago." Gu Wenmin speculated, "If Su Fu truly settled in Japan, it stands to reason that mining would occur, making the casting of such a large cauldron a possibility." Professor Lin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Officer Gu's assertion. As he spoke, he instructed Wu Zedong and Duan Fei to take photographs of the artifacts with their cameras. This is the hallmark of an archaeological team. Even if they cannot remove the objects, they must document them through photographs or rubbings for further study. While these individuals busied themselves with their photography, the rest of us dispersed, seeking the flue that led to the 3 mountain tombs. This flue was not concealed. It stood prominently to the south, marked by a stone door that was firmly shut. Despite our efforts to push it open, it remained immovable, evidently blocked by a stone from behind. However, this stone door differed from those we had encountered elsewhere. It was not entirely sealed, as it was riddled with numerous holes. Through these apertures, one could glimpse the passageway beyond, which extended straight ahead. Dofu, intrigued, inserted his fingers into the various openings of the stone door and pondered aloud. "What is the purpose of all these holes?" Suddenly, he fixated on one particular opening, his eyes wide with realization, as if he had made a significant discovery. I instinctively shifted my gaze to where he was looking, only to see that the hole, approximately 3 fingers wide, was unremarkable aside from its size and the surrounding context. I inquired what he had found. Dofu glanced between the hole and his own trousers, a look of triumph illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "So that's it." I was momentarily taken aback, only to gradually comprehend his train of thought, which nearly drove me to exasperation. I gave him a shove away from the door, admonishing, "If only you paid more attention to serious matters instead of indulging in those Japanese DVDs all day, your mind wouldn't be so sullied. These holes are the fruits of ancient wisdom, rich in meaning and complexity, yet here you are, speculating nonsense." Dofu, nursing his rear, retorted with indignation, "A few holes. Rich in meaning, indeed. Spare me your grandiloquent excuses. You're just looking for a reason to kick me. Remember, even a cornered rabbit will bite. And even brothers can turn against each other. If you can't elucidate your thoughts today, I will surely avenge this kick." I replied, "Very well. Since you wish to listen, I will enlighten you. Observe the arrangement of the holes on this door. What pattern do you discern? Dofu appeared perplexed, but soon turned his attention to analyze the door closely. Moments later, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "There's an arrangement of 10. With the holes positioned up, down, left, and right. The smaller the number, the larger the opening. There are 5 in the center, and the topmost are 1 and 9. Wait, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before." After a moment of contemplation, Dofu smacked his forehead and declared, "I remember. It's in your grandfather's notebook. What was it called? The river diagram or the luo shu?" While I often studied my grandfather's notes, Dofu occasionally glanced at them, though his lack of patience typically saw him wandering off after just a few moments. Chapter 54. The fire and wood of departure. The myriad holes on the door reminded me of the arrangement of the luo shu. The luo shu, anciently known as the turtle script, is said to have emerged during the time of Diyu, when a divine turtle surfaced from the waters. Its shell inscribed with the luo shu. This script encompasses the principles of the universe, yin and yang, and the 5 elements. Upon witnessing it, Diyu experienced a moment of enlightenment, which led him to devise his methods for flood control. It is said that the book inscribed on the back of the divine tortoise is a work of the legendary Fuxi, who meticulously studied the primordial 8 trigrams, encapsulating the exquisite transformations of heaven and earth and revealing the profound mysteries of the unity of all things. This ancient text has been the subject of extensive research by countless scholars throughout history, earning the title of celestial scripture. Prominently displayed on the door is the luo shu. The holes drilled into the door seem to be intended for the transmission of heat. However, the deliberate arrangement of these apertures to resemble the luo shu remains a mystery. Perhaps merely a reflection of Su Fu's personal inclinations. As I pondered this, Wu Zedong suddenly exclaimed, "How strange, this cauldron is still warm. As if the fire within has only recently extinguished." I thought to myself that this place had been sealed for countless years, the original vents long since blocked, and the so-called eternal flame had extinguished 2 millennia ago. How could the furnace still retain warmth? Professor Lin, with a swift motion, reached out to touch it. But suddenly his expression changed, and he shouted, "Not good. Everyone, take cover." Despite his advanced age, Professor Lin, having traversed the world, possessed remarkable agility. With only him and Wu Zedong near the cauldron, it was unclear what had transpired. Upon uttering his warning, he lunged forward, throwing Wu Zedong to the ground. At that moment, a dazzling blaze erupted within the pitch-black fire chamber. The firelight arrived with such suddenness that, engulfed in darkness, we were momentarily dazzled by its brilliance, forcing me to shield my eyes and crouch down as my vision swam in hues of orange-red. Simultaneously, a fierce wave of heat swept through the chamber, making me feel as if I were standing beside a roaring furnace. My very hairs threatened to curl from the intensity. After covering my eyes for a good 10 seconds, I finally adjusted to the light, only to discover that the radiant glow emanated from the cauldron itself, where flames leapt over 10 meters high, scorching the surrounding air and making it exceedingly difficult to breathe. It is common knowledge that ordinary fuel cannot produce flames of such height. Curiously, though the fire had seemingly been extinguished, it now blazed anew. At this moment, Professor Lin had taken refuge beside me with Wu Zedong, and we all huddled against the walls of the fire chamber, attempting to distance ourselves from the cauldron. In an instant, our faces turned a rosy hue from the heat, beads of sweat forming on our brows. I inquired of Professor Lin what could possibly be happening, how the fire could reignite, to which he replied, "Have you ever heard of the Li Huamu?" Gu Wenmin, quick to respond, exclaimed, "Ah, is it the legendary tree that grows on celestial mountains, igniting spontaneously and burning for 1,000 years?" Professor Lin's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he affirmed, "Indeed, that is the one. I never imagined such a tree truly existed. Initially, I believed the cauldron to be made of black iron, fueled by fish oil. However, I found it puzzling that if it were indeed iron, how could it have remained intact for over 1,000 years without melting away? Had it not been for Zedong's observation of the cauldron's inherent warmth, reminiscent of the Li Huamu, we might have been incinerated in an instant." Unfamiliar with such a phenomenon, Gu Wenmin began to elucidate the intricacies of this extraordinary tree to us. In ancient China, numerous texts chronicled peculiar and extraordinary phenomena, such as Shanhai, Soshun, and Qixia. Within these texts, a remarkable species of tree is mentioned, known as the Li Huamu, or firewood tree. In its youth, this tree appears inconspicuous. However, After a millennium of growth, it is said to spontaneously combust, burning at an exceedingly slow rate. A single, intact Li Huamu is rumored to take millions of years to completely incinerate. Moments ago, the furnace was undeniably cold, yet astonishingly. As the group searched for the source of fire and took photographs for rubbings, it began to radiate heat on its own. Professor Lin, connecting this phenomenon to his earlier suspicions, immediately pushed Wu Zedong aside. This proved to be a fortuitous misfortune, as the flames of the Li Huamu erupted forth. Tongues of fire leapt wildly, and had it not been for that timely shove, the two might have suffered irreparable harm, if not death. It appears that the air vents in this location had long been obstructed by natural circumstances, extinguishing the furnace's fire. However, as we pried open the stone blocks, air re-entered, accumulating sufficiently to ignite the furnace crafted from Li Huamu. Before us, in the center of the open space, a massive fireball emerged, approximately 14 to 15 meters away. Yet we could still feel the intense heat scorching our bodies. Suddenly, Dofu remarked, "Is this tree exceedingly rare?" Professor Lin removed his glasses and replied, "Indeed. It is quite rare. This species is documented in ancient texts, and our prehistoric ancestors were the true seekers of the world's mysteries. Therefore, the essence of archaeology lies not merely in understanding history, but in pursuing the truths of our existence." His words resonated with Duan Fei and Wu Zedong, who appeared visibly stirred, their hearts swelling with excitement. At this moment, Dofu interjected, "Such a rare entity must hold significant value. Why don't we take a piece to sell? Even if we cannot sell it, we could gift it to our friends in northeast China. With their frigid winters, they would surely appreciate a source of warmth and fuel." No one responded to Dofu's suggestion. The group fell silent, realizing the urgency of their task, for lingering any longer would risk being scorched. Equipped with ample tools, we produced an iron lever specifically designed for prying open the stone door. With a forceful push, the stone slab fell with a resounding thud, and the two doors swung open, revealing a straight passageway behind. The firelight streamed in, casting a crimson glow along the corridor, while the far end remained shrouded in darkness, untouched by the flames. As we descended, the structure of the fire chamber mirrored my earlier descriptions, earning the group's trust, with even Wu Zedong less inclined to provoke me. They unanimously made way, allowing me to lead the front. I took the lead, wielding a flashlight, gradually distancing ourselves from the illuminating flames. The oppressive heat subsided, and the cold sweat clung to my skin, an uncomfortable sensation. This passage bore no extraneous features apart from the lamp slots between the walls. It twisted and turned frequently, likely to navigate around some obstruction. After approximately 20 minutes, we encountered 3 diverging paths ahead. I am firmly convinced that the overall structure aligns closely with my speculations. These 3 passages lead to the interiors of 3 peaks, with one directly connecting to Su Fu's underground palace. However, after meandering several times at the entrance, we are uncertain which of the 3 portals truly leads to the mausoleum. It is now the robots' turn to take action. They retrieved miniature detectors from their equipment. These devices can measure the metallic content in the vicinity, and the burial treasures within the mausoleum must surely include copious amounts of bronze, iron, gold, and silver artifacts. A mere scan with the instruments should reveal the correct path, a method commonly employed by modern grave robbers. The 4 robots, well trained, spontaneously commenced their exploration of the 3 fiery passages. To our surprise, upon completing their scans, they exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless. Finally, Robot 4 spoke up. "All 3 passages exhibit substantial metallic responses. What could this mean?" Dofu erupted in laughter, unabashedly mocking. "I told you your instruments were ineffective. Had I known, I wouldn't have carried all this gear so laboriously. Old Shun, show them a thing or two." I cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "I cannot make a judgment." Duan Fei suggested, "It should be the middle one, right? Isn't the main peak located at the center? Under normal circumstances, we would have no means to discern the correct passage and would likely choose the central one, as those who constructed the fiery paths would not have taken unnecessary detours. Yet, I found it peculiar that the robots, having used the metal detectors, reported significant metallic presence in all 3 directions. Could it be that Su Fu's mausoleum is so vast that it permeates all 3 peaks? When I shared my hypothesis, Professor Lin furrowed his brow and remarked, "Considering the manpower of the time, that seems implausible. After over 2 millennia, we can only speculate about the conditions then. If the instruments are ineffective, We must resort to what appears to be the most logical approach and proceed through the central passage. As we ventured further, the terrain gradually ascended. The Qin tombs are nestled among the hills, suggesting that Su Fu's tomb is also situated atop a mountain range. This passage is exceedingly long, and after approximately half an hour, we encountered a stone door. This sealed door was enveloped in a layer of oil wax within its crevice. At either side stood a guardian soldier figurine, one brandishing a long spear, the other wielding a bronze sword. As this area had not been entirely sealed, the weapons were not well preserved, adorned with corroded copper embellishments in several places. Upon sighting these two soldier figurines, I felt a sudden constriction in my breath, for their forms strikingly resembled the terracotta warriors of Qin Shi Huang, from their attire to their hairstyles and overall design, all epitomizing the style of the Qin dynasty. The emergence of a tomb from the Qin dynasty on an island within Japan. What could this signify? My heart raced, while Professor Lin, visibly excited, trembled as he adjusted his remaining lens, seemingly striving for a clearer view. Dofu curled his lip, displaying little interest, and after a brief glance around, remarked, "Let us open this stone door. Our time is precious. We need not engage in a greeting ritual with these two figurines." Upon hearing his words, I suppressed the excitement swelling within me, thinking to myself that I was not an archaeologist and should not display such unseemly enthusiasm. This was not the appropriate moment for exhilaration. It was imperative that I find the main burial chamber swiftly. The treasure I sought was rumored to be a relic from Qin Shi Huang's conquests, an object of immense significance that would undoubtedly be interred with the coffin. Securing this artifact was of utmost importance. Otherwise, should I delay, I risked succumbing to a fate akin to that of a serpent human, which would be exceedingly unfortunate. Chapter 55. The Giant Face. Without further ado, I disregarded Professor Lin and the others, joining the robots as we approached the stone door. I pushed against the tomb's entrance, but it remained immovable. Generally, we refer to the stone doors within a tomb as death doors, for regardless of where they open, they are all situated within the tomb itself. Only the door leading to the outside world is termed a life door, as it is the sole entrance and exit to the burial chamber, the path taken by craftsmen upon their departure. However, it was clear that we had not entered through the tomb's main entrance. The stone door before us, while a life door, was an aberration resulting from alterations made to the environment, and thus could not be compared to a conventional life door. Our attempts to push it yielded no results, leading us to speculate that there might be a hidden stone behind it. We contemplated clearing the red wax from the narrow crevice of the stone door, intending to use a crowbar to dislodge the hidden stone. Tomb raiding is a test of both patience and skill. The wax had solidified over millennia, resembling hardened pine resin, making the task exceedingly arduous. We spent nearly half an hour laboring at it, while the four robots, undertaking the role of team leaders, swiftly managed to dislodge the hidden stone behind the door. The anti-theft technology of the Qin dynasty was still in its nascent stages and rather simplistic, unlike the complex security measures found in Qin dynasty tombs, which made intrusion significantly more challenging. This stone door, constructed solely with a hidden stone, was easily compromised by our efforts. Behind the stone door, darkness enveloped us, and as the robots pushed it open, everyone eagerly anticipated the moment of entering the ancient tomb. To our astonishment, as the door creaked ajar, the dim space behind it suddenly illuminated, startling us all. For a fleeting moment, I was bewildered, wondering how the tomb could be aglow without electric lights, and even if there were lights, we had yet to activate the power source. The four robots blocked the entrance, and we could not discern the specifics of what lay within. Suddenly, Robot 4 let out a sigh, exclaiming, "It is him." Yet his words remained unfinished as he surged into the tomb. Only then did the entirety of the burial chamber unfold before our eyes. The chamber was rectangular, surrounded by a long trench filled with flowing mercury, which resembled a galaxy, completely obstructing our path. Above, an arched ceiling adorned with celestial motifs of stars and moons shimmered with embedded pearls. In the center of the mercury, there lay an ancient bronze mirror, the size of a grinding stone, its surface still emanating a luminous sheen after millennia. We had been using our flashlights, and the moment the stone door swung open, the light fell upon the bronze mirror, which reflected onto the pearls, flooding the chamber with a dazzling brilliance. The celestial patterns of sun, moon, and stars on the ceiling sparkled resplendently, creating a breathtaking spectacle reminiscent of a vast starry ocean suspended overhead. Professor Lin was the first to react, exclaiming, the Mercury Dome. However, something felt amiss with this arrangement. He had only spoken half his thought when Wu Zedong swallowed hard and remarked, "This seems to resemble the layout of the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang as recorded in historical texts." Upon discerning the chamber, my thoughts mirrored those of Professor Lin, instantly conjuring images of the Qin Shi Huang tomb. Historical accounts describe the tomb as being filled with mercury to represent rivers and seas, infused with intricate mechanisms, with celestial features above and terrestrial elements below. The use of human fish oil as a candle, illuminating endlessly over time, was vividly evident in the scene before us. Yet, this was not the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. It was unmistakably a miniature replica crafted after his grand mausoleum, belonging to Su Fu. Outside the grand tomb, there lay countless pits filled with terracotta warriors, while here, merely 2 guardian figurines took their place, a stark contrast in scale, yet identical in standard. I thought to myself, Su Fu had audaciously assumed the role of a local emperor, interred with the grandeur befitting Qin Shi Huang, displaying remarkable ambition. The group exchanged glances. The path ahead obstructed by a river of mercury. This mercury river spanned approximately 7 or 8 meters, forming a circular barrier around the entire chamber, with a bronze ding positioned at the very center. Typically, such vessels are ceremonial, inscribed with significant events from the life of the tomb's occupant. At the opposite end of the chamber was an arched passageway, devoid of a door, leading to an unknown destination. Ceremonial vessels are generally placed in side chambers. I speculated that if Su Fu's tomb indeed mirrored the layout of Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, the underground palace, despite its smaller scale, would likely possess a complex structure, making access to the main burial chamber a laborious endeavor. The copper mirror resting atop the mercury, inexplicably, remained brilliantly reflective. Generally, ancient artifacts exposed to mercury develop a tarnish known as mercury bloom, yet this mirror exhibited none, reflecting the flashlight's beam and illuminating the entire chamber. Though the mercury posed a barrier, modern equipment rendered this obstacle trivial. The robots retrieved a specialized set of tools from their gear. This equipment, a modern adaptation originally designed for military search and rescue operations, was colloquially known as gecko grips. These apparatuses, worn on the hands and feet, featured suction cups that allowed the wearer to scale walls like a gecko, even hanging upside down from ceilings. Crafted from unique materials, they boasted remarkable suction strength, each capable of supporting up to 60 pounds, totaling 240 pounds when combined. Naturally, a person exceeding that weight would face risks. Originally developed for military use in high-rise rescue missions, the technology later found favor among thrill-seeking youths. 2 sets of this equipment were available, and the first robot donned a pair, demonstrating its use. Once equipped with the gecko grips, it ascended the wall with ease, quickly reaching the top of the chamber. Positioning itself upside down with its back facing downward and its abdomen facing upward, he moved with remarkable agility, swiftly ascending to the central clearing. Releasing his grip on the gecko palm technique, he leapt effortlessly to the ground. Subsequently, he secured the rope he had brought with him to the ear of the bronze cauldron, tossing the other end towards us. The end of the rope was equipped with a heavy iron hook, allowing it to be thrown a considerable distance, creating a rope bridge that facilitated the return of the gecko palm technique. This method proved to be exceedingly reliable, and Dofu, eager with anticipation, donned the gecko palms alongside robot number 2, and the 2 of them began their ascent like 2 nimble geckos. Suddenly, when Dofu reached the center of the tomb's apex, he halted, fixating intently on a luminous pearl above. I instantly discerned his intentions. He undoubtedly aimed to extract 2 pearls. Unable to contain myself, I admonished him, "Stop dawdling. Do you wish to spend the rest of your life cohabiting with the female serpent on the island?" While others were oblivious to the meaning of my words, Dofu understood and, upon hearing them, was instantly frightened into compliance. Moments later, the rest of the group gradually arrived at the center, leaving only Gu Wenmin and me. Meanwhile, Professor Lin and his companions had begun to examine the artifacts on the bronze cauldron, their attention diverted from us. With our gecko palms firmly in place, Gu Wenmin and I began to ascend in tandem. The sensation of being suspended in midair was far from pleasant, particularly upon reaching the tomb's summit, where gravity pulled one downwards, leaving only our hands and feet securely adhered. Tilting my head back, I glimpsed the flowing mercury below, an unsettling sight that unnerved me. As I climbed halfway, an inexplicable sensation washed over me, a chill creeping along my spine, as though someone below were gazing intently at my back. Many individuals have experienced this phenomenon, a sudden awareness of being watched, accompanied by discomfort in the back, prompting one to turn and discover, indeed, someone was observing. This occurrence is often attributed to the sixth sense. Some superstitious interpretations suggest a soul connection, while scientific explanations propose a resonance of biological electric fields. Some scientists posit that a person's gaze emits a unique magnetic field, which can be sensed by particularly sensitive individuals, thereby alerting them to the presence of a voyeur. At that moment, I was overtaken by such a feeling. An involuntary shiver coursed through my back, compelling me to glance upward. What I beheld was startling. A blue visage with an elongated mouth met my gaze. The suddenness of this encounter rendered my limbs weak, and had I not been clinging to the gecko palms, I might have plummeted. However, I soon realized I had frightened myself. At that moment, I had merely ascended above a bronze mirror, and upon tilting my head back, I was confronted with my own reflection, clad in a gas mask. The mirror's clarity was already compromised, and with the mask distorting my features, I appeared grotesque, resembling a pig. In such an environment, it was all too easy to be startled. I exhaled in relief and continued my ascent, but after merely a few steps, a jolt of unease struck me. Something felt amiss. Given my elevated position, the bronze mirror should have reflected my entire body, yet why had only my face appeared in the reflection? The face distorted by the copper mirror nearly filled its entire surface. A shiver ran down my spine, and an icy sensation crept across my back. In that moment, I could not afford to ponder further. I promptly urged Gu Wanmin ahead of me, saying, "Hurry, let us descend. Remaining here provides no sense of security. I must first find solid ground before investigating the peculiarity of that copper mirror." To my dismay, as soon as I finished speaking, Gu Wanmin suddenly gasped. She exclaimed that her right hand's gecko grip had inexplicably lost its efficacy, failing to adhere despite her efforts. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for her to advance with only one hand. Should she release her grip, she would be left dangling upside down, her feet resting on the tomb's apex while her head pointed toward the ground. Merely contemplating this scenario sent chills through me. Gu Wanmin, being astute, understandably hesitated to release her left hand, thus immobilizing us both. In Chapter 56, A New Curse, we found ourselves at the center of the Milky Way, with no support behind us and no refuge in front. With Gu Wanmin's predicament, we were trapped, the only gecko grip shared between us. The crowd below was equally perplexed, unable to devise a solution. In that fleeting moment of delay, I felt an unsettling sensation on my back, as if we were being watched, compelling me once more to glance downward, thinking to myself, what could it be? I must ascertain what lies below. To my astonishment, this time I beheld not the previous sight, no gas mask-clad head, nor any small visage. In fact, the copper mirror reflected no image of me at all. My heart skipped a beat. How could this be? Was it due to my earlier movement that I shifted angles, thus failing to cast a reflection? Or perhaps the bizarre visage I had seen was merely a figment of my imagination. Just then, Gu Wanmin, visibly frustrated, muttered a curse under her breath. Her words diverted my attention. I realized that the copper mirror was not my immediate concern. Rescuing Gu Wanmin was paramount. In a moment of inspiration, I devised a plan. I instructed Gu Wanmin to tighten her body against the tomb's ceiling. Then, I climbed forward, enveloping her entirely in my embrace, pressing against her back. This way, when she moved, her body would not dangle, but rather fall safely into my arms. We formed a back-to-back embrace, coordinating our movements to ascend, quickening our pace. At that instant, a peculiar thought struck me. As we overlapped, only my body was visible, yet 4 hands and 4 feet were apparent, resembling a human spider. After a brief struggle, we finally reached the tomb's summit. Releasing our gecko grips, we alighted onto solid ground, exhaling in relief. Tofu remarked to the robotic companions, "It seems your equipment is rather substandard. Remember this lesson. Such errors must not be repeated." Professor Lin and his colleagues were engrossed in the study of the inscriptions adorning the surface of the bronze cauldron, their expressions reflecting a deep concentration, as if a significant discovery awaited. As I leaned closer to the cauldron, I was met with an intricate tapestry of inscriptions, none of which we could decipher. However, alongside the inscriptions were engravings that captivated my attention. There were a total of 7 illustrations, their designs not overly complex, characterized by bold lines and surrounded by cloud motifs, within which appeared 7 peculiar scenes. Each illustration featured an individual clad in a feathered robe and adorned with a cap, resembling a Taoist practitioner, presumably Su Fu, the tomb's master. In the first illustration, this figure wielded a sword, engaged in combat with a grotesque beast. The second depicted Su Fu receiving homage from a multitude, his demeanor one of pride, likely due to his triumph over the monster. The subsequent illustrations portrayed his journeys alongside Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Yet the final two were particularly striking. One depicted a scene of embarking on a maritime quest in search of an immortal mountain, while the other illustrated the moment of receiving a crown from a celestial being upon reaching the mountain. Legends surrounding Su Fu abound. Historically, he is regarded as one of the many alchemists courted by Emperor Qin, gaining favor through his adeptness at appeasing the emperor, which ultimately contributed to the latter's later years of folly. Conversely, folk tales paint Su Fu as an extraordinary figure who once vanquished a vile beast at a place called Hanyu Ridge, earning widespread admiration before being summoned to the imperial court. Though my companion and I could not comprehend the inscriptions on the cauldron, we could easily discern that the depicted scenes broadly chronicled the 3 most significant events of Su Fu's life: his vanquishing of the beast, his companionship with Emperor Qin, and his maritime expedition. It is these 3 deeds that have rendered Su Fu a legendary figure throughout the ages, leaving no successor to his name. While we were somewhat familiar with the earlier accounts, it was the final illustration that left us perplexed. Dofu pointed to the scene of the celestial being bestowing a crown and remarked, "It appears that the records inscribed on this cauldron are not entirely truthful." According to this narrative, did Su Fu indeed encounter immortals? Did they crown him and elevate him to their ranks? Is that not absurd? If he truly became an immortal, why would he bother constructing this tomb? It has been said that the true history of humanity lies buried underground. Why do archaeological teams favor excavating tombs? Primarily for the artifacts they contain and the histories they unveil, as many matters remain undisclosed during the lives of the deceased. However, upon their passing, they often record some exceedingly secretive events. Thus, it is said that the history concealed within ancient tombs is the authentic history. If an individual were to chronicle their life within a tomb, they would assuredly tell no lies. Yet, the content inscribed upon this bronze cauldron is so perplexing that we find ourselves at a loss for understanding. Dofu could not help but urge Professor Lin, "Have you discerned anything? What do these inscriptions signify? Could you elucidate if anything is inscribed at a particular location?" Adjusting his glasses, Professor Lin's expression turned curious as he stated, "What is inscribed here does not recount the deeds of the tomb's master." Not recounting the deeds? The bronze ding, revered as a ceremonial vessel, has long been distinguished by its precious inscriptions. If they do not chronicle the life of the tomb's master, what else could they signify? Both Tofu and I turned our gaze to Professor Lin, awaiting his words. He appeared peculiar, and his voice trembled slightly as he uttered, "This is a curse." "Oh," Gu Wenmin gasped softly, "What kind of curse?" Not only Professor Lin, but also Duan Fei and Wu Sidong bore expressions of grave concern. Their faces darkened as if some grave matter had transpired. At that moment, Duan Fei abruptly remarked, "You should refrain from inquiring what it says. Teacher, what shall we do now?" Professor Lin glanced at us and suddenly instructed, "Xiao Chun, Xiao Dou, and Officer Gu, you 3 must not proceed any further. It would be best to leave this place." I couldn't help but gasp, sensing something amiss, and questioned, "Uncle Lin, given that we have already entered the fray, is it not too late to say this? What exactly is inscribed?" Not only were Duan Fei and Professor Lin reluctant to divulge the information, but even Wu Sidong, who had typically been at odds with me, wore a notably complex expression. He cast a glance my way before shifting his gaze to Gu Wanmin, his complexion pale. And after a moment, he said, "You will gain no benefit from knowing what is inscribed. The teacher is considering your well-being. After all, you 3 are here to assist. And if it is indeed true, there is no need for you to be involved." His subsequent words were somewhat disjointed, yet I detected a hint of revelation and pressed on. Could it be that the curse inscribed relates to the 3 of us? It seemed implausible. This was the tomb of the Qin dynasty, dating back over 2,000 years. How could it possibly pertain to 3 modern individuals? I glanced at the 4 robots. Professionals in the realm of tomb raiding, evidently possessing far superior skills to ours, seemingly capable of comprehending the ancient Qin characters. However, their expressions rarely fluctuated, leaving me unable to discern any signs of distress. After I finished my inquiry, Robot 4 patted Tofu on the shoulder and stated, "I believe it is prudent for the three of you to leave. It would be in your best interest." Tofu and Robot 4 had forged a profound friendship due to their shared interests, and upon hearing this, he playfully punched Robot 4's shoulder. Though timid, he was quick-tempered and often spoke his mind, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you people? Each of you speaks more nonsensically than the last. If there is an issue, let us address it plainly. Your words are utterly bewildering." Robot 4 shrugged, his tone tinged with exasperation as he replied to Tofu, "This is a curse. One that cannot be seen or heard. Professor Lin, along with us, wishes to prevent you three from becoming entangled in it. It is fortunate that you cannot comprehend the inscriptions." Upon hearing this, I began to perceive a deeper implication. Could it be that this curse targets those who can see and hear the inscriptions? Thus, Professor Lin and the others, as well as the four robots, upon viewing these characters, would be deemed cursed? Perhaps their reluctance to reveal the contents of the Ding's inscriptions stemmed from a desire to shield us from the curse. Robot 4's explanation was clear, yet I found it difficult to grasp. Not only I, but Gu Wonmin too, shared in this bewilderment. A group of scholars and soldiers. Could they truly be intimidated by a curse inscribed in words? Gu Wonmin furrowed her brow and remarked, "Is this curse truly that formidable? I have heard that inscribing curses in tombs is quite common abroad, yet foreign archaeologists frequently excavate such sites without incident. Professor, are you perhaps being overly cautious?" Professor Lin opened his mouth as if to respond, but then fell silent, stating, "We merely seek to exercise caution." Dofu was preoccupied with the prospect of uncovering treasures within Su Fu's coffin, lamenting, "After all our efforts, nearly losing our lives at sea, and finally gaining entrance. To be told to leave now feels utterly frustrating." Dofu then suggested, "Well, since you are already cursed, what harm could three more of us bring? Gu, the beautiful, are you afraid?" Gu Wonmin shook her head, drew her handgun from her waist, and declared, "As a police officer, I have an obligation to protect the people. In the face of adversity and danger, I shall not retreat." Dofu clapped his hands and said, "Well said. Professor, even Gu is unwilling to leave. How could two grown men like us abandon you?" Seeing the determination in the three of us, Professor Lin displayed a complex expression, a mix of relief and resignation, and said, "In that case, I shall share the contents of the curse with you." Wu Zedong, with a solemn tone, took over and conveyed the essence of the curse. Those who see or hear this text are deemed prepared for death. From this moment forth, countless eyes will watch your every move. All doors to the underworld shall open for you, while all paths to life shall close. Chapter 57, The Taoist Tomb. Dofu, after hearing this, muttered to himself, "Countless eyes watching us?" He glanced around, adding, "I see no eyes. It sounds like mere intimidation." Su Fu truly has learned to play these curse games, having sailed the seas. For some reason, a vivid image of a large face wearing a gas mask flashed through my mind, stirring an uncomfortable feeling within me, and I pondered, does this curse truly hold any power? After Wu Zedong finished speaking, Professor Lin sighed and said, "It is not that I am cowardly. I once excavated a tomb belonging to an immortal, where we encountered many bizarre and incomprehensible phenomena that led to significant losses, forcing us to fill it back in." Su Fu was a renowned alchemist of the Qin dynasty. I initially thought Shaoqin could assist, but upon witnessing this curse, I no longer wish for you to take such risks. There are three types of tombs that should not be disturbed, as you well know from your endeavors in treasure hunting. Professor Lin, having dedicated his life to archaeology and having encountered numerous tomb raiders, was well versed in the vernacular of the trade, being a student of my grandfather. I nodded, understanding that the three types of tombs are a well-known rule among tomb raiders, likely passed down from my grandfather. The first type is the tomb of an immortal, the burial site of those adept in esoteric arts. These individuals, during their lifetimes, mastered various supernatural skills, and their tombs are often exceedingly perilous. I once heard my grandfather recount a tale about an ancient tomb, and a particular segment left a profound impression on me. The story unfolds during the late Qin dynasty, featuring two inconsequential petty thieves who aspired to commit grave robbery. They were acutely aware of their limitations and understood that they could not hope to unearth the grand tombs of nobility. Hence, they set their sights on the burial sites of affluent merchants. After much deliberation, these two miscreants decided to target a cemetery located just outside the city, known as the Liu family tomb. This site was originally the resting place of a prominent Lu clan, but as time passed, the descendants had long since vanished, leaving the vast expanse of graves neglected and transformed into a disordered burial ground. This chaotic burial ground was divided into two sections. The southern part was a genuine necropolis, teeming with unmarked graves. Wild dogs roamed freely, and bare bones were exposed to the elements. In contrast, the northern section was relatively well-preserved, featuring several large tombs, likely belonging to local residents of the Lu family. The two thieves examined the inscriptions on the tombstones, intent on selecting a lavish grave to plunder. After a thorough inspection, they ultimately chose the tomb of a Taoist priest. The inscription revealed that this priest, also bearing the surname Lu, had once resided in the capital at the Baiyun Temple, later entering the imperial palace to oversee celestial phenomena and divination as part of the esteemed Bureau of Astronomy. He had held a modest official position during his lifetime and was interred in his ancestral tomb upon his death. With this knowledge, the thieves concluded that among the graves, this priest was the only one who had held an official post, and it was said that a lean camel is larger than a horse, suggesting they might unearth something of value. Under the cover of night, they set to work, preparing to dig for treasures. As previously mentioned, ordinary folk typically excavate a square pit to place a coffin and cover it with soil. This is referred to as a grave. Those of slightly higher status might excavate a larger pit, surround it with tomb bricks, and include some burial goods, thus creating a tomb. Meanwhile, the elite would construct even grander mausoleums, complete with intricate mechanisms and hidden crossbows, elevating their final resting places to the status of grand tombs. Beyond that, the royal families would carve out mountains and establish elaborate mausoleums, which could not merely be termed tombs, but rather sepulchres, akin to the likes of the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. The tomb chosen by the two thieves was modest, with a shallow burial chamber. They fumbled in their efforts and could not even create a proper entrance, resulting in a haphazardly excavated hole. After dismantling the thin layer of outer tomb bricks, they entered the main chamber. Inside lay a genuine vaulted ceiling, surrounded by scattered porcelain and paintings, items that, in that era, held little value. Dismissing these trinkets as the best treasures typically resided within the coffin, they recklessly opened the coffin only to discover a skeleton clad in a Taoist robe, clutching a beautifully carved jade disc depicting the yin-yang and dragon motif. This jade disc was a remarkable find, and elated by their discovery, the duo intended to flee through the hole they had previously dug. However, upon turning, they were astonished to find another coffin before them, containing a skeleton in a Taoist robe, identical to the one behind them. Observing their surroundings, they realized everything remained unchanged, as if they had not turned at all. The two individuals found themselves in a state of bewilderment, believing they had merely muddled their way and turned to the wrong place. Thus, they turned back, only to be confronted once more by the ominous coffin, still ensconced in the same eerie surroundings. Instantly, terror gripped them, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. It became apparent that no matter how they turned, they could not escape the coffin's presence. Irrespective of the direction taken, they remained unerringly aligned with the casket. Overcome with fear, they soiled themselves, hastily returning the jade disc and fervently bowing and swearing never to return. They replaced the coffin lid, and, only upon truly turning around, were they able to escape. Emerging from the pit, they filled in the grave and vowed never to engage in grave robbing again. In retrospect, they regarded this as a legendary experience, often bringing it up in conversation. That diminutive Taoist tomb, devoid of complex mechanisms or hidden crossbows, exuded an air of the supernatural. It was evident that the tomb's occupant had employed some arcane art during their lifetime. If such peculiarities existed in a mere small tomb, one could only imagine the extent of the enigma surrounding the likes of Su Fu. Thus, within the realm of mushroom foraging, the most forbidding sites are those of immortal tombs, for the spirits of their occupants are notoriously formidable, regardless of one's experience as a grave robber. Encountering various oddities within could lead to dire consequences, leaving one oblivious to the manner of their demise. The second type of tomb to be avoided is the joint burial site, which does not merely refer to the resting place of couples, but rather one that contains the remains of children alongside them. Such tombs are rare, yet they do exist. Imagine a family of 3, 4, or even 5, all interred together, blissfully unaware of their mortal demise, their spirits perhaps unwilling to depart, lingering in the tomb for eternity. should grave robbers intrude. They would find themselves beset by the united spirits of the family, and no matter how skilled one might be, they could easily be overwhelmed. The final category we refer to as ominous tombs, characterized by unfavorable geographical positioning and adverse feng shui that may lead to unforeseen calamities. However, perceptions of danger vary greatly. Those with courage may dare to explore, while the faint-hearted will refrain. For instance, the Sufu tomb we currently occupy, if not for the fire path that alters the flow of energy, would indeed be classified as a genuine ominous site, one I would likely avoid to evade unnecessary trouble. Initially, Professor Lin was apprehensive due to the tomb's association with the immortals, which prompted him to include me, along with Tofu and Gu Wanmin, who was brought along as an afterthought. Tofu, my devoted follower, and Gu Wanmin, the leader of this endeavor, all belonged to a supportive role. However, upon arriving at this location and witnessing the bizarre and eerie curse, Professor Lin, being a fundamentally honest and compassionate individual, feared that any strange occurrences might implicate us, leading him to utter a series of nonsensical remarks urging us to halt our progress. Nonetheless, having now heard the curse's contents, the three of us have inevitably been ensnared within it, rendering any further deliberation moot. To be candid, I have faith in curses, yet I harbor no fear of them. Having been cursed since birth by the specter of the netherworld, I am, after all, thriving quite well. Tofu, upon hearing this, remarked, Sufu is truly lacking in integrity. Upon arriving in Japan, he has cast aside our Chinese tradition of hospitality and even dares to curse us. What nonsense about eyes and gates. It seems nothing more than a ruse. Grandpa Do has faced the pit before, and I am no longer the naive youth I once was. Such trivial tricks will not intimidate me. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden crackling sound echoed in the ears of the assembled crowd, akin to the friction of some heavy object. Being seasoned veterans, they recognized this sound as the very one they had previously heard when pushing the stone door. The noise emanated from behind us, and when I turned to look, I was startled to find that the stone door, identical to the one leading to the fire passage, had just closed on its own. I could not help but recall the last words spoken. All doors leading to vitality shall be shut. Tofu stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard, rendered speechless. In an instant, the tomb chamber was enveloped in silence, the surrounding mercury shimmering softly under the radiance of the pearl, while the shadowy areas resembled black scales, flickering like a pair of blinking eyes. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, everything seemed amiss. Who had closed the stone door? Could it truly be due to the curse? At that moment, I was facing away from the door, but the robots were positioned opposite, thus they faced the door. I sought their confirmation, hoping for a credible explanation. Robot 4 was at a loss for words, eventually stating, it closed by itself, as if an invisible hand were pushing it. What shall we do now? My mind was in disarray, and I could not help but exclaim, you are the officials and thieves. Think of a more official solution. The robots exchanged glances, and finally, Robot 1 suggested, let us use explosives to blow it open. Tofu immediately gave a thumbs up, declaring, excellent idea. At a critical moment, employing force is essential. I responded, in that case, let us not concern ourselves with how the door closed. We should proceed according to our original plan and seek the main tomb. The only path before us lies through that archway, devoid of a door, which is also obstructed by mercury. We will need to employ the same method to reach the opposite side. Once again, the robots took the lead, but this time, as Robot 4 climbed atop the tomb, his form suddenly halted, his head tilting back in a peculiar manner, as if he had something to convey to us. Then, I noticed Robot 1's eyes widen distinctly, realizing he was not gazing at us, but rather at the bronze tripod beside us. This bronze tripod, approximately 2 meters tall and unsealed at the top, had previously been regarded merely as a ceremonial vessel, and we had not paid attention to its interior. Now, I realized that Robot 1 was intently observing the inside of the tripod. Chapter 58. By Su, had he discovered something? A flicker of curiosity surged within me, and I stood on tiptoe to peer into the bronze vessel, only to find it utterly empty. What was Robot 1 gazing at? It seemed merely a fleeting episode, as Robot 1 swiftly lifted its head and began to crawl towards the opposite bank. In no time, it reached the entrance of the passageway and, employing the same method, constructed a rope bridge to transport the gecko's paw we required. Following the previous method, everyone soon ascended to the other side. At this moment, as we shifted the beams of our flashlights, the chamber behind us, illuminated by mercury and pearls, gradually dimmed. This tomb, modeled after the mausoleum of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. What purpose did it truly serve? Why did Su Fu design his burial site in such a manner? And what of the curse and illustrations on the cauldron? Particularly that final image of a divine being bestowing a crown. Are they genuine or mere fabrications? These enigmas lay before us, yet we were devoid of any clues. Preoccupied with thoughts of the curse, the group heightened their vigilance, illuminating the path with flashlights as the 4 robots, stationed at the corners, forged ahead while we remained at the center, advancing towards the passage's end. The tomb corridor measured approximately 4 meters in width, its entrance arched, while the interior adhered to a standard linear structure, composed of black tomb bricks, leading to an unknown destination. During this course, Professor Lin provided his analysis regarding the patterns on the bronze cauldron, sharing his insights. In ancient times, the concept of divine right was paramount. If our prior conjectures held truth, then Su Fu, over 2 millennia ago, upon landing on Japanese soil, would have employed a ruse of divine legitimacy to gain the people's allegiance and establish his authority. While the first 7 illustrations appeared credible, the final one was deemed dubious, a deceit orchestrated by Su Fu to fortify his newly established kingship. Naturally, such a deception must remain undiscovered. Recorded as truth even posthumously, historical records abound with similar instances of unreliable accounts unearthed during archaeological endeavors. Through Professor Lin's expert exposition, the group began to comprehend. And at that moment, the corridor reached its terminus, revealing a gray stone door. Upon sighting the door, an unsettling sensation enveloped us, attributed to a relief carved onto its surface depicting a colossal eyeball. As multiple flashlights illuminated this eye, it coldly gazed upon us, evoking thoughts of Su Fu's curse. Could the eye mentioned in the curse refer to this very depiction? If these sculpted false eyes were indeed the source of the curse, they held no power over us. The group, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure and prepared to open the tomb door. During the Qin dynasty, theft prevention mechanisms were relatively rudimentary, unlike the more elaborate and lethal traps developed in later periods. Qin-era traps primarily consisted of concealed blades and crossbows. With the right knowledge, they could be easily navigated. Although the stone door appeared formidable, it was constructed using primitive stone technology, which we adeptly deciphered. Upon opening the door, I had anticipated another tomb chamber behind it. But to our astonishment, we discovered an expansive chamber so vast that even the flashlight beams failed to illuminate its boundaries. Left and right were devoid of endpoints, and the ceiling remained unseen. Stepping inside felt akin to being engulfed by darkness. Professor Lin, visibly astonished, remarked, "What an enormous tomb chamber." Tofu cast a glance around, failing to spot any burial items, the ground barren and desolate. He remarked, "What purpose does this vast space serve if nothing is placed within it?" As he spoke, he swung his flashlight and ventured forward. Tofu, emboldened by the support of others or perhaps by sheer numbers, exhibited remarkable audacity. Alone in this place, he would have turned into a quivering coward, too fearful to swagger about so brazenly. Just as I intended to caution him against wandering aimlessly, given the expansive emptiness and potential traps, he exclaimed, "There's a tree here." Nonsense, I thought. Where could a tree possibly exist in a tomb? As Tofu had ventured quite far, his flashlight illuminated a distant area, revealing an object that stood tall, resembling a giant tree trunk. The others were astonished and hurriedly approached him. Upon reaching his location, multiple flashlights converged, clarifying the shape of the so-called tree. It turned out to be a massive stone sculpture. While it resembled a tree, it was not entirely so. The height was indiscernible due to the lighting, but a colossal stone pillar, large enough for 7 or 8 individuals to embrace, rose in the center, with smaller branches sprouting around it. Tofu likened it to a tree, though I felt it bore more resemblance to the wooden stumps used by ancient martial artists for training. What purpose did such a large stone pillar serve here? At that moment, Gu Wanmin, with keen eyes, squinted upwards and said, "It seems something is placed atop that branch." Robot 1 declared, "I'll take a look," and promptly began to ascend the pillar. Moments later, he descended, holding an object, a dark, iron-clad wooden box. Due to its age, the iron covering had rusted away, and a small copper lock shaped like an animal's head adorned the box. The lock was intricate, and the box felt heavy in my hands, suggesting it contained something valuable. Tofu, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and said, Thanks to the sharp eyes of the beautiful Gu, let us open it and see what's inside. Robot 1 nodded, retrieved a chisel, and struck the copper lock, which fell to the ground with a clatter, causing the wooden box to spring open automatically. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Could there be a mechanism at play? But the proximity left us no time to react, and hiding was out of the question. When the box opened, I anticipated hidden traps to spring forth, yet there was only silence within. Peering inside, I was startled to behold a peculiar, diminutive human face, adorned with an eerie smile, gazing back at us. The sudden appearance of such a bizarre visage from the small box left us all unnerved. Tofu even jumped back, seeking refuge behind me, too frightened to show his face. I felt my heart race and my legs weaken, but upon a closer look, I realized something was amiss. The face was not real, but rather painted inside the box. The face was rendered in a greenish hue, with an unusually long nose and skin that resembled the withered bark of a tree, featuring only a single eye that fixated on us. The grotesque mouth of this almost human-like face split into a strange grin, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The nose may be tolerable, and the single eye might be acceptable, but it is the mouth that leaves an indelible impression. Its mouth protrudes, resembling a trumpet, within which lies something akin to a serpent's tongue, the nature of which remains a mystery. Beyond this, the wooden box contains nothing else. Professor Lin adjusted his glasses, gazing intently at the peculiar visage on the box, and remarked, "This appears to be a bishu, a creature from Japanese folklore that traverses the realms of yin and yang." The Japanese are a rather peculiar people. Rather than revering deities and spirits, they prefer to believe they inhabit a world teeming with monsters. This has inspired a plethora of films centered around these beings, leading us to refer to their culture of spirits as yokai culture. Anything that defies common understanding is dubbed a yokai. Professor Lin explained that the bishu is indeed one such entity. Duan Fei and Wu Sidong, evidently lacking familiarity with this concept, posed a question. Does the bishu truly exist? Why is it found within Su Fu's tomb? Does this imply that Su Fu and his companions witnessed this creature during their journey to Japan? What significance lies in depicting the bishu in this manner and placing it upon this strange stone pillar? For those of us engaged in treasure hunting and mushroom foraging, the significance of these inquiries may seem trivial. However, for archaeologists, the implications are quite different. Wu Sidong's flurry of questions was, in fact, quite astute, and Professor Lin acknowledged the merit of his inquiries, stating, "This is precisely what perplexes me." Robot 1 pointed upwards and remarked, "I observed from a height that this location is approximately 20 meters high. We must have entered the heart of the mountain. This stone pillar extends all the way to the top, where many similar wooden boxes are placed. I find it curious that apart from the painting of the bishu head, this box contains nothing else. What purpose does it serve? Is it intended to startle tomb raiders upon opening, much like before?" The group exchanged puzzled glances. Unable to decipher the situation, Professor Lin decided to leave the box for future study. As we prepared to continue our search, Duan Fei wrinkled her nose and remarked, "There seems to be a fragrance. Since we were all wearing gas masks, we were not particularly sensitive to odors, and I was unsure how Duan Fei detected it. However, her comment piqued my curiosity, prompting me to remove my mask. Upon doing so, I was indeed enveloped by a potent fragrance emanating from the wooden box in Professor Lin's possession. This is bad. I hastily donned my mask again, exclaiming, "This object emits a peculiar scent. It may be toxic. Everyone, please keep your gas masks on." Gu Wenmin's expression turned immediately to concern as she inquired whether I felt any unusual sensations after inhaling the gas. Fortunately, my exposure had been brief, and I felt no adverse effects. Thankfully, we had our masks. Otherwise, we might have been in serious trouble. Hearing this, Professor Lin had no choice but to set the wooden box aside. The group then shifted their focus away from the central pillar, dispersing to search the vast space in hopes of discovering a path to the main tomb. Scattered about, with fewer people around, Tofu became timid, closely following me like a tail. Together, we sought the west, traversing the path with a flashlight sweeping the surroundings, yet discovering nothing. Chapter 59, Plunder. Tofu lamented, "This Su Fu is rather stingy. He constructs such an expansive place merely to house a few poisonous wooden boxes. A few rustic chickens and dogs would suffice. At least they could fetch a bit of money for cigarettes." As we approached the end, we encountered a formidable tomb wall, its dark green bricks seamlessly interlocked, ominously blocking our passage. Consequently, Tofu and I decided to veer along the wall, preparing to explore other areas. At that moment, I spotted a fire dragon on the tomb wall. This so-called fire dragon was merely the illumination apparatus surrounding the wall, with a lamp groove every few meters, each connected by slender seams filled with lamp oil. When lit, one lamp groove would ignite the others, casting a circle of light akin to a fire dragon. A flicker of joy surged within me as I remarked, I wonder if the lamp oil inside is still usable. If we ignite the fire dragon, our visibility will vastly improve. I reached for my lighter, only to find it missing after a prolonged search. I recalled that it was a lavish purchase, over 1,000. Impervious to gentle breezes and light rain, capable of burning for 3 hours. I had cherished it dearly. How could it have vanished? Tofu, perhaps sensing my distress, produced his plastic lighter worth a mere 1 yuan, suggesting, use this. Have you seen my lighter? I inquired. Tofu replied, ah, that one? I haven't seen it. I scrutinized his obviously deceitful expression and said, confession brings leniency. Resistance incurs severity. After a moment of hesitation, Tofu confessed, I gave it to Old 4. I was bewildered, knowing he referred to Robot 4, and asked, why would you give my possession to someone else? Upon hearing this, Tofu's demeanor shifted to one of pride. It's a long story. You remember that day I was eager to hear Tofu's rationale for parting with my most prized possession. However, just as he began to explain, a sudden, piercing scream shattered the darkness. The hoarse, aged voice belonged to Professor Lin. This was bad. Something had gone awry. Tofu halted mid-sentence. We exchanged horrified glances, and without a word, we dashed towards the source of the sound. It was in the southeast, somewhat distant from where Tofu and I stood. Upon arrival, we found the others already gathered, with only Wu Zedong slumped on the ground, Professor Lin nowhere in sight. I inquired, where is he? Tofu asked, what happened to the old professor? The rest, evidently just arriving, were equally perplexed. Robot 1 immediately crouched down, lifting the dazed Wu Zedong, whose expression had twisted in distress, and demanded in a stern voice, where is Professor Lin? No, Wu Zedong replied, his tongue stumbling and his expression filled with terror. The teacher was walking ahead, and I was following behind, when suddenly a dark shadow emerged from the wall. The teacher turned around and pushed me, causing me to fall to the ground. In that moment, I couldn't see clearly, and then the teacher vanished. A dark shadow? It emerged from the wall. Tofu swallowed nervously, glancing cautiously around. Could there be a soft dumpling in this place? I too was uncertain. Wu Zedong seemed utterly paralyzed by fright, beads of cold sweat dotting his face, leaving him at a loss. I said, everyone, pay attention to the walls. We must find Professor Lin. The scream we had just heard left me feeling uneasy. If we did not act swiftly, Professor Lin might be in grave danger. The group immediately reorganized, pairing off into twos to search for Professor Lin's whereabouts. I focused my attention on the wall Wu Zedong had mentioned, my mind racing with various hypotheses. What could possibly emerge from the wall? It seemed only a soft dumpling could explain such a phenomenon. Yet we had not even encountered a single corpse. Where could such a dumpling have originated? Even if it were true that a soft dumpling had taken him, there should be some clue left behind, right? How could a living person like Professor Lin vanish in such a bizarre manner? I pondered. Could there be some mechanism within the wall? As I was not particularly skilled in dealing with such devices, I wished for the presence of someone like Feng Guisho. However, the 4 robots, being officials, should have learned some techniques in mechanism arts. I summoned Robot 4, instructing him to inspect the wall before us. He shrugged, indicating it was a trivial task, yet to my astonishment, instead of feeling the surface like Feng Guisho would, he produced a device from his equipment bag and began scanning the wall. Robot 4 explained, this is an air defense detector. The tomb wall should be solid. But if there are any mechanisms set up here, they would leave some gaps during installation. This device can detect those. Could it truly be that remarkable? Would all of Feng Guisho's rigorous training be rendered pointless? Tofu and I exchanged glances, likely thinking similarly, and allowed Robot 4 to continue his detection. Based on Wu Zedong's earlier description, the area we needed to scan was not extensive, and soon enough, he had a thorough understanding of the wall's composition. Robot 4's expression grew increasingly grave, and ultimately, he shook his head at us. Just as I was about to speak, a sudden scream pierced the darkness, causing my heart to leap, for the voice belonged unmistakably to Gu Wenmin. In an instant, I felt a rush of heat flood my eyes. A surge of adrenaline coursing through me, and Tofu shouted in alarm, "This is bad. Something has happened to the beautiful goo. Our reaction was swifter than that of Robot 4. We bolted toward the direction of the sound. This time, the source of the cry came from the northwest. At that moment, Gu Wanmin was paired with Robot 1, who was notably skilled. In my personal interest, I had naturally ensured that Gu Wanmin stayed close to Robot 1. Regret now envelopes me. I should have ensured her continuous presence by my side. Upon our arrival at that location, the response of Robot 1 starkly contrasted with Wu Xidong's earlier reaction. He exhibited a remarkable calmness and stated plainly, "Above us, those entities are sliding down the walls." I inquired, "What of the people?" Robot 1 replied, "They were seized at an astonishing speed. Our flashlight beams were utterly inadequate, illuminating nothing but an impenetrable darkness overhead, leaving us to wonder what lay concealed above." Fortunately, Robot 1's keen observational skills and composed demeanor provided us with valuable insights, unlike Wu Xidong, who was paralyzed by fear. In a flash, I recalled the fire dragon and promptly urged everyone to ignite it. As one flame flickered to life, it spread like wildfire, a tongue of fire leaping up the tomb wall with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, the entire chamber was illuminated, revealing its layout before our eyes. It was a vast rectangular tomb. At the center stood the stone columns we had previously observed, atop which rested those empty wooden boxes exuding an unusual fragrance. Above us, the tomb's ceiling displayed several circular openings, evidently man-made, resembling the lairs of wild beasts. Robot 1 remarked, "Those creatures likely emerged from those holes, able to glide along the walls, clawed but footless." Their form was elusive, and Officer Gu vanished from my sight in an instant. At this juncture, Dofu displayed remarkable courage, rolling up his sleeves and asserting, "The beautiful Gu and Professor Lin must have been dragged into those holes. We must devise a plan to rescue them." After Professor Lin's abduction, the young girl Duan Fei was visibly distressed, nearly in tears, exclaiming, "But it's so high. How can we ascend?" Dofu, quick-witted at that moment, pointed to the stone column leading to the tomb's apex and suggested, "We can climb from there." His words galvanized us. We could not afford to delay, fearful for Gu Wanmin and Professor Lin's fates. Without hesitation, we scrambled up the stone column, reaching the summit in no time. Surrounding the top of the column were several dark openings. I remained uncertain of the nature of the creature that had abducted Gu Wanmin. Yet it was clear that it was no mere soft entity. It was likely a creature dwelling in subterranean burrows. Upon reaching the top, I directed my flashlight into one of the openings, revealing a vertical shaft that twisted and turned, unmistakably the den of some animal. The aperture was just wide enough for a person to crawl through. I thought to myself, given the circumstances, I had no choice but to venture into this den of peril. I addressed the group. "The tunnels inside are likely interconnected. I have resolved to enter and search for them. Duan Fei, Wu Xidong, and Xiaodou, you three remain here. The rest shall accompany me to rescue them. Each of us will enter a separate tunnel to proceed. Any objections?" The four robots voiced no dissent. Under ordinary circumstances, Dofu would surely have accompanied me, despite his timidity. He was not one to abandon his comrades in their hour of need. Noticing that he had something to express, I urged him, "Stay here. These two comrades are cultured individuals, neither skilled with blades nor adept with clubs. Should any trouble arise, it is you who must step forward. Our equipment remains here. It is imperative that you guard it well, for the responsibility is great and the journey long." Upon hearing my words, Dofu could only nod in agreement. The four of us, along with the robot, then proceeded to split up, armed with firearms, and began to delve into the cave. I found myself puzzled by the creature the robot had described, questioning what it could be and why it would reside in a tomb. Generally, ancient burial sites tend to attract subterranean fauna. Over time, geological shifts may reveal openings, allowing creatures such as snakes and weasels to inhabit these ancient crypts. After all, the structure of a tomb is often quite comfortable and requires little effort to access, making it a natural dwelling. If I were to encounter a giant python or the like, I would not be surprised. However, what could possibly possess claws but no feet, able to glide along the walls? Nothing in my recollection matched such a description. Chapter 60. Ambush. The tunnel was exceedingly narrow, just wide enough for a single person to pass. Crawling within, it was difficult to maneuver effectively. My gas mask prevented me from detecting any foul odors. Yet the cave was somewhat damp. After a short while of crawling, I came across interconnected passages. It seemed my assumptions were correct. These tunnels indeed linked together. Unsure of which path to choose, I ultimately decided to follow the direction from which Gu Wanmin had vanished, winding my way through the tunnels for about 40 meters. Ahead, the cave appeared to widen, and at that moment, I spotted a figure. That exquisite, curvaceous form could only belong to Gu Wanmin. Joy surged within me as I hurriedly crawled towards her, all the while remaining vigilant for any lurking creatures that might suddenly appear. However, upon reaching her side, there was no sign of danger. I sighed in relief, thinking it best to act quickly and get her out of here. But the confines were too tight for me to carry her. I could only drag her out, though it would be preferable if she could rise and walk on her own. I crawled to her side and called her name, but Gu Wanmin remained unresponsive. Remembering how both she and Professor Lin had fallen silent after a single call, a chill ran through me, and I feared she might have met with foul play. In a flurry of urgency, I removed her gas mask and checked for signs of breath, relieved to discover she was still alive, likely having lost consciousness. I pinched her philtrum while softly calling her name. This technique proved effective. Her eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, her voice hoarse and weak as she uttered, "Qin Shi Huang." I replied, "Do not speak of anything right now. Do you have the strength? I cannot carry you in this place. You must rely on yourself to leave." Gu Wanmin furrowed her exquisite brows, making an effort to rise, but ultimately shook her head. Her breath labored as she said, "It is the beard." "The beard?" I was taken aback. "You mean the creature that captured you has a beard?" Gu Wanmin nodded weakly and said, "That peculiar face was separated from me by a layer of a mask. There was no mistaking it. It had a tongue that could penetrate human flesh. When it stung my neck, I fainted. Where's this place?" As she spoke, she anxiously surveyed the dark, narrow surroundings. I let out a bitter laugh and replied, "This is likely the cave of the Baisu." At this point, it dawned on me that the black box atop the stone pillar probably contained no toxic gas. That strange fragrance might very well be the lure for the Baisu. Had Su Fu constructed this place to attract these creatures to guard the underground palace? This method was truly insidious. I immediately checked Gu Wanmin's neck, and, indeed, there was a swollen area resembling a bite mark, only larger, akin to a red lychee, standing out starkly against her pale skin. That tongue must have had something to induce paralysis. Gu Wanmin found it difficult to move. I could only say, "Bear the pain for now. I will drag you out." Gu Wanmin nodded resolutely, a faint smile barely gracing her lips. However, for some reason, that smile abruptly froze. Her eyes, once sparkling with mirth, suddenly widened as she stared intently behind me, her lips trembling slightly. My mind was quick to grasp the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, I drew my firearm and fired a shot. Bang! The gunshot was followed by a shriek from behind, and a viscous liquid splattered onto my neck. I hastily crawled forward while firing backward, only turning to look once the screeching sound had ceased. At that moment, Gu Wanmin and I were pressed closely together, her gentle warmth seeping through our thin garments. Under normal circumstances, such proximity would surely stir feelings of desire, but now, as we breathed in unison, our focus remained steadfastly on the rear, where something lay motionless, seemingly lifeless, having been struck down by my shot. Had Gu Wanmin not reacted swiftly and my reflexes not been sharp, we would have been oblivious to that creature's approach until it was too late. Gu Wanmin, pinned beneath me, seemed to struggle for breath, weakly pushing against me, which helped me regain my composure. I realized we could not linger here. I needed to retreat. But the lifeless creature blocked our escape. The entrance to the cave was relatively spacious, leading somewhere unknown, and I hesitated to advance. However, before I could waver for long, I heard a dull gunshot echo through the cavern. Due to the labyrinthine nature of the cave, pinpointing the sound's origin was challenging. It appeared that one of the robots had encountered danger as well. Yet, I wasn't overly concerned for them. Those four were highly trained professionals. My primary worry was how to extricate the incapacitated Gu Wanmin. At this juncture, there was no choice but to push forward. With the rear exit obstructed, I resolved to venture ahead, as these caves were interconnected, and I was certain an exit would soon present itself. Just as I was about to begin moving Gu Wanmin forward, I suddenly spotted something. At the corner before the cave, a dark object emerged, almost imperceptible in the dim surroundings. Had I not been particularly vigilant, I might have overlooked it entirely. However, my heightened awareness led me to discern it immediately. The shadowy form twitched slightly before becoming still. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a tail covered in scales. Turning my gaze, I noticed that the lifeless creature on the ground also bore a similar tail. A chill ran down my spine as I pondered the implications. These entities possessed the capacity for thought, and they had been lurking in ambush. Had I failed to notice that small dark tail, or had it not moved just then, I might have unwittingly led Gu Wanmin directly into danger. I could easily envision the scene of us crawling to that spot, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a creature resembling a baisu. The deceased baisu lay face down, obscuring its features from my view. Yet the mere recollection of the terrifying image we had seen in the wooden box was enough to send shivers down my spine. This creature bore a resemblance to a snake, with two elongated, otter-like claws near its head, its body cloaked in scales. A bizarre sight indeed. No wonder the Japanese referred to it as a yokai. This creature was likely a unique regional specialty of Japan, one I had never encountered back home. Gu Wenmin, following my gaze, was equally taken aback, clearly having made the same discovery. She fell silent, her eyes conveying a message. What should we do? After some contemplation, I concluded that hiding was not a viable option. We had to confront the threat head-on. The baisu's method of attack involved delivering a paralyzing bite to its prey. With only my neck exposed, I turned to Gu Wanmin and said, "I need to borrow your clothing. Take it off quickly." Gu Wanmin, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" I replied, "I will wrap my neck and deal with that creature." Although Gu Wanmin was typically quite generous, she appeared momentarily dumbfounded, her mouth agape and speechless. I understood that my request was somewhat unreasonable, yet given the life-or-death circumstances, further hesitation could prove fatal. The structure of the cave suggested that there were likely many baisus. If we delayed any longer, they might congregate. Thus, I suggested, what if I just close my eyes? Seeing my determination, Gu Wanmin sighed and said, "Go ahead and undress. No need to close your eyes, just stay vigilant." I was elated. It was a small blessing amidst the peril. I promptly began to remove her shirt, noting that she wore a rather thin blouse underneath. Excitedly, I fumbled with the buttons, only to find myself stunned halfway through, exclaiming, "But there's another layer." Beneath the blouse, a white camisole concealed her form entirely. With a calm demeanor, Gu Wenmin shot me a glance and remarked, "It's to prevent any accidental exposure." I inquired, "Aren't you hot and all that?" Gu Wenmin replied, "If I didn't wear so much, you would feel the heat." I chuckled, surprised by her playful banter, which lightened the atmosphere somewhat. I then removed her outer blouse, wrapped my neck securely, drew the dagger from my waist, and began to crawl towards the ominous direction. I summoned every ounce of my concentration and heightened my alertness to the utmost degree. As I reached the corner, the creature indeed lunged forth unexpectedly. With swift reflexes, I pivoted and captured it beneath my grasp. The creature, sensing its peril, began to thrash violently, its serpentine, slippery body writhing beneath me, provoking an unsettling sensation that raised goosebumps upon my skin. Wasting no time, I directed my right hand toward its neck and struck twice with my dagger. At last, it lay still, dark crimson blood oozing from the wound. Upon closer inspection, I finally discerned the creature's visage. Although it was undeniably grotesque, it lacked the terrifying countenance of the face depicted on the wooden box. Perhaps that representation had undergone some artistic manipulation, rendering it eerily bizarre. In contrast, the being before me, while exceedingly unattractive, elicited no further discomfort. Having dealt with this creature, I hastily dragged Gu Wenmin forward. As the numbing effects began to fade, she soon asserted her ability to proceed and slowly crawled behind me. Shortly after, I perceived an opening descending ahead, presumably the exit located atop the grave's wall. I had prepared a rope beforehand, promptly fastening it to my dagger before plunging the blade into the cavity. The soil here was firm enough to bear the weight of a person. Next, I secured the rope around Gu Wanmin and lowered her first. The moment her feet hit the ground, the others below immediately sensed the situation and rushed over from the stone pillar to assist. Just as I prepared to descend the rope, I felt a sudden pat on my shoulder. Who could be behind me? Startled, I spun around, instinctively aiming my weapon at the source, only to find nothing but emptiness. If that were the case, who had just touched me? Was it merely a figment of my imagination after crawling for so long in the subterranean darkness? Chapter 61. Encirclement, Part 1. As I turned back, not spotting anything amiss, I began to doubt whether my nerves had frayed enough to conjure such illusions. The individuals below, noticing my prolonged inactivity, beckoned me to descend swiftly. As I twisted the rope, preparing to vacate the cavern, my shoulder was abruptly struck again. This time, It was certainly no illusion, for I glanced sideways and immediately perceived the object resting upon me. It was not something that had crept up from behind, but rather something descending from above. Yet, this cave was exceedingly narrow, with earth directly overhead. How could anything be there? A chill ran down my spine as I looked up, drawing my dagger in a mere instant. Before I could fully comprehend the situation above, a shadow lunged at me with alarming swiftness. Reacting instinctively, I recoiled, forgetting that behind me lay the downward passage. In an instant, I lost my footing and plunged headlong into the abyss, hurtling downward. In that fleeting moment, I heard the startled exclamations from the others below. It was imperative to note that the top of this grave stood approximately 20 meters above the ground. Should I fall, I could either face severe injury or, if fate were unkind, meet my demise. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts surged through my mind. At that moment, I realized that in the face of death, I neither pondered the curse of the myriad demons nor contemplated a resurgence. Instead, the images that flashed before me were of two individuals, Gu Wenmin and Dofu. It became clear to me that I could not bear to part with those I cherished and my comrades. This fleeting contemplation lasted but a moment. Just as I believed my brain would splatter and my head would spill blood from the fall, when suddenly, my descending body was jolted by an unseen force. The impact was substantial. I heard a crack, and the direction of my fall abruptly shifted, propelling me sideways. This collision significantly mitigated the force of my descent. So when I hit the ground, though my entire body ached, I had suffered no grievous injury. I was aware that someone had saved me under such force. I had been forcibly knocked away, and it was likely that the rescuer bore the brunt of the impact. Ignoring the pain coursing through me, I hastily scrambled to my feet. Glancing aside, I beheld another figure sprawled on the ground, clutching their hand and wailing, "It hurts so much. Oh no, my hand is broken. How can I paint now?" I instinctively knew that Dofu had intervened to save me. Otherwise, I would not have been able to rise. Observing Dofu's state, it was evident that his hand was in distress, and I felt a surge of emotion welling up within me. I rushed over and asked, "How are you? Let me see." His hand was not broken, but it seemed to be dislocated. "Do not worry, it can be treated, and you will still be able to paint," I reassured him. Upon hearing my words, Dofu seemed to find some solace. Yet the pain was evident as cold sweat glistened on his forehead. Weakly, he remarked, "Old Chun, even if you go bankrupt, there is no need for such drastic measures. If you must end it all, you need not come crashing down upon me. Had I not reacted swiftly and pushed you aside, my neck might have been broken." I replied, "So it was merely self-preservation on your part. I thought you were acting selflessly. In that case, I need not express my gratitude." Despite my words, I understood that even if Dofu's intentions were to save himself, he could have easily evaded the situation. Yet, he chose to push me aside, and I recognized that he had indeed saved my life. However, this was not the time for gratitude. Addressing the looming threat above us took precedence. Illuminated by the fiery dragon, the numerous black apertures in the tomb's ceiling resembled monstrous mouths gaping silently at us. From the hole through which I had fallen, a shadowy figure lurked, motionless, undoubtedly observing us and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, I could not fathom what it was anticipating. Gu Wenmin, ever astute, remarked, "It seems they are fearful of the firelight." Dofu's arm was entirely incapacitated. Any movement caused him excruciating pain, and he would need Professor Lin to realign it. If Professor Lin did not arrive, even if his arm were not currently damaged, it was bound to suffer in the coming days. I turned my ear to listen for the movements of the robots, hoping they would swiftly rescue Professor Lin. Upon hearing Gu Wenmin's words, Duan Fei exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, "Fortunately, we ignited the fiery dragon. Otherwise, if those creatures emerged from the hole, it would be utterly terrifying." As she spoke, an unsettling sensation gripped my heart, and I felt something was amiss. Assuming that these creatures were lured here by the fragrance emanating from the wooden box, proliferating within the tomb of Su Fu to form a barrier against grave robbers, it would be reasonable to conclude that the architect of the tomb was aware of the creature's fear of fire. If this were the case, why then did he leave behind the fire dragon, granting us a means to combat the creatures? Were I in his position, I would certainly refrain from designing a fire dragon here. Should any grave robber enter, they would surely be besieged by the creatures. Was the tomb owner's design intentional, or merely a momentary oversight? Lost in thought, I suddenly heard the sounds of several robots near the stone pillar. They leapt forth from the openings beside the pillar. with Robot 1 dragging along another figure, Professor Lin. Robot 1 shouted, "Run! Those beings are coming down." Their movements were remarkably agile, and in no time, they descended from the pillar and rushed toward us. Dofu, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, "There's no need to fear. Ignite the fire dragon. Those creatures are afraid of fire, and won't dare descend." Indeed, Gu Wenmin's analysis proved accurate, for shortly thereafter, we noticed a new presence emerging from the previously dark openings. From our current distance, only a shadow could be seen, suspended upside down at the entrance. Gazing down at us from the darkness, the sensation of being scrutinized by countless eyes sent shivers down my spine, prompting me to wonder, could the eyes mentioned in the curse refer to these creatures? This tactic is truly insidious. Without the fire dragon, the entities from the cavern above would surely plunge down upon us, paralyzing us completely. Would we be doomed? At this moment, Gu Wenmin was able to stand unaided. "This place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart," she urged. Although the tomb chamber was spacious, it was thoroughly visible from end to end, and aside from the passage we arrived through, there seemed to be no other exits. To leave, we would have no choice but to retrace our steps. My gaze instinctively turned toward the passage we had entered. A chill crept up from the ground, for the stone door had inexplicably closed on its own, identical to the previous stone door. When had it closed? I was unaware. Who had shut it? I also did not know. However, it was evident that everyone had noticed. A heavy atmosphere settled over us, and I suspected they were all contemplating the implications of the curse. Dofu spat in frustration, cursing vehemently, then addressed Robot 4. "Brothers, stop dawdling. Wasn't there talk of explosives earlier? Our dear professor has lost consciousness. Our lives hang in the balance. So let us not concern ourselves with the preservation of ancient architecture. We must blast the stone door open." Robot 1 glanced at me, clearly seeking my approval. I nodded, affirming, "Let us proceed as Dofu suggests. We cannot afford to hesitate." At this moment, Professor Lin, covered in dirt and scratches, was being carried on Wu Zedong's back. The group made their way toward the stone door, and amidst the jostling, Professor Lin groggily awoke, uttering his first words, "Fire, fire." Fire? What about fire? At that moment, the group had gathered at the stone door, while Robot 1 was busy preparing the explosives. Demolition is a skilled endeavor. It is not merely a matter of placing explosives and concluding the task. It necessitates precise measurements according to the circumstances. A moment's inattention may lead to an excess of explosives, resulting not in the destruction of a tomb entrance, but in our own peril. While the robots were preparing for the detonation, I leaned closer to Professor Lin and inquired, "What fire?" Professor Lin, perhaps dulled by age, was slower in his recovery compared to Gu Wenmin, and his speech was somewhat halting, stammering "fire, fire, fire" repeatedly, which was exasperating. Instinctively, I glanced at the fire dragon etched upon the tomb wall and was taken aback. I realized that the flames within the dragon had diminished by half unbeknownst to me. Was the oil running low? Before the fire dragon extinguished, we needed to vacate this chamber. Otherwise, should those bearded entities ensnare us, even our numbers would be inadequate to withstand their assault. As I pondered, an unusual sound suddenly pierced the silence of the tomb. It was difficult to describe, resembling both the sound of wind whistling through crevices and the mournful wails of a woman. In such an eerie setting, this sound sent shivers racing down my spine, even causing the movements of the 4 robots to cease. Robot 1, ever vigilant, scanned the surroundings and queried, "What is that sound?" Wu Zedong, supporting Professor Lin, swallowed hard and replied, "I don't know. It's unclear where it's coming from." Gu Wenmin tilted her head, closed her eyes to listen intently, and warned, "I fear the approach is not benign. Everyone be cautious." Without needing further prompting, everyone immediately grasped their weapons, be it daggers or firearms, casting wary glances throughout the chamber. The origin of the sound remained indistinct, as though a female specter were drawing near, instilling an unspeakable dread. Unbeknownst to us, we instinctively formed a circle, backs pressed together. Only Dofu remained unarmed due to an injury in one hand, which he had to support with the other, rendering him the most vulnerable among us. Observing the motionless robots, he exclaimed, "You 4 should cease your idle delays and proceed with the demolition. This place is cursed. Let us exit and regroup before making further plans." 3,000 votes have been reached. I had not anticipated such swiftness. It felt as if in the blink of an eye, it was time for another update. Each update brings a mixture of melancholy and joy, as it signifies a day spent before the computer, bidding farewell to friends. The time for an update is both loved and loathed. I simply wish to ask, dear friends, can we defer? All right, enough of that. Little Knife has gone to dinner. After dining, I shall continue the arduous journey of writing Chapter 3. Based on my typing pace, I expect Chapter 3 to be updated around 4 to 5 o'clock. So feel free to refresh frequently. Haha, I am curious who will claim the sofa this time. Amidst the chaos, I couldn't help but raise my voice, urging everyone to continue their support. Those who cast their votes daily are bound to find fortune on their way out. Once we reach 20,000 votes, I shall reward you with 2 additional chapters on that very day. However, we are still 7,000 votes short, and at the current pace, we shall soon reach our goal. With a bow, I prepare to exit, as my mother, armed with a ladle, seems poised to reprimand me. Farewell, everyone. Chapter 62. Enclosure, Part 2. The 4 robots, upon this reminder, ceased their fixation on the sound and exchanged glances, indicating that this matter was now mine to handle. They promptly returned to their explosive preparations. Just as Dofu finished speaking, before the robots could resume their tasks, the ominous sound intensified, as if the previously mournful voice of a woman had been startled into a piercing shriek, one that caused a sharp pain in my eardrums. In that fleeting moment, my heart clenched, for the fire dragon in the tomb suddenly extinguished, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, accompanied by that ear-piercing scream. The entire tomb was enveloped in darkness. I could not fathom the cause of this occurrence, nor the source of that sound, yet I understood that it boded ill, for above us lurked a group of menacing creatures. I shouted urgently, "Activate the light source, quickly!" Regrettably, our solid fuel had been depleted in the maritime disaster. Otherwise, it could have served us well now. The flashlight emitted no heat, likely offering little deterrence against the creatures above. As our light source flickered to life, a faint sound reached my ears, a soft pattering akin to an animal crawling on the ground. Dofu's voice trembled with anxiety as he declared, "They must be coming down." With the fire dragon extinguished, even with the light source, our visibility had drastically diminished. Apart from the area immediately surrounding us, the rest lay cloaked in darkness. I was acutely aware of what lurked within that obscurity. Everyone's hearts raced, fixated on the slightest movements around us. Suddenly, I felt a chilling sensation around my ankle, as if something cold had brushed against me. I instinctively looked down and beheld a gaunt, dark claw, reminiscent of an otter, gripping my ankle. Beneath that claw was a serpent-like creature, slowly raising its head. Its murky single eye fixed upon me, and its elongated mouth appeared grotesquely deformed. A Bishu. I gasped in shock, taken aback by the creature's swift movement and stealthy approach, having silently infiltrated our refuge. Though I am typically courageous, my heart raced in fear. Yet, in the next moment, I resolved that fear would be of no use. Without further ado, I raised my free foot and brought it down upon that abhorrent head. I possessed little knowledge of Bixus, only that their tongues could pierce human skin, injecting a narcotic venom. However, I remained uncertain of their feeding habits or any other means of attack. However, this creature possessed slender, delicate claws, a small toothless mouth, and seemed to lack any real offensive capability. As long as I avoided its bite, I believed I would be unharmed. Yet, I was gravely mistaken. When my foot inadvertently crushed its head, it exploded, revealing a shocking truth. Its internal tongue was surprisingly alive. At the moment of its demise, that crimson tongue thrashed violently, piercing into my ankle. The skin there was not as calloused as the soles of my feet. It was merely a thin layer of flesh, and in an instant, the tongue struck, inducing a sharp pain and itch that swiftly radiated throughout my entire body. Soon after, I found myself devoid of any sensation. To be precise, I remained conscious and aware, yet outside of that awareness, my body felt as though it had been subjected to complete anesthesia, rendering my sensory nerves entirely ineffective. At that moment, I finally managed to observe the remains of the creature I had crushed. How could its head be shattered while its tongue still posed a threat? As I gazed upon it, a chill ran down my spine. Though the creature lay still, that vivid tongue continued to writhe, and in mere moments, it detached from the corpse and began to slither across the ground. Gu Wunmin gasped, "My goodness, they are indeed separate." Professor Lin, panting heavily, remarked, "This is a parasitic organism." Just as he spoke, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. The segment of the tongue that had been writhing on the ground suddenly leaped with astonishing force. And in the instant Professor Lin opened his mouth to speak, it darted inside. The scene transpired so swiftly that almost no one could intervene, especially since I was rendered immobile. Damn it, I should have never removed his gas mask. Dofu cursed, perhaps recalling that only Professor Lin could realign bones. In a moment of panic, he thrust his uninjured hand forward, seizing the tail end of the tongue just as it was about to disappear into Professor Lin's mouth. He yanked it out with all his might, flinging it to the ground and viciously trampling it until it was utterly obliterated. I knew Dofu's courage well. I couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect, saying, "Little Do, you have truly impressed me." The moment Dofu released his grip, his other hand throbbed painfully. His breath became erratic, and cold sweat dripped from his brow. "What a pity I couldn't capture such a valiant moment," he lamented, quickly cradling his injured left hand. It was then I realized that we had nearly been encircled by the creatures. In the dim light, shadowy figures crawled towards us, seemingly endowed with their own consciousness. Some moved cautiously and slowly, while others acted swiftly and unexpectedly, reaching our feet in the blink of an eye. Had we not been prepared, we would have surely met our demise. Yet, I pondered how long we could endure. If they all attacked at once, the situation would be dire. At that moment, Professor Lin regained some composure and said, "The entities within the mouths of these creatures appear to be a rare type of parasite. These soft-bodied worms are prone to dying easily, which is why they reside in the creatures' mouths, employing their venom to hunt. We must avoid being bitten by them." At this moment, the actions of the 4 robots had already been interrupted. A thought struck me, and I shouted at them, "Use explosives to blow them apart." Number 4 replied urgently, "No, the weight hasn't been properly distributed. It could lead to disaster." I countered, "By the time you allocate it, we may all be dead. Forget it, just detonate." Professor Lin did not oppose my suggestion. Seeing the situation, the robots gritted their teeth and swiftly began to throw explosives. These were akin to grenades, capable of being disassembled and filled by themselves. They had already prepared several earlier and now hurled them into the densest shadows of darkness. A series of explosions erupted, sending clouds of dust and flying debris throughout the tomb. In an instant, the darkness was thick with smoke, rendering the flashlight's beam completely ineffective, plunging the surroundings into further chaos. I found myself immobilized, my flashlight lost in the tumult. The world before me was shrouded in profound darkness. The only sounds that reached my ears, apart from the echoes of the recent blasts, were a cacophony of footsteps accompanied by startled cries. "Not good, there's one here. Help." The last voice I heard was that of Gu Wanmin, followed by a hand grasping my arm amidst the confusion. Although the hand was clad in a rubber glove, I recognized it as hers, slender yet strong, firm and reliable. "Can you move?" she asked. "I cannot," I replied. Without hesitation, Gu Wanmin slipped her arm under my shoulder, seemingly intent on assisting me to my feet. However, after only a couple of steps, I felt an additional hand on my shoulder. It was delicate and small. Certainly not human. It was a tentacle. A jolt of alarm coursed through me. Just as I was about to alert her, Gu Wanmin evidently sensed it too. The hand supporting my shoulder abruptly flung the tentacle away, causing me to tumble to the ground. The smoke lingered in the air, and all I could hear were the cries of others, interspersed with sporadic gunfire. Then, Robot 1 called out, "Gather. Find a wall and regroup. Don't run around. I'm talking to you, Wu," came the voice of Robot 2. The scene around me was utter chaos. Lying on the ground, I was utterly unable to move, my vision obscured by the haze of explosives. Everything appeared blurred, and I could not even discern Gu Wenmin's whereabouts. A sense of dread enveloped me. Had the beautiful Gu fallen victim? Had that tentacle that emerged from behind harmed her? If I remained in this position without assistance, I feared I would soon be dragged back to their lair by some tentacle. In desperation, I shouted for help, and just as I did, I heard Dofu's voice nearby. "Old Chun, where are you?" This was followed by a loud crash, likely from him stepping on something explosive again. Dofu's performance today had truly impressed me. It is said that a person's potential is brought forth under pressure. In ordinary circumstances, this lad would have been too frightened to even move. In mere seconds, Dofu found me, lifting me with his intact right arm and sprinting in a direction that seemed to lead toward a safe gathering point designated by the robots. As he ran, panting heavily, he said, "At a critical moment, who else but me would come to your rescue? From now on, please call me Duke Do, and never again Little Do. That name belongs to the little pug my neighbor had when I was a child." I said, "Xiao Do, you have shown remarkable bravery this time. Henceforth, I shall address you differently. Very well, Xiao Douyi, I continued. Have we taken a wrong turn? Look ahead. Upon hearing this, Doufu focused intently, and suddenly halted in his tracks, quickly grasping my arm as we began to retreat. Before us, the ground had become obscured by several dark figures. Their grotesque heads tilted back as they appeared poised to pounce upon us. These creatures, with bellies as glossy as wax, could dart forward in an instant. In a moment of desperation, Doufu pushed me backwards and advanced to confront them. I stumbled back, landing heavily on the ground, my head spinning as I questioned whether I had sustained a concussion. For several seconds, my ears and eyes ceased to function, and only after a brief interval did my hearing return. I immediately called out for Doufu, but this time, he did not respond. A chill gripped my heart as I pondered. Had Doufu sacrificed himself heroically to save me? At this thought, my eyes brimmed with tears, and a tempest of rage surged within me. I vowed that if anything befell my brother, I would willingly forfeit my life, determined to unleash all the explosives and drag those wretched creatures down with me. Chapter 63. The secret chamber. The cacophony around me was overwhelming, and Doufu remained unresponsive. Panic surged within me as I struggled, though fortunately, the paralyzing effect of the creature, while swift, was not long-lasting. I began to crawl, albeit unable to rise. The air was thick with dust, and without a flashlight at hand, visibility was poor. I could only vaguely discern several clusters of light nearby, likely the dispersed group of people. I crawled towards the nearest glow, aiming to rejoin the crowd for safety. However, just as I had moved a few paces, I suddenly heard a cry from Duan Fei in the darkness. Had something gone awry? Drawn by the sound, I instinctively turned towards the source, only to see the light extinguish rapidly, followed by a series of panicked exclamations. It seemed that, aside from Bishu, there was another unforeseen calamity. Despite my urgency, my body responded sluggishly, compelling me to continue my advance as planned. At that moment, a pair of feet halted before me. It was Gu Wanmin. Her gas mask was smeared with blood, bits of flesh clinging to it, and her once beautiful face was now unrecognizable. Panting heavily, she hastily wiped her mask and swiftly helped me to my feet, saying, "We must hide. Xiaodou, he is in trouble." A foreboding sense of dread surged within me as I questioned, "What has happened?" Gu Wanmin replied, "He has undergone animalization." This revelation, known only to Doufu, myself, Professor Lin, and Gu Wanmin, struck my heart like a heavy blow as she whispered those words. She continued, "He has completely lost consciousness, yet he does not attack us. He has been relentlessly assaulting Bishu." It appears that Gu Wanmin was contemplating something, as his face beneath the transparent cover revealed a look of disgust. I could not help but recall the gruesome demise of the 3 Japanese individuals, leading me to ponder, could it be that Doufu is gnawing on those wretched beings? Not only Gu Wanmin, but even I felt a wave of nausea rising in my throat. I hastily inquired, "What is the current situation?" Gu Wanmin explained that everyone had gathered, and Doufu, having undergone a transformation, was now remarkably fierce, moving with extraordinary speed, making it difficult to catch sight of him once he dashed away. However, the number of those vile creatures had gradually diminished, and it seemed they had retreated entirely. Of course, this was merely speculation, for the smoke within the tomb was still thick, obscuring visibility. Perhaps more of those creatures lingered nearby, hidden from our view. After a moment, with Gu Wanmin supporting me, I arrived at the gathering point where nearly everyone was smeared with blood and remnants of those creatures. Even with gas masks on, the faint scent of blood was unmistakable. Robot 1 wore a grim expression and questioned, "What is going on?" Turning to me, he added, "It seems you are concealing something from us." I realized that this matter could no longer be kept secret and was about to confess when Professor Lin preemptively recounted the entire sequence of events. I was uncertain how the robots would react, and I heightened my vigilance, thinking that if they turned against me, I would need to act first. Indeed, although the robots had generally been amicable, the stakes regarding the team's safety shifted Robot 1's demeanor. He said to me, "In that case, you should not have followed us outside the tomb." This incited my anger, and I retorted, "Are you turning your back on us? Without my involvement, you would still be outside fumbling with that faulty equipment. Let me clarify, while I do not deny that we carried the virus, my brothers have yet to harm anyone in the team. Do you think you could stand here debating with me without his assistance? Could you handle those dreadful creatures alone?" Robot 1 furrowed his brow and replied, "Qin Shi, I understand your perspective. We are not heartless, but the greater good must prevail. I hope you two can leave and wait for us outside. Duan Fei could not contain herself and exclaimed, Brother Do is a good person. However, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly fixated on something behind me, letting out a blood-curdling scream, her expression filled with sheer terror. As if she had encountered a ghost. My heart leaped, and I turned swiftly to discover a figure standing behind me, drenched in blood, with eyes glowing eerily green, covered in dismembered flesh, and drooling from a wide-open mouth like a zombie emerging from the depths of the earth. Yet that face was unmistakably Dofu. His silent and sudden appearance in such a grotesque form startled me, explaining Duan Fei's fright. Clearly, Dofu had yet to regain his senses. He made a few biting motions before lunging at me. My strength had returned somewhat, but I was still weak. Dofu's push sent me crashing to the ground. He then mounted me, lowering his head as he aimed to sink his teeth into my neck. At that very moment, I heard the curse of Robot 1, followed promptly by the sound of a gun being chambered. A chill ran through me as I realized their intention was to fire upon Tofu. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Do not shoot." At that instant, someone reacted swiftly. Before Tofu could bite me, they seized him by the shoulders and lifted him up. The newcomer was Robot 4, who emotionlessly declared, "Human flesh is not palatable." Tofu, bursting with strength, struggled fiercely. Observing this, the others quickly converged to subdue him. Just as they intended to bind him with rope, Tofu suddenly tilted his head and bit down hard on Robot 4's hand, tearing away a piece of flesh. The pain was unbearable. Even Robot 4, with his military background and unflappable demeanor, let out a cry and released his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Tofu kicked out, sending the others sprawling. A flicker of rage ignited in Robot 1's eyes, and with a twitch of his lips, he raised his gun, preparing to pull the trigger. Words failed me in that moment. My body instinctively moved before my mind could catch up, positioning itself in front of Tofu. Many might deem this action unworthy. After all, Tofu often brought me trouble, and having him around was seldom of assistance. If he wasn't causing chaos, it was a blessing. Yet, I would forever remember standing in the sweltering sun at the construction site when I was 14, having gone an entire day without food. And it was Tofu who scaled the wall to bring me instant noodles. I ended up with a stomachache after consuming them, for they were expired, and at that time, Tofu was merely a wealthy heir, unfamiliar with shopping, having forgotten to check the production date. In life, one may encounter many friends. However, some friends can share hardships, but not the luxuries of life. My journey through the past decade has been tumultuous. Yet this brother of mine has remained steadfast through both adversity and prosperity. How could I abandon him? When I saw Robot 1 preparing to fire, my mind momentarily froze. And instinctively, I shielded Tofu. It seemed even Robot 1 struggled to regain control. In that critical moment, he was unexpectedly pushed by Gu Wanmin, standing nearby. The push caused the gun to discharge into thin air. I breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, I was drenched in sweat. It was only then that I remembered there was a deranged Tofu behind me. I turned quickly, only to find he was no longer there. As the dust settled, I noticed a dark hole on the ground ahead. How could there be a hole? When did it appear? Was it caused by explosives? I was astonished to discover that beneath this tomb, there lay an entirely different realm. My heart raced as I hurriedly approached the blasted hole. Soon, the others also noticed it and gathered around. At the entrance, we discovered a trail of blood, likely left by Tofu. Had he entered this hole? Gu Wanmin shone a flashlight downward, revealing what appeared to be a square tomb chamber, with our hole conveniently located against the wall. Tofu must have descended along the wall, leaving behind a vivid trail of crimson. I declared, "Let us descend and search for him." The robots remained silent. Among them, Robot 2 was tending to the wounds of Robot 4, who seemed quite displeased, for he shared a close bond with Dofu and had suffered a bite that took a chunk of flesh. Anyone would be enraged under such circumstances. I heard Robot 4 exclaim, "What lies beneath?" Professor Lin furrowed his brow and replied, "It appears to be a secret chamber." Gu Wanmin gazed at me with concern, saying, "You were far too impulsive earlier. I nearly had a heart attack." Unable to restrain myself, I squeezed her hand and said, "Thank you for saving me." Gu Wanmin looked somewhat irritated, staring at the dark chamber below, and finally sighed. If Xiaodo continues in this state of confusion, and there happens to be a hidden mechanism or a crossbow down there, it could spell disaster. My heart raced at the thought. I dared not delay and declared, "I am going down to search for them. If anyone is reluctant, they may stay behind. We shall split up. I do not wish to impose." By this time, Robot 4 had bandaged his wound and said, "What do you take us for? We are soldiers, not thugs. In the heat of the moment, we may have acted inappropriately, but rest assured, I will accompany you to rescue them." Robot 2 added, "I will go as well." Robot 3 chimed in, "Count me in." Robot 1 did not voice his opinion, but had already begun to gather his gear. Professor Lin smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Good, in times of hardship, we must unite. Let us not delay any further. Hurry down to find them, lest we face dire consequences." At that moment, it seemed the creatures had retreated, frightened by Dofu's earlier display of ferocity, leaving behind only a ground littered with their remains. The chamber below was not high. The men jumped down first, followed by Duan Fei and Professor Lin, while Gu Wanmin, agile as she was, managed without our assistance. A distinct trail of blood marked the ground, guiding us in Dofu's direction. This chamber was stark and devoid of any significant items, making the bloodstain he left particularly conspicuous. He had not walked, but rather crawled, leaving a long trail on the floor, resembling a serpent's path. I had envisioned this scene before, but now that we had reached this point, a heavy dread settled in my heart, indicating that the characteristics brought on by the virus had intensified. Chapter 64. The dead. The group remained silent, avoiding the surrounding chamber's details. The chamber was empty, adorned only with some carvings on either side, but the urgency of rescuing someone took precedence. Even Professor Lin had no time to ponder its intricacies. We swiftly followed the blood trail, moving forward. Ahead lay a straight burial passage, at the entrance of which squatted a bronze female figurine, a six-armed lamp. She sat at the threshold, her elongated eyes alluring yet unsettling, for the bronze had tarnished, her face marred and decaying, evoking a sense of horror. Her 6 slender arms, devoid of bones, held up lamp slots filled with dark oil. The blood trail extended into the burial passage, and we hastened a few more steps, only to halt abruptly, fixated on the scene ahead, motionless. The ground was peppered with iron arrows, resembling a hedgehog, clearly indicating that the mechanisms here had been triggered. Not far away lay a figure, prone and riddled with numerous iron spikes. My legs weakened, and I felt as though the blood within me had congealed. My heart abruptly ceased its rhythmic beating, and my breath caught in my throat. Gu Wanmin stood beside me, her figure faltering, her eyes suddenly awash with tears that cascaded down her beautiful face as she choked out, "Xiaodou." Her voice trembled with barely suppressed sorrow. Although Gu Wanmin and I had known each other for only a brief span of 2 months, our shared experiences had forged a deep bond of camaraderie. Witnessing this tragic scene, even the typically composed Gu Wanmin found it hard to maintain her poise. She removed her gas mask and wiped away her tears. I fixated on the figure ahead, shrouded in the liminal space between light and darkness, surrounded by a faint pool of spreading blood, lying still and lifeless. 2 thoughts flashed through my mind in that moment. The first, that Dofu was dead. The second, that I was the cause of his demise. On the ship, 4 of us had removed our masks. Why was it that only Dofu succumbed to the animalized virus? I recalled the curse of the ghostly abyss. At that moment, I acutely felt the helplessness that my grandfather and Qin Shi Huang had once experienced. This curse dictated that anyone close to you would ultimately perish before your eyes. This realization was more agonizing than death itself. In that instant, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. My throat felt constricted as if a heavy weight had lodged itself there, rendering me speechless. By the time I regained my senses, I found myself unable to resist the urge to rush forward. Robot 1, quick to react, seized my arm, his voice hoarse as he cautioned, "Have you lost your mind? The mechanisms here may still be operational." My thoughts were in disarray. Had he not intervened, I would have charged ahead. Yet even now, halted in my tracks, I could not think clearly. After all, how could anyone remain calm when confronted with the lifeless body of a brother who had stood by them for over a decade? It was only when I noticed Gu Wanmin's shoulders trembling that I slightly regained my composure, unable to resist enveloping her in my arms. For a moment, silence enveloped us. The entire group rendered mute, as if the air itself had thickened with grief. After a brief pause, Robot 1 took the initiative, rummaging through his bag to produce an oddly shaped device that captured my attention. He explained, "This is the latest scientific innovation, a reconnaissance robot." The contraption resembled a round watermelon, with 2 metallic legs beneath it. After some adjustments, he placed it on the ground, and it began to move forward with a series of clicking sounds. Robot 1 elaborated. Once programmed, it adjusts its weight distribution to mimic that of an adult, making it effective for activating certain mechanisms triggered by pressure plates. Soon, the reconnaissance robot reached the corpse and halted, without triggering any other mechanisms in the process. Robot 1 nodded in approval, and the rest of us wasted no time in rushing toward the lifeless form. I found myself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by profound sorrow, to such an extent that my mind felt blank, incapable of processing any thoughts. It wasn't until I reached the body that I realized something was amiss. The clothing it wore was not Dofu's. Previously, the distance was great, and no one noticed anything amiss. However, as we drew closer, a sense of unease enveloped the group. Gu Wunmin rubbed her tear-stained, reddened eyes and expressed her confusion, stating, "This is not Xiaodou. The clothing is different." Wu Sidong gasped, observing, "The attire worn by this individual is identical to that of the 3 Japanese men we captured earlier." Upon seeing the corpse was not that of Dofu, I was initially taken aback, soon followed by elation. This tumult of emotions left me momentarily dazed, until Wu Sidong's words jolted my memory. Indeed, the clothing bore a striking resemblance to that of the 3 Japanese men. We had previously suspected those 3 might have accomplices, and it now appeared our conjectures were correct. The group exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the unsettling question: how did these Japanese individuals come to be in Su Fu's tomb? Were they perhaps fellow grave robbers? While Japan also has its share of grave robbers, I was unaware of their methods. Nevertheless, it seemed far too coincidental that we had both fixated on the same tomb. The situation felt excessively fortuitous, bordering on the bizarre. Professor Lin's gaze flickered with concern. Moments later, his expression shifted drastically, as if a realization struck him. "This is dire," he said. "Could it be that our plans have been compromised? This area is, after all, under Japanese control, and our archaeological endeavor has morphed into an illicit excavation. If our intentions have truly been divulged to the Japanese authorities, we are in grave peril." Gu Wunmin interjected, "That cannot be right. If our plans had leaked, we would likely have encountered Japanese troops or police attempting to apprehend us. These individuals do not resemble law enforcement." Wu Sidong nodded in agreement, casting a glance in my direction, remarking, "They appear more akin to those engaged in unsavory dealings." I understood that the young man was subtly casting aspersions, and under normal circumstances, I might have taken offense. However, given the urgency of our predicament, my thoughts were consumed by the immediate situation and the whereabouts of Dofu. I had neither the time nor inclination to spar with a hot-headed youth. Thus I dismissed his insinuations and proceeded to turn the corpse over, intent on uncovering the truth. Should there be others alive within this tomb, we would need to exercise utmost caution. The body, initially prone on the ground, lay bare before us once flipped, eliciting considerable fright among the group. The corpse's face was grotesquely mottled with dark purple livor mortis, a dense network of discoloration engulfing its visage. The tissues surrounding the eyes had begun to decompose, the dark red flesh swollen, and the eyeballs stared vacantly at us, instilling a deep sense of horror. Gu Wunmin, seasoned in such matters, stepped back, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "This individual has been deceased for quite some time. It appears these people arrived here before us." Wu Sidong gasped, directing his gaze at me. "From what entrance did they access the underground palace? They seem to have outpaced us. It appears your guiding skills may leave much to be desired." Professor Lin, having long recognized the friction between Wu Sidong and myself, had refrained from intervening, as the latter had not previously exhibited any egregious behavior. However, Lin's patience was wearing thin, and he admonished, "Sidong, how can you speak so? Throughout this journey, if it were not for Xiao Qin's considerable efforts, would you even be standing here?" Wu Sidong, chastened by Professor Lin's rebuke, lowered his head in silence. Yet I, perceptive as always, sensed a flicker of resentment in his eyes at that moment. A sudden jolt coursed through my mind as I pondered that Wu Sidong, harboring feelings for Gu Wunmin, might harbor some grievances against me. Yet, aside from his propensity for jealousy, the young man is quite commendable. Such an expression should not adorn his visage. Could it be that I had underestimated him, failing to discern the depths of his character? With this thought, I cast a more discerning glance at Wu Sidong, only to find that his demeanor had returned to normal. Were it not for my unwavering vigilance, I might have doubted my own perception. After Professor Lin concluded his remarks, I refrained from responding directly, instead choosing to redirect the conversation. "These individuals appear to be Japanese. Their reasons for being here elude me. However, it seems they too have encountered difficulties. as fellow travelers can often become adversaries. We must exercise caution and prioritize our search for assistance. Upon inspecting the corpse of the Japanese man, we found little of value aside from cigarettes and a lighter. However, Gu Wenmin, with her keen eye, noted a telling detail. There was no equipment bag in proximity to the body. Typically, when one descends into such depths, ample supplies are essential. At the very least, each person would carry a backpack. The absence of such equipment signified something noteworthy. Gu Wenmin hypothesized. Either an urgent situation caused him to lose his gear, or posthumously, his belongings were taken by someone. Robot 1 furrowed his brow and remarked. The latter scenario seems more plausible. His equipment was likely appropriated by accomplices who must have traversed this very path. His gaze shifted towards the foreboding passage ahead. At that moment, we found ourselves in the midst of the tomb's corridor, our flashlights illuminating the oppressive darkness that stretched endlessly before us. The ground was littered with short arrows, their tips still remarkably sharp after 2 millennia, embedded firmly in the stone tiles by the force of hidden crossbows. In the center of this arrow-strewn path lay a trail of blood, leading forward, as though something had crawled through, toppling the arrows in its wake. It was evident that it must be Tofu. What a false alarm this had been. Gu Wenmin exhaled deeply, stating, "Now that we've located him, I shall not impede your judgment on how to proceed." Despite her words, the previously stern expression upon her face had noticeably softened. The group, unwilling to squander further time, urged the pathfinding robot forward and hastened our steps in pursuit of Tofu's trail. The deeper we ventured, the more peculiar the tomb corridor became. As bizarre runes began to appear along the walls, crimson, as if painted in blood, crafted from some unknown material, vibrant even after 2 millennia. Robot 4 remarked, "Truly, the sorcerers have left their mark. The tomb is rife with such arcane symbols." Professor Lin's countenance grew increasingly grave, his voice low and resonant. In a celestial being's tomb, one can anticipate the most extraordinary occurrences. The profusion of these incantations is likely foreboding. Let us not underestimate the potential dangers that lie ahead. Chapter 65. 9 coffins. The peculiar talismans, bizarre and enigmatic, elude comprehension for those unversed in their mysteries. The tomb passage, shrouded in a profound stillness, stretches into the unknown, while the surrounding strange symbols exert an immense pressure upon us. An uncanny sensation envelopes me, as if these symbols possess a life of their own, watching us from the tomb walls. Perhaps I am not alone in this feeling, for the others frequently cast their gazes upon the inscriptions as well. Concerned for Tofu's safety, we dare not linger, and soon, at the passage's end, an opening emerges. It is a stone door, regrettably shattered halfway, likely the result of explosives. Duan Fei remarks, "This must be the work of the Japanese, showing no regard for cultural preservation." I reflect that the explosives we previously employed were far more potent, making discussions of artifact protection seem utterly absurd at this juncture. I refrain from engaging with Duan Fei's comment and hasten forward, following the bloodstains on the ground. However, at that moment, the blood trail abruptly ceases. Gu Wenmin beside me gasps in surprise, exclaiming, "It's gone? Did Xiao Dou suddenly vanish as he crawled here?" I fixate on the bloodstains, my mind conjuring the scene that might have unfolded. Tofu, crawling along the ground, would have left traces of blood, predominantly from the whiskers, and as he progressed, the stains would grow fainter. Could it be that by the time he reached this spot, he had wiped away all evidence of his injuries? That seemed improbable. It is inconceivable that not a single trace remains. A new hypothesis surfaces. What if Tofu regained his senses upon reaching this point and stood up? Where could he have gone? My gaze shifts towards the blasted stone door ahead, and I gesture to the others behind me to enter. Upon crossing into the burial chamber, we are startled by the sight before us. The dim beam of our flashlight reveals several ominous shapes, rectangular and about half the height of a person, distinctly several coffins. These are early Han coffins, differing in design from modern ones, being wider at the top and narrower at the base. As we enter the chamber, we find ourselves directly facing the heads of these coffins. On the base of the foremost coffin, a grotesque beast is painted in blood-red hues, its expression fierce, fangs bared. So lifelike it seems ready to leap from the coffin's surface. None of us anticipated encountering coffins so soon, and to our astonishment, there are more than just one. Counting from the central coffin before us, there are 4 on either side, totaling 9 ominous black coffins, silently resting within this chamber. The chamber itself is modest in size, easily illuminated by our flashlights, and we, being seasoned explorers, hesitate to advance recklessly upon sighting these peculiar black coffins. We remain at the entrance, waving our flashlights to survey the general environment of the tomb. In that instant, the peripheral light of my flashlight suddenly catches a figure standing in the northeast corner of the chamber. The individual, hidden in darkness for who knows how long, is a startling sight. I immediately call out, "There is someone over there. Everyone be cautious." If I am not mistaken, that is likely one of the Japanese responsible for the explosion. At my exclamation, the robots instantly raised their weapons towards that direction, while several flashlights simultaneously illuminated the area, revealing the shadowy figure concealed in darkness. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a life-sized figurine. This figurine bore a striking resemblance to the terracotta warriors of the Qin dynasty, standing tall and robust, with a solemn visage and wielding a long spear. Evidently a guardian statue that had stood in this underground chamber for over 2 millennia, safeguarding the 9 coffins within the tomb. A thought struck me, and I directed my flashlight towards the corresponding corner, only to discover another warrior figurine. Robot number 4 remarked, "Shufu harbors considerable ambition, having designed his tomb as a miniature replica of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. These 9 coffins should serve as burial companions." Duan Fei gasped in astonishment, contemplating the grand scale of a mere alchemist's burial, complete with 9 accompanying coffins, which was indeed remarkable. The number 9, being the utmost in singularity and the most precious among numbers, has historically conferred a sense of royal dignity, as in the saying of 9 fives for emperors, and the ancient tale of the 9 tripod cauldrons. Traditionally, the concept of 9 coffins as burial companions refers to the selection of one peer from each of the 9 clans, a practice prevalent before the Qin dynasty, reserved only for those sovereigns who aspired to dominate the realm. Even today, archaeologists have yet to unearth a true instance of such a 9-coffin burial. The existence of such elaborate burial arrangements in Shufu's tomb is indeed astonishing. Professor Lin appeared particularly exhilarated, stating, "Everything indicates that Shufu proclaimed himself emperor after landing in Japan. This affirms my prior hypothesis that the first group to set foot on this land was indeed the Chinese." In an instant, our attention converged on the 9 imposing black wooden coffins, which were grand in design, their lids tightly sealed and seemingly untouched by decay, as if time had come to a standstill upon them, with no signs of deterioration visible. Gradually, we entered the tomb chamber, which, under our illumination, was fully exposed. There were no other passages. The sole entrance was the stone door that had been blasted open behind us. Gu Wenmin immediately sensed something amiss, exclaiming, "The end of the tomb passage leads directly to this chamber, with no alternate routes. Where have the little doe and the previous Japanese individuals gone?" I shook my head, a sudden jolt of realization coursing through me. There was no place to hide here. Could it be that Dofu and those Japanese had? Everyone seemed to have arrived at this unsettling conclusion, their gazes drawn involuntarily to the massive coffins. At that moment, from the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of the guardian figurine, which appeared to have moved slightly. I thought to myself, how can a clay figure move? Am I imagining things? Generally alert, though puzzled, I heightened my vigilance, drawing my sidearm and cautiously approaching the warrior figurine. I kept my gaze fixed upon it, and it seemed to revert to its previous stillness. Moments later, I found myself standing face to face with it, secretly on guard while extending my gloved hand to touch it. The texture beneath my hand was cold and unyielding, resembling hard clay. Although this place had been well sealed in the past, the surface of the figurine had already begun to flake, and upon a gentle touch, numerous clay fragments fell away. The silent soldier figurine, with its solemn expression, added an air of gravitas to the eerie tomb chamber. I gazed intently at the figurine's face, pondering whether I had truly misperceived what I had seen moments ago. Just as I was lost in thought, something suddenly emerged from behind the figurine's head. It appeared instantaneously. Right before my eyes, a human head. Someone was hiding behind the figurine. Startled, I took a step back and instinctively raised my weapon, only to quickly realize that the figure lurking behind the statue was none other than Tofu. Initially taken aback, I soon exhaled in relief and called out his name. But he did not respond, seemingly unconscious. The others quickly gathered, having noticed the commotion. I disregarded everything else, calling out Tofu's name as I approached him, only to discover that he had somehow taken refuge behind the figurine. Positioned against the corner, the figurine created a triangular hollow space, in which Tofu was wedged, unconscious. Moments ago, as I was observing the figurine, his head had suddenly jerked to the side, causing him to spring forth from behind the statue and startling me greatly. I first checked for a pulse in Tofu's neck to confirm he was still alive, then hurriedly pulled him out. Among us were police and military personnel, all possessing basic first aid knowledge, but only Professor Lin was skilled in bone setting and pulse checking. He quickly examined Tofu, finding no major external injuries. Though the hand was quite serious, it had dislocated, and after transforming, he had crawled for quite some time with that hand, resulting in its current dire state. Professor Lin found some materials to stabilize Tofu's hand, wrapping it in a bandage and securing it around his neck. Guo Wenmin offered him some water, which had a remarkable effect. Tofu coughed a few times and expelled some blood-tinged phlegm, gradually regaining consciousness. It took him a while to focus his gaze, which eventually settled on me, standing the closest, and his expression turned tense as he remarked, "Old Chun, why do you look at me as if you intend to devour me?" At his words, I realized he was indeed awake. Tofu then scanned his surroundings, his astonishment palpable, and queried, "Where is this place? What happened to those creatures?" The others exchanged glances, understanding that Tofu had no recollection of the events following his transformation. I surmised that if Tofu were aware of how many creatures he had killed, he would be utterly disgusted. Thus, I hastened to speak before anyone else could, saying, "You were bitten by those creatures and fainted. We used explosives to uncover an underground chamber, and we have since left our previous location." Tofu, trusting my words, nodded, but then suddenly placed a hand on his stomach and said, "Why do I feel so full? It's as if I've overeaten and am about to be sick." Upon hearing this, I glanced at Duan Fei, who could no longer contain himself and turned away to vomit. I felt quite nauseated myself but could only deceive Tofu, saying, "It's a residual effect of the creature bites." "Residual effect?" Tofu asked, somewhat perplexed. Upon witnessing this, Gu Wenmin promptly joined me, stating, "I also experienced a similar sensation after being bitten. It's nothing to worry about. It should pass in due time." Tofu, easily swayed, nodded and glanced over at Duan Fei, who was retching nearby, and inquired, "What is wrong with her?" I replied, "She is probably pregnant. It's common for pregnant women to feel nauseous." Tofu was taken aback and exclaimed, "She is already pregnant? Who is the father? Old Chun, how could you be so inconsiderate? This must be devastating for the beautiful Gu." I found myself momentarily at a loss, unable to follow Tofu's train of thought, and thought to myself that this fellow had quite the imagination. What on earth was he talking about? I quickly shifted the topic, saying, "It's good that you're awake. I carried you the entire way and nearly exhausted myself. Let us focus on what really matters." The robot and Professor Lin, along with a few others, played along and refrained from exposing the absurdity, yet I couldn't help but notice Tofu's noticeably distended belly, which made my throat tighten. I mused that this was something he must never discover, or I feared he might be driven to a state of utter revulsion. Chapter 66. The one in the coffin. After successfully diverting Tofu's attention, the group shifted their focus to the tomb chamber we found ourselves in. There were no entrances or exits, and the previous lair above us also lacked any egress. This indicated that regardless of whether we ascended or descended, we had unwittingly entered a cul-de-sac. Structurally, this seemed implausible, as ancient practices dictated that one should treat the dead as if they were living. A tomb, often referred to as a yin residence, is a dwelling for the deceased. Yin residences and yang residences are intrinsically connected, and it would be unthinkable to construct a dead end in a place meant for the departed. Professor Lin suggested, "Perhaps there is a hidden passage here. Everyone should remain vigilant." Gradually, the group dispersed, cautiously searching for any potential mechanisms or secret pathways. At that moment, Gu Wenmin, with her keen eyes, suddenly exclaimed, "Come look at these strange patterns on the coffins." Our primary purpose was to explore the treasures within Su Fu's main coffin, so we had not paid much attention to the 9 accompanying burial coffins. However, Gu Wenmin's remark drew everyone's gaze toward her, as she pointed to the lid of one coffin and said, "Look, the figures carved on this coffin are truly peculiar. They resemble extraterrestrial beings." Following her line of sight, I couldn't help but utter a sound of surprise. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance to aliens. This was not my first encounter with ancient coffins. I had seen those adorned with auspicious beasts and celestial cranes, yet I had never before come across such bizarre human figures on a coffin. At the center of the coffin lay a diminutive figure, dressed in clothing that starkly contrasted with the flowing robes of ancient attire, appearing rather form-fitting, with hands resting upon its chest. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the hands were not on the chest, but rather positioned around the neck. I gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It appears as if it is choking itself." Gu-Won-min nodded, evidently perplexed, and soon others noticed that such bizarre figures were intricately carved on nearly every coffin lid, each exhibiting varying physiques, some robust, others slender, suggesting a mix of male and female forms. Gu-Won-min speculated, could it be that these carved figures represent the occupants of the coffins? Tofu remarked, are we to believe that the individuals here have suffocated themselves? That's absurd. It's incredible that this lad can still laugh. If he were aware of what transpired to him, he would likely be too terrified to even cry. For the sake of his mental and physical well-being, I have resolved to keep this matter concealed. Professor Lin adjusted his spectacles and stated, one cannot possibly strangle oneself. However, young Gu's words have prompted a thought. Observe the peculiar faces of these figures, elongated mouths and broad faces, resembling bizarre masks, perhaps indicative of some ritual. After death, might these individuals have been arranged in such a manner due to this ceremony? I mused to myself, impressed by his expertise. It was remarkable how much one could infer from a mere sculpture. Yet, what kind of ritual could be so peculiar? Deep down, I found Professor Lin's theory unconvincing, and thus refrained from engaging further, though a thought nagged at me. These 9 coffins are oddly positioned here, with no apparent passage ahead. Was this an intentional act by Su Fu? Did he harbor ulterior motives? As I pondered this, Tofu suddenly leaned closer to me, his intact hand gripping my arm tightly, suggesting he was somewhat anxious. He said, Old Chun, I disagree with Professor Lin. I replied, disagree if you must, but kindly refrain from clinging to my arm. You're a grown man. Don't you find that bothersome? It gives me goosebumps. Professor Lin, upon hearing this, inquired whether Tofu had a specific notion. Tofu nodded, replying, I do have a thought, but it feels rather chilling. Look at the strange masks on these faces. Do they not resemble our gas masks? As he uttered this, his voice trembled, evidently lost in a troubling association. However, this connection was indeed audacious. Instinctively, I glanced at the faces on the coffins and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, the mask worn by that figure bore an uncanny resemblance to a gas mask. No, it was fairer to say that the more I looked, the more alike they appeared, almost identical. Duan Fei, evidently frightened, spoke in a quavering voice, Brother Do, please refrain from such unsettling talk. Tofu's expression had turned grim. With a sorrowful countenance, he stammered, I am not speaking in jest. Scrutinize the figures on these coffins. 2 of them, with slender waists and ample bosoms, represent 2 women from our group. Could it not be you and the lovely Gu? I was taken aback, quickly verifying the carvings on each coffin. The sight was alarming. They matched Tofu's description perfectly. All 9 coffins bore figures adorned with what strikingly resembled gas masks, with 7 men and 2 women. Could it be that the occupants of these coffins are us? No, more precisely, might these 9 coffins have been prepared for us? I glanced at the others, and nearly everyone was drenched in cold sweat, their faces ashen. In that moment, the silence of the tomb was pierced only by our increasingly labored breaths. This notion was exceedingly bizarre. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that the masks bore such resemblance to gas masks. It is not uncommon in funerary customs for the deceased to wear masks during interment. Surely, we are overthinking this. I am a person who places great importance on reality, unwilling to be frightened by ethereal imaginings. Taking a few deep breaths to calm my racing heart, I said to Dofu, do not be so superstitious. By your reasoning, did Su Fu predict over 2 millennia ago that we would come to plunder tombs, and thus specially prepare 9 coffins for us? At this juncture, I recalled a flaw in the argument and added, moreover, we are not merely 9 individuals. There are 10 of us in total. 4 robots, Professor Lin, Wu Sidong, Duan Fei, myself, Gu-Won-min, and Dofu. Together, we make exactly 10. Even if Su Fu possessed the ability to foretell the future and had prepared coffins for us, the quantity does not align. Upon hearing this, the tension that had gripped the group began to ease. Robot 1 removed his gas mask and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stating, let us not frighten ourselves. Such conjectures are utterly absurd. Even if Su Fu were capable of calculations, surely he would not have only prepared coffins for us, especially considering the Japanese have intruded as well. Dofu, puzzled, inquired, Japanese? What Japanese? Gu Wanmin omitted his earlier mention of encountering Japanese corpses in the tomb passage, but upon revealing this to Dofu, he was immediately alarmed, exclaiming, "Those despicable Japanese are coveting our land, and now they wish to compete with us for mushrooms. We must not delay any longer. We must swiftly locate the main burial chamber. But wait, if this place is a dead end, where have the other Japanese gone?" Dofu's question struck a chord, and the group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At that instant, Wu Sidong suddenly pointed toward the coffin beside us, his voice tinged with panic and strangeness. Whispering, "Could they be inside? Don't you think this coffin is rather large? Surely it could hold more than 9 people." Dofu, already timid, was further frightened by Wu Sidong's remark, quickly retorting, "Don't speculate wildly. Are you suggesting that these Japanese climbed into the coffins themselves? They are not fools." Just as Dofu finished speaking, a sudden loud bang resonated through the dim tomb. The sound was deep and close, emanating from our right. We turned our gazes toward the source of the noise, where only a large, black wooden coffin lay. The sound had come from within the coffin. There was something inside. My immediate thought was, it has risen from the dead. Duan Fei and Wu Sidong, both novices who had only encountered dry bones, were rendered speechless by this bizarre scenario. In this critical moment, it was the military-trained Robot 1 who proved most reliable. He licked his lips, donned his gas mask once more, and signaled the group with 2 gestures. The first instructed us to retreat. The second called for his 3 comrades to regroup. The 4 of them moved in perfect synchrony, swiftly positioning themselves around the large black coffin. They remained still, weapons drawn, eyes fixed intently on the sarcophagus. The sounds from within the coffin continued to echo, as if something were pressing against the lid, desperate to emerge. Bang, bang, bang. In the stillness of the tomb, the sound sent shivers down my spine. Gu Wenmin leaned closer to me, her fear palpable. I gently patted her hand, attempting to soothe her. Dofu swallowed hard and said, "We've run out of glutinous rice. And there are no water buffalo horns prepared. The Zongzi are about to emerge. Old Chun, I'm currently injured. You must ensure my safety." I replied, "I only protect women. I bear no responsibility for men." Upon hearing this, Dofu immediately affected a higher pitch, saying, "Actually, I'm also a girl." Noting Dofu's fright, I responded, "All right, enough with the labels. If anything goes awry, you and Wenmin should hide and leave the rest to me." Dofu sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Old Chun. No more words, good brother." In the midst of our conversation, he wrapped his arms around me from behind. I was instantly incensed, exclaiming, "What the hell is wrong with you? Is this a time for jokes? Remove your hands." Just as I uttered those words, I realized something was amiss. Dofu and Gu Wanmin stood on either side of me, so how could he possibly have embraced me from behind? As this thought crossed my mind, I glanced down to observe the hands encircling me. Those were gnarled, dark, and greasy hands. No, more precisely, they belonged to a corpse. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, those hands exerted a sudden force, yanking me backward. The strength was tremendous, and in an instant, I felt my thighs pressing against the coffin behind me, followed by my entire body toppling backward. The sensation made it evident that the coffin lid had indeed been opened. At that moment, my legs were braced against the edge of the coffin, and due to the force from behind, I was helplessly falling into it. Chapter 67. The Headless Corpse. This scene unfolded with alarming speed. As I fell, those beside me hadn't even had the time to turn around. Then, I heard a muffled thud, and darkness enveloped me as it seemed the coffin lid had closed. Even with my mask on, I could distinctly sense the stale air within the coffin. Realizing the danger, I wasted no time and kicked the coffin lid with all my might. My physical stamina had always been commendable, having worked on construction sites in my youth and later traversed mountains for trade. I had never neglected my physical fitness despite a later life of business and socializing. With tremendous force, I struck the coffin lid, producing a resounding thud. The blow I delivered caused the recently closed lid to crack open slightly, but the coffin was made of an incredibly heavy material. Although my kick raised it momentarily, it soon fell back into place. In that fleeting moment of opportunity, I noticed a horrifying reality. Through the crack in the coffin, I saw that no one was outside. From the moment I was pulled into the coffin to the instant I kicked the lid, the entire sequence transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Prior to my entrapment, Gu Wanmin, Dofu, and the others had been standing by the coffin. How could they have vanished without a trace in such a short span? Under normal circumstances, upon discovering that I was trapped within a coffin, One would expect the crowd to gather around, preparing to rescue me. But where had they all gone? These thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant, only for the coffin to close tightly once more. Inside was engulfed in darkness, a peculiar odor permeating through the gas mask, striking directly at my consciousness. It was an unsettling scent, reminiscent of decaying flesh mingled with the mustiness of rotting wood, a nauseating blend. Had it not been for the mask that adorned my face, I feared I might have succumbed to the noxious fumes immediately. As this thought crossed my mind, suddenly, the hand that had confined me began to ascend from my chest to my face. A chill of foreboding gripped my heart, and I recalled the dagger I clutched in my hand. Without a second thought, I endeavored to pry the hand away, ready to strike with my blade as soon as it was freed. To my dismay, those hands possessed an immense strength, akin to iron shackles, rendering my struggles futile. In an instant, those hands reached my face. Despite the barrier of the gas mask, I felt as though those oil-slicked hands were caressing my skin. The situation was bizarre beyond comprehension. The corpse within the coffin had seemingly learned the art of ambush. A chilling realization dawned on me. What if the Japanese individuals who had vanished upon entering the tomb had not discovered a secret passage, but instead had been drawn into the coffin and met their demise? The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. I recalled the ominous patterns adorning the coffin and pondered, was this truly a coffin of 9 man-eating entities? Was the depiction of masked figures merely coincidental? Or did the coffin itself harbor some sinister secret? How could ancient artisans, over 2 millennia ago, have sculpted our likenesses onto the coffin? Something was amiss, transcending the bounds of rationality. I even began to question whether this was all a mere figment of my imagination. However, in my current plight, ruminating was futile. Escaping was of paramount importance. The next moment, those hands brushed against my mask, and I felt them begin to remove it. As the gas mask was lifted, my immediate reaction was to retch. No one could endure such a stench. It was as if one were lying among a heap of corpses. Alongside the odor of decay, there was an even more repugnant scent mingling within. Previously, the mask had provided a semblance of protection, but once it was removed, the stench surged into my nostrils, violently assaulting my throat and stomach. In an instant, I turned away to vomit. The scene was revolting. I lay there, retching, with the foulness splattering across my face. I wished to halt, yet the stench relentlessly invaded my senses. This was no mere unpleasantness. It surpassed the threshold of human olfactory endurance. In that fleeting moment, I instinctively held my breath, for I was convinced that if I continued to inhale that wretched aroma, I would face more than mere vomiting. It could very well lead to my demise. This was not a simple odor. It bore an essence akin to marsh gas, festering and ultimately yielding toxic fumes. This metaphor seems rather apt. In the fleeting moment of holding my breath, the sensation of nausea diminished significantly. The coffin was shrouded in darkness, a place I wished to escape from immediately, yet those hands continued to explore my face, smearing me with the viscous remnants of decay and the remnants of bile. I was uncertain how a person of sound mind would react in such a predicament. Perhaps, as Dofu remarked, I had become utterly perverse. Thus, aside from fear and revulsion, my predominant thoughts revolved around resistance. I am not one to await my fate passively. Years of survival have taught me that only through proactive measures can one seize greater opportunities. Those hands pressed forcefully against my face, fingers attempting to invade my mouth. I clenched my jaw tightly, feeling something beneath me. I was certain that beneath my body lay another person, presumably the one who had dragged me into the coffin. Initially, I had been momentarily startled, but now, in the depths of despair, a plan began to form. The notion of the deceased rising to attack is known as Sha, colloquially termed as zombie, while in the parlance of tomb raiders, it is referred to as hard zongzi. The intangible specters are generally referred to as soft zongzi. It is said that the reason a hard zongzi may rise is due to the local water and soil conditions. When the essence is deeply rooted, it stirs and manifests as a threat. Simply put, humans possess vitality, while spirits possess their own essence. When a zongzi rises, it is imbued with vitality and energy. This energy may arise from the local environment or be provoked by the living. Once the energy is released, the zongzi typically refrains from causing harm. This energy coalesced in my throat, and once I identified the right approach, it could be easily dealt with. These thoughts flickered through my mind in an instant. I had acquired experience over time, and now, I remained calm, refraining from futilely kicking the coffin lid. Instead, I gripped my dagger tightly. feeling the form of the zongzi beneath me in the darkness, preparing to strike at its neck. However, when I thrust the dagger, I found only emptiness. It was at this moment that I recognized the horrifying reality I had overlooked. My current position was akin to lying atop a hard zongzi, which restrained me with its hands. Logically, my head should have rested atop its head. Indeed, my occiput may well have been aligned with its nose. Under normal circumstances, my skull should have felt the hardness of another human head, as a human's head is solid, and a zongzi's head even more so. Yet, when I thrust, I did not strike the zongzi's neck. Instead, I discovered something was amiss. My occiput was not resting upon a disturbing human head, but rather upon something soft, akin to a shroud. Where, then, had the head gone? Could it be that the zongzi beneath me was headless? My heart raced, my first reaction being disbelief. My grandfather's notebook had clearly documented that incomplete corpses could also rise as zongzi, yet 3 types of bodies could not return to life, akin to the 3 no-go rules in the Xiangxi corpse transportation tradition. According to my grandfather's work notes, a headless corpse cannot rise, for it lacks a throat and mouth to contain its essence. The corpses struck by lightning are believed to be incapable of rising again, as the folk tradition in Xiangxi holds that such bodies have their souls scattered, rendering them impossible to summon. However, the perspective within the realm of tomb raiding diverges from this belief. Lightning, a manifestation of celestial authority, is said to evoke divine wrath, instilling fear in malevolent spirits. It embodies the righteousness of the 6 energies. A corpse that has been struck by lightning is filled with the essence of the lightning, a phenomenon I cannot clearly articulate. Yet my notes assert this fact. Enveloped in this electrical aura, no yin or yang energy can approach, ensuring that the corpse remains inert. In addition to headless corpses and those struck by lightning, a third category exists known as the extreme punishment corpse. This includes those who have been crushed to ashes, or individuals who suffered severe punishments in life, such as mutilation or amputation, making it exceedingly difficult for them to rise. Yet, at this moment, I could distinctly sense that the corpse beneath me lacked a head. How then could it possibly rise to harm me? An acute awareness of the situation's oddity enveloped me. But time was of the essence, leaving little room for contemplation. The hands, unable to penetrate my mouth, began to trail down my face. I could see nothing. My face was smeared with the oil and filth of decay, and I was holding my breath to the limit. The mere thought of inhaling the odor emanating from the coffin was enough to repel me from breathing. Yet, just then, those hands suddenly tightened around my neck. The force was so immense that it caused me to gasp in shock. It was not merely suffocation, but an excruciating pain in my throat. In such moments, instinct compels one to struggle, and I was no exception. As I fought back, I stabbed wildly beneath me with the dagger, but the corpse felt no pain, rendering my efforts futile as I could not locate its neck. In a whirlwind of agony and despair, I thought, could this truly be a headless corpse? Was I destined to perish at its hands today? My thoughts then turned to Gu and the others, sending a shiver down my spine. I mused that if I were to meet my fate, they would not abandon me, especially Gu and Dofu. However, the absence of any attempts to open the coffin suggested they too might be in peril. The eerie sight of the 9 coffins sparked a terrifying hypothesis. Had they, like me, been drawn into their coffins? No, I cannot succumb. First and foremost, I do not wish to die, and secondly, I must save them. Yet here I am, struggling for my own survival. What am I to do? Previously, I had feared that foul odor, refusing to breathe it in. But now even the desire to inhale eluded me. As I wrestled against the tightening grip around my neck, the pain intensified, my breath reached its limit, and the pressure in my lungs felt as though they might burst. Chapter 68. Yang blood in this desperate moment. A half-formed idea surfaced, though I regarded it as a mere conjecture, knowing not if it would bear fruit. But with life and death hanging in the balance, I had no choice but to try. Perhaps a glimmer of hope lay in attempting what seemed futile. I recalled the talisman my grandfather had crafted for me, a protective bracelet. While it appeared ineffective against the hardened corpses, there existed a folk custom in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions involving the wearing of accessories made from dragon wood, known as kaiyang. It is said that by dotting the dragon wood with chicken comb blood, one could enhance its mystical potency. In folklore, the blood of a rooster and that of a black dog are regarded as 2 potent talismans for warding off evil. The rooster, at the juncture of yin and yang, ascends to a high perch to crow, basking in the first rays of sunlight. Thus, The blood from the comb of a rooster is considered to be the essence of extreme yang, said to dispel negative energies and vanquish malevolent spirits, akin to the zongzi. Conversely, while the black dog possesses a somewhat lesser efficacy in repelling evil, it is believed to have the ability to pacify spirits while alive. In rural traditions, when a household dog gave birth to a litter that could not be sustained, it was common for many to cull some of the puppies. However, the black dog often emerged as the survivor. At this moment, I find myself devoid of both rooster blood and black dog blood. Nonetheless, I am aware that the human body harbors four substances, categorized into extreme yin and extreme yang. The substances of extreme yang are blood from the tip of the tongue and the urine of a prepubescent boy, while the extreme yin comprises hair and underarm hair. The reasoning behind the association of hair and underarm hair is intricate and merits further discussion. For now, let us focus on the tongue blood and the prepubescent urine. Despite my lifelong commitment to virtue, I am now 28 years old, and the essence of prepubescent urine has long since departed from me, rendering it useless in my current predicament. As for the blood from the tip of my tongue, it is more accurately referred to as heart blood. For in traditional philosophical beliefs of the unity of heaven and humanity, the tongue is associated with the heart, and thus tongue blood is deemed heart blood, the embodiment of one's vital yang energy, capable of vanquishing evil. This explains why, in numerous ghostly films, one often witnesses Taoist priests biting their tongues to spray blood at malevolent spirits when they find themselves outmatched. Although this may seem somewhat exaggerated, it is not without merit. In my present desperation, I resolved to take such a bold step, biting the tip of my tongue, prepared to gamble on a flicker of fortune. While my knowledge of these matters is largely anecdotal, I am acutely aware of one principle. In the customs surrounding tomb raiding, a corpse must not come into contact with the blood of the living, as this would result in a reanimation of the deceased. Furthermore, a zongzi that has encountered the blood of the living becomes even more malevolent. From this perspective, the act of spraying blood upon a zongzi, as described in folklore, stands in stark contrast to our established practices in tomb raiding. Now trapped within this coffin, devoid of options, I was left to resort to desperate measures, hoping for a stroke of luck. With resolve, I bit into my tongue, drawing forth a mouthful of blood to expel. Due to a lack of oxygen, my consciousness had become muddled, and I felt little pain when I bit my tongue, perhaps because the pain receptors were dulled by my oxygen deprivation. Once the blood was expelled, the grip around my neck loosened immediately, allowing me to instinctively draw breath, only to inhale the noxious gas once more, leading to a fit of coughing. Having previously purged most of the contents of my stomach, I was now reduced to dry heaving. However, I understood that I could not squander time on retching. I promptly turned over and sat up in the coffin. Many might assume that it is impossible to sit upright when confined within a coffin. Yet I find myself within a Han-style coffin, characterized by its square shape and ample space, particularly the larger models from the Qin and Han dynasties, which can be over half a person's height, allowing one to sit without striking their head. In contrast, the Manchu-style coffins, with their rounded tops, only emerged after the Manchu conquest and are relatively smaller, rendering it impossible for a person to sit upright within. As I forcefully expelled a mouthful of blood, I initially intended it as a gamble, never anticipating its efficacy. This prompted a profound reflection. As times evolve, we must not merely rely on the wisdom of our predecessors. Rather, we should embrace the spirit of innovation. It is indeed true. As our ancestors warned against allowing zongzi to be tainted by blood, not only did I permit it, but I also managed to thwart it. Upon sitting up, I dared not linger. I immediately summoned every ounce of strength to push against the coffin lid. This time, using both hands, my force was even greater than when I had kicked it before. Yet, to my astonishment, the coffin lid remained immovable, as if it were burdened by a colossal stone. A chill ran through me, and I pondered, could it be that a ghost was pressing down on the coffin? While many may have heard of the phenomenon of a ghost pressing down on one in their sleep, few are familiar with the notion of a ghost pressing down on a coffin. In times past, any occurrence deemed peculiar would lead people to attribute it to supernatural forces, often resulting in the summoning of so-called yin-yang masters to address such disturbances. These masters, while not strictly Taoist priests, possess certain skills for exorcising spirits and conducting rituals, primarily dealing with funerals, ancestral worship, and cemetery consultations. Upon receiving reports from the populace, these yin-yang masters, after accepting offerings of tobacco, alcohol, and tea, would consult their divination tools and declare that a corpse spirit was to blame. Zongzi, too, are classified into various grades, steeped in tradition, with some ancient zongzi capable of inciting floods, while others might bring droughts or pestilence, among other calamities. Once a yin-yang master confirmed the presence of a corpse spirit. They would lead the villagers in excavating the remains, as the phenomenon of a ghost pressing down on the coffin was assuredly effective. Zongzi are considered yin entities, wandering at night and lying dormant during the day. However, those buried deep within ancient tombs, sheltered by the earth's energy, are not bound by the constraints of day and night. Zongzi without grand tombs typically hide within coffins during daylight. The yin-yang masters would only confront the corpse spirit during the day, when the dead could not wreak havoc. Yet, the corpse spirit would not readily yield. Once the coffin was unearthed, it would employ the trick of pressing down on the coffin, rendering all efforts futile, no matter how one struggled or struck. The coffin would remain shut, impervious to all but fire. Despite my vigorous push, the coffin did not budge, and the thought of a ghost pressing down upon it filled me with dread. Was it truly my fate, Qin Shi Huang, to perish here? My grandfather's remains were still unaccounted for, and the curse plaguing my family for 3 generations remained unresolved. To die within this coffin would be an egregious injustice. Unease gnawed at me. I recognized the malevolence of the zongzi beneath me. Resolutely, I decided that if death were to claim me, I would ensure that I took a scapegoat with me. If this corpse sought to harm my grandfather, it would have to pay a price. I prepared to draw upon my blood once more, intending to spray it directly upon the entity, vowing that even if I could not vanquish it, I would certainly discomfort it. Just as this thought took root, before I could act, 2 green points suddenly emerged before the dark coffin. Fireflies? I paused, momentarily halting my action. In that instant, the green points gradually expanded until they resembled large orbs, and I was struck by the realization that they were, in fact, a pair of glowing green eyes. I found myself seated within a coffin, mere meters away from a pair of eyes radiating an eerie glow, illuminating the space around them. These disembodied orbs belonged to a face, albeit one that appeared withered and purple, akin to the gnarled bark of an ancient tree. It was staring at me, its decayed lips grotesquely split, extending towards the very roots of its ears. A wave of terror washed over me. To think that a ghastly specter lurked so close, within the confines of this expansive coffin, left me trembling. My only solace was my quick wit, which, despite the paralyzing fear coursing through my body, allowed me to react with remarkable speed. I thrust my foot forward, anticipating that such a close proximity would allow me to deliver a forceful kick to its chest. To my dismay, however, my foot met only empty air. What was happening? A jolt of panic surged through me, cold sweat trickling down my brow. Could it be that this head was devoid of a body beneath it? In that moment, I remembered the plastic lighter I had tucked away in my pocket, hastily retrieving it to ignite a flame. The oppressive gloom of the coffin enveloped me, and the lighter's flickering glow barely illuminated a small patch of ground. Yet, in that dim light, I finally discerned the truth. A head was indeed suspended just above the coffin lid, grinning with a horrifying smile. Its glowing green eyes fixed intently upon me. My scalp prickled with dread as I contemplated the possibility that while I lay in the coffin, struggling against the malevolent spirit, it had been watching me from above all along. Despite my usual courage, I felt my resolve weaken, my muscles twitching uncontrollably in fear. At that moment, the lighter succumbed to the oppressive atmosphere of the tomb and extinguished itself. The sudden darkness enveloped me, and the head vanished from my sight, along with those haunting green eyes. Yet, I was acutely aware that it remained there, lurking in the shadows, observing my every move. My throat tightened, and my body stiffened, rendered almost immobile by terror, even as I silently urged myself, "Qin Shi Huang, do not succumb to fear. There is nothing to dread from a spirit lacking a head. Simply sever its head." But then it dawned on me. The wretched creature I faced was, in fact, headless. What was I to do? Thanks to the trials of my past, I had cultivated a formidable mental fortitude. Thus, after what felt like an eternity of battling my fright, I managed to regain my composure. I turned my body, leaning against the coffin's wall, one hand clutching my dagger protectively against my chest, while the other frantically searched for the fallen lighter. The specter had already claimed the coffin. If I did not confront this troublesome spirit, I would never manage to push the coffin open and escape. Yet, the lighter had vanished into the abyss, and despite my efforts to retrace my steps, I found nothing. Damn it, Where could it have gone? Time ticked away, each second amplifying my perspiration and intensifying my regret. In my mind, I lamented, "Oh, Qin Shi, fear is one thing, but I can forsake my chastity. How could I ever part with my lighter?" At that moment, amidst the suffocating darkness of the coffin, a sudden glimmer illuminated the space. A withered, gnarled hand was unmistakably clutching my lighter and ignited it. In that instant, I finally beheld the zongzi that had ensnared me within the coffin. It was indeed headless. Then, a voice emerged from behind me, inquiring, "Are you looking for it?" I fought against my terror and turned around, only to find that the head, which had initially been a meter away, was now almost pressed against my face. Chapter 69. Rescue. No one could fathom the depths of my fear at that moment, even with the resolve to fight for my life. The bizarre scene before me rendered me weak and shaky. The foul stench emanating from the coffin was nauseating, while a tattered human head floated before me, and beneath it, a headless corpse grasped my lighter. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. I could nearly hear the thunderous beating of my heart. The head did not part its lips, yet a faint whisper echoed in my ears, persistently asking, "Are you looking for it?" People often say that fright can be lethal. Though I have always prided myself on my courage, I never believed that fear could truly kill. Yet, in this moment, I felt as though my blood had frozen, rendering me utterly immobile. The head loomed closer, the stench overwhelming, and its greenish eyes seemed to possess an unsettling allure. I found myself entranced by its gaze. Fear gripped me, and soon my mind began to dull. Before I realized it, my hands were no longer under my control, and I was strangling my own neck. It was only when the sharp pain in my throat jolted me awake that I understood I had fallen victim to the zongzi's malice. The hard zongzi often attack with brute force and toxic corpses, while spirits are adept at ensnaring the heart. I had not anticipated that this coffin contained not only the hard zongzi, but also the soft ones. In that moment, I was being manipulated, my own hands tightening around my throat with increasing ferocity. Under normal circumstances, a person cannot strangle themselves or suffocate themselves. Yet it was evident that these were not normal circumstances. I soon felt my lungs swelling, the sensation of suffocation threatening to burst my chest. My mind raced, and amidst the haze of consciousness, I suddenly recalled the figures carved on the coffin lid, all maintaining a peculiar posture with their hands around their necks. At that time, we had speculated whether this was some strange ritual. Now, it seemed that these 9 coffins were distinctly prepared for our group. Could it be that the esoteric arts had such profound foresight, allowing Su Fu to predict this day over 2 millennia ago, hence carving human figures upon the coffin lid? However, a troubling thought crossed my mind. There were only 9 coffins, yet we were clearly 10 individuals. If Su Fu truly possessed such divine foresight, why was there 1 coffin missing? Did this imply that among the 10 of us, 1 would survive? But what of the remaining 9? Would they too, like me, be subjected to this terrifying scene within the coffins, ultimately strangling themselves? I found myself contemplating Gu Wanmin, and then the thought of tofu crossed my mind. In that moment, I could think of no one else. My singular desire was that if death were truly inevitable, I wished for their survival. Perhaps it was my fervent will to live taking effect. I felt as if I was gradually regaining control over my own body. The severed head remained affixed to my visage, yet in the aftermath of overwhelming terror, my mind became increasingly lucid. It seemed to be a primal response, awakening not only my clarity but also my acuity. In an instant of reclaiming control, my first instinct was to strike out with a punch. The head, caught off guard, emitted a strange shriek as it was slammed against the coffin lid. I recalled the legend of Peachwood warding off malevolent spirits, and regardless of its efficacy, I hastily removed the Peachwood prayer beads my grandfather had given me. As that entity lunged forward once more, I forcefully thrust the beads into its gaping, shattered mouth. Those beads, which had accompanied me for 2 decades, were thus lodged within its maw. In that moment, the head seemed to register an expression. The decayed flesh contorted slightly, and the hand of the corpse beneath me, clutching a lighter, fell limply as if struck by a heavy blow. I thought to myself, this might actually work. It appeared that I had broken the malevolent grip of the coffin. Regardless, my immediate goal was to escape the confines of the coffin in order to devise a strategy. I then attempted to push against the coffin lid once more, and to my astonishment, it lifted easily this time. Overjoyed, I exerted all my strength to shove the lid aside, tumbling and scrambling out of the coffin. As my body met the cold, hard ground, I exhaled in relief. The entire tomb was enveloped in darkness, My lighter remained inside the coffin, and although my gear bag was still on me, my flashlight had rolled away, leaving Tofu and the others nowhere to be seen. The oppressive darkness obscured my vision entirely, and the only sound was my own breathing. Even after escaping the coffin, the foul stench clung to me, as the absence of a gas mask allowed the noxious odor to invade my nostrils unabated. I knew that Tofu and the others were likely in dire peril, and I dared not delay. Remembering that my gear bag contained a headlamp, I hurriedly rummaged through it until I found the headlamp, placing it on my head and turning it on. A beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the tomb. Before me lay the same tomb as before, but now, among the 9 coffins, only one stood ajar. The others were sealed tightly. I swallowed hard and peered into the open coffin, immediately feeling my stomach churn, though I had nothing left to expel. Inside lay a desiccated, headless corpse, its skin a deep purple and slick with corpse oil. The cadaver was surrounded by a viscous, repugnant fluid, and my gas mask had been soaked in this vile substance, rendering it unusable. The severed head, now illuminated by the harsh light, appeared even more ghastly, its blood red and purple hue accentuating its horror. Its gaping maw was wide open, revealing my cherished peach wood prayer beads lodged within. The bead had already saved me once in the tomb of the Huishui River, and again when I encountered the catfish at the riverbed. Now it had come to my rescue for the 3rd time. Fortunately, my grandfather, with his foresight, had left me this precious artifact. I was well aware that it would prove invaluable in the future, and it was impossible to keep it hidden within the mouth of a decapitated head. Thus, I devised a plan to destroy the corpse. Aside from the headless body, the extreme punishment corpse could not rise again either. Gritting my teeth against the nausea, I retrieved the dagger I had previously lost from the coffin and swiftly gouged out the eyeballs of the head, severed the ears and nose, and dismembered the limbs of the corpse. Though I possessed a brave heart, my experiences lay in slaughtering chickens, fish, pigs, and sheep. This was my first encounter with the dissection of a corpse. In my urgency to save the others, I had no time to indulge in feelings of disgust or fear. All of this took no more than 2 minutes, and I was already covered in ghastly fluids, a sight that could only be imagined. I dared not delay, promptly retrieving the beads from the mouth of the severed head to find that it had indeed not risen again. I then took the lighter from the coffin and ignited it. The corpse, saturated in grease, ignited immediately, erupting into a fierce blaze, which finally eased my mind, allowing me to disregard the coffin and hastily select the nearest one, preparing to pry it open. My equipment bag was filled with tools for tomb raiding. I applied force with the crowbar on the coffin lid, and it yielded a crack. To my surprise, it opened so smoothly that as I wiped the sweat from my brow, I inadvertently smeared the corpse oil across my face. Disregarding this, I pushed the coffin lid aside, revealing a pair of legs clad in hiking boots and tight outdoor attire, none other than Gu Wanmin. Upon further inspection, I saw her hands tightly gripping her own neck, clearly in distress. The moment she caught sight of me, her eyes widened in desperation, evidently pleading for help. Drawing from my prior experience, I wasted no time with gentleness and swiftly seized Gu Wanmin from the coffin, intending to pull her out. However, as I managed to pull her halfway, a pair of hands emerged beneath her, gripping her shoulders fiercely and pulling her downwards, contesting my efforts. Perhaps due to my interference, Gu Wanmin regained control of her body, coughing incessantly, tears streaming down her face as she attempted to crawl out of the coffin. Yet, the hands gripping her shoulders possessed formidable strength, firmly holding onto her clavicle, causing her to gasp in pain. In a moment of desperation, she exclaimed, "Chop off its hands." Indeed, how had I not thought of that? The dagger was readily available, and being a piece of equipment designated by the robot, it would slice through bone as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. A surge of satisfaction coursed through me as I contemplated my impending action against the abominable creature. Yet, before I could act, the coffin lid I had pushed aside began to close on its own, threatening to trap my hand. Gu Wanmin's eyes glistened with tears as she urged, "Don't worry about me, just let go." At that moment, even a single strike against the entity would be too late. If I did not withdraw my hand promptly, the heavy lid would undoubtedly crush my hands. In a dire instant, I lifted my leg and forcefully pressed against the encroaching coffin lid. The lid of the coffin bore an immense weight, and as I concentrated all my strength upon it, I found myself unable to contend with the substantial figure beneath Gu Wanmin. In an instant, she was once again pulled back into the coffin, and the hands of the corpse immediately ensnared her neck. It was only then that I discerned something amiss. Those hands were unlike any corpse I had previously encountered. They were not the withered, oil-slicked appendages of a decaying body, but rather a pair of ghastly, pallid hands marred with the marks of death. I swiftly realized that beneath Gu Wanmin lay a fresh corpse. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was a male body, dressed in garments reminiscent of the Japanese individuals we had encountered on the island. At that moment, my entire being was devoted to combating the coffin lid, which felt as heavy as a mountain, leaving me powerless to assist Gu Wanmin. A surge of frustration coursed through me. If only I possessed the strength of 100 men, I could rescue her. As I watched helplessly, my heart raced, and my blood boiled in my veins. What was I to do? Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, Gu Wanmin abruptly ceased her struggles. My heart sank, fearing she might be on the brink of death. But to my astonishment, she suddenly lifted her long legs, spreading them wide to grip the sides of the coffin. In that instant, I comprehended her intention. She was using her last ounce of strength to rise from the coffin with the aid of her legs. Chapter 70. Death understanding her plan. The only thing I could do was push against the encroaching coffin lid with all my might. True to her role as a police officer, her seemingly delicate frame concealed considerable strength. Seizing the moment, she hooked her legs and exerted force from her waist, propelling herself upward. The corpse that had ensnared her neck followed suit, rising alongside her. With a swift motion, Gu Wanmin lowered her head, and in that position, the Japanese man's head was revealed. His tongue protruded grotesquely, indicating he had been strangled, perhaps even by his own hands, and now he had turned to constrict another. In that moment, I grasped her intent and released my hold. The coffin lid, unimpeded, came crashing down with a resounding thud, entrapping the seated Japanese corpse whose head was caught, resulting in a sickening crack as his neck shattered, nearly crushed by the force. Remarkably, Gu Wanmin, having lowered her head, escaped the same fate. As I beheld the head protruding from the coffin, a grim smile crept across my face, one that I suspected appeared quite ghastly. In the next instant, I seized the Japanese man's head, twisting it forcefully 180 degrees. Given that his neck had already been compressed by the coffin lid, the motion resulted in his head being entirely severed from his body. Disgusting as it may have been, I cast the head into the flames of the burning coffin and immediately returned to prying open the coffin lid. This time, no malevolent force impeded me. As the lid cracked open, Gu Wanmin emerged, her voice hoarse as she urged, "Quick, save the others." A mark encircled her neck, and she appeared disheveled as she scrambled from the coffin, hastening towards the nearest one. I inquired, "Do you know where the tofu is?" Gu Wanmin shook her head. A profound heaviness settled in my heart as I realized the enormity of the situation. The arduous effort expended merely to save her had been overwhelming, and yet 7 more souls remained ensnared within their coffins. Given the constraints of time, it seemed implausible that we could rescue everyone safely. It was inevitable that some would meet a tragic fate. Naturally, my priority was to save Dofu. Regrettably, we were unaware of which coffin contained him. Thus we could only proceed to open them one by one. What transpired next was all too evident. With each coffin we opened, we encountered the reanimated corpses of Zongzi. Some individuals within were still struggling, while others lay lifeless, leaving us no time to ascertain their fate. The entire rescue operation proved to be excruciatingly protracted. Each coffin we opened felt like a battle. However, having already survived 2 encounters with Zongzi, I had gleaned some understanding of their patterns, making the subsequent rescues less perilous than the first 2. Ultimately, 4 robots were rescued, all alive. Professor Lin and Duan Fei managed to extricate them. When we opened the coffin, Professor Lin was unresponsive, while Duan Fei was still fighting for breath. For those suffering from asphyxiation, the first 10 minutes are critical for administering first aid. Thus, as soon as Professor Lin emerged, Gu Wanmin, possessing first aid experience, began to assist him, while the 4 robots and I moved to open the final coffin. A heavy weight bore down on me, for I had not anticipated that after opening 6 coffins, none contained Dofu. Would the last one hold him? If so, nearly 40 minutes had elapsed since we were ensnared, and lacking the stamina of the robots, Dofu, to be frank, had less combat capability than Wanmin. Would this duration have already sealed his fate? These thoughts plagued my mind relentlessly. Yet the only action left for us was to pry open the coffin. As the lid was lifted, it revealed a figure, Dofu. He lay motionless, his neck trapped, his complexion a ghastly shade of blue. I had never experienced such a sensation, as if struck by lightning. My mind exploded in turmoil, and my legs buckled beneath me, dropping me to the ground. How could this be? I had arrived too late. Brother, I'm sorry, I have come too late. As the coffin lid was fully removed, the zongzi within sprang to life, with Dofu pinned beneath it, being forced into a sitting position. This creature was also Japanese. Before it could strike, I lost all restraint and lunged forward, seizing its neck and dragging it from the coffin. My experience in combating zongzi was extensive. My original plan had been to use my spade to pin its neck, allowing Robot 1 to shove a peachwood bead into its mouth to subdue it. However, in my fury, reason had abandoned me. Not long after seizing its neck, the creature unleashed its formidable strength, gripping my shoulders with a violent intent. Zongzi typically employ 3 common methods of attack: biting, choking, or using brute force by gripping the shoulders. As it grasped my shoulders, it appeared ready to rend me apart. At that moment, I had no means of evasion. Death loomed imminent. Yet, Robot 1 reacted swiftly, drawing a dagger and severing one of the creature's arms. The hardened zongzi can be categorized into 2 types. One is as rigid as iron, infused with the poison of corpses. The other possesses immense strength and delights in consuming human flesh. The one we encountered seems to belong to the latter category, its body not particularly stiff, easily severed with a single cut, and its clawing motion abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, Robot 1 took over my previous role, using a probing shovel handle to ensnare the creature's neck from behind, forcing its mouth to open. Robot 2 urged me, "Quick, stuff something in." At that moment, the death of Tofu had rendered me somewhat dazed, engulfed by overwhelming sorrow that clouded my mind. Only upon Robot 2's reminder did I instinctively shove the dragon-subduing peachwood prayer beads into the zongzi's mouth. Instantly, the creature fell still. At this juncture, I found myself devoid of the inclination to dismember the zongzi, my trembling legs carrying me towards the coffin to retrieve Tofu's body and free his trapped hand. Robot 4 could not restrain himself, saying, "Brother Qin, please accept my condolences." I remained silent, focusing on detaching Tofu's hand, which was stiff and unyielding. Robot 1 sighed, stating, "He has already departed." I insisted, "He can still be resuscitated." Just then, Professor Lin, aided by Gu Wanmin, managed to regain a semblance of life, awakening with a cough. I remarked, "See, the old man can still be saved. He is a robust young man. It won't be so easy for him to perish." Robot 4 pursed his lips and crouched down, saying, "He is already gone. His face has turned blue. Brother Qin, I understand the depth of your bond, but the deceased are beyond reach. We are still in this ancient tomb. You must gather yourself." I stared at Tofu's ashen face, reaching to feel his neck, only to encounter the frigid temperature and the absence of a pulse, chilling me to the core. Indeed, Tofu had succumbed to death. Without a doubt, this time. It was irrevocable. Words failed me. I lost track of my surroundings, forsaking reason and composure, my mind consumed by a singular thought. I had brought about his demise. I should never have led him into peril. I should never have taken him into the depths. The moment I realized I bore a curse, I should have severed ties with Tofu. Yet now, it was far too late. Much like the curse of the ghostly tomb, it would not directly confront you. Instead, it would begin with those around you, one by one, leading them towards death. I sat there, transfixed, gazing at Tofu's pallid visage, my thoughts a tumultuous whirlpool. I had always considered myself a composed individual. Experience had taught me that one must never lose their rationality, for only with a clear and calm mind could problems be resolved. Yet now, I could not maintain my composure. Memories of the years spent with Tofu flashing through my mind. During my initial business failures, Tofu had offered all his savings to support me. In our most destitute times, we survived on a single pack of instant noodles a day, diluting it with water, much of what we consumed being merely noodle soup. I now found myself pondering whether the tragic passing of Tofu's parents 3 years after we met had any connection to me. I am unaware of how long I have been seated upon the ground. The tomb's atmosphere is suffused with a deathly silence, mingled with the stench of decay and the acrid scent of burning coffins. The air seems to pulsate, rendering the passage of time almost imperceptible. My gaze lingers on the lifeless form of Tofu, my thoughts drifting in myriad directions, at times vacuous, oblivious to the passage of time. Gu Wenmin approaches me, her eyes swollen and glistening with tears, her voice trembling as she implores, "Qin Xian, please don't do this. Shadow would not want you to be so troubled." I turn my head to regard her exquisite visage and reply coolly, "It is of no concern to you. Gu Wonmin bites her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. He was my friend too. I understand your anguish, but it has been a long time. You have been sitting here for 5 hours. 5 hours. I inhale deeply, fatigue enveloping me, and say, I understand. Let us go. As I prepare to lift Dofu's body onto my back, Robot 1 interjects, taking a moment before speaking. I have also lost comrades during missions. I comprehend your feelings. However, carrying his body is impractical. You must realize this. This is my matter, I assert. I cannot allow my brother to rot in this place. Robot 1 heaves a sigh, suggesting he could be cremated. Gu Wonmin, who has been silently gazing downwards, now looks into my eyes with resolve, declaring, I support you. We shall bring him back together. At that moment, Gu Wonmin appears utterly worn, her complexion pale and her form marred by stains, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, gentleness, compassion, pain, and determination. After a brief moment, I regain my voice, fixating on her as I slowly articulate, you are not needed. This is my affair. Henceforth, do not concern yourself with my matters. Gu Wonmin's eyes widen in shock, her expression one of hurt as she stammers, Qin Shi, I understand your suffering, but we can face this together. I interrupt her softly, face what? There is no possibility between us. Gu Wonmin stares at me, bewildered, asking, what do you mean? I respond plainly, it is precisely what you have heard. I desire a passionate woman, not someone who schemes behind my back, shackling me and managing my affairs like a mother. I seek a lover, not a caretaker. Chapter 71. The soldier figurine. Gu Wonmin stumbles slightly, her face draining of color. To treat her thus is not my intention, yet I recognize that this cannot continue. I have already caused Dofu's demise, and I cannot bring further harm to her. Qin Shi, what are you saying? She wipes her tears and forces a smile. I shall pretend I did not hear that. As she moves closer, I perceive her vulnerability, envisioning the scene of her demise brought on by my actions. Leave, Qin Shi, or stay away from me, at least 5 meters distant. The tomb remains enveloped in a profound silence, the flickering flames growing ever fainter. The onlookers exchange glances, none daring to utter a word. Gu Wonmin, lips pressed tightly together, appears as if struck by lightning, unable to articulate a response. Having achieved my objective, I force myself to shift my gaze, surveying the others and stating coolly, one life has already been lost. It must not be in vain. This mission must proceed. No obstacle shall deter us. Professor Lin moved his lips while covering his face and said, I should have intervened back then. This is all my fault. Now that the tofu man is gone, I do not wish to dwell on these trivial matters. Currently, I have 2 objectives. First, to obtain the seal and leave this place. Second, to seek a method to break the curse of the ghost's tomb. If I do not occupy myself with tasks and set goals, I will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Robot 1 spoke in a low voice. What are your plans now? At that moment, he no longer lingered on how to deal with the remains of tofu, likely intending to follow my lead. I scanned the crowd and remarked, we are 1 person short. Professor Lin nodded solemnly and replied, Si Dong is missing. 10 individuals, 9 coffins. We 9 have been drawn into the coffins. Yet why is there 1 coffin absent? Why is it that Wu Si Dong has vanished? Where has he gone? In the midst of profound sorrow, my mind felt clearer than ever. Perhaps it is only during moments of significant distress that one can think more objectively. I recalled past events and suddenly remembered Wu Si Dong's resentful gaze, leading to a troubling hypothesis. Could all of this somehow be connected to Wu Si Dong? I voiced this suspicion, but Professor Lin and Duan Fei immediately countered. Duan Fei stated, impossible. Brother Chun, I know you have a disagreement with him. But although he is petty, he is not that kind of person. He would never harm us, let alone the professor. My thoughts were remarkably lucid at that moment, and I promptly replied, what if he is not Wu Si Dong? Professor Lin was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Have you ever heard of possession by a ghost? I do not believe he intends to harm us, but I suspect he may be under some form of control. The Wu Si Dong we know is not the same as the one we see now. After I spoke, Duan Fei appeared somewhat frightened and said, possessed by a ghost? That's impossible. Is there truly a ghost in this tomb? At that moment, Robot 1 suddenly interjected, his expression grave, stating, there are indeed ghosts in this place. Pausing, he recounted an incident that coincided with my own experience. This incident occurred when we first entered the underground palace, in the initial burial chamber. At that time, I had clung to the ceiling like a gecko, gazing down, and in the bronze mirror, I had seen an enormous face. Initially, I thought it was my own, only to later realize something was amiss. During a subsequent climb, Robot 1 had also glanced into the bronze cauldron. He recalled that upon reaching the tomb's apex, he felt an unsettling discomfort behind him, a strong sixth sense. As a soldier, his vigilance surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and his instincts were exceptionally sharp, prompting him to look up. In that instant, he too saw a face in the bronze cauldron. It appeared as if the cauldron had transformed into a reflecting mirror, revealing a colossal visage. That face vanished in an instant, leading Robot 1 to question whether it was merely a figment of his overstrained nerves, which is why he had never mentioned it before. I had not anticipated that he would share the same fate as mine. It now seemed evident that the monstrous visage we beheld was not merely a figment of our imagination. Something sinister was undoubtedly afoot. Within that accursed burial chamber, an unseen entity fixated upon us, shadowing our every move. Duan Fei, both astonished and terrified, inquired, "Are you suggesting that this entity has possessed Wu Zedong?" I nodded in silence, casting a furtive glance at Gu Wanmin, who stood quietly to the side, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. I understood that the recent occurrences had profoundly affected her. Though our acquaintance was brief, I was familiar with her disposition. She was not one to shy away from danger. Were I to divulge the truth, I feared she would not only remain by my side, but would also become ensnared in this ordeal. Tofu had already met with misfortune. I could not permit her to be entangled as well. With this thought, I gently touched Tofu's lifeless form, the coldness of the body stark against my fingertips, now stiff in death. At that moment, the 9 coffins had been nearly consumed by flames, the flickering light in the chamber dimming. The others were engrossed in discussions about Wu Zedong, contemplating our next course of action. Suddenly, my gaze shifted, and I was taken aback to discover that this chamber, once possessing a singular entrance, now revealed an additional one. Situated in the southeast, where a soldier figurine had once stood, the statue had vanished, unveiling a dark, yawning passageway behind it. I was startled, pondering when this passage had materialized. I inquired of the others, but they shook their heads, equally perplexed. Enveloped in grief, I had lost track of time. During this interval, the robotic companions had ignited the remaining coffins, with a death in our midst. The atmosphere among us was stifled with sorrow, and none had noticed the emergence of the passageway. It now appeared that there must be a mechanism at play. However, the reason for its sudden activation remained a mystery. Duan Fei speculated, could it be related to these coffins? I remained silent. At this juncture, all was merely conjecture, and further discourse seemed futile. In this dire situation, I found it challenging to articulate my thoughts. Had I not forcibly suppressed my anguish, I doubt I could engage in any discussion. The location of the mechanism had become secondary. What truly mattered was the fate of the soldier figurine and the destination of this newly revealed passage. Its abrupt and silent unveiling was decidedly peculiar. At that moment, Robot 4 suddenly raised a hand, exclaiming, "I understand now. Our previous line of reasoning has been misguided." He analyzed. We have assumed that this passage opened silently after Tofu's demise, while we were engulfed in sorrow. But what if it had been opened prior to Tofu's death? In an instant, I grasped Robot 4's implication. When we were ensnared in the coffins, if we were to believe our earlier conjecture that Wu Zedong was no longer himself, could it be that this passage was opened by Wu Zedong after we had been drawn into the coffins? Given that the entity had resided within this ancient tomb, it would not be surprising if it were familiar with the mechanisms hidden within. After emerging from the coffin, my sole focus was on rescuing others. I had not taken the time to observe my surroundings. The rest of the group, equally preoccupied with the threat posed by the Zongzi, had similarly overlooked the existence of this passageway. Could it be that this corridor was opened by Wu Zedong? There were no other paths available. Behind us lay the route back, and although the stone door was sealed, we still possessed explosives, making retreat quite feasible. However, the way forward seemed to be confined to this singular route. What awaited us ahead? The group exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of sorrow for our fallen comrade and an unwavering resolve. To abandon our quest now would render the sacrifice of Dofu meaningless. In a moment, we solidified our decision, each of us donning our headlamps and arming ourselves as we ventured into the tomb passage. To our surprise, aside from the initial stretch that was shrouded in darkness, after walking a few dozen meters, we discovered light slots on either side, which were still illuminated. The path was straight, flanked by large, dark green bricks that exuded a simple, ancient charm, reflecting the Qin dynasty's architectural elegance. In the later stages, tomb bricks had evolved into various designs, including decorative, inscribed, pictorial, concealed, and hollow bricks, with decorative bricks being predominant in ordinary tombs. However, since entering this subterranean palace, we had encountered no bricks adorned with patterns or inscriptions. Instead, they appeared austere and substantial, emanating a sense of solemnity. As I carried Doufu, I brought up the rear, with Duan Fei ahead of me and Guo Wenmin keeping her head bowed. Neither of us wished to engage in conversation, allowing her to lead the way. Suddenly, Duan Fei gasped and lowered her voice, saying, "I just remembered something. You all mentioned that there was originally a soldier figurine at the entrance of the tomb. Where has it disappeared to?" Her question took me aback. I had been so focused on suspecting Wu Zedong that I had overlooked this detail. Indeed, where had that soldier figurine gone? It was an inanimate object, incapable of movement. How could it simply vanish? Had Wu Zedong taken it? What purpose would he have for a soldier figurine? Duan Fei speculated. Could that figurine have some special significance? I shook my head, finding that unlikely. Such figurines, modeled after the terracotta warriors of Qin Shi Huang, were meant to guard the tomb. They were merely made of clay, lifeless objects devoid of any special function. As I pondered this, Duan Fei suddenly gasped again, halting in her tracks. Turning around, her face showed signs of fear as she asked, "Do you think this passageway was opened by the soldier figurine?" Professor Lin, overhearing, frowned and said, "Nonsense. How could a soldier figurine move?" I observed the expression on Duan Fei's face, acknowledging her vivid imagination. A soldier figurine opening this passageway? Was it possible that it had come to life? Under normal circumstances, I might have teased her, but at that moment, I had neither the inclination nor the spirit for jest. Thus, after Professor Lin's remark, I remained silent as we continued our cautious advance. Upon hearing Professor Lin's words, Duan Fei cast aside her peculiar thoughts. After walking for about 10 paces, Gu Wenmin, who led the way, suddenly halted, crouched down, and exclaimed, "There are traces of water here." Water? Could it be that the sealed structure of the tomb had suffered a breach? The group instinctively gathered closer, only to discover that the so-called water was scarce, resembling the remnants of a spilled cup that had dampened the ground. Undoubtedly, this moisture was left by Wu Zedong, though the nature of his encounter here remained a mystery. However, what truly caught our attention was not merely the puddle, but a footprint nestled within the dampness. It was a muddy imprint, suggesting that someone had traversed this area with their feet caked in dry yellow mud, which had been moistened by the water, leaving behind 2 indistinct marks. I immediately sensed something amiss and remarked, "This is not Wu Zedong's footprint." Earlier, during our battle in the upper tomb, our soles were nearly soaked in blood. Even if there had been mud, it would have been wiped clean long ago. Even if a trace remained, it would have been a series of bloody footprints, not this pair of muddy imprints. A sudden realization struck me, and I glanced at Duan Fei, asking, could it truly be that the soldier figurine has come to life? Influenced by Duan Fei's earlier demeanor, the others likely harbored similar thoughts, though no one dared to voice them, as the notion seemed too far-fetched. Upon my inquiry, Duan Fei grew increasingly anxious. Having witnessed the earlier confrontation between Gu Wenmin and me, she seized the opportunity to draw closer, saying, "I am not speaking in jest. Have you not heard the tale of beings transforming into soldiers and clay figures forming battle arrays?" Professor Lin furrowed his brow and replied, "Beings transforming into soldiers?" He surveyed us, inquiring, "Do you believe in such things?" Robot number 4 hesitated and stated, "Most would not believe, but I do." Given that Zongzi and other wonders have emerged, there remains much unknown in this world. Professor Lin nodded, choosing not to respond further. Most individuals are likely familiar with the legend of beings transforming into soldiers, a mythical art of sorcery. It is said that with divine power, a handful of yellow beans can be cast, and they will metamorphose into combatants. In the Investiture of the Gods, there is a passage that recounts how when Zhong battled Jiang Shang at Qishan, as the Shang army received aid from the Taoist friends of Shengongbao, the Zhou forces began to falter. In a critical moment, Zhang Zia received assistance from the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp, casting beans to turn the tide of battle. The clay figure formation is also a form of sorcery. It is said that by molding a clay figure and employing this art, wandering spirits can inhabit the figure, granting it the ability to move and fight. Could Su Fu, a renowned sorcerer of the Qin dynasty, truly wield the power to transform beings into soldiers and assemble clay figures? Might these soldier figurines be inhabited by wandering souls? The group exchanged glances, speculating in silence. After a moment, I stood up first and declared, "Let us not dwell on these thoughts. Regardless of what it may be, if we do not encounter it, all is well. Should we confront it, we must fight. We have no other choice but to proceed." This unexpected incident rendered us all the more cautious, naturally slowing our pace as we continued onward. The tomb passage is exceedingly lengthy, with flickering lights on either side, uncertain whether ignited by Wu Zedong or by the clay figures. In the dimly lit chamber, the illumination resembles mere pinpricks, wavering slightly as if it might extinguish at any moment. Gradually, I sensed a constriction in my breath, the cause of which eluded me. Initially, I pondered whether it stemmed from the sorrow of Tofu's demise, a psychological response to my suppressed emotions. However, moments later, Professor Lin spoke, inquiring if anyone else felt the air was becoming scarce. Gu Wenmin finally broke her silence, seemingly having emerged from her earlier despondency. Her pallor regaining a semblance of composure as she remarked, "It does feel somewhat suffocating. Could it be that the oxygen in the tomb has been depleted?" Noting that others shared this sensation, I halted my steps to survey my surroundings. Lacking a gas mask heightened my sensitivity to scents, and while I had previously been enveloped in grief, I now detected a faint aroma in the chamber, reminiscent of gas. A chill ran through me as I contemplated the possibility of a toxic gas trap within the passage. When had this mechanism been activated? What was the source of the gas? My gaze quickly fell upon the lamp holders on either side of the walls. Leaning closer, I discerned that the elusive scent emanated from the lamp holders themselves. Without a gas mask, I was likely more vulnerable, being the first to experience discomfort. Yet, it seemed that the masks were ineffectual against this particular gas, as Professor Lin and the others soon reported similar unease. I voiced my concerns, and we collectively resolved to extinguish the lamps emitting this noxious gas before any mishap occurred. I promptly blew towards one of the lamps, intending to initiate our extinguishing efforts. But to my surprise, once extinguished, it flared back to life as if rebounding. These lamps proved impervious to being extinguished. Robot 1 illuminated the path ahead, suggesting, "Let us vacate this passage for now. There are no free lunches in this world." We had assumed the passage opened by Wu Zedong was safe, only to discover it harbored traps, a moment of negligence leading to our predicament. With the lamp's bizarre resistance to being extinguished, we found ourselves at a loss and could only hasten through the tomb passage, eager to escape this foreboding place. Professor Lin, with his extensive knowledge, quickly deduced the workings of the lamps. It was evident that the lamp oil contained toxic substances which, upon combustion, released vapors. However, the reason the lights could not be blown out had its own explanation. The ancients were adept at utilizing air. For instance, tombs from the Tang dynasty featured mechanisms that operated on air pressure, known as swamp chambers. Experienced tomb robbers, when digging, often targeted the main tomb. But the architects of these ancient graves would alter the structure to thwart theft, creating a fictitious main chamber. Should a thief unwittingly breach this illusion, they would inevitably fall prey to the trap. Beneath the phantom tomb lies an artificially constructed marsh, where centuries of accumulation have released various gases that pervade the main chamber of the tomb. The air has long since vanished due to the fermentation of the marsh, transforming the entire crypt into a chamber saturated with flammable gases. At the moment the tomb robbers breach the chamber, the gases, which have gathered over millennia, ignite upon contact with the air, incinerating the robbers within. However, there are methods to navigate such treacherous tombs. One must carefully use an iron probe to ascertain the entire structure of the chamber. Generally, only seasoned experts can accomplish this, as they often manage to evade these deceptive tombs and retreat unscathed. The eternal lamp before us is no exception. Professor Lin speculates that this passageway was originally sealed. When Wu Zedong activated the mechanism, air rushed in, igniting the lamps and releasing toxic gases. Professor Lin remarked, "We may have unwittingly stepped into a trap." As he spoke, the passage reached its terminus, and when the group beheld the scene before them, they were momentarily rendered speechless. As anticipated, the end of the passage was sealed. But what we did not expect was the absence of Wu Zedong, replaced instead by a clay warrior. It stood at the end of the passage, facing us, motionless and wielding a long spear, locking eyes with us. There was no sign of Wu Zedong, only the warrior. Could it truly be that this passage's mechanism was activated by it? Did a vengeful spirit reside within its clay form? Had it deliberately lured us into this gas-filled tomb? Duan Fei's face reflected her anxiety as she instinctively sought refuge behind me. But the presence of the tofu I carried seemed to frighten her away slightly, regardless of how appealing one may have appeared in life. The rigidity of a corpse's muscles results in facial expressions that starkly contrast with those of the living. For those who have never encountered the dead, the sensation is beyond comprehension. The group remained transfixed by the clay warriors standing opposite them, enveloped in a profound silence. The robots were the first to react, demonstrating their unique thought processes as skilled tomb raiders. The situation was too bizarre for Robot 1, who had no intention of approaching the figure. Instead, he signaled for Robot 2 to prepare explosives, deeming it prudent to obliterate the clay warrior regardless of whether it harbored a spirit. I found Robot 1's decision agreeable. Robot 2 swiftly gathered an appropriate amount of explosives, and the group retreated a safe distance before launching the explosives at the warrior. A tremendous explosion erupted, filling the passage with dust and debris, and the clay warrior was reduced to mere fragments. Lacking a gas mask, I instinctively covered my mouth and nose, my vision obscured by the swirling dust. In the haze, I thought I glimpsed a shadow where the warrior had once stood, but it vanished almost instantaneously, as if it too had been shattered by the blast. I heightened my vigilance, and moments later, as the dust settled, only a layer of dirt remained on the ground. The group, no longer apprehensive, approached the sealed wall at the end of the chamber. Robot 3 had already prepared the necessary tools, specifically the device used for detecting mechanisms. He scanned the surroundings with caution, and I watched anxiously, pondering how, despite its advanced technology, such equipment could sometimes be a hassle. No instrument could rival the expertise of an experienced individual. If only Fengguisho were here, we wouldn't be wasting so much time. After approximately 10 minutes, Robot 3 muttered an expletive, shaking its head, declaring, "There are no mechanisms. It's solidly sealed. It appears we must retrace our steps." Gu Wenmin's expression grew grave as he remarked, "Do you all recall the curse? All doors leading to life shall be closed." A sense of foreboding enveloped me. I feared that the entrance we had traversed might have already sealed shut. Robot 1, evidently prepared, interjected, "I share your concerns, but fret not." It patted its equipment pack, asserting, "Times have changed. Even if the entrance has indeed closed, it shall not impede us. Our explosives are well prepared. This tomb harbors too many peculiarities. That stone door, sealed by mysterious forces, might have ensnared tomb raiders in the past, but with dynamite at our disposal, we face no significant peril." The oppressive sensation of suffocation intensified. Without gas masks, we would have surely succumbed. Having shattered the warrior figurines, we dared not linger and promptly retraced our steps. Since we had traversed this segment already, we felt secure, but this complacency became our fatal flaw. As we jogged swiftly for about 20 meters, a sudden sound akin to a mechanism activating echoed in my ears. Almost immediately, countless small holes appeared in the surrounding walls, each harboring a glimmering arrowhead. An ambush, I gasped. Damn it, why was there no threat on our way in? Yet such a mechanism emerges upon our return. In an instant, I recalled a rare trap described by Fengguisho, an adept at locating treasures. Feng had shared many extraordinary tales during our expedition, including one about a trap ominously named Turning Back to Meet the Ghost. The name alone suggested that retracing one's steps would lead one directly to the underworld. This so-called turning back to meet the ghost was a perilous concealed mechanism, designed to spring into action only after one had traversed the path twice. Prior to encountering this hidden trap, there were invariably lethal devices. Should a tomb raider possess sufficient skill to survive instead of perishing, they would inevitably retrace their steps upon exiting the ancient tomb. However, some might opt for alternative routes. In such instances, should they encounter this mechanism, misfortune would befall them, as their previous journey had lulled them into a false sense of security regarding the dangers they had already navigated. At the moment the tomb raiders relaxed their vigilance, these concealed mechanisms would unleash their deadly power. Typically, these traps had their triggers buried beneath the ground, requiring one to traverse the path back and forth for activation. Thus, while advancing, the traps remained dormant, but upon retreat, one would be met with lethal projectiles, flames, and toxic gases, with the specifics determined by the whims of the tomb's master. It is often in moments of unguardedness and vulnerability that tomb raiders become most susceptible to their own demise. There once was an archaeologist who unearthed a crypt and discovered the remains of a tomb raider within, seemingly perished by flames. Strangely, however, The thief was found clutching artifacts from the main burial chamber, suggesting that he met his end only after having plundered the treasures, a most unjust fate indeed. For those in the field of archaeology, such occurrences are fortuitous. This mechanism, colloquially referred to as the ghost of the return, was more commonly seen in the periods prior to the Qin and Han dynasties. Subsequently, some scholars devised methods to circumvent such traps by preparing in advance and establishing a route before proceeding, thereby ensuring that the conditions required to trigger the mechanism would not be met upon retracing their steps. Regrettably, although I had heard of this from Foam, the ghost hand, my previous circumstances were peculiar. I was distracted and lacked sufficient experience to consider such aspects. Now, it was too late for regrets. As the sound of the mechanism activating echoed around us, black square holes suddenly appeared on the surrounding tomb walls. In an instant, a volley of hidden crossbows unleashed their deadly projectiles towards us. The narrow tomb passage left little room for reaction. At the critical moment, we could only drop to the ground and roll. The crossbows targeted the upper body, primarily aiming for our chests, and thus, by lying flat, we narrowly evaded the initial onslaught. The 4 robots, clad in bulletproof vests, emerged unscathed. They responded swiftly, shielding Professor Lin and Duan Fei, pressing them to the ground. As I lay there, the sound of countless projectiles whistled above me, embedding themselves into the opposite wall of the tomb. Suddenly, the first wave of fire ceased, and a sharp crack echoed in my ears. I thought, what now? Turning my gaze, I was startled to discover that the dark holes in the wall were indeed movable. The second set of holes tilted downward, indicating that the next volley would not fire into the air but directly towards the ground. Aside from the robots, the rest of us had no means of escape. The crossbows required approximately 5 seconds to reload, and I shouted, "Get up, run." In truth, I knew it was futile. The tomb passage was far too lengthy for us to escape the range of the crossbow attacks in such a brief span. Yet what choice did we have? We could not simply lie there waiting to be struck down. What to do? In a fleeting moment, I envisioned our grim fate. The downward trajectory of the bolts meant our upper bodies would be spared. However, the lower halves were entirely exposed. These areas were not lethal points, implying that while we might not perish immediately from being pierced below the waist, we would surely suffer before succumbing. Unless we sprouted wings or could levitate off the ground, we were destined to be impaled. These thoughts flitted through my mind in an instant. At the moment I rose, an idea sparked within me. Leaving the ground was not entirely impossible. I called out to the robots, "Do not flee. Lift us up." The robots, clad in sleek, pitch-black, full-body bulletproof suits, were entirely protected except for their heads and palms, allowing them to disregard the hidden crossbows. These 4 individuals, robust and formidable, effortlessly lifted the remaining members of our group into the air, ensuring our escape from the imminent gunfire. Quick-witted, they seized the nearest individuals, Professor Lin, Gu Wanmin, and Duan Fei. The 4th robot, closest to me, hoisted me up and exclaimed, "Goodness, you're heavy." Given the ropes binding me like a sack of tofu, it was no surprise. I encouraged him, "Hold on." But before my words could fully escape, a second volley of crossbow bolts was unleashed. The robots, refusing to surrender, sprinted with us in tow. Although the bulletproof suits could withstand the projectiles, the force of the impacts was still unbearable. Noticing the cold sweat on the 4th robot's face, I rallied him with, "Brother, don't give up. A bright tomorrow awaits us, and the roasted clam meat in my backpack is eager for your enjoyment. You must be strong." The mention of food invigorated him. He let out a fierce shout, enduring the pain as he accelerated. The barrage lasted a good 10 seconds. Despite the suit's resilience, it could not endure such relentless punishment for long. Just as I feared, a sharp sound signaled a 3rd wave approaching. I cursed silently, yet felt a strange calm. Knowing that the loading of the crossbows would take about 5 seconds, and we had already covered considerable ground, distancing ourselves from the firing zone. In a moment of critical urgency, the 4 robots leaped out of the danger zone. Exhausted from their extreme exertion, they stumbled as if in unison, tripping over their own feet and collapsing to the ground, causing the individuals they were carrying to be unceremoniously tossed aside. Amidst the chaos, cries of anguish filled the air. I landed on my tofu cushion, feeling less pain, and quickly rose to my feet. The 3rd round of fire commenced. Although we had escaped immediate peril, the chilling sound of the crossbows in the silent, ancient tomb sent shivers down our spines, the bolts zipping past us like phantoms, astonishingly swift. Behind us lay the entrance we had come through, now eerily sealed, just as we had suspected. That curse lingered ominously, shutting down all paths and sending a sinister presence into our ranks. Wiping the cold sweat from my brow, I observed the crossbow mechanism gradually quieting down. Releasing a breath of relief, the others began to rise as well. Duan Fei had scraped a large patch of skin and was complaining about Robot 3's lack of compassion. Robot 3, feeling unjustly accused and unable to articulate a defense, merely shook his head, shifting the topic to, "We need to blow open the stone door." After the tumultuous events, everyone was breathless and weary, eager to leave the tomb behind. They promptly retrieved explosives to prepare for breaching the stone door. During the robot's detonation of explosives, the rest of us retreated slightly, and the atmosphere between Gu Wanmin and myself had grown notably tense and awkward. In that fleeting moment of life and death, I found myself regretting the words I had exchanged with Gu Wanmin. Yet now that we had reached a semblance of safety, that regret had dissipated. Human emotions are often capricious, swaying with the circumstances we encounter. Professor Lin appeared weary, burdened by the possession of his student by a malevolent spirit, which understandably cast a shadow over his mood. The group was grimy, still bearing the stains from the coffin, and despite the gnawing hunger in our stomachs, the unpleasant odor emanating from ourselves dampened any appetite we might have had. In a moment, the robots had prepared the explosives, signaling us to stand back before hurling the concocted grenades. A resounding explosion reverberated through the tomb, causing the very passage to tremble, and in an instant, debris was sent flying, revealing an irregular opening before us that led to the chamber where the unfortunate Dofu had met his demise. However, none of us anticipated the sight that awaited us after the tomb was breached, a person. It was Wu Zedong, standing a few meters away, gazing at us from within the tomb with a disturbingly enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao had been feeling rather despondent lately, unable to create anything appealing. And this frustration led to a desire for food. Yet, indulging in food would only result in weight gain, which would further exacerbate their gloomy disposition. The source of this malaise? The absence of Xiao Dao from the top 10 of the recommendation list. Alas, a plea for votes and recognition echoed within.